Sob sob. Father mother don't die, please don't die. Sob sob. Father mother don't leave us, we won't eat that thin gruel anymore. Tian's third brother, don't scare us, wake up. In a daze, Shu Tianci heard wailing echoing unceasingly in his ears. He was somewhat puzzled. He clearly remembered being killed by his enemies. Could it be that he had not truly died and these people were mourning for him? No, that was wrong. He was an orphan, a street punk drifting through society. How could anyone be calling him father? And who was this mother they were crying for? A dull ache throbbed in Shu Tianci's head and faint blurry images seemed to surface in his mind. It felt as though he had transmigrated. He wanted the people around him to stop crying, to let him quiet down and slowly digest this flood of memories. But he could not force out a sound, and the people around him did not stop their sobbing. Someone even seized his body and shook him again and again. Cough, cough. Something seemed to catch in his throat, and Shu Tianci suddenly coughed hard. His eyes snapped open, and the scene before him came into focus. In front of him crouched 2 boys and 3 girls, all staring at him in a daze. Their pupils were filled with disbelief as though they had never imagined he would wake up. Shu Tianci glanced at the man in the lead and blurted out, "Big brother." From the scant remnants of memory, he knew that this honest-faced young man was his eldest brother, named Shu Tianyou. When he was a child, the eldest brother had suffered an accident that left him somewhat slow-witted. He was 22 this year and still unmarried. "Tiance, you're not dead." At that moment, a woman's voice trembling with shock and joy sounded from the side. Shu Tianci turned his gaze. It was a young woman, sallow-faced and emaciated, her clothes covered in patches from top to bottom. He forced a weak smile and tentatively called second sister. The woman before him was the original body's second sister, Shu Xianglian, 20 years old this year. She should have married into the neighboring village last year, but it was said that the man suddenly fell ill and died. Their family had not wanted her to become a widow and then be obliged to care for his entire household, so they abandoned that marriage arrangement. Somebody then spread the rumor that she brought misfortune to her husband, and from that point on no one dared to come to propose. Her temperament had once been gentle and soft, but years of malicious gossip had tempered her into someone far more resolute. Unlike the eldest brother, the depth of her love for her 2 younger brothers ran even stronger. "Tiance, it's wonderful that you're still alive." Seeing that Shu Tianci could still call out to them, Shu Xianglian flung herself at him in a surge of emotion. She burst into loud sobs, crying, "Sob, sob, you scared me to death, I thought you were gone." Before Shu Tianci could react, several more figures threw themselves at him. "Third brother, it's so great that you're not dead." Shu Tianci lowered his head to look. With the memories he had just digested, he immediately recognized them all. The Shu family had 6 siblings in all, and the 2 girls and 1 boy before him were his younger brothers and sisters. Such a large family could have been a source of great happiness if only the times had allowed it. From what Shu Tianci understood, he had been reborn into a year of calamity when there was barely enough to fill one's stomach. He had come to possess this body because the original owner had first starved himself into illness, and being frail to begin with had ultimately died of it. No sooner had Shu Tianyou rejoiced for a while over his third brother's awakening than something suddenly occurred to him. The third one has woken up. So why haven't father and mother woken yet? At these words, Shu Tianci followed his gaze and saw a man and a woman lying on a straw mat to the side. They wore coarse cloth trousers cut off at the knees, and their upper garments were tattered and patched all over. They were utterly motionless now, their skin an ashen gray that was frightening to behold. Most striking of all, their bodies were swollen, their faces puffed up like great steamed buns, ghastly to look at. Shu Xianglian rushed over with the younger siblings in tow, stretching out her hands to shake the 2 bodies again and again. "Father, mother, wake up, please wake up. It's almost time to go to work, don't sleep anymore, all right?" The 2 figures before them were the parents of the 6 Shu children. He remembered that these past 2 years had brought the greatest drought in Longhua. The village harvests were pitiful, and the wild vegetables and tree bark on the lower slopes and at the foot of the mountain had long since been stripped clean by the villagers. In order to keep their 6 children from starving, Shu Tianci's parents had always given any wild greens or other scraps of food to the younger ones. So that the children would not worry, they had lied, claiming they had already eaten at the village canteen. Over time, their bodies had long since been worn down by illness. In truth, this so-called disease was nothing more than a sickness born of chronic malnutrition. Without timely replenishment of nutrients and protein, death was inevitable. The original owner had died in just this way, his face now still grotesquely bloated. Had Shu Tianci not transmigrated into this body, this group of people would likely already be preparing his funeral rites. But the funeral still had to be held. Only now it would be for their parents. Shu Tianci took in the sight of his brothers and sisters still crying and calling out, and said quietly, "Stop shouting. Father and mother have passed away." As these words fell, the eldest Shu Tianyou instantly turned toward him, eyes bloodshot. "No, impossible. With that, he rushed over, seizing Shu Tianci's shoulders and shaking him violently. You're lying. Third, you must be lying to me. If you're fine, how could father and mother possibly be dead? Shu Tianci's body was frail to begin with, and his sudden revival was nothing but a brief return of strength at death's door. Now being shaken by the eldest like this, his face instantly turned a sickly shade of green. Tiance! Shu Xianglian cried out in alarm and hurriedly ran over, placing herself in front of Shu Tianci. She glared fiercely at Shu Tianyou and shouted, Big brother, have you gone mad? Tiance just woke up. Do you want to shake him to death? He deserves it. Who told him to curse father and mother to death? Shu Tianyou's eyes were bloodshot, and he even looked somewhat aggrieved. Shu Xianglian was rendered speechless, unable to refute his words. Shu Tianci let out a sigh and shook his head. Big brother, I also want father and mother to be safe and sound. But once someone has passed, they are truly gone. I feel even worse about this than you do. If you've still got the strength to hit me, you might as well use it to think about how to give father and mother a proper send-off. And then think of some other way to let Tiance and the others have enough to eat. He had no intention of blaming his brother. From the memories in his mind, he knew the other had always treated him well. For now, the only thing that truly mattered was finding something to eat. If they did not fill their stomachs soon, he feared he would last no more than another day or two before dying once again. That's right, big brother. We've been calling father and mother for so long, and they still haven't responded. They look just like grandfather did when he passed. They really are. Halfway through, Shu Xianglian's voice caught in her throat. In the end, she simply wrapped her arms around Shu Tianci and burst into loud, unrestrained sobs. Seeing their second sister crying, the three youngest, Shu Tiance and the others, also followed her lead and began wailing. Shu Tianyou did not contradict Shu Xianglian's words. He merely stared blankly at his parents' bodies. Before long, his own eyes turned red as well. Shu Tianci patted his sister's shoulder, wondering whether he ought to cry as well. Fuguwei, brother, Fuguwei's wife, why haven't you come to work yet? Just then a villager's shout sounded from outside the door. Several men and women carrying farm tools walked in. The moment they saw the scene inside the house, all of them were startled. Very soon the news of Su Fuguwei and his wife's deaths had spread throughout the entire village. Most of the villagers rushed over upon hearing and could only shake their heads again and again at the stiff, lifeless bodies of the couple. This was far from the first such case. In large families with many children, either one or two had already died, or the whole household was dragging themselves along in illness. Some households had even sent away their extra sons, and only then managed to cling to a tenuous existence. The reputation of the couple Shu Fuguwei and his wife had always been good in the village, so now that they had passed away, most people came forward to help. The village carpenter refused to take a single coin and made 2 coffins for them using ordinary planks. On the outer slopes of the mountain, even the better trees were nearly withered, so having enough wood to make coffins was already a stroke of fortune. Shu Tianci led his brothers and sisters to kneel before the carpenter and kowtow, thanking him for crafting coffins for their parents. Afterward, the 6 siblings used the last of their water to gently wipe their parents' bodies clean. Because cloth was scarce, they could not even change the 2 elders into proper clothing. No one knew where the production team leader had obtained a few sets of coarse hemp mourning clothes, but he brought them over for Shu Tianyou and his siblings. He also wove some bamboo flowers and distributed them to the villagers who had come to pay their respects. Because of the lack of supplies and time, there was no band, no funeral feast. Only Shu Tianci and his 5 siblings dressed in hemp and white headbands, the 8 men from the brigade carrying the coffins, and a line of dozens of villagers holding bamboo flowers as they walked up the mountain. Shu Fuguwei and his wife had died that very night, and by the following afternoon, they were to be carried to a hastily dug grave. There was no night vigil, no funeral music, just a simple bare-bones burial. This was already with the brigade's help, or if it had depended solely on Shu Tianci and his 5 siblings, they could only have wrapped their parents in mats and buried them directly in the earth. Father, mother, how could you be so heartless and leave us like this? Sob. Father, mother, don't abandon us. Sob. As the 2 coffins were gradually covered by shovelfuls of loose soil, Shu Xianglian broke down, first wailing in utter despair. Seeing the 5 siblings weeping as though their hearts were being torn apart, the villagers could not help but feel deep sympathy. Someone quietly said to his neighbor, Fuguwei and his wife are just gone like this. What will become of these 6 children they've left behind? Yes, Tianyou and Xianglian are still manageable. If that boy Tianci could just change his lazy loafing ways, he could also go to work and earn some work points. But it's pitiful for Tiance and the 2 little girls. It will be hard to keep them all fed. As for that fellow Shu Tianci, he will never get rid of his lazy and idle habits. Look, Fuguwei and his wife have died, and Tianyou and the others are crying their hearts out. Yet look at him, not a single tear, as if the ones who died weren't even his parents. Hearing this, all the villagers turned to look at Shu Tianci, who stood silently off to the side. He was neither crying nor making a scene. Even his eyes showed no redness at all. Compared with his siblings lying on the earth by the grave and howling in mourning, he was the complete opposite. Shu Tianci himself knew that doing nothing at such a moment did not fit the scene at all. Yet he simply could not cry. In his mind, there was only a vague cluster of memories. If he tried to put on a show of weeping just to go along with expectations, he was afraid he might suddenly snort with laughter instead. Thus remaining silent was the best response he could manage. As dusk gradually deepened, only the 6 siblings of Shu Tianci were left by the grave. "Sister, let's go home," Shu Tianci said softly as he stepped forward and gently pulled Shu Xianglian up. She had wept until she was spent, even her tears had run dry. She glanced back at Shu Tianci, tried to use his strength to stand, and almost fell again. Her health had always been poor, and now grief and hours of toil had drained her to the point that she could barely keep her footing. Fortunately, Shu Tianci reacted quickly and kept her from sprawling onto the grave mound. Once she had steadied herself, Shu Xianglian looked over at Shu Tianyou and said, "Brother, let's go home. We haven't eaten all day. Tiance and Shu Xianglian and the others can't endure this much longer." Shu Tianyou's body twitched, and he turned his head to glance at his younger brothers and sisters who were already sprawled on the ground from exhaustion. "Father, Mother, I will definitely take good care of my younger siblings," he murmured, stroking the wooden grave marker before rising and swaying a little as he stood. Steadying himself, he stepped forward and picked up 80-year-old Shu Xianglian in his arms. Then he looked to Shu Xianglian, his voice choked as he said, "Support Tiance and Shu Xianglian. Let's go home." With that, he was the first to leave, carrying Shu Xianglian in his arms. Shu Tianci glanced at Shu Xianglian and said quietly, "Sister, you help Shu Xianglian all right." Shu Xianglian was already 14. With Shu Xianglian's support, she could just barely stand. "Tianci, you and Tiance go slower," Shu Xianglian said. Leaving those words behind, Shu Xianglian and her sister also slowly headed toward home. Shu Tianci looked at the utterly listless Shu Tiance and stepped forward to say, "Tiance, let's go home and have some meat." "Huh?" Shu Tiance froze for a moment, then scrambled up from the ground at once. "Third brother, is there meat at home?" Shu Tianci let out a soft chuckle and, supporting him by the arm, said, "You'll see when we get home." When they returned home, Shu Tianci found that the village head Shu Daqiang was still there. On the 8 immortals table with a missing corner were arranged some wild greens and wotu made from coarse cornmeal. There were also a few sweet potatoes. "Tianyou, all of you sit down," Shu Daqiang said. The 6 siblings sat together and looked toward him. They heard him say, "Don't look at me. Eat something first to pad your stomachs." None of them spoke and none reached out for the food. They knew these things did not belong to their family. Otherwise, their parents would not have starved to death. "Village head, I know all this was gathered by the villagers," Shu Tianyou said. "Please rest assured, if we ever amount to anything, we will definitely repay you all." After Shu Tianci glanced at the village head and said a few words of thanks, he divided the food on the table into 6 portions. He himself was starving, and he knew his younger siblings were just as famished, so there was no need to stand on ceremony. Once the food was divided, he began to eat in large ravenous bites. Seeing him like this, his younger brothers and sisters also began to devour their portions. Shu Tianyou glanced at Shu Tianci, then turned his honest face towards Shu Daqiang. "Village head, we will definitely pay it back," he said. Shu Daqiang withdrew his gaze from Shu Tianci, feeling that this boy had changed somehow. He did not dwell on it. Perhaps it was simply because the boy's parents had died. In response to the brother's promise, Shu Daqiang nodded and said, "It's good that you have this resolve. The harvest is poor now, and every household is struggling. If you truly make something of yourselves in the future, just lend them a hand when you can. But for the moment, what you must do is take care of yourselves. Fill your stomachs today. Tianyou and Xianglian come to the team tomorrow to work." As he spoke, he looked toward Shu Tianci, who was frowning slightly at the bowl of wild vegetable gruel in his hands. "Tianci, you mustn't loaf around anymore," Shu Daqiang said. "Tomorrow go join your brother at the production team and start working." "All right," Shu Tianci replied, nodding, then forced himself to gulp down the wild vegetable gruel in one breath. Shu Daqiang sighed and turned to leave. Once he was gone with no one to restrain them, the 6 siblings ate even more ferociously. Just as Shu Tianci burped, a wodu was suddenly placed in front of him. Shu Tianci froze, then looked up at the expressionless Shu Tianyou. "Third brother, you nearly starved to death. You must be very hungry. Eat one more," Shu Tianyou said. "Then I won't stand on ceremony," Shu Tianci said after a brief hesitation, taking the wotu and biting into it. It had no seasonings or additives at all, and each mouthful scraped his throat a little as he swallowed. Yet for this family whose parents had died today, what would tomorrow's life even look like? That night, Shu Tianci slept together with his eldest brother and 5th brother Shu Tiance. The Shu family's home was not large. Its courtyard wall was merely piled up from dried yellow mud, and inside and out, there were only 3 rooms in total. There were 6 siblings in Shu Tianci's family, 3 sons and 3 daughters, each allotted a room, with one more room belonging to their parents. Now that their parents had passed away, that room had fallen empty. Shu Tianci looked at Shu Tianyou and said, "Big brother, why don't you go sleep in father and mother's room?" This fellow had an honest, simple face and a burly frame. In an era when one might not even get a single full meal in a day, it was almost absurd that he had grown so big. When he lay on the bed, he could take up half the space by himself. Shu Tianci and Shu Tianyou had to squeeze into the remaining half, which was truly rather cramped. "That's father and mother's room. I'm not going." Shu Tianyou immediately shook his head and refused. A spark flashed across Shu Tianci's mind, and he teased, "Big brother, don't tell me you're scared." Who's scared?" Shu Tianyou's eyes widened as he forced himself to retort. "Then go. 3 of us squeezed together is too crowded." "Fine, I'll go." Shu Tianyou snorted coldly, grabbed his patched, threadbare clothes, and strode out the door. This guy really couldn't handle being provoked. Big oaf. The word had barely left Shu Tianci's lips when Shu Tianyou suddenly walked back in. Under Shu Tianci's astonished gaze, he declared, "Father and mother said, I'm not stupid." Yes, you're not stupid." Shu Tianyou snorted, turned around, and left the room again. Shu Tianci chuckled softly, then fell into deep thought. Because of the weather and a locust plague, the harvest in the village had been poor. Though the village ate from a communal pot, the food was only good in the very first month. Afterwards, the meals grew more and more meager. Now a single person could barely eat their fill, let alone those who had family to feed. Shu Tianci was someone who had transmigrated, carrying several decades of memories from another world. Yet in the face of such natural calamities, he was powerless. How should he use his knowledge to keep his brothers and sisters from going hungry? No, that was wrong. As a transmigrator into Xia, shouldn't he have some sort of golden cheat ability? What was his cheat? Some kind of system? System, are you there? Shu Tianci called out several times in his heart, but received no response. It seemed his golden cheat was not some so-called system. He did not grow dejected, but instead began to search his own body for any hint of abnormality. Sure enough, he soon sensed that something in his head felt different. A brain tumor. Shu Tianci was startled and immediately closed his eyes to focus on the strange sensation within his skull. The next instant, his vision went black. When sight returned, before him appeared a scene like a hidden paradise, 2 plots of pitch-black earth, each about an acre in size, bare of any plants and dark as ink. Beside the land lay a lake, its surface wreathed in mist, as though it were part of an immortal realm. Spirit Lake. The phrase surfaced in Shu Tianci's mind, and joy immediately blossomed across his face. Indeed, there was no transmigrator from Longhua who came without a golden cheat. Shu Tianci at once ran toward the lake, intending to dive in and greedily enjoy the cleansing of his meridians brought by the Spirit Lake. However, in his overexcitement, he failed to brake in time and pitched headfirst into the water. Splash! Waves surged as Shu Tianci burst back up from the surface, then reached out to wipe his face. He subconsciously smacked his lips, and a faint sweetness immediately filled his mouth. An unknown warm current slowly coursed through his body, making the frame once weakened by hunger grow strong and powerful. Refreshing! Shu Tianci shouted, then stripped off his clothes and began scooping the lake water into his mouth with both hands. The more spirit spring water he drank, the more he felt power surging through his entire body. Yet along with it came an intense wave of hunger. His stomach gurgled noisily. As expected, while this Spirit Lake water possessed the effect of cleansing and tempering the body, it also accelerated the functioning of his body, thus speeding up digestion in his stomach. Shu Tianci stopped drinking the Spirit Lake water and lowered his head to examine its clarity. Because of the drought and the shortage of usable water, the body of this original host had not been bathed for a long time. By rights, he should have been filthy, and falling into the water ought to have affected its purity. Yet the sweet spring before his eyes was still wreathed in mist, and the water he scooped up showed no sign of contamination. It seemed this spirit spring possessed a power of self-purification. Even so, no matter how it purified itself, there would still be a psychological barrier. So Shu Tianci drew up a bucket of water and then had himself a thorough, satisfying bath. Third brother. At that moment, a familiar call sounded by his ear. Shu Tianci looked up to see a kiln-shaped light screen appear before his eyes, as clear as a mystic mirror. At the sight of this light screen, Shu Tianci could not help but think of the heirloom treasure from his previous life. Wasn't the shape of that jade pendant exactly the same as this Qilin light screen? It seemed his transmigration was also connected to that piece of jade. Within the Qilin light screen was the image of Shu Tianci's room as well as the surroundings of his home. His 5th brother Shu Tianyou had already gotten up and was calling out as he walked toward the doorway. It seemed that after their parents' death, being alone in the room left him somewhat afraid. After all, he was only 10 years old. With a single thought, Shu Tianci appeared at the front gate the next instant. A gust of night wind swept past, and he immediately felt a chill. Damn, my clothes are still in the space. He sent his spirit into the jade pendant space, and the clothes lying by the lakeside instantly appeared in his mind. With another thought, the clothes were once more in Shu Tianci's hand. This method was truly convenient. The sound of the front gate echoed as someone seemed to be lifting the door bolt. Shu Tianci hastily put on his clothes just as the gate swung open. Third brother, why are you outside the door? Shu Tianci looked at Shu Tianci in puzzlement and asked. Outside. If I'm outside, I must be answering nature's call, Shu Tianci replied perfunctorily. Then he pushed the boy back into the room. It's late, hurry and get some sleep. Watching his third brother shut the door and slide the bolt in place, Shu Tianci felt that something was off. But he was too sleepy to think much about it. He walked to the bed and lay straight down. Shu Tianci glanced at the sweet potatoes the village head had sent and tossed one into the jade-pendant space. When he lay down himself, he prepared to use his spiritual power to embed the sweet potato into the black soil. He tried it, and it really worked. The sprouting points of the sweet potato sank easily into the earth. It was remarkably convenient. Shu Tianci then tried controlling the lake water with his spiritual power and irrigated the sweet potato once. Once it sprouted and grew leaves and vines, he would be able to expand the planting. As for how long it would take to sprout and leaf out, it likely would not be very long. Just as Shu Tianci was overjoyed, he realized that Shu Tianci beside him had not yet fallen asleep. The boy suddenly asked third brother, will father and mother come back? It would be better if they didn't. He was afraid they would scare him to death. Shu Tianci shook his head and said they won't come back. From now on, third brother will take care of you. Third brother promises that I'll let you eat your fill every day and things will only get better and better. Why won't they come back? Are they dead? For the first time, Shu Tianci ignored thoughts of food and focused entirely on their deceased parents. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, then shook his head and said they're not dead, they've just turned into stars. They're always watching over us from the sky. When the stars come out, you'll be able to see them. Really? Really? That night, Shu Tianci slept particularly well. Perhaps due to the effects of the spiritual spring cleansing his marrow, he felt improvements in various aspects. When he opened his eyes to check on the sweet potatoes in the space, the door was pushed open. Third brother, get up quickly. Shu Tianyou walked in, staring at the bed where Shu Tianci lay. Mom and Dad are gone. We must take on the responsibility of caring for our younger siblings. So you can't be lazy anymore. Come with me to work. Shu Tianyou said seriously with a silly expression. Shu Tianci felt helpless, thinking to himself, I'm your brother too. Although he didn't want to go to work, there was hardly any food left at home. Therefore, whether for a meal or to lay the groundwork for the crops in the space, he was determined to work today. So Shu Tianci nodded and said, all right, let's go. When they walked out of the room, his second sister was already waiting outside with her headscarf wrapped. In this era, there was no breakfast. One had to get to work as soon as they opened their eyes. Elder brother, second sister, you go ahead. I need to relieve myself first, and we'll catch up with you soon. Shu Tianci found an excuse and then went to the village's dry toilet. As soon as he entered, a strong smell of excrement hit him. The dense white wriggling creatures on the floor made his scalp tingle. He glanced at them and directly dove into the space. As soon as he entered the space, he saw that the sweet potatoes he had planted yesterday had already grown many vines and leaves. Shu Tianci's face lit up with joy, thinking that the flow of time in the space was indeed different from the outside world. Based on this sprouting speed, the time flow ratio between the space and the outside world must be at least 10-1. The irrigation from the spiritual spring must have had some effect. He just didn't know how significant it was. Shu Tianci approached and plucked all the vines, counting more than 20. He felt delighted and hurriedly buried them in the black soil. Then, with a thought, the spring water from the lake immediately surged up, forming an arc to irrigate the buried vines. As long as he buried these vines in the soil, he could continue cultivating them once more vines grew. At this rate, he could plant an acre of land in just a few days. The yield of sweet potatoes was extremely high. Even when planted in ordinary soil, one could harvest thousands of pounds per acre. The soil before him was black soil, and it was also irrigated with the spiritual spring. He imagined that by the time of harvest it would yield at least 10,000 pounds. 10,000 pounds of sweet potatoes would be enough to ensure that the 6 siblings would never go hungry again. However, they couldn't live on sweet potatoes for the rest of their lives, could they? It seems I need to get some other grains to plant, Shu Tianci murmured to himself before exiting the space. He pulled down his pants and urinated on the white wriggling creatures. Watching them get washed back into the methane-filled pit, he finally satisfiedly pulled up his pants and left. He first returned home and called out, Tian Shu Xianglian. After circling around the house, he found that no one was home. He originally wanted to offer his siblings some spiritual spring water, but it seemed he would have to wait until later. Shu Tianci shook his head and suddenly noticed the teapot on the immortal table. Got it. His eyes lit up, and he filled the teapot halfway with spiritual spring water. He glanced at the water inside, then contentedly picked up the teapot and walked towards the work area. Shu family village had over 40 households, and the work was managed by the production team leader Shu Xiaoqing. Originally Shu Fuguwei and his wife worked alongside the team, but now Shu Tianyou likely went with them. Shu Tianci walked through the fields and saw villagers digging the canal. He called out, "Aunt Yuning, have you seen my brother?" "I haven't seen him," Aunt Yuning replied, rolling her eyes without a second thought. He was just a lazy glutton, she couldn't be bothered to pay him any mind. Shu Tianci felt a bit strange, thinking, I don't seem to have provoked her, do I? Not thinking much more about it, he shook his head and prepared to look elsewhere. At that moment, another woman in her 30s suddenly called out, "Tianci, I just saw your brother and sister digging a trench over by the lotus pond." "Thank you, Aunt Yuhong," Shu Tianci said gratefully, then strode towards the lotus pond. Watching his back, Yuning looked disdainfully at Yuhong and said, "Yuhong, why are you bothering with him? A big man who is useless and can't do anything. If he weren't so lazy and unwilling to work, how could Fuguwei and his wife have starved to death?" Upon hearing this, Yuhong immediately advised, "Sister Yuning, you should say less. Tiance's parents just passed away. You shouldn't say things that will discourage him. The fact that he is willing to work in the fields now proves that he has changed. We as elders should help him more." "Oh, please." Yuning rolled her eyes and walked downstream with a basket of soil. On the other side, Shu Tianci quickly saw Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian by the lotus pond. Due to the drought, there was only some water left in the big lake. The small ponds had long since dried up. Thus, the villagers were digging canals to channel water from the big lake to the fields. At this time, without professional excavators, they could only dig little by little using hoes and shovels. Shu Tianyou could earn 10 work points a day by digging the canal, while Shu Xianglian, who was moving soil and stones nearby, earned 8 work points. As for Shu Tianci and the others, they helped out to try to earn an extra point or two. "Elder brother, second sister," Shu Tianci called out and walked over with the water jug. Shu Tianyou put down his hoe and smiled foolishly. "Third brother, you're here. If you're afraid of getting tired, you can do less later. No rush, you guys drink some water first." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and handed the water jug to Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian was taken aback and asked, "Where did you get this water?" With the well and river water dried up, every household had very limited usable water. Their family's water had long been used up. Shu Tianci chuckled and explained, "I collected dew last night. Hurry and drink." "Dew?" Shu Xianglian looked puzzled but didn't think much of it. "Thank you, Tianci." She smiled and poured some into her mouth. Seeing her take a sip and then put it down, Shu Tianci quickly said, "Drink more. I collected a lot." Shu Xianglian was indeed very thirsty, so she took a few more sips. For some reason, after drinking the water, she suddenly felt much stronger. She looked at Shu Tianci in surprise and then handed the jug to Shu Tianyou, saying, "Elder brother, you should drink a few sips too." "All right," Shu Tianyou nodded and took the jug, drinking heartily. "After you finish, let Tiansu and the others have some, and I'll go find the team leader." Shu Tianci greeted him and then went to look for their team leader, who was not far away, and he quickly approached him. "Uncle Qing, what are you busy with?" Shu Tianci greeted the squad leader Shu Xiaoqing with a smile. Shu Xiaoqing, who was busy, looked up at him and smiled back. "Tianci is here. I thought you were going off to mess around again. Since you're here, take a set of tools and go dig a river channel down below." Shu Tianci chuckled, shaking his head, and said, "Uncle Qing, I didn't come to work. Working was out of the question. It would never be possible for him to work. With the meager work points he earned, the food he received throughout the year was barely enough for him to eat. Not to mention, food was scarce now, and work points could hardly be exchanged for much food. If you're not working, what do you plan to do?" Shu Xiaoqing frowned and scolded. "Tianci, it's not that uncle is scolding you. When your parents were alive, they worked all day to support you 6 siblings. They could have starved themselves. Do you want to end up starving like your parents if you don't work now? Or do you want to be a burden to your older brother and sister? Enough already. I've been starved once before. My parents could work all day and still starve 3 people. Wouldn't working make me die faster?" Shu Tianci rolled his eyes internally, complaining. He chuckled and said, "Uncle Qing, I understand what you're saying, but I have my own ideas. I came here today to borrow a shovel from you." "Borrow a shovel? What do you want it for?" Shu Xiaoqing's expression darkened as he inquired. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and said, "I want to go up the mountain to catch a couple of rabbits to nourish my younger siblings." "Up the mountain? Not borrowing it, don't even think about it." Upon learning Shu Tianci's intention, Shu Xiaoqing decisively refused. "I won't lend you the shovel, and you're not allowed to go up the mountain. That place is too dangerous. What if you run into wild boars or venomous snakes?" "Hey, not borrowing it, forget it." Shu Tianci waved his hand and turned to leave. If it weren't for the fact that all the iron items at home had been surrendered, he wouldn't have come looking for Shu Xiaoqing. Since the team implemented a communal meal system, every household had surrendered their cooking and farming tools. Mainly because the country needed a lot of iron to smelt steel, they had no choice but to confiscate the iron tools from the common people. Even the hoes and shovels used for farming were distributed by the team. There wasn't an extra one to spare. Seeing Shu Tianci's attitude, Shu Xiaoqing laughed in anger. But he didn't pursue it further, he just loudly reminded Tianci, you're not allowed to go up the mountain, understand? Seeing the other party merely wave his hand, Shu Xiaoqing couldn't help but sigh. What kind of karma has this family incurred to have such a lazy person? They previously did nothing but waited to die, and now they've learned to aim high and chase after the unattainable. Tianci, why did you come back empty-handed? Over here, Shu Xianglian noticed that Shu Tianci was empty-handed and couldn't help but feel curious. Didn't you go to find the squad leader for tools? Why are you coming back with nothing? I went to borrow a shovel from Uncle Qing, but he wouldn't give me one. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and made up an excuse. Wouldn't give it? That can't be. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyou both frowned, feeling that something was off. How could the squad leader not provide tools to Shu Tianci, who wanted to work? You take this first, or I'll go find Uncle Qing. Shu Tianyou handed over his farming tools and was about to go find Shu Xiaoqing. He had never encountered such a situation, or was the squad leader bullying their family? Shu Tianci couldn't let him go, quickly reaching out to pull him back, and said, big brother, forget it. You guys just keep working while I'll go fetch some water for you. As he spoke, he bent down to get the teapot. But just then Shu Xianglian suddenly reached out to stop him. Shu Tianci was taken aback, looking up at his second sister with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? Shu Xianglian glanced around at the others in the distance, and then quietly said, did you add sugar to the water? No. Shu Tianci shook his head earnestly. No. Shu Xianglian looked strange. She had just felt that the water was very sweet. Not just sweet, but after drinking it she quickly felt a surge of strength. It was as if she could work much faster, but she also got hungry more quickly. Second sister, you're overthinking it. Our family can't even afford to eat. Where would the sugar come from? Shu Xianglian looked skeptical, but then thought it made a lot of sense. Perhaps she hadn't had sugar for too long and was imagining things. She almost thought it was some kind of immortal water. That must have been her illusion. After shaking her head to discard the unrealistic thoughts, she continued to lower her head and work. Looking at his confused second sister, Shu Tianci smiled and said, all right, second sister, don't think too much. I'll go home for a bit, so I won't stay here with you. You're going home. Aren't you quitting this work? Shu Tianyou's eyes widened as he said in a silly tone, without any tools, what's the point of working? Shu Tianci shrugged and turned to leave with the teapot. Then Shu Tianyou initially wanted to say he wouldn't work either, but thinking of his younger siblings, he still tightened his grip on the farming tools. Beside him, Shu Xianglian said, big brother, just let it go. I have this feeling that Tianci is different, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Really? Shu Tianyou was taken aback and asked in confusion. Meanwhile, Shu Xianglian stared at Shu Tianci's back and the teapot in his hand, pondering for a long time. Tianci, why have you suddenly changed so much? And that feeling just now, was it really just my imagination? On the way home, Shu Tianci felt a bit regretful. Just from drinking a bit of water did second sister start to suspect. Fortunately, she only suspected that sugar had been added. But he needed to be cautious in the future. At least before there was work, he shouldn't be too high profile. Just a word from second sister almost made his heart jump into his throat. If he got exposed, wouldn't they capture him to study him? In the future, diluting the spiritual spring water a bit would be enough to improve the health of his siblings. After returning home, he eagerly went to look for usable tools. Near the village team, there were mountains and forests, and there were quite a few big critters in the inner forest. Many villagers, desperate from hunger, ventured deep into the forest in search of food. As a result, they found no food and became food for the wild beasts. After several people died in succession, no one dared to tread deep into the mountains anymore. But who knows how many beasts would remain after this drought? Shu Tianci planned to take a chance and see if he could improve the food situation for his family. Got it. After searching for a while, Shu Tianci finally found a rusty small axe in the woodshed. He picked up the axe and waited. It was indeed a bit lacking in weight, but it would do. Just as he was about to go out, a young woman walked in. Old third. Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, and he chuckled. Sister-in-law, what brings you here? Old third, you don't talk nonsense. I am not your sister-in-law. Hearing Shu Tianci's words, the woman's face immediately showed a hint of blush. She was holding a basket in her hand, taking out some wild vegetables and cornmeal from inside. You all eat. Shu Tianci smiled and continued to tease sister-in-law. Is this for my siblings or for my elder brother? Everyone eats. The woman's face turned even redder and her bronze skin could not hide it at all. Shu Tianci smiled and chose not to tease her further. He stuffed the items back into her bamboo basket and said, sister-in-law, you should take this back. The woman looked puzzled and questioned why. Feeling that Shu Tianci thought it was too little, she hurriedly explained, I know it's not much. But I can only take this much. Sister-in-law, you misunderstood. Before the woman could finish her sentence, Shu Tianci interrupted her. He patiently said, I know you care for my elder brother and for our siblings as well. But your family doesn't have much to eat either. Taking this much will be noticed. If Uncle Kai gets angry, he will hit you again. The woman in front of him was from the neighboring Song family village named Song Yuro with the nickname Dia. She had the appearance of a genuine rural girl with a frail figure and dark skin. Her clothes were all faded patterned tops filled with patches. Nowadays everyone looks like this, so there is no such thing as beautiful or not. But she was particularly hardworking and kind-hearted, just a bit stuttery. This stutter was not innate, but was a result of saving Shu Tianyu. Previously, Shu Tianyu almost drowned while fishing with others. It was Song Yuro who jumped into the water without hesitation and dragged him up. After that, Song Yuro had a fever for 3 to 4 days, and after the fever subsided, she began to stutter. Shu Tianyu also became a bit foolish due to the fever from that drowning incident. It was also because of Song Yuro's stutter that she became less valued in her family, which favored boys over girls. A couple of years ago, Song's father demanded that the Shu family marry Song Yuro. However, the bride price was too high and the Shu family couldn't afford it given that there were nearly 10 people in their household. Song's father was relentless, and in a fit of anger, Shu Tianyu declared that he wouldn't marry her. As a result, this matter was put on hold. Despite that, Song Yuro still often took care of Shu Tianyu. For example, this time, she actually brought over extremely precious food during this disaster year. Shu Tianci was 100% certain that if he accepted this food, she would definitely get beaten when she returned home. Not just by her parents, but also by her siblings. No, it's fine. Song Yuro quickly waved her hand and explained. According to her, since Shu Tianci no longer had parents and the labor capacity was reduced, their household definitely had no food, but her family did. So sending over this little bit of food could save Shu Tianci and their lives. And her family still had food, so nothing would happen to her when she returned. How could Shu Tianci possibly believe her words? He directly stuffed everything back. Then he took out the food that the village chief had brought yesterday and looked at Song Yuro, saying, "Sister-in-law, our family has food. Yesterday the village chief delivered food to us, and we can eat for several days." Really? Song Yuro's face showed doubt as she confirmed. "Of course it's true. I wouldn't dare to lie to you, sister-in-law." Shu Tianci nodded, repeatedly affirming. Seeing that he said so, Song Yuro could only helplessly say, "Then should I take it back? If you are out of food, just tell me. Okay, we definitely won't stand on ceremony with you." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. Good. Song Yuro chuckled, took the food, and turned to leave. Watching her back, Shu Tianci shook his head helplessly. Such a good girl actually became a stutter because she saved Shu Tianyu. If Shu Tianyu doesn't marry her, that would be truly heartless. However, it's difficult to resolve things with Song's father, so I must help my elder brother. Shu Tianci estimated and decided to find an opportunity to match them up in a while. He picked up the axe beside him and strode out. The entire village was very quiet. The old and young were all working in the fields. Although the elderly and children did less work, they could still earn some food. So Shu Tianci encountered no one on the way and quickly arrived at the foot of the nearby mountain forest. However, what he didn't know was that after he left the field, Shu Xiaoqing felt increasingly unsettled. He felt that Shu Tianci definitely wouldn't listen to his advice. Not to mention the fierce wild boars in the forest, there were also venomous snakes that were hard to guard against. If something really happened, how would he explain it to his deceased brother and sister-in-law? Thinking of this, he informed the villagers and then ran towards Shu Tianyu with a shovel in hand. "Tianyu, Xianglian." Hearing the familiar shout, Shu Tianyu looked up at the anxious Shu Xiaoqing. He immediately climbed out of the riverbed and shouted, "Uncle Qing, I was just about to look for you. Tianci, I asked you for farming tools. Oh, why didn't you give them?" Just as Shu Xiaoqing was about to state the matter, he was taken aback, secretly thinking that he was being framed. However, it didn't seem to be the case. Shu Xiaoqing came back to his senses and said, "Give a damn if I give him, that it would be harming him." As soon as these words came out, both Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian's faces turned ugly. Unexpectedly, what Tianci said turned out to be true. It was hard for his brother to come to work, and this captain actually did not give him the tools. Shu Xianglian inquired, "Uncle Qing, what do you mean?" "What can I mean? Do you know what that kid asked me for a shovel for?" Some villagers nearby seemed to have found an opportunity to slack off and looked over. "He said he wanted to go hunting in the mountains to improve your meals." Shu Xiaoqing rolled his eyes and said impatiently, "What? Going hunting in the mountains?" Everyone was startled, and Shu Tianyu and Shu Xianglian's faces changed drastically. "I said there are wild boars and wolves in the mountains, very dangerous. That's why I didn't give the shovel to Tianci. In the end, he didn't take it and left." Shu Xiaoqing explained, then added, "But I always feel that kid is restless. I think he will definitely go up the mountain, so I came over to ask if you knew where he went." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian didn't even bother to reply, dropping the bamboo basket filled with soil and stones and running towards home. Seeing this, Shu Tianci and the others hurriedly chased after her. "Xianglian!" Shu Tianyu shouted, then turned to Shu Xiaoqing and said, "Uncle, I'll go back and take a look." "All right." Shu Xiaoqing nodded and urged, "If that kid really goes into the mountains, you mustn't act impulsively. Remember to come back and tell us, oh, let's find him together. I understand. Shu Tianyou responded, and then chased after his younger siblings. On the other side, Shu Tianci had already strapped the axe to his waist and arrived at the foot of the mountain. The foot of the mountain, which once had plenty of sour wild vegetables, was now completely stripped bare. There were hardly any wild vegetables left, let alone wild grass. The drought had just begun, yet the difficulties faced by the rural areas were already this severe. By next year, the tree bark on the mountain would be gradually stripped away. By then, that would be a true disaster. Since Shu Tianci had crossed over with a magical space, he would not only ensure that his siblings would not be affected, but also help them live better lives. He glanced around and then stepped into the forest. There were unlikely to be any wild boars at the forest entrance, so the danger was minimal. However, due to his intrusion, many birds were startled and flew out of their nests. Chirp, chirp, chirp. Shu Tianci looked up and was immediately taken aback. Due to the long absence of rain and human interference, the trees at the entrance looked pitiful. The leaves on the branches had nearly all fallen off, and Shu Tianci could see the nests at a glance. As long as there were nests, there might be chicks and bird eggs inside. Looks like I can improve my siblings' meals. Shu Tianci rubbed his hands together, murmuring a few words before starting to climb the tree. Hiss! Just when he had climbed about 2 meters, he suddenly gasped in surprise. He quickly let go and jumped down to check his situation. The fabric on his body was poor and scant, and the surface of the tree was dry and rough. Before he had even climbed up, he had already gotten some scrapes, and the patches on his clothes were starting to come loose. No good, climbing the tree isn't going to work. Shu Tianci shook his head, feeling a bit stuck. The supplements that could improve their meals were right in front of him, but giving up was not an option. Suddenly, a light bulb went off in his head. Got it. Shu Tianci's lips curled up, and the next moment, he vanished from the spot. Wow, this nest actually has 6 bird eggs. In the space of the Qilan jade pendant, Shu Tianci saw the interior of the nest atop the tree through the displayed image. This method really worked. Now he could tell which nests had something inside. With a smile on his face, he reached out. He wanted to see if he could extend his hand through the image and grab the nest. However, while the idea was beautiful, reality dealt him a harsh blow. Every time he moved forward, the screen displayed in the space would also advance. It seemed impossible to retrieve something from the outside through the screen. Shu Tianci glanced at the thick trunk, gritted his teeth, and then vanished from the space. In the next second, he appeared at the top of the big tree, tightly embracing the not thick trunk. Damn! Seeing the trunk bend under the weight, Shu Tianci couldn't help but curse. This trunk was quite dry and wouldn't bend much before it was bound to break. Without hesitation, Shu Tianci reached out to grab the nest and disappeared again. The trunk lost its pressure and instantly bounced back, even cracking. Inside the space, Shu Tianci looked at the 6 quail egg-sized bird eggs in front of him, overwhelmed with joy. My body is too weak. I should eat 2 to replenish myself. He did not hesitate, directly cracking open 2 and swallowing them whole. Letting out a satisfied burp, Shu Tianci patted his stomach. Although he wasn't full, at least he had tasted something fresh. After experiencing this sweetness, Shu Tianci didn't hesitate to survey the other nests on the tree branches. Within the visible range of the external world in the space, he spotted a total of 4 nests. And at least 2 eggs could be found in each nest, with some containing as many as 5. Using his old method, he successively collected these nests into the space. After taking out a dozen bird eggs, he suddenly discovered something eye-catching inside one of the nests. A small green sprout resembling a bean sprout. Is this a rice seedling? Having worked in agriculture, Shu Tianci recognized it at a glance as a rice shoot. As for why there was this in the nest, he could guess without thinking. It must be that a bird had eaten some rice grains that weren't fully digested and then excreted it directly. Since feces contain moisture, this grain of rice successfully sprouted. The rice planted now can produce seedlings, unlike seeds that can only be bought and not cultivated decades later. Shu Tianci took out that rice shoot and immediately turned around to plant it in the second patch of fertile land. With this rice shoot, our family will never have to worry about going hungry again. Shu Tianci was overjoyed and carefully irrigated the rice shoot with spring water. After meticulously taking care of the rice shoot, he glanced again at the emptied nest. After hesitating for a moment, he still used the method of taking the nests to return a few of them. It wasn't that he was overly kind, but having taken something from others, he should leave them away to survive. Having done all this, he continued deeper into the forest. He would not miss any eggs in the nests he came across. To his surprise and delight, he even obtained 2 pumpkin seeds. This crop has a yield not much less than sweet potatoes and is also a rare item in this era. Shu Tianci was thrilled and quickly buried the pumpkin seeds in the same fertile land as the rice shoot. Within minutes after watering, they quickly began to sprout. Such a growth speed is indeed astonishing. Shu Tianci couldn't help but marvel and then exited the space. Having raided all the nests on the eastern perimeter, he had obtained over 30 bird eggs, 2 pumpkin seeds, and 1 rice shoot. As long as he caught 1 or 2 wild delicacies to bring back, this mission could come to an end. Shu Tianci smiled and quickly made his way to the deeper part of the forest where he could see greenery. Before he got close, he heard a rustling sound from the grass accompanied by the flapping of wings. Wild chickens, or wild ducks, or perhaps a mating pair. Shu Tianci's eyes darted and he vanished from the spot. Through the view displayed in the space, he saw the situation in the grass. He saw 2 wild chickens lying inside, maintaining a strange posture while flapping. The one on top kept flapping its wings seemingly as if it was the victim. However, Shu Tianci didn't care about that. He only knew that he could have a feast tonight. The 2 wild chickens were still unaware of the impending danger, focused solely on their reproductive plans. Just then a shadow suddenly loomed over them. Before they could react, they were grabbed by the neck. "Wild chicken, you little punk, are you choking me?" The wild chicken cursed fiercely at first, but the next second it felt the surroundings change. Once the 2 wild chickens were thrown into the space, changes began to happen inside the space. Shu Tianci's focus wasn't on the space, so he didn't notice. After tossing the wild chickens into the space, he discovered that there were still quite a few wild chicken eggs in the grass, striking it rich. Shu Tianci found 7 or 8 wild chicken eggs in the grass, each still radiating residual warmth. He joyfully collected the eggs into his space and continued walking around. Having come this far, he was not satisfied with just catching 2 wild chickens. After spending another half an hour, he caught 3 more wild chickens and picked up a dozen eggs. At the same time, he discovered several rabbit burrows and pulled out 2 rabbits from within. "What is this?" Just then, Shu Tianci's gaze fixed on several indentations on the ground. He immediately approached to take a closer look and quickly realized these were animal tracks. Wild boars. There are wild boars nearby. Shu Tianci's face lit up with joy as he prepared to search for such a colossal creature. Although wild boar meat is tough and lacks fat, the pork offal is truly delicious. Tianci, where are you?" Just as Shu Tianci was about to follow the tracks to find the wild boars, a familiar voice suddenly called out from the outskirts. "Big brother, second sister. Why are they looking for me?" Shu Tianci patted his head, realizing it was impossible to delve deeper now. He entered his space, intending to take out 2 wild chickens to show off. However, when he saw the scene in the space, he was momentarily stunned. When did a chicken coop suddenly appear next to the grass hut in this space? The few wild chickens he had just caught were also locked inside. Shu Tianci had no time to investigate how this chicken coop had appeared and could only study it later. With 2 wild chickens appearing out of thin air in his hands, he strode towards the edge of the forest. Tianci, where are you?" The calls grew closer, and Shu Tianci soon spotted the figures of Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian. He immediately stepped forward and shouted, "Big brother, second sister." Hearing his response, Shu Tianyou and the others were delighted and hurried towards Shu Tianci. Shu Xianglian grabbed Shu Tianci's arm and asked with concern, "Tianci, are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Hurry and tell second sister, she was so worried about you." "I'm fine." "Damn." Just as Shu Tianci was about to say he was fine, he saw his big brother swing his fist towards him. This eldest brother really has some issues. He's a bit silly, yet still resorts to violence. "Wait." Shu Tianci immediately raised both hands, placing the 2 wild chickens in front of him. "Wild chickens?" Sure enough, Shu Tianyou's movement stopped as he looked at the wild chickens with some surprise. "That's right, they are wild chickens," Shu Tianci replied with a slight smile and a nod. Shu Xianglian, surprised, quickly asked, "Tianci, where did you get these wild chickens?" "Of course I caught them," Shu Tianci said, proudly raising an eyebrow. "Let's make soup tonight to nourish you." No. Shu Xianglian's heart leaped with joy, but she immediately shook her head in refusal. "I don't need nourishment, but it's better to leave it for Tiance and the others to eat." "No way, you must eat," Shu Tianci said, glaring, leaving no room for argument. Shu Xianglian was indeed quite tempted, so she said, "Then I'll just have some soup and the meat will be for Tiance and the others." Watching the siblings already planning how to eat the chicken, Shu Tianyou swallowed hard. He said, "Third brother, you are really amazing. But I heard there are wild boars roaming around, so we should hurry up and leave." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately nodded in agreement and pulled Shu Tianci down the mountain. Shu Tianci looked back and thought to himself that he must catch one next time. The 3 siblings headed down the mountain, and Shu Xianglian was exceptionally happy. Her brother was not lazy, at least he knew how to hunt for wild chickens. Big brother, second sister, third brother. As the 3 reached the foot of the mountain, they saw Shu Tiance and the others running towards them. Behind them were Shu Xiaoqing and the others. "What nonsense! Why did you come after us?" Seeing her younger siblings following, Shu Xianglian immediately scolded. "It's so dangerous up in the mountains. What if we encounter wild boars? One third brother is already enough trouble. How could these 3 little ones also come following along?" Shu Xianglian wore a wronged expression and explained, "Second sister, we came with Uncle Qing." At that moment, Shu Xiaoqing also noticed what Shu Tianci was holding. His expression changed as he exclaimed, "Tianci, did you catch wild chickens?" "Yes, I want to help the family fill their stomachs." Shu Tianci nodded and said with a smile, "Uncle Qing, this shouldn't be considered encroaching on collective assets, right? In this era, everything belongs to the public, even every blade of grass, and every tree is no exception." Shu Tianci was genuinely worried that Shu Xiaoqing would accuse him of encroaching on collective assets. If things went badly, he might end up in jail. Fortunately, Shu Xiaoqing waved his hand and said, "Don't worry, being able to catch wild chickens is your skill. As long as you don't sell them in the market, no one will bother you. If we really start to count, wouldn't the villagers who gather wild vegetables starve?" "That's good." Shu Tianci breathed a sigh of relief and smiled. "Then I'll be at ease." "Tianci, however, Uncle still wants to advise you a few things. Although you caught 2 wild chickens today, it was likely more luck than skill. There are wild boars roaming in the mountains, and you're too small to handle them. So it's better not to go into the mountains alone in the future." I must say Shu Xiaoqing is quite concerned about Shu Tianci and the others. Even though everyone is struggling at this time, the bond among people is still quite strong. Hearing Shu Xiaoqing's words, Shu Tianci pretended to obediently nod, "I understand. But if he doesn't go into the mountains, how will he ensure his family has meat to eat?" Sure enough, the 3 little ones Shu Xianglian were still drooling over the wild chickens behind him. Shu Tianci, with an innocent look on his face, raised his head and asked, "Third brother, are we having meat for dinner today?" "Yes, I'll let you have a chicken backside later." Shu Tianci nodded jokingly. Shu Tianci seemed not to understand, and hearing about chicken backs made him swallow hard. After descending the mountain, Shu Xiaoqing was about to part ways with them. He looked at Shu Tianyou and reminded, "Tianyou Xianglian, remember to come to work in the afternoon. We wasted a whole morning not knowing how much work we've missed." "Uncle Qing, I understand." Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian shouted in unison. "Uncle Qing, wait." Shu Tianci suddenly called out to Shu Xiaoqing, handing the wild chickens to his big brother and second sister before stepping forward. Under Shu Xiaoqing's puzzled gaze, he took out 4 wild chicken eggs from his pocket and handed them over. "Uncle Qing, thank you for taking care of us siblings. These wild chicken eggs are what I found on the mountain. Please take them back to cook for Dog Egg and the others." "No way. This is unacceptable." "It's not unacceptable. Oh, just take them. Don't forget that our family is having meat today." After a round of pushing back and forth, Shu Xiaoqing finally swallowed hard before accepting the eggs. He patted Shu Tianci on the shoulder and sighed, "Tianci, Uncle really didn't misjudge you. If you ever need anything, just come find Uncle." After parting ways with Shu Xiaoqing, Shu Tianci and the 6 of them returned home with excitement and anticipation. Along the way, the wild chicken in their hands attracted the attention of many. Upon learning that the wild chicken was caught by Shu Tianci, the villagers' gazes towards him instantly changed. Once seen as a lazy good-for-nothing, they now realized he had hunting skills. Thus, compliments flowed freely from their mouths as if they were worth nothing. If it were anyone else in the villagers' praises, they might have politely returned the compliment and invited the others over for chicken. But Shu Tianci was not foolish. He didn't utter a single word about the invitation. On the contrary, Shu Tianyou seemed to want to speak up, but was held back by Shu Tianci. It's fine to want to repay kindness, but he had to take care of his own family first. His actions drew eye rolls from many women. Upon returning home, Shu Xianglian smiled and said, "Tianci, you take a break. I'll boil water and pluck the chicken." "I'll help chop firewood," Shu Tianci replied with a slight smile, picking up an axe to sit down and chop wood. Seeing this, Shu Xianglian chimed in, "Then I'll help with the fire." "And me too. I want to help." None of the 5 siblings wanted to rest. They all wanted to assist in making this meal. As the eldest brother, Shu Tianyou, could only ask, "Third brother, what should I do?" "You should go to the cafeteria and see if you can bring back some food." Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment before speaking. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately clapped her hands and stood up, saying, "I'll go too." Although the cafeteria's food was not as good as it was initially, they could at least get some. With the 2 of them going together, they could bring back more. Shu Tianci did not stop them from his second sister's idea. The eldest brother was a bit simple-minded and might get bullied alone. He nodded and said, "Then you can go, leave the house to us." Upon hearing this, the 2 siblings immediately turned and strode towards the cafeteria. Shu Tianci shifted his gaze back and asked his sister Shu Xianglian to start the fire. Although there was no iron pot at home, they still had kettles and jars. So after Shu Xianglian got the fire going, Shu Tianci placed a kettle filled with water on it. He rummaged through his pants pocket and took out several bird eggs. Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Bird eggs? What?" With the 4th brother's exclamation, the 5th and 6th siblings gathered around. They stared at the bird eggs and Shu Tianci's hands, unable to resist swallowing their saliva. "Don't drool. Oh, everyone will get a share later," Shu Tianci said with a smile, shaking his head. Third brother guarantees you'll have meat to eat every day in the future. Thank you, third brother. The three children didn't doubt Shu Tianci's words, filled only with hopeful anticipation. After comforting his younger siblings, Shu Tianci took the knife and asked his sister for help. Though the kitchen knife was no longer sharp, it was still sufficient to cut the wild chicken's throat. Once he collected the chicken's blood in a bowl, the water in the kettle boiled. He tossed the lifeless wild chicken into a wooden basin and then covered it with boiling hot water. After soaking for a dozen seconds, Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian quickly began to pluck the feathers. Hiss! The scalding hot water made both of them gasp repeatedly as they rubbed their hands and continued plucking feathers. While the two siblings were busy, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci were chopping firewood and breaking branches. However, their gazes occasionally fell on the kettle, which contained 12 boiled bird eggs. Wipe your mouths. When the elder brother and second sister return, we'll share them. Shu Tianci glanced at them, lifting the plucked and gutted wild chicken. The chicken was not large, weighing just over a pound after plucking. Shu Tianci chopped the chicken into small pieces and tossed them into a large clay pot. Instead of using the lake water stored at home, he poured in the spirit spring water. He added a few slices of ginger, then covered the clay pot to let it simmer. Just stewing a pot of chicken soup would certainly not be enough for the 6 siblings. There was no cornmeal noodles or rice at home. Therefore, Shu Tianci took several sweet potatoes given by the villagers and placed them in the steamer. After finishing all this, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian returned with a large bowl of wild vegetable porridge. In addition to corn porridge, there were also 4 steamed buns, likely given extra by the cafeteria uncle. In the past, their parents would not have brought back so much food. Elder brother, second sister, you're back. Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian rushed over, hugging their legs and calling out, "Are you hungry? Quickly eat." Shu Xianglian smiled, placing the food on the table. The 2 little ones did not reach out to eat, but instead looked at Shu Tianci. This left Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian somewhat puzzled, not understanding why the little ones wouldn't eat, even when there was food. They turned to Shu Tianci and asked Tianci what's going on. Shu Tianci smiled mysteriously and placed the boiled bird eggs on the table. Bird eggs? Shu Tianyou and the others were taken aback, looking at Shu Tianci in surprise. Shu Tianci nodded, distributing 2 to each of his younger siblings. Little ones, are you tempted? Thank you, third brother. The 3 eagerly accepted the bird eggs and stuffed them whole into their mouths. The taste they experienced on their tongues was something they had never had before, bringing happy expressions to their faces. Seeing them, Shu Xianglian took out a bird egg and handed it to the 5th sibling. Tiansu, this one is for you. No way. Shu Tianci decisively stopped her, saying, "Second sister, you can eat it yourself. I still have bird eggs and wild chicken eggs that haven't been boiled. There won't be any less for them to eat." More. Everyone was taken aback, looking at Shu Tianci with astonishment and anticipation. "Hurry and eat. The chicken soup will be ready soon." Shu Tianci smiled gently, then peeled the egg shell and swallowed the smooth egg. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian didn't insist any further. Shu Tianyou looked at the bird egg in his hand, stunned, then turned to Shu Tianci and said, "Third brother, you're not allowed to go into the mountains anymore." Shu Tianci gave him a strange look, puzzled. "Why? If I don't go into the mountains, how can we have meat at home? The mountains are too dangerous. You'd better be good and come work with us instead." Shu Tianyou, with his simple demeanor, spoke in a tone that brooked no dissent. "If we could survive on the little work points from the job, our parents wouldn't be starving." Shu Tianci shook his head and retorted, "The drought might be even worse next year. By then our team might not even have food, and the communal meals will definitely be canceled. If I can catch some big game, I could make cured meat to help our family through the tough times, so don't worry about me. The mountains are dangerous for others, but not for me." "Then take me with you," Shu Tianyou shouted after thinking for a moment. Fortunately, Shu Xianglian reacted quickly, standing up to block him and began to persuade him. "No, you all cannot go. Elder brother Tianci has never liked to work since he was young. It must be because he excels in other areas, perhaps in hunting. Contributing something to the family is certainly better than doing nothing all day, right? As long as he doesn't venture deep into the mountains, there won't be any danger." To persuade her elder brother to allow Shu Tianci to pursue what he wants, Shu Xianglian had to come up with a reason. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately nodded and said, "Exactly, I am particularly skilled at hunting. If only I had a hunting rifle in my hands, I would definitely bring back some wild boars." "No way." Before Shu Tianci could finish his words, 2 voices in the room interrupted him. "Third brother, I heard from the villagers that Tai Dan was killed by a wild boar. You cannot die, so you must not go." Shu Tianyou glared and shook his head. "Heh, fine, I definitely won't go." Shu Tianci nodded, saying something contrary to his heart. "Once he is on the mountain, where he goes will be entirely up to him. Third brother, it smells so good. Is the chicken soup ready?" At this moment, Shu Xianglian suddenly called out. Shu Tianci came back to his senses and ruffled her hair, saying, "I'll go take a look." There was a small hole in the pot lid with steam rising from it. The steam wafted everywhere, and with each breath one could smell an alluring aroma. Shu Tianci lifted the lid with a cloth and a rich fragrance rushed towards him. He had no doubt that this smell could make the neighboring child cry for food. Second sister, try it, and see if it's overcooked. Shu Tianci picked up a piece of chicken wing and handed it to Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian shook her head and refused, saying, you try it yourself or give it to Tianci. In this era, women either prioritize sons over daughters or act like doormats. Second sister Shu Xianglian was no exception, always thinking of her two younger brothers. Shu Tianci didn't press the issue and passed the chicken wing to Shu Xianglian. Little sister, want to try? Little sister's face lit up with joy as she quickly opened her mouth and bit into the chicken wing. The fresh and fragrant taste filled her mouth, causing her to involuntarily close her eyes. This is the taste of meat. It's truly a joy to have meat to eat. So is it tender. Seeing little sister not speaking Shu Tian, so couldn't wait to urge her. Upon hearing this, little sister immediately took a bite. I'm a bit tough. All right, that's enough. Shu Tianci waved his hand, not caring about her answer. He placed 6 bowls on the stove, and then they began to divide the meat and soup. The 2 chicken legs and feet with the most meat were given to the 5th and 6th siblings, while the wings and chicken breast were given to the 2nd and 4th. In truth, a wild chicken is mostly skin and bones with a bit of meat only on the breast and legs, and the meat is quite firm. There's not much to eat, but the soup is truly delicious. The 6 siblings each held a bowl of chicken soup with a sweet potato in hand and began to eat heartily. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Shu Xianglian placed the chicken breast into her elder brother's bowl. She said, elder brother, you usually do more work, you should eat more. Shu Tianyou paused, shook his head, and said, give it to the 3rd. He caught the chicken. I don't want it, you all eat it, and that's enough. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and refused. Shu Tianyou glanced at the 4th, 5th, and 6th siblings who all had their bowls tucked at their waists. Hee. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said to Shu Xianglian, second sister, you eat your own. Let's cook the other one tonight, and then give it to elder brother. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian finally stopped insisting. Burp. After finishing the sweet potato and the chicken soup in the bowl, everyone couldn't help but burp. However, they were still not full. Even eating another portion wouldn't satisfy them. People in this era have very little oil and water, hence they can eat dry food particularly well. For a little girl like Shu Xianglian, she needs to eat nearly half a pound of rice in one meal to feel full. Although they didn't get full from sweet potatoes and chicken soup, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian brought back quite a bit of wild vegetable porridge. Thus, Shu Tianyou shared some wild vegetable porridge with them, and the 4 steamed buns were divided into 6 portions. The eldest and 2nd siblings who did more work each got 1 bun. Shu Tianci and his younger brothers and sisters who did less work shared the remaining 2. The food on the table was cleaned up completely, and the 6 of them barely filled their stomachs. In this era of food scarcity, how could one not be tempted by such food? Just after finishing their meal, the village chief, Shu Tianyou, suddenly appeared at the door. Tianyou Xianglian, are you eating? After saying this, he suddenly sniffed, and his expression turned strange. Shu Tianci and the others immediately stood up and welcomed him, saying, village chief, we just finished eating. Have you eaten? I've eaten, just came to see if you need any help. Shu Tianyou waved his hand, entered the living room, and couldn't help but sniff again. He glanced at the table and then asked puzzled Tianci, what did you have for lunch? Shu Xianglian suddenly leaned in and said, village chief, we had chicken soup for lunch. Chicken soup? Shu Tianyou's pupils constricted, looking at the 6 siblings in shock. Did this family not just lose their parents? If it weren't for the villagers' help, wouldn't they have starved to death? How could they have chicken soup to drink today? This is outrageous. Village chief, the situation is like this. Seeing Shu Tianyou's shocked expression, Shu Tianci began to explain. Upon learning that Shu Tianci had caught 2 wild chickens, Shu Tianyou's gaze toward him suddenly changed. He laughed heartily and nodded, saying, you lad, I knew you weren't useless. So your talents were hidden here. It's luck, purely luck. Shu Tianci chuckled humbly. Shu Tianyou waved his hand and advised, whether it's luck or skill, in any case the mountains are very dangerous. If you go, just be careful. I understand. Shu Tianci nodded in reply. All right, since you've already eaten, I'll take my leave. Shu Tianyou didn't stay long and swallowed his saliva as he turned to leave. Damn, this aroma is too tempting. After Shu Tianyou left, Shu Xiaoqing came over to call Shu Tianyou to work. Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian didn't rest either. They put on their woven hats and were about to leave with her. Elder brother, take this. Shu Tianci quickly called out to them and handed over the water flask. There's not much water left at home. If you can drink it yourself, don't give it to others. Shu Tianyou glanced at the water flask and asked, puzzled, can't we give it to the villagers? We can, but we have to prioritize ourselves. Shu Tianci nodded and reminded. Anyway, this water has been diluted and no longer has the same effect as before. Alright, I'll listen to you. Shu Tianyou nodded and turned to leave. Shu Tianci sent the three little ones away and then slipped into the space. I guess this chicken coop must have appeared out of thin air, right? Inside the space of the Qilan jade pendant, Shu Tianci fell into contemplation as he looked at the chicken coop in front of him. When he first entered the space, there was no poultry near the thatched cottage, only a bamboo shed. However, after he caught a few wild chickens today, a chicken coop of moderate size appeared beside the thatched cottage. Thus, Shu Tianci speculated that this space might generate certain things based on needs. For instance, if he brought in chickens, a place for them to stay would be required, and then the chicken coop would emerge. Even the two rabbits he caught had a safe place in the corner. Moreover, it seemed that this derived space had some restrictions limiting the movement range of the poultry. The three wild chickens he caught were still flapping inside, but no matter how they flew, they couldn't escape the chicken coop. Even though there was no roof above, they still couldn't get out. Seeing this, Shu Tianci couldn't help but feel curious. If he brought in two wild boars, would there be a pig pen behind the thatched cottage for him to raise them? It seems I need to go back to the mountain tomorrow to catch wild boars. Thinking of this, Shu Tianci suddenly felt excited. He coughed lightly, then turned to look at the sweet potatoes and rice seedlings he had planted, as well as the pumpkins. The sweet potatoes he planted had grown quite a few vines, estimated to be several hundred. He just didn't know if there were small sweet potatoes already in the soil. He was really looking forward to it. Shu Tianci felt an impulse to pull up the sweet potato vines to check, but he held back. The two pumpkin seeds had also sprouted and grown 7 or 8 large green leaves, showing signs of climbing. However, Shu Tianci was not a competent farmer and wouldn't build a bamboo frame for them. As for the transplanted rice seedlings, they had also grown taller, about half a meter high. Considering the growth rate, it was definitely more than just 10 times. So Shu Tianci estimated that the flow rate in this space should be around 10 to 1. However, under the cultivation of black soil and the water from the spiritual lake, the growth rate of the plants would be faster than those grown in ordinary soil. Moreover, the seedlings and vines that sprouted were sturdier and more vibrant. But the space currently only had 2 acres of black soil. How could he obtain more land? Could it be by fully planting this acre of land? Shu Tianci's eyes suddenly brightened as he murmured. Since it generates based on needs, if he fully planted the 2 plots of land in front of him with sweet potatoes and rice, would there be new land if he wanted to plant corn or pumpkins? Although this was just a speculation, it still required Shu Tianci to verify. So he didn't waste any time and began to remove the excess sweet potato vines. With manual effort and the assistance of his spiritual power, he quickly removed all the excess sweet potato vines and buried them in the soil. Additionally, he tossed some into the chicken coop and rabbit hutch. He couldn't let them starve with a flow rate of 10 to 1. In the end, those sweet potato vines only covered half an acre of land. To fully plant this acre with sweet potatoes, he could only wait for the new sweet potato vines to grow tomorrow. Shu Tianci helplessly used his spiritual power to control the lake water and water the buried sweet potato vines. After spending some time on this, he felt a bit parched and dizzy. It seems this spiritual power consumption is quite significant. Shu Tianci shook his head and gulped down a few mouthfuls of water from the spiritual lake. After leaving the space, Shu Tianci lay down on his bed and took a nap. Tianci, Tianci. A familiar voice suddenly called out to him. He slowly opened his eyes. Shu Tianyou looked at him with a puzzled expression and asked, Tianci, did you sleep the whole afternoon? Shu Tianci got up and glanced out the window, only to find that it had already grown dark outside. It seemed he had slept a bit too long due to the excessive consumption of spiritual power. He shook his head and explained, I was busy with some other things and fell asleep when I got tired. Shu Tianyou didn't think much of it and nodded, saying, Get up, it's time for dinner. All right. Shu Tianci followed his older brother to the living room, and immediately he smelled a rich aroma of chicken soup. Tianci is awake, come drink some chicken soup. Shu Xianglian brought the chicken soup out from the kitchen, calling out to Shu Tianci. The family of 6 sat around the 8 immortals' table again, staring at the chicken soup in their bowls with great appetite. With such a fragrance, wouldn't it make the surrounding villagers drool? In this era of food shortages, don't even mention wild chicken soup. Even if one used half a tail of meat to stir-fry some peppers, it could make the entire village drool. However, compared to lunch, this was quite lacking, probably due to the absence of water from the spiritual lake. Shu Tianci glanced at his older brother and second sister, curious. With us eating like this, didn't the villagers say anything? Shu Xianglian smiled and said, Who would talk about us? There's nothing to say. Second sister is lying. Shu Xianglian suddenly stood up and exposed. Aunt Yunying said we secretly eat meat. She's an ingrate. Little sister. Shu Xianglian frowned and scolded, Drink your soup and stop talking. Shu Xianglian pouted and lowered her head, no longer speaking. Shu Tianci glanced at them and could guess what had happened without asking. It was certainly because the villagers had caught a whiff of the chicken soup and they had some feelings about it. Some people felt that since they had given half a steamed bun for a sweet potato, they were calling them ingrates. Perhaps in their view, Shu Tianci should have given them the wild chickens to eat. As for why they hadn't come to cause trouble at his house, it was probably due to the support of Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing. These village women love to gossip. Ooh, just ignore her in the future. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, and then said coldly, when I catch a wild boar one day, I will share it with the villagers, but I won't give her any just to infuriate her. Shu Xianglian and Shu Xianglian covered their mouths and laughed, then rolled their eyes at him. But Tianci, Shu Tianyou on the side hesitated and said, Aunt Yuning did give us something to eat. If you catch wild game and don't give it to her, she will gossip everywhere. If this gets out, wouldn't that mean everyone could say we are ingrates? You've become more knowledgeable lately. Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise, then retorted, Aunt Yuning did indeed give us food. But what she gave us, half a handful of wild vegetables compared to the dozens of sweet potatoes the other villagers gave us, can only be considered as icing on the cake. Moreover, we haven't said we wouldn't repay her kindness. We're not even full yet. How can they expect us to repay her? Does this mean she can scold us and call us ingrates every day? It would be good if I didn't hit her. Right, that Aunt Yuning loves to gossip. Shu Tianci, Shu Xianglian, and Shu Xianglian immediately nodded in agreement. Tianci hitting people is not good. Shu Tianyou shook his head frowning and said, if Aunt Yuning wants to eat, I'll give her mine. Shu Tianci also frowned and said, then you go take the chicken soup to her. All right. Shu Tianyou didn't hesitate and stood up to take the chicken soup. Elder brother. Shu Xianglian glared at Shu Tianci and then stepped forward to stop Shu Tianyou. Tianci is joking with you. We definitely have to repay Aunt Yuning's kindness, but that must be under the premise that we won't starve to death. You still have to work tomorrow, so you can't take the chicken soup to her. Shu Tianci ignored his older brother and instead threatened his younger siblings. Hurry up and drink, or I'll give your portions to Lu Yuning. The three of them changed their expressions and immediately lowered their heads and began to eat greedily. In the 1960s, old people had little to do at night. After dinner, they would simply lie down in bed. The only activities were those of the couples who had married. The bedboards creaked all night long without a pause. Meanwhile, Shu Tianci had taken a nap in the afternoon and found himself unable to sleep after dinner. So he moved a stool and sat in the courtyard gazing at the starry sky. There wasn't a single electric light in the entire village. Some families used oil lamps. Some people were reluctant to spend money, so they went to bed before dark. Yet nights in that era truly didn't require lighting for the light of the stars, and the moon was genuinely bright. Shu Tianci sat in the courtyard, and the brightness of the stars and moon allowed him to see objects 100 meters away. In his past life, he had always lived in the city where every street and alley was illuminated by streetlights. He had indeed never seen such a bright night without needing any lights. Moreover, it was not quiet at all. The sounds of crickets, earthworms, and birds filled the air, creating a somewhat noisy atmosphere. Third brother, aren't you going to sleep? At some point, Shu Tianci cautiously moved a stool to sit beside him and asked softly. Shu Tianci glanced at him, shook his head with a light smile, and replied, I napped this afternoon, so I can't sleep just yet. What about you? Why aren't you sleeping? Shu Tianci hesitated and nervously said, I miss mom and dad. Shu Tianci was only 10 years old and still struggled to accept the taste of separation. After all, who could truly come to terms with the fact that their closest relatives would never return? Seeing his fifth brother's sorrowful face, Shu Tianci suddenly reached out and embraced his shoulders. He softly said, Tianci's mom and dad are definitely thinking of you too. Really? Shu Tianci immediately asked excitedly. Of course it's true. Shu Tianci confirmed with a nod, then pointed at the countless stars in the sky. Look, mom and dad are up there. He had told the other party that their parents had become the stars in the sky. Tonight's starry sky was filled with twinkling stars, and he hoped to find 2 of them to serve as a solace for his younger brother. Shu Tianci followed the direction pointed by Shu Tianci, searching for a long time before saying, I can't see them at all. Shu Tianci patiently explained, it's the 2 brightest ones, the ones that twinkle in response to you. Shu Tianci searched again, and suddenly his eyes lit up. I found them. He immediately stood up and waved to the sky. Dad, mom, is that you? Shu Tianci glanced at him, smiled, and did not stop him. When Shu Tianci saw the 2 stars twinkling, he immediately turned back with joy. Third brother. You really didn't lie to me. It seems like mom and dad responded to me. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and stood up, saying, Third brother would never deceive you. Mom and dad will always be with us. You must be obedient and listen well, okay? Shu Tianci nodded immediately and shouted to the sky, Mom and dad, don't worry, I will definitely listen to big brother and second sister. You must take good care of yourselves up there and watch me grow up. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci's face darkened as he thought, I treat you so well, and you only listen to big brother and second sister. He didn't dwell on it too much, but instead ruffled his brother's hair and said, all right, you've greeted mom and dad. It's getting late. Hurry up and go to sleep. Shu Tianci nodded, and then prepared to turn back to the house with third brother. Just as they turned around, they unexpectedly found two people standing behind them without them noticing. Damn! Shu Tianci exclaimed, then stared at the two and said, big brother, second sister, why are you standing here without saying anything? Shu Xianglian looked up at the sky without speaking, while Shu Tianyou curiously asked, were those really mom and dad? It seemed that Shu Tianci's words to his fifth brother had been overheard. Moreover, these two adults seemed to believe it. Shu Tianci chuckled softly and said, whether it's true or not isn't important. As long as big brother believes it, then it is. It's getting late, you should rest early. After patting second sister's shoulder, Shu Tianci took his brother back to the room. The next day, after waking up, Shu Tianci discovered that big brother and second sister were already gone. Shu Xianglian approached in tattered clothes, her face dirty, as she shouted, third brother, are you awake? Shu Tianci responded with a sound and asked, did big brother and second sister go to work? Shu Xianglian nodded, explaining, Uncle Qin came to call big brother and second sister before dawn. All right, at this time the common people really did start working early. Shu Tianci rummaged through his pockets and pulled out a few wild eggs. Little sister, do you want to eat? Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up as she stared at the eggs, swallowing hard. Shu Tianci smiled, slightly ruffled her hair, and said, take them all and go boil them in the kitchen. They'll go help you get some water so you can take a good bath later. Bathing. How much water would that require? Shu Xianglian shook her head and said, third brother, it'll take the eggs to boil. But there's no water left at home, so I won't take a bath. That won't do, not bathing will lead to rotten flesh. Shu Tianci decisively objected and comforted her. Don't worry, the third brother can get water. There wasn't much usable water at home, and the child probably hadn't bathed for a long time. Plus, children are naturally active, so they grow up faster. Shu Tianci had an endless supply of spiritual lake water in his space, so he had to ensure his little sister washed up nicely. Upon hearing Shu Tianci's words, Shu Xianglian half-believingly took the eggs to the kitchen. Though she was only 8 years old, she could do laundry and cook, so boiling an egg was a piece of cake for her. Shu Tianci shifted his gaze from her retreating figure and entered his space. One rice seedling in the soil had grown significantly taller, measuring about a meter. In about a day, it should be able to sprout ears of rice, and in 2 or 3 days it would likely mature. The pumpkin vines had also become large and numerous, and they would probably bloom and bear fruit in a day. As for the sweet potato vines, they were sprawling across the ground, and beneath the originally planted vines, sweet potatoes were likely forming. Shu Tianci decided to handle that later. For now, he should help his little sister fill up the bathwater. Exiting his space, he carried a wooden bucket into his sister's room. Using his consciousness to fill the wooden bucket with lake water from his space, he then turned and headed to the kitchen. Shu Xianglian was busy putting firewood into the stove, her dark face illuminated by the red flames. Little sister. Shu Tianci approached and called out, I've brought you the water, it's in your room. You go take a bath, just leave this to me. Really brought the water? Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianci with half-belief, then headed back to her room. Upon seeing the clear lake water in the bucket, her little mouth immediately dropped open in surprise. Shu Tianci had just boiled 6 wild chicken eggs when his younger sister ran over. Third brother. She looked at Shu Tianci with anticipation, her gaze filled with a hint of admiration. At that moment, the other party appeared somewhat ragged, yet the dark skin showed some traces of fairness. It seemed that the magical properties of the spiritual lake water were abundant, and Shu Tianci would need to explore its uses gradually. He smiled contentedly at his younger sister and handed her 5 of the wild chicken eggs. You can eat 1 and share the rest with big brother and second sister. Okay, thank you, third brother. Shu Xianglian eagerly took the egg and turned to run out the door. Wait. Shu Tianci quickly stopped her and reminded, little sister, the water resources are very precious now. You mustn't tell anyone outside that you bathed with water, understand? I understand. Shu Xianglian nodded, though it was unclear if she truly remembered his words. Shu Tianci chose not to say more, allowing her to find big brother. He picked up the last wild chicken egg on the table, peeled it, and began to eat it voraciously. Having finished 1 egg in just 2 bites, he vanished from the spot. In the jade pendant space, Shu Tianci utilized his spiritual energy to turn over the unexploited land. After drinking the spiritual lake water and soaking in it for the past couple of days, his physical condition had greatly improved. Especially after overexerting his mind, a sip of the lake water followed by a good sleep felt rejuvenating. The state of his mind brought about an indescribable sensation. Now that he had discovered another benefit of the spiritual lake water, it seemed to have skin-whitening properties as well. Perhaps it could also be used as medicine to cure ailments. Shu Tianci instinctively speculated, then continued to cultivate the land. After cultivating the remaining half-mu of sweet potato land, he buried all the newly sprouted sweet potato vines. Thus the acre of land was fully planted with sweet potatoes. Shu Tianci exhaled a breath of stale air and approached the sweet potato vines he had initially buried. He grasped the roots and pulled hard. Perhaps he exerted too much force as several square meters of surrounding sweet potato vines were pulled up. What came into view were dozens of large and red sweet potatoes at the roots. Wow! Shu Tianci exclaimed, then immediately used his spiritual energy to gather all these sweet potatoes. The pulled vines were buried back into the soil, and he continued to uproot other sweet potato vines. After pulling dozens of times, he had turned over 1/5 of the sweet potato vines. At first, each sweet potato vine had several large sweet potatoes at its roots. The feeling was incredibly satisfying, until finally they grew smaller and smaller until there were none. Only then did Shu Tianci dare not pull anymore, instead burying the uprooted vines back into the soil. After completing this, he went to check the day's harvest. The ground beside him was filled with large and red sweet potatoes estimated to be several hundred. Moreover, each one weighed at least 1 or 2 pounds. He did not gather the smaller ones. Shu Tianci stroked his chin, murmuring, "This must weigh over 1,000 pounds, or enough for the whole family for several months. But with so many sweet potatoes, how should I store them? If I just leave them here, will they rot?" Before Shu Tianci could think further, he suddenly heard a few chicken clucks from the side. Cluck, cluck, cluck. He immediately turned his head to see one of the wild chickens in the coop lying in the nest. It was clucking with its head held high, sounding quite distressed. Oh no, it didn't lay an egg, did it? Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, and he dashed over. The other wild chicken seemed to sense danger, and it directly flapped over, intending to attack Shu Tianci. However, there seemed to be a barrier in the chicken coop preventing the wild chicken from flying out. Yet Shu Tianci could smoothly reach his hand inside. He grabbed the wild chicken and gave it 2 slaps. "You thought you could act tough? You think you can peck me?" After feeling somewhat relieved, he tossed the wild chicken back into the coop. The wild chicken lying in the nest seemed startled and suddenly flew out. Shu Tianci focused his gaze, and his eyes widened. In that warm chicken nest, there were actually 5 wild chicken eggs. He immediately glanced at the place where he stored the wild chicken eggs. The remaining dozen or so eggs were still there. This meant that the 5 eggs in the nest were all laid by the wild chicken. Given the flow of time in the space compared to the outside, it indeed seemed quite possible. Since they could continuously bring him value, he must cultivate them well. Shu Tianci's face broke into a joyful smile as he immediately picked a large amount of sweet potato leaves and tossed them into the chicken coop. The 2 wild chickens immediately flew over and began pecking at the leaves. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said, "Brothers, eat some leaves to make do for now. Once the rice matures, it'll give you better food." He then turned to observe the rice seedlings he had transplanted and the pumpkins he was cultivating. The rice seedlings had grown considerably, and there seemed to be signs of yielding. According to the flow of time and the effects of the spiritual lake water, they should turn yellow and yield in no more than 2 days. As for the 2 pumpkin vines, they had grown quite long with leaves larger than Shu Tianci's face. 7 or 8 fist-sized green fruits were hanging on, still some time away from ripening. However, according to the flow of time, it was roughly equivalent to a day outside. By then he could continue to cultivate, and the yield would keep increasing. What troubled Shu Tianci was how he should store these grains. It seemed he needed to find a market quickly. Shu Tianci scratched his scalp and suddenly remembered that he had also caught 2 rabbits. The space had built a small bamboo nest for them, and as Shu Tianci approached, he saw. However, to his surprise, there were not just 2 rabbits inside. In the rabbit nest beside it, there were actually over a dozen baby rabbits the size of adult fingers. Goodness, did they just give birth? Rabbits are notoriously prolific, but who knew they could breed so much? Shu Tianci was both shocked and delighted, quickly picking a large amount of sweet potato leaves to toss into the rabbit nest. If he cultivated them well, perhaps he could make a fortune with the rabbits. He turned and took the 5 eggs from the chicken coop, then placed the previously gathered dozen eggs into another chicken nest. This was done in hopes that the wild chickens would also breed, hatching these wild chicken eggs into chicks. Today has truly been a fruitful day. Shu Tianci stretched lazily, took a sip of the spiritual lake water, and vanished into the space. He left dozens of sweet potatoes at home, then stepped out with an axe. Meanwhile, Shu Xianglian carried the chicken eggs and found Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian. Big brother, second sister. Shu Tianyou paused his work, looking at Shu Xianglian in confusion. "Little sister, did you bathe?" "Third brother told me not to say." Shu Xianglian glanced at the surrounding villagers, leaving a sentence before running towards Shu Xianglian. "If Tianci doesn't want me to say it, then I won't." Shu Tianyou murmured, but Shu Xianglian beside him urged, "Hurry, hurry back." Though her voice was quiet, everyone still turned to look. Seeing everyone looking at her, Shu Xianglian immediately understood that things had escalated. At this moment, it was too late for her to intervene, and the other villagers had set down their work and gathered around. Wow, so many eggs. Shuilan, where did you get all these wild eggs? With so many wild eggs, are you planning to share them with us? Haha, that's why the children of wealthy families are so thoughtful, they even know how to repay kindness. A group of women chattered excitedly and moved to grab the eggs. Shu Xianglian quickly protected the eggs, her eyes turning red as she shouted, "Get away. These were cooked for us by my third brother." Shu Xianglian, not daring to be slow, hurriedly divided the eggs among her 3 younger siblings. "Be good, go eat over there." The 3 children tightly held the eggs, glancing warily at the villagers before running off. Seeing this scene, the group of villagers immediately became displeased. "Hey, I say, Xianglian, what do you mean by this?" Lu Yuning rolled up her sleeves, hands on her hips, questioning, "Xianglian, what's going on?" Shu Xianglian tightly clutched 2 eggs, playing dumb. "Aunt Yuning, what's wrong? Stop pretending to be dumb with me. A few days ago, your parents passed away, and our family helped. The village head even said he was worried you wouldn't have food, so he had us gather some grain. In these times, who doesn't struggle to make ends meet? Giving away that grain could cost our lives." Lu Yuning went on and on, claiming her things were more important than life. "Oh my, how can a handful of wild vegetables become more precious than eggs in your mouth?" Shu Xianglian was also unyielding, shouting, "Listen, everyone, listen. Does what Lu Yuning says even make sense?" A crowd of villagers gathered around, asking, "Aunt Yuning, what are you doing?" "Tianyou, come here." Lu Yuning huffed, coldly questioning, "I asked you, did your siblings eat the grain I gave?" "A handful of wild vegetables." Shu Tianyou thought carefully for a moment and shook his head, saying, "No, we didn't eat." Hearing this blunt answer, the villagers were taken aback. Lu Yuning was momentarily stunned, then she began to cry out. "Oh my heavens, how can there be such ungrateful wolves? The handful of wild vegetables I scraped from our family's teeth was truly fed to the dogs. Even if it was fed to dogs, they would still wag their tails at me. Oh my, this is sinful." Shu Xianglian also wanted to roll on the ground, but the villagers came up to stir the pot, advising, "Tianyou, you must be kind-hearted. Your Aunt Yuning gave your family a handful of wild vegetables. We all know that. Now you say you didn't eat. Isn't that just lying?" "Exactly, Tianyou, your parents were known for their honesty in the village. You can't lie. Don't be an annoying ingrate." Seeing more villagers standing on her side, Lu Yuning's hand covering her face revealed a small gap. She showed a hint of a smile and immediately stepped forward, waving her hands while shouting, all right, I think Tianyou and Xianglian also know they did something wrong." Then she looked at Shu Tianyou and his sister, saying, "You just say, do the villagers have any kindness towards you?" Shu Tianyou's expression changed slightly as he nodded, saying, "We all remember Aunt Yuning's kindness. Since there is kindness, shouldn't you siblings repay it?" Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately shouted, "Don't you just want our eggs?" "What did you say?" Lu Yuning's eyes widened, scolding, "What do you mean I want your eggs? Am I that kind of person? We fed you ingrates with our family's food and raised you. Now that our family is going hungry, you are eating eggs. I asked these elders how long it's been since they had any meat. In front of these elders who have helped you, how can you open your mouth to take the eggs?" Shu Xianglian could also make a scene, but it was clear that the other side was more aggressive. Facing Lu Yuning and the villagers' intimidating demeanor, they simply couldn't handle it. Shu Tianyou didn't want his sister to be bullied, so he handed over an egg. "Aunt Yuning, this is my egg for you." "Elder brother." Shu Xianglian's face changed, wanting to stop him. But although Shu Tianyou was simple-minded, he was stubborn, so he didn't let the other side succeed. Lu Yuning, fearing that she would be late and miss out, rushed forward and snatched the egg. The hearts of the villagers were warm, but when it came to interests, they could also be cold. Looking at Lu Yuning, who held the egg with a look of delight, Shu Tianyou said foolishly, "Aunt Yuning, now our family doesn't owe you anything, right?" "Nothing owed, nothing owed." A handful of wild vegetables exchanged for an egg. Lu Yuning had nothing more to say. The other women in the village stared at the egg in her hand, drooling. Just then one person stepped forward and said, "Aunt Yuning, share a bit of that egg with me to taste, will you?" "Get lost, I owe you nothing." Lu Yuning glared, waving her hand and pointing at Shu Xianglian. "Who owes you? You go find them." A group of women looked displeased, but in the end their gazes settled on the egg in Shu Xianglian's hands. Compared to Lu Yuning, this woman was clearly easier to bully. "What are you doing? Don't you all want work points anymore?" Shu Xiaoqing suddenly ran over, glaring at the group of villagers. "Lu Yuning, are you bullying Tianyou and his sister again?" Hearing this, Lu Yuning immediately retorted, "Captain, what are you talking about? Their family owes me. How does that turn into me bullying them?" Shu Xiaoqing also knew this woman was difficult to deal with, and if she started making a scene, he wouldn't be able to handle it. So he could only diffuse the situation, waving his hand. "All right, let's just stop this here. The Fu family has only Tianyou and 6 children left. It's already hard enough for them. You all should just behave and stop thinking of bullying them. Upon hearing this, the group of women could only look reluctantly at the egg in Shu Xianglian's hand. They glanced at Shu Xiaoqing, then turned back to work. Shu Xiaoqing shook his head and looked at Shu Tianyou, saying, Tianyou, you are also foolish. I am not foolish. Shu Tianyou hurriedly retorted, while Shu Xianglian gratefully said, Thank you today, Uncle Qing. It's a small matter, but you guys should learn to be a bit more assertive. You can go work now, and if you have any issues, just find me. Shu Xiaoqing also glanced at the egg swallowed and turned to leave. He had given all the eggs he brought back yesterday to the children, and he was really craving them. Once everyone went back to work, Shu Tianyou also started to work. Suddenly a hand reached out with half an egg. Brother, eat. Shu Tianyou glanced at Shu Xianglian and shook his head, saying, No, you eat it. 1/2 each. How can you have the energy to work if you don't eat? Seeing Shu Xianglian insist, Shu Tianyou accepted it. The two stuffed the egg into their mouths, revealing happy smiles. At this moment, Shu Tianci had already ascended the mountain, feeling curious about his elder brother and second sister's situation after being targeted. He had already imagined the likely outcome in his mind after sending his younger sister to deliver the eggs. His elder brother was sometimes adorably foolish and at other times slightly clever. He hoped his brother could understand human nature a bit more. It might do him some good. In any case, he didn't care about wasting a few wild chicken eggs. After arriving at the mountain, he suddenly felt that something was amiss. The hay and dry branches along the path showed many signs of being trampled, indicating that numerous people had passed through. Moreover, there were a significant number of footprints from straw shoes on the dry, muddy ground ahead. Shu Tianci crouched down to investigate, then exclaimed, What the hell? How many people have come up the mountain? He could guess a little about the reasons and purposes for this group of people ascending. However, his purpose today was not to hunt, but to pursue wild boars. Therefore, he chose to take a detour using a rusty axe to create a path into the forest from another side. Since he could breed in the space, there was no need for him to be overly concerned about wild chicken and rabbit meat. At a flow rate of 10-to-1 in the space, he could quickly cultivate an endless supply of wild chickens and rabbits. Chirp, chirp, chirp. As he ventured deeper into the forest, he was greeted by the constant sound of startled birds. Above, some birds circled, seemingly trying to determine if they could return to their nests. Shu Tianci glanced at the swaying treetops in the distance and shook his head helplessly. It seemed that quite a few people from the village were already raiding the bird nests. However, he had already emptied the nests over there, so even if there were some, it would only be 1 or 2. If those kids went to raid them, they would likely come back empty-handed. The village had a professional information network, and the news of their chicken feast must have spread. Thus, there would definitely be villagers tempted to risk their lives to venture into the forest in search of meat. However, most of those who came here were just kids. After all, the production team had tasks, and the adult labor force had to go out to meet quotas. Only those starving children unable to focus on their studies would roam around looking for food. Thinking about the hardships of this era, Shu Tianci couldn't help but sigh. At that moment, he suddenly noticed a bird nest on a distant dry tree. The nests along the earlier path had been cleared out by him, but there might still be some here. Shu Tianci immediately glanced around to ensure no one was watching, then vanished from his spot. In the next second, he appeared at the top of the large tree, retrieving the nest before disappearing again. After a while, he placed the nest back. Following this method, he swept through the forest until deep inside. What is this? Placing a dozen bird eggs into the space, Shu Tianci crouched down to sift through the dry grass. What the hell? It's poop. Not the kind resembling pig dung, but actual pig droppings. Shu Tianci waved his hand in disgust, then stood up to survey his surroundings. Logically speaking, if there was pig dung here, then nearby, there must be wild boars. Moreover, since wild boars are social animals, there would be at least several of them if they were present. Shu Tianci picked up a stick and began to sift through the dry grass and weeds. Moments later, he discovered some chaotic footprints. He quickly approached to investigate. The uneven grooves indeed resembled pig tracks. Following the footprints for about 10 to 20 minutes, he even caught 2 wild chickens and 1 wild rabbit along the way. Suddenly, he focused intently and found a cave blocked by dry grass and branches ahead. If nothing unexpected occurred, the wild boar group must be inside. What should I do? Shu Tianci hesitated, fearing that he would be gored by the wild boars as soon as he entered. The scene inside the cave was invisible from outside, and even if he entered the space, he probably wouldn't see. Looks like I can only try to lure or disturb them. Shu Tianci came up with a plan and picked up a small stone from the side. Then he took 2 steps back, raised the stone, and threw it into the cave. Humph! Huff huff! Soon angry sounds of wild boars emanated from within, and there were more than one. Shu Tianci's eyes lit up. He picked up another stone and threw it inside. After leaving 2 sweet potatoes on the ground, he vanished from sight. In the next second, several wild boars burst out like rockets. The one at the front seemed intent on goring the intruder as it charged forward. Shu Tianci, hiding in the space, couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead. If he had still been standing there, he would surely have faced certain death. Watching the wild boars digging into the sweet potatoes on the ground, he knew the opportunity had come. At that moment, 3 wild boars were digging into the sweet potatoes, their backs turned to him. Suddenly, 2 wild boars felt something strange and tangled around their tails. Years of living in the wild had honed their sensitive reactions. Huff! Just as they were about to resist, they suddenly felt the world spin and lost consciousness. Huff! The last wild boar's eyes turned red, staring at Shu Tianci as if recognizing a sworn enemy. Shu Tianci looked at the last wild boar and provocatively struck a pose. Come at me. Huff! The wild boar let out an angry snort, exerting its limbs to charge at Shu Tianci. In the next second, it suddenly felt an empty space. It steadied itself and turned to look at the spot where it had just charged. A hint of confusion appeared in its eyes, looking a bit foolish. Suddenly, it also realized its tail was entangled by something strange, and the next moment it began to spin in a daze. Got it! Shu Tianci clapped his hands in satisfaction, then looked toward the jungle cave behind. He understood the habits of wild boars and knew there had to be more inside. But why the others hadn't come out remained a mystery. He picked up the remaining sweet potatoes on the ground and tossed them into the jungle cave. After waiting outside for 2 minutes, he used the stick to pry the cave entrance wider. Shu Tianci cautiously entered the jungle cave, and to his delight he encountered a scene that brightened his eyes. Inside there were 12 wild piglets of varying sizes, frantically snatching the sweet potatoes he had just thrown in. According to the social habits of wild boars, they generally fall into 2 categories. One is the large group, while the other consists of sows with their last litter of piglets. It seemed that the 3 wild boars earlier were the mothers of this group of piglets. Upon hearing the noise at the cave entrance, the dozen or so piglets immediately turned to look with vigilance. In the next moment, they abandoned the struggle for food, their faces displaying a hint of ferocity. The sudden appearance of a foreign entity forced them to be on guard. Shu Tianci rubbed his hands with a grin, saying, "Little darlings, I'm here to reunite your family." A few minutes later, there were no wild boars left in the entire cave. Shu Tianci clapped his hands and walked out of the jungle cave with satisfaction. Help! There are wild boars. The sudden cry for help forced Shu Tianci to look in that direction. That voice is, "Help! There's a wild boar. Is anyone there? Please someone help." In the depths of the jungle, a massive wild boar weighing at least 300 or 400 pounds is chasing a man in his 20s. The man held a shotgun, presumably having come up the mountain to hunt. However, with the boar on his tail, he had no opportunity to use the weapon. Outside the jungle, in a desolate area filled with dead trees, a girl around 16 or 17, along with a group of children, witnessed the man's predicament, but dared not approach to help. Though they hadn't considered escaping, they could only yell for help from the sidelines. "Stop shouting. Just go." The fleeing man shouted back, then leaped and clung to a large tree. The boar's eyes were bloodshot and its sharp tusks charged towards him. The man was instantly terrified, tossing aside his shotgun and scrambling up the tree using both hands and feet. A loud crash resounded, causing the nearby women and children to instinctively close their eyes and scream. Looking at the tusks beneath him, the man clinging to the tree let out a sigh of relief. The boar's red eyes made him uneasy, prompting him to climb higher. The boar began to struggle wildly, trying to pull its tusks out of the tree. The large tree shook violently, causing a shower of dry leaves to fall. "Big brother!" A woman on the outskirts cried out in alarm upon seeing the scene. The man in the tree, his eyes bloodshot, shouted, "Go! You all quickly leave." The woman snapped back to reality and turned to the group of children, saying, "Go, you all, hurry. Go to the village and call the militia to save my brother." "Okay." The children, understanding the urgency, immediately turned and ran down the mountain. Watching them disappear from sight, the woman turned back to look at the man. Upon seeing the already broken tree, a look of terror appeared on her face. "Brother!" The man panicked, urgently shouting, "Go. You need to leave too." The woman shook her head, unwilling to abandon her brother. However, at that moment, another wild boar was drawn to their cries. It slowly emerged from the dense dead forest, its bloodshot eyes fixed on the woman. She panicked, stumbled back, and fell over a stone. "Off! Run! Quick, run!" The man, seeing this scene, was even more frantic than the woman, shouting hoarsely. "Huff! Roar!" A strong instinct for survival urged the woman to get back on her feet and run forward quickly. "Huff!" The boar, seeming angry, let out a roar and charged after her. Help me!" Watching his sister in a life-or-death situation, the man, clinging to the tree, felt both anxious and regretful. He shouldn't have agreed to let her come up the mountain with him. Meanwhile, Shu Tianci, holding an axe, was making his way toward the sound. As he got closer to the sound, he spotted a familiar figure running toward him. Xiaoqian. The girl was from the neighboring Shu family, and she had been a childhood friend of Shu Tianci. When he saw the wild boar behind her, Shu Tianci was startled. What the heck, such a big wild boar? Tianci, go help me. No, run, quick run. Su Qian wanted to ask Shu Tianci for help, but quickly realized the danger of the boar chasing her. She immediately changed her tone, urging him to flee. However, distracted, she tripped over another stone. She quickly turned around and saw the boar approaching her. Huff! The wild boar suddenly snorted angrily, using its front legs to charge at Su Qian. Off! Su Qian screamed, covering her eyes and waiting for death to come. After a few seconds passed, the expected pain did not seem to occur. Su Qian's body trembled, and her tightly closed fingers slowly relaxed. When she opened her eyes, she saw a gaunt, yellow-faced, smiling figure. The blinding sunlight illuminated him warm like the sun in early spring. He reached out his hand toward her and softly said, "Are you okay?" I'm fine." Su Qian's heart fluttered as she slowly lowered her hands. She looked around eagerly and curiously asked, "Tianzi Gu, where's the wild boar?" "Don't worry, I've already chased it away." Shu Tianzi smiled slightly and raised his right hand. "Let's get up first, aren't the branches on the ground poking your butt?" Su Qian only then felt the pain in her behind and blushed as she grasped Shu Tianzi's hand. With his strong pull, Su Qian successfully stood up. However, a sudden sharp pain shot through her foot, making it hard for her to maintain her balance. Hiss! The 2 trips had left her foot unable to bear weight, and even the slightest movement caused unbearable pain. If it weren't for Shu Tianzi's quick reflexes to support her, she might have already fallen. Shu Tianzi supported her waist and armpits, curious as he asked, "What's wrong? Did you hurt your foot earlier?" "I think so." Su Qian's face turned crimson as she replied softly, suddenly remembering something. She changed her expression and urgently grabbed Shu Tianzi's clothes, saying, "Tianzi Gu, you need to go save my brother. He's been chased up a tree by a wild boar. If this drags on, it'll be dangerous." Shu Tianzi furrowed his brow and asked, "Did you come with Su Jun?" Su Qian nodded and then looked at Shu Tianzi with pleading eyes, saying, "I'm begging you, please go save him." Shu Tianzi did not refuse, but took a moment to assess her before saying, "What about you? You don't have to worry about me. Saving my brother is more important." "That won't do." This was the edge of the forest. Leaving Su Qian alone here was too dangerous. Shu Tianzi hesitated for a moment and then squatted down, saying, "Get on and I'll take you with me." No, but if you hesitate, your brother will be doomed." Shu Tianzi wouldn't allow Su Qian to refuse, directly lifting her legs and letting her lie on his back. "Off!" Su Qian exclaimed in surprise as her chest pressed against his back. Seeing him running in the direction she came from, Su Qian no longer resisted. Looking at his sharply defined profile, although a bit dark. At that moment, Su Qian suddenly felt that he was very handsome and charming. "Tianzi Gu, you're really good looking." "Off." Shu Tianzi was taken aback and curiously asked, "What did you say?" "It's nothing, I just want to thank you." Su Qian's face turned red as she shook her head and called out, "It's nothing, but don't come up the mountain again." Shu Tianzi waved his hand, dismissively, unfazed, shouting out he was currently very strong, likely able to carry something weighing 300 pounds without issue. Carrying a thin little girl didn't require much effort at all. Soon they arrived at the area where Su Jun was located. "Tianzi, go over there." Su Qian pointed, and Shu Tianzi saw a large tree had fallen. A figure jumped down from it, and then took off running. Look, that person was none other than Su Jun. "Stay here, and don't move, I'll go help your brother." Shu Tianzi set Su Qian down, and then ran towards Su Jun with his axe. "Tianzi, go, be careful." At this moment, Su Jun's soul was almost escaping his body, chased by the wild boar with nowhere to hide. He initially wanted to check if his sister was safe, but he feared bringing trouble to her. So he could only leap onto a tree again and start climbing frantically. However, the wild boar chasing him seemed to have learned and no longer charged at the tree. The man and the boar went up and down, each testing who could hold out longer. Su Jun's heart raced with anxiety, hoping the rescue team would arrive quickly. Roar! Roar! The wild boar seemed to sense Su Jun's thoughts, suddenly letting out a series of piercing low growls. Not good, it was calling for help too. Su Jun's face changed dramatically, thinking that this time it was really over. Once the wild boar herd was summoned, this tree wouldn't last a minute. He anxiously gazed toward the edge of the forest, hoping the rescue team would arrive soon. Suddenly there were sounds of sharp blades piercing flesh, and Su Jun looked down at the noise. Damn! Shu Tianci. He saw Shu Tianci had appeared at the base of the tree wielding an axe and hacking at the boar's head furiously. After a dozen strikes, the wild boar was immediately on the brink of collapse. Wow, that's impressive. Su Jun couldn't help but exclaim, only to see Shu Tianci suddenly lift the wild boar onto his shoulder. That must weigh at least 300 pounds, How could he carry it alone? Just as Su Jun was astonished, he heard Shu Tianci curse, "You idiot! Aren't you going to run? Are you waiting for the wild boar army to arrive?" Su Jun finally reacted and hurriedly slid down from the tree. "Tianci, wait for me." Seeing Shu Tianci running away with the boar, Su Jun shouted and went to grab his hunting gun. He quickly caught up with Shu Tianci, shouting, "Tianci, don't rush off. My sister is still in danger. Please help me rescue her." Shu Tianci glanced at him and scolded, "Su Jun, are you out of your mind? It's so dangerous in the mountains, and you brought your sister along." Although he was offended by the scolding, Su Jun admitted it. He nodded and said, "This time it was my fault. I promise it won't happen again. Now I need your help. Come with me to save my sister. If you help me this time, I will marry my sister to you." What a crazy thought. Are you really serious? Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise and then shouted, "Look to your left." Su Jun turned in confusion and saw Su Qian standing not far away. Her face flushed. "Sister, brother, I'm so glad you're okay." Su Jun took a moment to examine Su Qian before he sighed in relief. Su Qian smiled and explained, "It was Brother Tianci who saved me, and I asked him to come rescue you." "He saved you?" Su Jun looked at Su Qian in surprise, then turned to Shu Tianci. Only then did he realize that the other party had already run off with the wild boar. Su Jun immediately grabbed his sister and chased after him. "Shu Tianci, from now on you are my brother. Tianci, wait for me." Sister's husband. Su Qian, who was already in pain from her foot, turned red in the face. Hearing her brother shout like that made her face even redder. At this moment, Shu Tianci was already panting, having carried the 300-pound wild boar for so long. He set the wild boar down and began to rest. He didn't want to descend the mountain so early, but with the Su siblings around, he couldn't fully exert himself. Moreover, the wild boar he had just killed needed to be processed quickly, or otherwise the meat would spoil. If it weren't for these two siblings being present, he could have easily stored the boar in his space. "Brother-in-law, just how strong are you? Carrying such a heavy wild boar and still running so fast." Looking at the siblings catching up, Shu Tianci shook his head speechlessly. He glared at Su Jun and scolded, "Stop shouting. I never agreed to marry your sister." Before Su Qian could feel disappointed, he continued, "Moreover, my parents just passed away, or am not looking to get married now. It's okay, after today you saved both my sister and me. From now on you are my brother. My life is yours." Su Jun patted his chest and proclaimed boldly. Shu Tianci looked at him appreciatively, but before he could speak, there was a commotion ahead. "Hurry, hurry. If we are late, it will be too late. This Su kid is unbelievable. How could he have brought Su Qian up the mountain? I hope it's not too late. Please let nothing happen." From the sound, it seemed the village's rescue team had arrived. However, it was uncertain whether the ones coming were from the Su family or the Shu family. Village Chief Team Leader. The leader of the rescue team was none other than Shu Tianyou, the village chief. Alongside him was Su Kai, the captain of the Su family's militia. Following them were a group of villagers and militiamen. "Su Jun, are you and your sister okay?" Su Kai looked at the Su siblings in surprise, then turned to Shu Tianci. Shu Tianyou also noticed the large object beside Shu Tianci, and his pupils immediately constricted. "Tianci, what is this?" "Hiss, that looks like a wild boar. How many years would it take to raise such a big one? Could this be killed by Tianci? That's too impressive." "What? With those skinny arms and legs, how could he have such ability? I think this must have been killed by our Su Jun." "What do you mean Su Jun killed it? Didn't you hear them say Su Jun was almost killed by the wild boar?" The villagers from the Shu family and the Su family began to argue, seemingly vying for the ownership of the wild boar. "Enough!" Su Kai suddenly shouted, then looked at Su Jun and asked, "Tell me what happened." "Captain, it was Brother San who saved me and my sister." Su Jun stepped forward and declared, "That's right, the wild boar was also killed by Brother Tianci." Su Qian nodded, as well, stepping up to support his statement. The siblings took turns explaining the entire situation. Upon hearing that the wild boar was indeed killed by Shu Tianci, and that he had saved the Su siblings, everyone looked at him in astonishment. Su Kai even stepped forward with a militia saluting, "Comrade Shu Tianci, thank you for your selfless bravery. Thanks to you, Comrade Su Jun and his sister can be safe. Our Su family's militia owes you a favor, and we will definitely repay you in the future. It's nothing, just a small effort." Shu Tianci waved his hand dismissively. Shu Tianyou looked at Shu Tianci with concern and said, "What are you showing off for? Are you hurt anywhere?" "I'm fine, the wild boar couldn't get close to me." Shu Tianci smiled slightly, waving his hand. Hearing this, the villagers from both families looked at him with a hint of respect. This was someone who could take on a wild boar alone, who would dare do that? Shu Tianyou scolded Shu Tianci a few times, then said, "Since you're fine, let's hurry down the mountain." After that, he turned to the villagers and said, "A few of you help Tianci carry the wild boar down the mountain." Big news. Big news. Tianci has gone up the mountain and rescued the Su siblings. Incredible, incredible. Tianci has taken down a 300-pound wild boar. Eldest brother, second sister, third brother killed a huge wild boar. Is that true? Where is the wild boar? It was carried to the village chief's house. I heard they are going to share the meat. What? Share the meat? The news of Shu Tianci killing a wild boar quickly spread through the village, and everyone's first reaction was disbelief. However, when they heard about sharing the meat, they no longer cared whether the news was true or false. Whether they were idle or working, everyone threw down their tools and rushed to the village chief's house. Shu Xiaoqing did not stop them and ran forward to shout at Shu Tianyou and his siblings, "Hurry and take a look." Shu Tianyou and his siblings grabbed the messenger Shu Xianglian and asked, "Little sister, what happened? Did your third brother really go up the mountain and kill a wild boar? Is he okay?" "Third brother is fine, and he even saved sister Su Qian." Shu Xianglian shook her head and said excitedly, "Sister Su Qian encountered the wild boar and was saved by third brother with a single axe." As everyone ran towards the cafeteria, they listened to Shu Xianglian's narration. When the villagers heard about Shu Tianci's bravery, they found it unbelievable. How could that scrawny, lazy boy be so strong? When they arrived at the cafeteria, there were already over 100 people gathered. Upon seeing the wild boar that had been skinned and cleaned on the table, everyone had no choice but to believe. This lazy son of the Fu Gui family is something else. I've heard he caught wild chickens before, now he's even brought back a wild boar. Will we be feasting until the new year? Feast for the new year. I heard he's going to share the meat with all the villagers. No way. Is that true? Are we really getting to eat such a large wild boar for free? Upon hearing the villagers' discussions, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian hurriedly pulled Shu Tianci back from standing beside Shu Dechong and Su Jun. "Tianci, what's going on? Did you really kill this wild boar? Isn't it obvious?" Shu Tianci spread his arms speechless. Shu Xianglian continued to ask, "Then what about the rumors that you were going to share the pig with the villagers?" "Second sister, it's not about having little, but about fairness." Shu Tianci chuckled lightly and explained, "Not only has everyone seen this wild boar, but even if they hadn't, I wouldn't take it all for myself. The villagers have shown kindness to our family, and today is the time for us to repay that kindness." "Goody." Someone heard Shu Tianci's words and immediately shouted with applause. "Grateful and mindful, that's the spirit of our Shu family's men." Indeed, Tianci is amazing. When the village chief asked us for help, I immediately took out the only food we had. I believe the child from the Fu Gui family won't turn out badly. This time, let's see who still dares to say our Tianci is a lazy good for nothing. Exactly, I've always believed that this child Tianci would achieve something. The crowd murmured, each trying to express how they had always supported Shu Tianci. If it weren't for the original owner's memories still in his mind, Shu Tianci might have almost believed them. As for why he would still share the meat with those he recognized, one reason was that the rescue team had discovered him and it was inappropriate to hide it. After all, in this era, even a bowl of water must be considered collective property, let alone such a large wild boar. Moreover, his family couldn't possibly consume all that meat themselves, and selling it was even less an option. If others reported him for profiteering, he would surely face severe consequences. So in every aspect, he had to distribute the wild boar. Seeing the whole village praising her brother Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian were also very happy. Shu Xianglian with a proud face patted Shu Tianci and said, "Tianci, you truly bring glory to our family." Shu Tianci just chuckled and said nothing more. "Tianci, how do you plan to divide this pig?" After having the pig skinned, Shu Dechong looked at Shu Tianci and asked. Hearing this, Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and replied, "I only want 10 pounds, and I only want the pork belly." "You definitely won't want the pig's offal and big bones, so leave those for me. Also give Su Jun and his sister 10 pounds, and the rest can be divided among the villagers." Upon hearing that Shu Tianci wanted to share the pork with him, Su Jun's face was immediately filled with disbelief. He immediately shouted, "No way. You saving me and my sister is a huge favor already. Oh, I haven't even given you a gift to thank you. How can I still take the pork? That would be too embarrassing for our family, so we can't accept it. Stop talking nonsense. If you want to acknowledge me as your big brother, just accept it quickly." Xiao Qian was frightened today and needs something good to calm her nerves. Shu Tianci glared, pointing at Su Qian. Upon hearing that the meat was for his sister, Su Jun paused for a moment and then chuckled. "In that case, I will accept it on behalf of my sister. I will have my parents count this meat as part of the betrothal gifts." Enough with that. Shu Tianci quickly raised his hand and said, "Let's talk about other matters later. Let's just focus on sharing the meat for now." Looking at Su Qian's flushed face, he could only silently think about the trouble ahead. Shu Dechong agreed with Shu Tianci's statement and spoke a few fair words in front of the villagers. He remarked how dangerous it was on the mountain and that hunting the wild boar was entirely Shu Tianci's achievement. Since he was now willing to share the meat with everyone, the whole village should be grateful to him. Therefore, taking 10 pounds of meat and the pig's offal was well deserved. This statement gained the agreement of some villagers, while the opinions of others could be ignored. After discussing, Shu Tianci began to instruct the butcher to divide the meat. This wild boar weighed about 300 pounds, and after skinning and gutting there were still over 200 pounds remaining. Shu Tianci and Shu Jun siblings took away 20 pounds, with some being submitted as collective property. This portion of meat counted towards Shu Tianci's family, allowing them to receive a larger share when the New Year's distribution came. As for the remaining 100+ pounds of meat, it was evenly divided among the over 40 households of the Shu family. Dividing the meat by household was the fairest method, as some families had more than 10 mouths to feed. If anyone felt unbalanced and thought that their large family was receiving less, they could only blame themselves for having too many children. The villagers, after receiving the meat, excitedly returned home. As Shu Tianci was preparing to go home, he suddenly heard Shu Xianglian reporting a complaint. Third brother Aunt Yuning and the other aunts are stealing our eggs. The eldest brother gave eggs to Aunt Yuning, and now they want second sisters. Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately turned to look at Shu Tianyou. The latter stepped forward and shouted, "They are bullying second sister. If you don't want them to bully second sister, then just give the eggs to Aunt Yuning." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci walked over to Lu Yuning, who was about to receive the meat. Just as the butcher was about to hand over the meat, he snatched it away. Lu Yunjing's eager eyes suddenly changed, and her outstretched hand froze. She looked at Shu Tianci in surprise and frowned. "Tianci, why are you snatching Aunt's meat? Say that again, whose pork is this?" Looking at Lu Yunjing's puzzled and slightly angry expression, Shu Tianci calmly lifted the pork. Seemingly not understanding his words, or perhaps pretending to be confused, Lu Yunjing pointed at herself and said, "Of course it's mine, who else could it belong to?" The surrounding villagers looked over, listening to the two's conversation in confusion. Upon hearing Lu Yunjing feigning ignorance, an older woman who had already received pork stepped forward. "Yunjing, what you said is a bit shameless. This is the wild boar that Tianci hunted. How can it be yours before it even reaches your hands?" Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjing was instantly furious. She glared at the older woman and shouted, "Who are you calling shameless? Do you believe I want to tear your mouth apart?" The older woman, undeterred by Lu Yunjing's words, rolled up her sleeves and pointed at her own face. "Hey, you, the daughter-in-law who married and dare to be so arrogant. Come on, tear a piece for me to see. Do you think I'm afraid of you?" Lu Yunjing could not stand the provocation and immediately charged forward. Seeing this, the surrounding villagers immediately rushed to intervene. The two women, pulled apart by the crowd, continued to shout and flail, causing trouble for many. "Enough!" Shu Tianci, the village chief, shouted angrily, glaring at the two women. "Isn't there enough food at home? Do you still have the energy to fight?" Hearing this, the two women finally ceased their quarrel. However, the defiance in their eyes could not be hidden, and a confrontational atmosphere remained. If looks could kill, they would have slaughtered each other 1,000 times. Lu Yunjing snorted coldly, walked up to Shu Tianci and extended her hand, saying, "Third son of the rich family, hurry up and give me the meat. Oh, now you won't even call my name." Shu Tianci unhurried smiled and said, "Let me ask you, whose pork is this?" Lu Yunjing's eyes widened, and just as she was about to retort, she saw the fearless expression on his face. Helpless, she could only wave her hand and say, it's yours, is that enough?" "Wrong. This is for the community." Shu Tianci coughed and corrected her. "But this boar was hunted by me, so the right to distribute it is in my hands. In short, I will decide who gets a share." Upon hearing this, Lu Yunjing's expression changed instantly. The anger she had just suppressed erupted again as she pointed at Shu Tianci and shouted, "You little brat, what do you mean by that? Are you messing with me?" Shu Tianci looked at Shu Tianci in confusion and hesitated, saying, "Tianci, what is this?" Shu Tianci waved his hand and countered, "Village chief, do you remember why I wanted to share the pork?" "I remember, but what does this have to do with you not giving meat to your Aunt Yuning?" Shu Tianci nodded. "I said my parents just passed away a few days ago. It was the help of all the villagers' uncles and aunts that allowed them to be laid to rest. It was also due to everyone's generosity in taking out the little food we had at home that allowed my siblings and me to survive. To express my gratitude and repay you, I was willing to share this wild boar with everyone." But at this point, Shu Tianci suddenly intensified his tone. Looking at the villagers who nodded in agreement, he pointed at Lu Yunjing her. "In order to repay a favor, she asked my older brother for a wild chicken egg. My brother, in order to repay this favor, gave her the egg. He had never tasted. This means my brother has already returned the favor of half a handful of wild vegetables to her. Since there is no debt, why should I still share pork with her? Villagers, do you think I'm right? Right? Exactly. I also think it's right Tianci and the others definitely owe her nothing. This Yunying forced Xianglian to cry for a chicken egg. For a chicken egg she lost 2 pounds of meat, she must be crying now. Pa, she deserves it. Lu Yunying was anxious and immediately shouted, "Shut up. What nonsense are you all talking about? When did I force them? That egg was clearly given to me by Shu Tianyou." After saying this, she pointed at a few women in the crowd and exposed them. "And you? Didn't you also want to eat Xianglian's chicken eggs, which is why you forced her to cry? Now for 2 pounds of pork you're shifting the blame onto me, right? Let me tell you, not a chance." Having been exposed by Lu Yunying, the group of women immediately became displeased. Thus a group of older women feeling unyielding began to fight right there. Shu Tianci was too lazy to intervene, as the village chief, Shu Tianyou, would handle such matters. He looked at Uncle Zhang the butcher and said, Uncle Zhang continued distributing to everyone except Lu Yunying. "All right." Uncle Zhang nodded and said with a smile, "Who's next?" Shu Tianci smiled, and along with his siblings took the meat home. On the way, Shu Xianglian frowned at the pig offal in Shu Tianci's hands. "Tianci, what do you want these for? They're covered in waste." Shu Tianci glanced at his younger siblings who were keeping their distance and explained, "What else? Of course we're going to eat them." "Eat? How are we going to eat them? Our family doesn't have much water, and we have no oil or salt." "Yeah, and how are we supposed to deal with this waste? I feel like third brother is joking. This smell is quite unpleasant to me." "Don't worry, I have a way to clean it up." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and explained, "Third brother is really amazing. Third brother, can I eat meat without eating pig offal?" The younger siblings chattered, but when they saw the yellowish substance in the pig offal, they couldn't help but frown. It's not that people nowadays don't understand food, but the conditions are simply too poor. After all, the family only has a bucket of well water daily, which is for drinking. They have no water to wash the pig offal, so it all becomes pig waste. Who would eat waste? Even if they had water to wash, what seasoning would they use to cook it? The family only has coarse salt that is not very good, and it's also running low. Unwashed and unscented pig offal is something no one dares to eat. Shu Tianci believes that as long as he prepares it, these guys will go crazy over it. As soon as they got home, the siblings stared at the 10 pounds of pork, swallowing their saliva. Shu Xianglian looked up at Shu Tianci and said, "Third brother, can we eat this for lunch?" "Of course. Let's have braised pork for lunch, all right." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. "Yay, that's great. Finally, we can eat braised pork. Third brother is amazing." Looking at her younger siblings' joyful faces, Shu Xianglian also revealed a faint smile. She glanced at Shu Tianci, secretly thinking that the third son had finally made something of himself. If only he had been so successful earlier. She wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "What braised pork? Are we even living? Cut off 2 tails of meat and make a wild vegetable soup. Ooh, as for the rest, we can pickle it and eat it slowly." "Second sister, wait." Suddenly Shu Tianci called out to Shu Xianglian. Under her puzzled gaze, he used an axe to divide the pork in half. Then he took one piece and handed it to Shu Tianyou, saying, "Elder brother, take this to sister-in-law's house." Shu Tianyou was taken aback and quickly said, "What sister-in-law? When do you have a sister-in-law? What do you mean, no? It's Song Yuru." "No, she is not your sister-in-law." Upon hearing Shu Tianci mention Song Yuru, Shu Tianyou immediately retorted, "She stuttered because she saved you." Due to her stutter, she was not valued by her uncle and aunt at home, constantly being scolded or beaten. Shouldn't you repay her by marrying Song Yuru and treating her well? Hearing this, Shu Tianyou's face turned bright red. He retorted, "It's not that I don't want to marry her, it's just that they ask for too much." At this, Shu Xianglian also nodded and said, "Yes, Tianci. I also want my elder brother to marry Song Yuru so someone can take care of him. But the Song family demands 20 coins as a betrothal gift and 16 pairs of legs. Now, with the natural disasters, everyone has nothing to eat, so they will surely ask for even more. Our family is already poor, and with our parents just passing away, we probably can't afford it. And even if we bring Yuru into our family, what will we feed her?" Both of them had valid points. The demands of the Song family were indeed excessive. When Shu Tianci's parents were still around, it was already difficult to come up with 20 coins, let alone now that both parents have passed. However, Shu Tianci shouldn't say that his elder brother should marry Song Yuru right now. He glanced at Shu Xianglian and said, "Don't worry about what to eat. I won't let the whole family go hungry. As for the betrothal gift the Song family wants, it was manageable when we had food and drink. But now with the continuous natural disasters, their food supply must be low, let alone meat. If we bring some meat over to negotiate with them, they won't be able to resist their craving for it. If we adopt a tougher stance, we might just get Yuru married over here." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian suddenly realized. She hesitantly looked at Shu Tianci and asked, "Tianci, can you really ensure the whole family is well fed? Don't say you'll go hunting in the mountains every day. That's too dangerous. The second sister can't let you go." "Don't worry, I won't go hunting every day." Shu Tianci shook his head and affirmed, "I'm sure I can feed the whole family, trust me." Looking at the serious expression on his third brother's face and recalling the changes in him over the past few days, Shu Xianglian decisively chose to believe him and then looked at Shu Tianyu and said, "Elder brother, you should go quickly. Our family lacks a capable mistress, Su, and the others need a sister-in-law." Seeing that both his younger sister and brother had said so, Shu Tianyu could only say all right then. Just as he picked up the 5 pounds of wild boar meat he had cut, Shu Tianci suddenly pressed down on his hand. "Wait." Shu Tianyu was stunned and looked over in confusion. "What's wrong, Tianci? You can't go alone." Shu Tianci shook his head and looked at Shu Xianglian, saying, "Second sister, you have to accompany elder brother. If elder brother goes with just this 5 pounds of meat, it's definitely like throwing meat buns to dogs. Don't even think about bringing back Yuru, let alone a single hair." Shu Tianyou being so foolish, what can he negotiate with the Song family by himself? This matter still requires second sister Shu Xianglian to handle it. At worst, she can just throw a tantrum. Only then did Shu Xianglian react, quickly nodding and saying, "You're right, Tianci. I will go with elder brother." After saying that, she looked at Shu Tianci hesitantly and asked, "What about your lunch?" "Don't worry, just leave things at home to me." Shu Tianci smiled slightly, nodding, "You all come back early." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian felt relieved and left the house with Shu Tianyu. They were carrying meat and walking side by side towards the Song family to negotiate. Shu Tianci watched their backs and guessed that they would likely not succeed. So he couldn't help but shout loudly, "Second sister, if they don't agree, bring the meat back. I believe they must be more anxious than us." Shu Xianglian turned back and waved, shouting, "I know your second sister isn't stupid." Shu Tianci chuckled softly and turned around to see 3 dark and withered faces. Although they looked unappealing, their eyes shone brightly like stars. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and start the fire to fry the meat." Shu Tianci glared and said, "Oh, we're eating meat." The 3 little ones cheered softly and then went to start the fire and cut the meat. Shu Xianglian was already 14 years old and could do household chores. The other 2 little ones were not small either. While they couldn't do heavy work, starting a fire was still no problem. Shu Tianci glanced at them and then walked into the room with a bamboo basket. When he came out a little while later, the basket was filled with sweet potatoes and sweet potato stems. He brought the bamboo basket to the kitchen and saw Shu Xianglian and the 3 others busy working. The wild boar meat had already been cut into cubes, mainly because there wasn't a good knife available in the house. "Third brother, this meat should be stir-fried directly." Shu Xianglian saw Shu Tianci come in and wanted to ask how to stir-fry the wild boar meat. However, when she looked over, she was immediately captivated by the bamboo basket in his hand. As soon as she saw him set the basket down, she rushed over and stared at Shu Tianci, asking, "Third brother, why are there so many sweet potatoes?" Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian also gathered around, staring in surprise at the basket of sweet potatoes. "So many, this will last us a long time. Don't shout, be careful of being heard by neighbors and passing villagers." Shu Tianci shook his head and placed his finger vertically on his lips. Seeing that the 3 younger siblings covered their mouths, he smiled and said, "Third brother promised to let you all have enough to eat." The 3 were overjoyed and quickly shouted, "Thank you, third brother. Third brother is so amazing." Shu Tianci ruffled his little sister's hair and looked at the 4th sister, saying, "Steam some sweet potatoes for lunch. And wash those sweet potato stems, then stir-fry a plate with the meat." "Okay." The younger siblings nodded immediately and then squatted down. They carefully picked up the sweet potato stems, treating them like treasures, snapping them into pieces. A few years ago, these were used to feed pigs. But in this year of hardship, these things were 1,000 times more precious than wild grass. Watching them all come to help, Shu Tianci chuckled softly and said, "We don't need so many people here. Shulian, go steam the sweet potatoes." "Okay." Shu Xianglian had no objections and took the sweet potatoes to prepare them for steaming. After glancing at her back, Shu Tianci turned to Shu Tianci and said, "Tian, so go start the fire." "Okay. Little sister, you just break the sweet potato stems here, and third brother will stir-fry the meat." "Okay." After arranging everything, Shu Tianci ruffled his little sister's hair and went to the cutting board. The 4 of them each took on their tasks, and soon a rich aroma of meat filled the kitchen. Shu Xianglian and the others took a deep breath, swallowing their saliva and saying, "It smells so good." They hadn't smelled such fragrant food in a long time, and their stomachs started to rumble. Meanwhile, in the fields of the Song family in the neighboring village, a group of dark, emaciated men and women of all ages were busy at work when Song Yuruo's father, Song Xiangli, suddenly sniffed the air. He frowned and wondered aloud, "Oh wow, what is that smell? It's so fragrant." Hearing this, the people nearby immediately leaned in to sniff. Song Yuruo's elder brother, Song Yang, shouted, "Meat. Dad, this is definitely the smell of meat. Song family, have you all gone crazy for meat?" Other villagers rolled their eyes and complained, "We're almost starving. Who can still afford to eat meat these days?" Upon hearing this, the Song family looked puzzled. What the villagers said made sense. 2 people from the Song family had starved to death this year. In this day and age, who in the nearby villages could still afford meat? Perhaps they really had gone mad for meat, thus hallucinating. The smell of meat. It really is the smell of meat. Suddenly someone pointed towards the direction of the Shu family and shouted, "It's coming from Shu family. Someone there is eating meat." Hearing this, the villagers in the fields immediately looked up towards the Shu family. Goodness! There was thick smoke billowing as if more than one household was frying meat. Just then they spotted Song Xianglian, the bride from the Song family, who had married into the Shu family. She was walking with a smile, hurrying towards the Song family. What caught everyone's attention was that she was carrying a sizable piece of pork. The onlookers swallowed hard, and Song Xianglian immediately shouted, Xianglian niece." Song Xianglian paused and turned her head to realize that the villagers were working in the fields. "It's Uncle Xianglian, is there something wrong?" She responded with a dodging gaze, instinctively hiding the meat behind her. Song Xianglian frowned, then smiled and said, "I wanted to ask you if there's some celebration in Shu family village. I see the smoke billowing, and all I smell is the fragrance of meat." "Yes, Sister Xianglian." Song Yang also approached, staring at the piece of meat in Song Xianglian's hand, and said, "I see you have a piece of meat. It can't be that your Shu family village is distributing meat today." "You're right, Shu family village is indeed distributing meat today." Having been uncovered, Song Xianglian no longer concealed the truth. "What? They really are distributing meat?" The villagers from the Song family widened their eyes in shock. How could the Shu family be distributing meat when everyone else could barely afford a meal? Song Xianglian shook his head repeatedly and exclaimed, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could the village give out meat for no reason?" Song Xianglian rolled her eyes and pointed at the Shu family, saying, "What do you mean for no reason? This is all thanks to Uncle Fugui's third son's efforts." "The third son of Fugui?" Song Yang paused for a moment and confirmed, "You mean Shu Tianci?" Without waiting for Song Xianglian to affirm, Song Xianglian waved his hand to deny. "That's even more impossible. That kid has always been lazy. How could the village distributing meat have anything to do with him?" Looking at the self-righteous father and son, Song Xianglian directly rolled her eyes. Tianci was indeed lazy before, but he's different now. Today, he not only rescued the Shu siblings, but he also hunted a wild boar weighing 300 pounds. Not to mention, he generously distributed the pork to the entire village. After saying this, Song Xianglian lifted the meat in her hand and smiled. "See, this is the 2 pounds of wild boar meat we received. I discussed with my husband to give a pound to my family to taste." Looking at the perfectly marbled wild boar meat, Song Xianglian and his son had no choice but to believe this fact. "Uncle Xianglian, I'm in a hurry to take meat to my parents. Let's talk more next time." Having shown off, Song Xianglian naturally did not wish to continue the conversation, so she waved her hand and turned to leave. Watching her back and the wild boar meat swaying in her hand, Song Xianglian and his son couldn't help but swallow hard. Their own food supplies were nearly exhausted, let alone any cooking oil. How tempting. At this moment, a villager from the Song family stepped forward and said, "Xianglian, doesn't your daughter Yurua have a marriage agreement with Tianyou? Tianyou is your future son-in-law. Since they are distributing meat today, surely there's a share for you, the father-in-law." "Yes, Dad." Song Yang's eyes lit up as he stepped forward and said, "If Shu Tianyou wants to marry my sister, he must please us. If the third son is willing to share the pork with the whole village, surely he will share some with us too. At the very least, Tianci will definitely get the most for himself. Asking Shu Tianyou to share half with us shouldn't be too much to ask." Hearing this, Song Xianglian pondered for a moment and nodded. "You're right. That kid better share some meat with us if he wants to marry Yurua. Let's go. Let's go home and discuss with your mother." Soon the father and son shared this news with the other family members. "Really? The third son can actually hunt?" The first to respond was Song Yurua, her face filled with surprise. Since he could hunt wild boars, her siblings should no longer worry about going hungry. However, before she could be overly delighted, a woman next to her shot her a glare. "Why are you calling him the third son so affectionately? You're not even married to that big fool Shu Tianyou, yet don't think about them for everything." After saying this, she pointed at the young man in the room. "Look, only your elder brother is married in our family. Whether the other 2 younger brothers can marry depends on whether you can fetch a good price for yourself." "Mother!" Song Yurua immediately refuted, shouting, "Didn't you promise me to Tianyou?" After saying this, her face flushed immediately. "I did say that, but he isn't able to pay the bride price, is he? The woman glared with wide eyes and scolded, "As long as someone offers the bride price, I will marry you off immediately." "Exactly." Song Yuruo's third brother also nodded and said, "That big fool just lost his parents, so he definitely can't provide any money. I say you should just find an old bachelor to marry and get a bit of bride price. After all, with your stutter, no one wants you, while me and the younger brother are still waiting for money to get wives." "Exactly. A loss-making deal." The woman snorted coldly and snapped. All right, we will talk about that later. Song Xiangli waved his hand and said, what we're discussing now is the matter of this pork. Let's see how we can persuade Shu Tianyu to share a little with our family. Yes. Song Yang also nodded, complaining, the smell of that meat is making me almost drool. As they spoke, everyone cast unkind glances at Song Yuro. Song Yuro was taken aback and nervously said, Dad, Mom, you're not thinking of making me go ask for meat, are you? You saved that big fool's life, and he hasn't repaid you yet. Song's mother glared and said matter-of-factly, isn't it only right for him to give you a bit of pork? I don't. Just as Song Yuro was about to refuse, a voice from outside called out. Who is it that has come? Hearing the woman's voice outside, the family of Song Xiangli was momentarily stunned. They exchanged glances and Song Yuro said, it's Xianglian. After speaking, Song Yuro quickly ran out of the room. Upon seeing this scene, a woman couldn't help but curse. A worthless person is just a worthless person. Her heart has already shifted to another family. Let's see what's going on first. Maybe they're bringing us some meat. Song Xiangli waved his hand and stood up to walk outside. The others exchanged glances and hurriedly followed. As soon as they stepped outside, they saw Song Yuro tugging at Shu Xianglian, saying something like, you take it back quickly. A few of them looked at the piece of meat in Shu Xianglian's hand, and their pupils immediately constricted. What are you doing? Song's mother reprimanded, and then stepped forward to pull Song Yuro back, scolding, you rebellious girl, are you trying to defy heaven? Song Yang, who was behind, leaned over and whispered, Mom, pork. Song's mother nodded repeatedly, pushing Song Yuro to the back, and then looking at Shu Xianglian and the others. Xianglian and Tianyou, why are you two here? Shu Tianyou didn't speak, and Shu Xianglian took the lead to say, Uncle, Aunt, we came here to discuss something with you. No need to say, we all understand. Song's mother laughed heartily and stepped forward to grab Shu Xianglian's wrist. Come on, let's go inside and talk. While speaking, her fingers kept rubbing against the piece of pork. So fatty, so slippery. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyou were pulled into the house, and Song Yuro poured them a cup of tea. Before they even picked up the cup, Song's mother couldn't help but say, Xianglian, I want to ask you something. I just heard that kid Tianci caught a wild boar and distributed 2 pounds of meat to all the villagers. Since our Yuro and Tianyou are betrothed, we should be considered one family. Therefore, this pork must include our share, right? Shu Xianglian chuckled and hadn't had the chance to respond when Song Yang's wife spoke up. She laughed and said, Mom, look at what you're saying. Didn't you see that Xianglian brought the meat? Upon hearing this, Shu Tianyou immediately reached out and took the meat from Shu Xianglian's hand, hiding it behind his back. This group of people was too frightening. Their eyes sparkled as if they were about to eat someone. Seeing this, the expressions of Song's mother and the others immediately stiffened. Song Yang's wife reacted quickly and smiled, saying, I understand this meat must be reserved for Yuro by Tianyou. Look at that, he knows how to care for his wife even before marriage. Oh, alas, your Yongo wouldn't be so considerate. Everyone laughed heartily, and Song's mother also said, Tianyou, what are you doing? Since the meat was brought for Yuro to eat, let her take it to cook. Later we'll have a meal together. Your uncle has half a bottle of sweet potato wine left. No way. Shu Tianyou decisively shook his head and said, the third said that if you don't agree, we can't give you the meat. Agree? Agree to what? Everyone looked confused, and Shu Xianglian explained, Uncle and Aunt, we are not in a hurry for the meat. We are here to discuss something today, or as long as the matter is settled, the meat will be a gift for you. Upon hearing this, the faces of the Song family turned somewhat unsightly. The meat was indeed brought as a gift, but it seemed to come with conditions. Xianglian Tianyou. Song Xiangli looked at Shu Xianglian and the others, sighing. I heard that your parents passed away a few days ago. Your aunt almost fainted upon hearing this news. I have been friends with Fuguwei since childhood. How could he leave us so suddenly? You must take care of yourselves, understand? Whatever about fainting, I haven't seen you come to pay respects. Thank you, Uncle. You and Aunt should also take care of yourselves. Shu Xianglian chuckled, lightly nodding in a perfunctory manner. Song's mother pretended to wipe her tears and said, All right, Xianglian, tell me, why did you come today? I want to marry Yuro. Without waiting for Shu Xianglian to be polite, Shu Tianyou spoke directly. His voice was loud enough for Song Yuro, who was in the kitchen, to hear. Her dark face instantly flushed a deep red. Seeing the surprised expressions of Song Xiangli and the others, Shu Xianglian smiled and said, Uncle and Aunt, my parents have always had a wish. They hoped my elder brother could become a family with Yuro. You two just said that our two families are considered one family. Now that my parents have passed, I think you would be willing to fulfill their wish, right? Everyone's expression stiffened. Song's mother chuckled and said, Xianglian, if you want Tianyou to marry Yuro, that's no problem. But you must present the betrothal gifts. Exactly, you can't just take our woman with a mere statement, can you? Song Yang's wife nodded in agreement. It's not just a statement, we have meat. Shu Tianyou shook his head repeatedly, raising the meat. The 5 pounds of pork, a mixture of lean and fatty, caught Song Yang's eye, and he immediately reached out to grab it. But Shu Tianyu was much quicker than him, instantly hiding the pork behind his back. "No stealing you, I will give you the meat if you let me marry Euro." Shu Xianglian stood up and pointed at Song Yang, saying, "What are you going to fight for it?" No such thing." Song Yang chuckled, awkwardly swallowing hard. Shu Xianglian snorted coldly and turned to look at Song Shengli and his wife, saying, "Uncle and aunt, you just tell me whether you will marry her or not. This is 5 pounds of wild boar meat. With the current grain shortage, you can't even buy it with money." Song's mother was about to speak when her youngest son kept pushing her arm, saying, "Mom, I want to eat meat." Nearby, Song's third son was pushing Song Shengli's hand, saying, "Dad, I want to eat meat too." No way." Song's mother pushed her youngest son away, shaking her head and saying, "You want to exchange 5 pounds of pork for my daughter who I have raised for 20 years? No way. If not, then forget it." Shu Tianyu also became angry and turned to leave. If leaving was all he left behind, a parting shot. "Anyway, our third can hunt. We can eat meat every day, not worried about marrying a wife." After saying this, he pulled Shu Xianglian and walked outside. The Song family exchanged glances, secretly thinking, who said this big guy is foolish? Song's third and fourth sons couldn't hold back any longer and immediately stood up to protest, saying, "Mom, I want to eat meat. I'm sick of wild vegetables and sweet potatoes." Song Yang's wife couldn't hold back either, shouting, "Song Yang, I want to eat meat too. Your sister is a worthless person anyway. What more do you want for 5 pounds of pork?" "All right, stop arguing." Song's mother glared and got up, running outside. Xianglian Tianyou, wait a moment. Shu Tianyu and his sister stopped in their tracks, being invited back by Song's mother. Song's mother glanced at the two and said, "Xianglian, I can marry Euro to Tianyu, but in addition to this 5 pounds of pork, I have another condition." "And you can tell me first." Shu Xianglian didn't rush to agree. Regarding Shu Tianyou's intention to marry Song Yuru, Song's mother put forth her conditions. First, in addition to the 5 pounds of meat brought by Shu Xianglian, she wanted 10 yuan as a bride price. This was because their third child was also getting married and the bride's side was demanding 10 yuan as a bride price. As the elder sister, Song Yuru was expected to cover this cost for her younger brother. Of course, this reflected a patriarchal family mindset that would voice such demands. In the 1960s, the concept of valuing sons over daughters was widely accepted, and Shu Xianglian was no exception. Thus, she did not refuse, especially since this bride price was significantly cheaper than what was initially proposed. However, given the current financial situation of the family, she needed time to gather the money. Regarding this condition, Shu Xianglian frowned before saying, 10 yuan is acceptable, but my family doesn't have it right now. I can provide it after some time, but Yuru must marry my elder brother first. Impossible. Once Yuru marries into your family, how will I be able to receive the money? Song's mother waved her hand, dismissively rejecting the idea. The Song family was not foolish. Without the money in hand, they would never marry their daughter off. However, if Song Yuru did not marry Shu Tianyou, they would also not part with the 5 pounds of meat. Thus, the atmosphere instantly became tense, as if the air had thickened. After a moment of stalemate, Song Shengli suddenly said, "Xianglian, don't say that your uncle lacks compassion. 1 month, your uncle will give your family 1 month's time. As long as you can produce 10 yuan within this period, Yuru will marry over. If you can't, Yuru marrying over will only lead to hardship, and it would be better for her to stay at home." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian pondered for a few seconds and nodded in agreement. "All right, just 1 month, but I fear that my uncle and aunt may go back on their words, so I need a written agreement." "All right, wait." Just as Song Shengli was about to agree, Song's mother suddenly raised her hand. "I have another condition to add. Xianglian, your family's fiancé is skilled at hunting, right? I want a share of every prey he catches." At this, the Song family brightened up. If Shu Tianci truly had this ability, their family would never lack meat again. One Song Yuru could exchange for the whole family having regular meat, making this a worthwhile deal. Song Yang nudged Song's mother, giving her a thumbs up, saying, "Mom, great idea." Song's mother initially waved her hand proudly, seemingly pleased with her own idea. "No." Suddenly a voice interjected, and Song Yuru came running over. She looked anxious, waved her hand at Shu Xianglian, and then turned to Song's mother, saying, "Mom, what do you mean you? You little brat, go cook your meal." Song's mother impatiently pushed Song Yuru away, and then looked at Shu Xianglian in a serious manner. "Xianglian, if you agree, we will write the agreement. If you don't agree, then please leave." "Agree? How could I possibly agree?" Shu Xianglian glared, standing up and shouting. "If Tianci can hunt, that is his skill, why should he have to give your family a share of the meat?" "Exactly." Shu Tianyou nodded, shouting, "What he catches should be for us to eat." Song's mother laughed in anger, pointing at Shu Tianyou. "As long as you can agree to this, your elder brother will be able to marry Yuru. Tianci and Tianyou are not blood brothers, so what's wrong with brothers helping each other? In any case, that's impossible." Shu Xianglian decisively shook her head standing up, and saying since we can't reach an agreement, then let's forget it. After saying this, she attempted to pull Shu Tianyou away. The Song family, tempted by the piece of pork, would certainly not let them leave. So Song Shengli hurriedly tried to retain them, advising Xianglian, don't be in a rush. We can first sign a written agreement for 10 yuan and the 5 pounds of meat, and then the marriage of Tianyou and Yuru will be settled. As for whether Tianci is willing to share his catch with our Song family, you can go back and ask him. Once you clarify his willingness, we can decide on this matter. Hearing these words, Shu Xianglian hesitated, as she genuinely hoped her elder brother would marry a wife. In that case, someone would be there to take care of him in the future. However, since this involved her third brother Shu Tianci, she had to consider it seriously. Xianglian, how are you considering this? Seeing Shu Xianglian silent for a long time, Song Yang hurriedly asked. Shu Xianglian glanced at him and said flatly, you'll go back and talk to Tianci. After finishing, she pulled Shu Tianyou and walked away. Sigh. Xianglian. The Song family panicked, rushing forward to stop Shu Xianglian. Song Yang's wife was even quicker, directly snatching the piece of meat from her hand. Shu Tianyou's expression changed, angrily shouting, give me back my meat. Seeing his fierce demeanor, Song Yang's wife was also startled. Song Shengli hurriedly stepped forward to calm Shu Tianyou, smiling, son-in-law, don't be angry just yet. This meat is part of the bride price. Let's go sign a written agreement now. Oh, as long as you bring 10 yuan within a month, Yuru will be yours. No, I won't marry her. Shu Tianyou stubbornly shouted. Upon hearing this, Song Yuru's face turned pale. Elder brother, what nonsense are you talking? Shu Xianglian glared at Shu Tianyou, visibly displeased. Since the meat was already in the Song family's hands, she turned to Song Shengli and said, Uncle, let's write the agreement. All right, I'll write it now. Song Shengli chuckled, taking paper and pen from the room and handing them to Song Yang. Song Shengli and his wife could not read, and only their 3 sons had studied for 2 years. Subsequently, Song Yang wrote down the terms for Shu Tianyou to marry Song Yuru, and both parties pressed their fingerprints. With the written agreement in hand, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyou would no longer linger. Next, they could only hope everything would go smoothly, allowing her elder brother to bring his wife home. Song Shengli and his wife chuckled, waving, Xianglian, son-in-law, come early. He'll have Yuru prepared to marry into the Shu family. After Shu Xianglian and her brother left, Song Yang's wife suddenly looked at Song Shengli and the others, saying, Dad, Mom, are we really marrying Yuru off to that big fool for just 10 yuan? What nonsense are you saying? Song's mother glared, saying, you think 10 yuan is enough to marry my daughter? Dream on. Song Yuru panicked, shouting, Mom, what are you? What do you mean what? Go cook the meat quickly. With no one in the family speaking up for her, Song Yuru could only accept the meat with a sense of grievance, turning around to head into the kitchen. Song's mother coldly snorted, glancing at everyone. That big fool's family is already poor and his parents just died. 10 yuan, let alone a month, even if it was the life of their whole family, they couldn't come up with it. Once it exceeds a month, it'll sell that loser to the old bachelor in the neighboring village. Within the space of the jade pendant. Great. I finally filled this half mu of land with rice. Looking at the rice seedlings in front of him, Shu Tianci's face was filled with excitement. The few rice seedlings he had picked from the bird's nest had matured after days of nurturing. He couldn't wait to harvest all the rice and plant each grain into the black soil. After watering them, the rice soon sprouted little green shoots. Meanwhile, the 2 pumpkin seedlings he planted had already matured the night before last. To his amazement, each pumpkin vine bore around 10 large pumpkins. What excited Shu Tianci even more was that each pumpkin weighed about 20 pounds. It's no wonder the black soil and spiritual spring in the jade pendant space were so fertile. Whatever he planted thrived abundantly. After being excited for a while, Shu Tianci sliced open a pumpkin and scooped out all the seeds. He then planted the seeds one by one in the half mu of black soil, and they had already grown into vines about 20 centimeters long. On this plot of land, there were half a mu of rice and half a mu of pumpkins, while the other plot was filled with sweet potatoes. Looking at a small grass shed not far away, Shu Tianci couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of this space. Not only could he build a dwelling for poultry out of thin air, but he could also create a warehouse from nothing. The thousands of pounds of sweet potatoes he had previously harvested had automatically stored themselves in the warehouse. Moreover, Shu Tianci discovered that the space inside the warehouse was completely still. Even when he entered, his movements were somewhat restricted. However, since he could easily summon the resources inside with his thoughts, he didn't mind too much. With the crops yielding results, here the poultry over there were doing remarkably well. Every day, referring to the time outside the space, there were quite a few eggs in the wild chicken nest, which Shu Tianci had taken home for his family. Additionally, the dozen eggs he had collected from the mountain had hatched into 8 little wild chicks. As for the others that did not hatch, Shu Tianci had given them to his younger siblings to eat. The 8 little wild chicks were visibly growing every day, which he could see with his own eyes. Shu Tianci had no other way to care for them, so he could only toss them the extra sweet potato stems and pumpkin leaves. The wild boars and rabbits in the other 2 nests were no exception, eating the sweet potato leaves. However, they did not appear emaciated, as the spiritual spring water was constantly nourishing their bodies. After tending to the crops and poultry in the space, Shu Tianci jumped into the lake for a bath. While bathing, he seemed to notice something unusual about the space. Something's not right. This is very wrong. He shook his head, his gaze fixed on something ahead, his expression darkening. The color of the jade pendant displaying the surrounding scenery seemed to have dulled somewhat. The original Qianlian jade pendant was a translucent milky white, just like a living jade Qianlian. But now 1/5 of the pendant had already turned dark. Could it be that maintaining this jade pendant space requires consuming its energy? Shu Tianci made a bold guess, feeling a twinge of fear in his heart. If the jade pendant space indeed consumed its energy to maintain itself, as he suspected, then one day this space would disappear due to lack of energy. By that time, Shu Tianci would lose the capital to live brilliantly in this era. Moreover, judging by how dull the jade pendant had become, the remaining energy could only last about 20 days. 20 days. Shu Tianci murmured, his mood suddenly becoming despondent. He then put on his clothes and turned to exit the jade pendant space. Where have you been, Tianci? Upon seeing him appear outside, Shu Xianglian hurried over. Did you go up the mountain again? Are you hurt anywhere? I'm fine, second sister. Seeing the genuine concern on her face, Shu Tianci felt much of his gloom dissipate. He shook his head and smiled, then handed over the bamboo basket on his back. Look, what is this? Shu Xianglian took the basket, and her pupils instantly contracted as she exclaimed, pumpkins. She covered her mouth and looked around, saying, so big. Where did you get this? Just as Shu Tianci was about to make up an excuse, Shu Xianglian waved her hand, pulling him toward home. Forget it, we'll talk at home. Shu Tianci smiled helplessly and followed her into the house. As Shu Xianglian entered the house and set down the bamboo basket, Shu Tianyou and the others immediately surrounded her. Looking inside, Shu Xianglian's pupils suddenly contracted, nearly wanting to shout out. However, she quickly stifled her voice, and someone covered her mouth. Shu Xianglian shot her a glare, raising her finger to signal her to hush. Don't shout so loudly. If the neighbors hear, there will be nothing left to eat. It is said that children from poor families mature early, and this is certainly true. Although the youngest Shu Xianglian was only 14, she was already more sensible than many adults. She knew that during this time of scarcity, it was not easy for third brother to bring back such large pumpkins. If the villagers accidentally found out, they would surely come to investigate. By then, not only would third brother be in trouble, but their whole family would have to continue starving. Upon hearing fourth sister's words, Shu Xianglian was so frightened that she immediately covered her mouth. Shu Tianci nearby quickly shut his mouth and looked up at Shu Tianci. Tianci, tell us. Shu Xianglian, seeing them enter the house, fixed her gaze on Shu Tianci and asked, where did these pumpkins come from? Shu Tianci smiled lightly and replied, I picked them from the mountain, but it wasn't just anywhere. Shu Xianglian was taken aback, puzzled. What do you mean? These pumpkins are wild ones from deep in the mountains, but there are wolves nearby. Shu Tianci's expression turned serious as he emphasized the word wolves. What? Wolves? The siblings were startled, and Shu Xianglian reached out to check Shu Tianci's body. Did you encounter wolves? Are you hurt? Let second sister take a look. Second sister. Shu Tianci called out, bouncing up and down. Look, I'm really fine. Don't worry, I lured the wolf away before picking the pumpkins. Ooh, I have ways to deal with those beasts. Suddenly Shu Tianyou seemed to remember something. He looked at Shu Tianci and said, Old third, I heard that the second son of the Fu family was eaten by a wolf while on the mountain. Oh, was it that one? I don't know if it was, but it's very possible. Shu Tianci shook his head and then looked seriously at his younger siblings. So, you must never go up the mountain alone. It's very dangerous, do you understand? Understood, the little ones quickly shouted, and Shu Tianyou joined in. Feeling a bit uneasy, Shu Tianci reiterated, and you mustn't tell others that there are pumpkins on the mountain. Otherwise others will also go up the mountain, and then they will be torn to shreds by the wolves. The kid's eyelids jumped, frightened by a sudden chill. After giving his siblings a good admonition, he only stopped when they promised to comply. Then Shu Tianci took out a few eggs and said, let's go today, we'll have eggs and steamed pumpkin. Wow, we have eggs to eat again. Shu, third brother is truly amazing. I like third brother the most. A few of them initially wanted to shout in excitement, but immediately changed their minds. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then heard his second sister say, Tianci, what about the pig offal? The wild boar he killed earlier had yielded more than 10 pounds of offal. Since there was only a little salt at home, Shu Tianci tried washing it with spiritual spring water and plant ash. The deodorizers worked quite well, but but without any seasoning there wasn't much to eat. Thus there was still quite a bit of offal left, and if they didn't eat it soon it would really spoil. Thinking of this, Shu Tianci pulled Shu Xianglian to the door. He looked around and whispered, "Sister, I also caught a few wild chickens and rabbits on the mountain, but I was afraid the villagers would find out, so I didn't bring them home." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian's pupils shrank instantly, and she nodded repeatedly, saying, "Tianci, you did the right thing. Although the villagers of the Shu family are nice, there are also many people like Aunt Yuning. You may be good at hunting, but you can't bring wild game home every day. If they see it, they will surely report it to the commune." "I know, that's why I didn't do it." Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. "Sister, I'm telling you this because I want to go to the county tomorrow." To the county. Shu Xianglian was initially stunned, then her pupils suddenly shrank. "Tianci, are you planning to sell the rabbits and wild chickens in the city?" "That won't do. Speculating in goods is a serious crime." "Sister, what nonsense are you talking about?" Shu Tianci frowned, pained, and said, "I'm telling you this privately because I'm afraid our older brother will spread this around. If even you don't believe me, then our lives will definitely not go well." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian became anxious. She quickly explained, "Tianci, I'm not doubting you, but you need to tell your second sister why you're going to the county. Sister, look at our family. We lack everything, even a kitchen knife and an iron pot. I plan to take the rabbits, wild chickens, and this pumpkin to the city to see if I can exchange them for some daily necessities." "Really?" Shu Xianglian showed a skeptical expression. "Speculating in goods is a serious crime, but if it's just for exchanging items, then it's still acceptable. Look at you doubting even your own younger brother." Shu Tianci frowned, preparing to voice his dissatisfaction. Shu Xianglian quickly grabbed his hand and comforted him, saying, all right, sister believes you. You can go to the city, but you must be careful, okay?" "Okay." Shu Tianci sighed in relief, nodding and smiling. He naturally couldn't just say he was going to the city to exchange for daily necessities. But he also couldn't keep it a secret, so he chose to take it slowly, letting his sister accept the changes happening at home because of him. And all of this would start from entering the city. By the way, Shu Xianglian seemed a bit worried and reminded him again, "Also don't rush the money for Big Brother's wedding. Your second sister has a way." "Huh?" Shu Tianci was taken aback, confused. "Sister, what kind of way could you have?" Shu Xianglian initially didn't want to say anything, but she had no one else in the family to discuss serious matters with except her third brother Shu Tianci. So she looked around and whispered, "When I was working, I heard a woman from the neighboring village say, in their village there was a big brother getting married, and the bride's family asked for dozens of dollars in betrothal gifts. That big brother couldn't come up with the money at first, so he went to the city early in the morning, and when he returned that night, he had the betrothal money. Guess where his money came from?" Hearing this, Shu Tianci's expression darkened, and he spat out 2 words, "selling blood." "How do you know?" Shu Xianglian exclaimed, looking at him in disbelief. "Of course." Shu Tianci complained, then stared at her and said, "Sister, do you know what a blood donation station is like?" "What is it like?" Shu Xianglian asked reflexively. "Dirty, chaotic, with needles everywhere and inflammation, cotton eye, and patients coughing everywhere. Bacteria are swirling in the air." Shu Tianci's expression was serious as he described the terrible environment of the blood donation station to his second sister. Seeing the look of horror on her face, he further intimidated her, saying, "If you encounter a patient with skin disease going to donate blood, the nurse at the blood donation station will give them an injection with a non-sterilized syringe and then give you one too." "Oh!" Shu Xianglian screamed, stepping back in shock. "Second sister, what's wrong?" Shu Tianyou ran out from the kitchen, looking at Shu Xianglian with concern. "It's nothing. Shu Xianglian waved her hands, repeatedly calming her emotions, and asked, "Big brother, is dinner ready?" "Not yet, I'm still steaming the pumpkin," Shu Tianyou replied. Shu Xianglian nodded, smiling, and said, "Then you go help the younger siblings. I want to talk to Tianci for a few words." "Okay." Shu Tianyou looked at the two of them with confusion, then turned and walked back into the kitchen. Shu Xianglian turned her gaze back to Shu Tianci and asked, "Tianci, is what you just said true?" Seeing her flushed face, seemingly with cold sweat flowing down, Shu Tianci knew he had achieved his goal. He shrugged and nodded seriously. He knew that in this era selling blood could earn a lot of money. Many people's wives were bought with money from selling blood. But blood donation stations were indeed very dirty and chaotic, and most syringes were used without sterilization. So in this era there were many people selling blood and many infected with deadly diseases. It was precisely for this reason that Shu Tianci wanted to dispel his sister's thoughts of selling blood. He stared seriously at Shu Xianglian and said, "Sister, don't worry about this matter. I'll go exchange for some things tomorrow and see if I can find a job. By then, Big Brother's betrothal money will have a solution." "Oh." Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up. Then she complained, "Finding a job requires a quota. How could it be so easy to get a quota? You don't need to worry about that." Shu Tianci waved his hand and reminded her again, "In short, dispel your thoughts of selling blood." Seeing the serious expression on the third brother's face, Shu Xianglian smiled with relief and said, "All right, I'll listen to you." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci also smiled. Soon Shu Tianyou and the others finished preparing dinner. Steamed pumpkin-boiled eggs and sweet potato stems. Although it seemed like a simple meal, it was a delicacy that most people could only dream of in the years of famine. Shu Tianci and the 6 of them ate particularly happily, chatting and laughing at the dining table. The next day before dawn, Shu Tianci got up. Perhaps it was the effect of the spiritual spring water. Shu Tianci had been particularly energetic these past few days. Not only had his strength increased several-fold, but his mental state had also become somewhat different from that of ordinary people. However, this difference was merely the threshold of something greater. He felt it was possible he might develop extraordinary abilities in the future. Shaking his head as he got out of bed, Shu Tianci prepared to leave the room. Third brother. Shu Tiansong suddenly called out, stepping forward to grab Shu Tianci's hand, and asked with pride, "Where are you going?" "Nowhere, wife." Shu Tianci shook his head in confusion. "You're lying," Shu Tiansong said earnestly, exclaiming, "If you weren't going anywhere, you wouldn't be up so early." In the past, Shu Tianci would sleep until after they went to work before getting up. But today he was strangely early. His elder brother and sister had not yet risen. So Shu Tiansong didn't need to think much to know that his third brother was about to head out. "Hey, you brat." Shu Tianci chuckled lightly, reaching out to twist the other's ear and giving it a gentle tug. "You brat starting to take care of third brother now, huh?" Shu Tiansong cried out in pain, quickly saying, "No, I didn't mean to take care of you." Shu Tianci didn't push the matter further and quickly released his hand. "Third brother, I know you're going to get us something to eat." Shu Tiansong leaned closer, speaking mysteriously. "Take me with you. I can help carry things." "Want to be a general at 10 years old? That's quite courageous of you." Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and pushed him away, saying, "I warn you, dismiss that idea of going up the mountain. Have you forgotten about the Shu siblings? They almost died on the mountain with guns. If you're thinking of going up, you'd just be delivering food to wolves and wild boars. Also, I'm not going up the mountain today, I'm going to the town to take a look around." After saying that, he ignored the other and turned to leave the room. Tianci. As soon as he stepped out, Shu Xianglian came over and grabbed his hand, pulling him along. Although Shu Tianci was puzzled, he still followed her outside. "Tianci, take this with you." Shu Xianglian handed him a collar made of checkered fabric and a woven hat. With a puzzled look, Shu Tianci asked her, "What's this for?" She explained, "Wear this when you go to exchange things, and don't let anyone see your appearance." To be honest, his second sister was quite cautious. "Okay, thanks, second sister." Shu Tianci took the collar, stuffed it into his pocket, and casually put on the woven hat. Seeing how he looked, Shu Xianglian quickly reached out to adjust the hat, saying, "Wear it properly and don't look like a spy." Shu Tianci chuckled, teasing, "My sister knows quite a lot. Don't joke around." Shu Xianglian glared at him and said, "I have something to tell you." Shu Tianci stopped smiling and looked at her curiously. "After you go to the county town, first look for aunt and second aunt. They still don't know about our parents passing." Hearing this, Shu Tianci recalled memories regarding this matter from his mind. His grandfather had 4 children, 3 daughters and 1 son. Shu Fugui was the third in line, with 2 older sisters above him and a younger sister below. The eldest married into the county town, the second also married into the city with help, while the fourth was somewhat disappointing. Since the Shu family lived far from the county town, when Shu Fugui and his wife passed away, Shu Tianci and the others were still worrying about their next meal. Thus, even a week after their death, the aunts still didn't know. Now that Shu Tianci was going to the city to exchange for daily necessities, Shu Xianglian remembered this matter. "All right, I'll visit Aunt after I enter the city." Shu Tianci nodded, not refusing. Shu Xianglian reminded him again to be careful before she and Shu Tianyou went to work. Shu Tianci also sent Lao Wu along, instructing Lao Si to keep a close eye on him. If he had even the slightest thought of going up the mountain, just beat him to death. Shu Xianglian looked at her third brother in surprise, then chuckled and agreed. Watching their lively figures, Shu Tianci couldn't help but smile. During this time at home, he had given them spiritual spring water to drink, and when outside, he had them drink diluted water. Along with the steamed sweet potatoes, chicken soup, and wild boar meat at home, all of which had been enhanced with spiritual spring, the 6 members of the Shu family were now full of vigor and no longer pale and emaciated. To outsiders, it seemed as if they were eating meat every day to have such changes. Under Shu Tianci's instructions, the family didn't argue or explain about it. "Tianci, going up the mountain again?" "No, I'm just going to inform my aunt." "Uncle Tianci, when will you hunt wild boar again?" "You brat, getting greedy again." On the road out of the village, Shu Tianci responded to the villagers greeting him. Only after leaving the village did he quicken his pace, walking and running towards the county town. The Shu family lived quite far from the county town, with a distance of over 10 kilometers, and he had to pass through the town along the way. Even if Shu Tianci jogged and walked, it would take him more than 2 hours. After running for about 10 minutes, he arrived at the town. However, the town now was not as lively as 2 years ago. It even looked a bit desolate. Every household was barely getting by, with even the market fairs being cancelled. Watching the occasional few villagers pass by, Shu Tianci couldn't help but sigh. The appearances of these people were similar to when he first arrived. Each one was swollen with large faces and walked without any strength. This was a disease caused by long-term lack of nutrition. It probably wouldn't be long before this group of people perished. Standing among them, Shu Tianci felt like an outsider. After all, his skin had turned somewhat fair and tender from soaking in the spiritual spring, not at all like a farmer. To avoid drawing attention, he deliberately pushed the woven hat down further. Tianci, are you the third from Uncle Fugue's family? A surprised voice suddenly came from behind, causing Shu Tianci to turn around. A woman in a white lab coat with neck-length hair appeared, with a thermometer and new rural pin tucked in her pocket and a stethoscope hanging from her neck. Shu Tianci turned his head and realized he had arrived at the town health center. Dr. Jiangyu. Hey, just as he wanted to greet her, he was suddenly grabbed by the wrist and pulled into the health center. Shu Tianci panicked, thinking, this old woman can't be getting frisky, can she? Although she was over 30 and had lost her husband, he was still a young man. Once inside the health center, Dr. Jiang let go of Shu Tianci, but the look she gave him was somewhat off. Her eyes sparkled and her mouth was grinning, which made her seem strange. Shu Tianci, startled, covered his chest with both hands and chuckled nervously. Dr. Jiang, don't look at me like that. What are you talking about? Jiang Lily frowned, reaching out to remove Shu Tianci's woven hat. Are you running a fever? Let me check. Ugh. Shu Tianci shivered, waving his hands. No, I'm not running a fever. Jiang Lily seemed not to hear him, instead staring at his face and murmuring, why is your skin so white? Your physique seems to have strengthened quite a bit too. Listen, what kind of wolfish words are these? What good skin and strong physique. Hearing Jiang Li's words, Shu Tianci became even more flustered. What do you mean I'm feverish? I think it's you who are being flirtatious. Just as he was about to escape from here, Jiang Li suddenly changed the topic and said, tell me, is it the benefits of eating meat? Huh? Shu Tianci was taken aback and asked in confusion, what do you mean? Are you still pretending with me? Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, the word has spread far and wide that you can hunt. Recently, I even got to taste some of the wild boar meat you distributed to everyone. Who has such a big mouth to spread this trivial matter around? Shu Tianci's mouth twitched, and he continued, Dr. Jiang, what exactly do you want to say? Seeing that this guy was still clueless, Jiang Li was too lazy to beat around the bush. She glanced outside the clinic, then turned back to Shu Tianci and said, I want you to help me get some meat. What kind of meat? Shu Tianci asked in confusion. Anything will do. Fish, wild boar, wild chicken, wild duck, wild rabbit. As long as it's meat, you wouldn't know our whole family is about to be driven crazy by the craving for meat. The meat processing plant isn't supplying meat right now, and the county supply store only gets a small portion of meat every day. Don't mention that I'm in this big team. Even going to the county, I can't get any. I'm telling you, I dream of eating meat now. As Jiang Li expressed her needs, Shu Tianci finally understood what she was after. She had her eyes on his hunting skills and wanted him to go up the mountain to get her some game. Although her husband had died, her whole family had jobs, so they weren't short on money, just meat tickets. Plus, with the current grain shortage, having tickets didn't necessarily guarantee they could buy meat. After Jiang Li finished speaking, fearing he might overthink it, she specifically said, don't worry, I can pay for it. But I can't give you meat tickets. Shu Tianci's eyes suddenly lit up, but he waved his hand and said, Dr. Jiang, don't get me into trouble. I won't engage in any speculative activities. If I get caught, I'll end up in a big prison. Stop that. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and threw the knitted hat back at him. You've never been a proper person since you were young. What are you afraid of? And with Uncle Fugue and Aunt passing away, how poor is your family now? With your hunting skills, wouldn't you want to use them to earn some money? Huh? Shu Tianci caught the knitted hat, gave a thumbs up, and said, Sister Jiang, you really know people well. Stop being so glib. Jiang Li glared at him and said boldly, so can you do it or not? Seeing that the other party had been straightforward, Shu Tianci no longer acted coy. I can do it, he said, biting his teeth and nodding. But let's make this clear first, you can't tell anyone. Otherwise I'll bite off a piece of your flesh, even in death. You little rascal, you're quite wild. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said nonchalantly, don't worry, if this matter gets out, I won't have a good outcome either. Seeing her say this, Shu Tianci reached out to adjust his hat, then turned and walked outside. All right, just wait for me. Hey, where are you going? Jiang Li hurriedly asked upon hearing this. Going to get you some meat. Shu Tianci's voice came back, leaving Jiang Li stunned in place. Then she chuckled and shook her head, saying, this guy, I really didn't misjudge him. From what he said, it was clear he must have hidden quite a bit of game, just waiting for the opportunity to bring it out and exchange it for some money. In less than 10 minutes, Shu Tianci came back with a bamboo basket. Jiang Li's eyes lit up and she quickly stepped forward to pull him in and shut the door. Seeing her being so cautious, Shu Tianci also sighed in relief. He took down the bamboo basket, placed it on the ground, and looked at Zhang Dr. Zhang, there's a wild rabbit and a wild chicken. Originally, I planned to use them to nourish my younger siblings, but after hearing your words, I was tempted. You were right. My family really is short on money. All right, I understand. Zhang Li waved her hand, then turned to look at the bamboo basket. When she saw the pumpkin on top, she paused. This isn't the season for growing pumpkins. Oh, where did you get this? Hey, that's none of your business. Shu Tianci moved the pumpkin aside, revealing a layer of sweet potatoes. After moving aside 4 or 5 sweet potatoes, the figures of the wild chicken and rabbit finally came into Zhang Li's view. Zhang Li no longer asked about the origins of the pumpkin and sweet potatoes and stepped forward to pick up the wild chicken and wild rabbit. Her eyes lit up in surprise and she exclaimed, "Wow, this is quite plump." Both the wild rabbit and wild chicken had been in her space, nurtured by the spiritual spring, so how could they not be fat? Are you satisfied? Shu Tianci chuckled and asked in return. Satisfied, very satisfied. Zhang Li nodded repeatedly, pleased, and asked, how much do you plan to sell them for? Sister Zhang, you decide the price. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, rubbing his hands and smiling. He had never bought anything at the market, so he really didn't know the current prices. So letting Zhang Li set the price would definitely be the most appropriate. Zhang Li was amused by his words and teased, now you know to call me sister, huh? What kind of nonsense is that? Haven't you always been my dear sister? Shu Tianci laughed heartily, saying, without a blush. Zhang Li also chuckled and said, then I can't let you suffer losses either. The current market price for pork is 72 cents, and it's more expensive on the black market, but wild chickens and wild rabbits are lean meat and definitely won't sell for that high a price. However, since your wild chicken and rabbit are plump, how about I give you 60 cents a pound? Shu Tianci was taken aback and quickly said, the price is so high. Sister, aren't you at a loss? Not at all. Zhang Li waved her hands, repeatedly explaining, to be honest, it's still me taking advantage of you. If you can supply me periodically in the future, I would be very grateful. If there's any surplus, you can check the black market in the county. Wild chickens and rabbits can sell for over yuan a pound. This straightforward talk made Shu Tianci feel at ease. So he nodded and smiled. Then let's go with what you said, sister. Then Zhang Li took out a scale to weigh the wild chicken and rabbit. The wild chicken weighed over 3 pounds, and Shu Tianci calculated it as 3 pounds flat, while the wild rabbit was heavier at over 4 pounds. In total, they weighed 7 pounds, amounting to 4 yuan and 20 cents. Zhang Li pulled out a stack of money with some 1 cent and 10-cent bills mixed in. She took out 2 1 yuan bills, 4 50-cent bills, and 2 10-cent bills. Handing them to Shu Tianci, she asked, Tianci, do you want to sell these pumpkins and sweet potatoes? Sister Zhang wants them. Shu Tianci was taken aback and boldly said, if you want them, I'll just give them to you. You kid, you'll end up bankrupt with such generosity. Zhang Li rolled her eyes and complained, grains are more expensive than meat on the black market. You actually offer to give them away. Huh. While Shu Tianci was in a daze, Zhang Li handed him the big black pumpkin. They'll take these pumpkins and sweet potatoes. Is 10 yuan okay? Looking at her serious expression, Shu Tianci suddenly felt that she was quite nice. But was 10 yuan too expensive for so few pumpkins and sweet potatoes? Just as he hesitated, Zhang Li explained, take it ill when you have time, go check out the black market in the city. Then you'll know it's me taking advantage of you. Sister Zhang, how rich is your family? Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, Shu Tianci looked over in surprise. Isn't 20 bucks just a few meals on your monthly salary? You don't need to worry about that, it's not just me paying. Zhang Li immediately waved her hand and said, my parents and several older brothers all have jobs, so we can afford this little meat. Wow, Zhang Li's background sounds quite impressive. It's a pity she's a bit older and lost her husband. Shu Tianci shook his head inwardly and then said to her, Sister Zhang, I want to inquire about the black market situation. A few minutes later, he left the clinic and ran towards the county town. Watching his figure, Zhang Li shook her head and smiled. That little rascal is quite capable. Shu Tianci didn't linger in the town and didn't buy anything with the money. He jogged steadily towards the city, munching on a baked sweet potato along the way. After quenching his thirst with some spring water, he finally entered the county town 2 hours later. Huff! Shu Tianci took a breath and began to assess his surroundings. The houses here were far better than in the town. According to the original owner's memory, this was not his first time entering the county town. He had come here with his parents before. However, he did not know the location of the black market, so he casually found a nearby ant. Sister, can I ask you something? Oh dear, who are you calling sister? The ant glared displeased and said, who's being shameless here? At my age, I could be your mother. Shu Tianci was startled, glanced at her, and then with an apologetic expression said, sorry, auntie. I thought you looked similar to my real sister, and assumed you were the same age. Upon hearing this, the aunt's expression improved significantly. She waved her hand and smiled. You seem to be an honest person, so I won't hold it against you. Now what do you want to ask? Shu Tianci chuckled, inwardly thinking he almost encountered a tough nut. He didn't overthink it and quickly asked about the street of the black market. The aunt please detailed the specific location and how to turn a few streets. Afterward, Shu Tianci followed the information she provided to a certain underground passage. He took out the bamboo basket, putting in some pumpkins and sweet potatoes. He also had plenty of eggs, but he left them all for his younger siblings. Finally, he pulled his woven cap low and used the collar prepared for him by Shu Xianglian as a mask. At a glance, he resembled an ancient noblewoman who didn't reveal her true face. Just as he was about to enter the underground passage, a young man dressed similarly approached him. Buying or selling? Shu Tianci was taken aback and replied honestly, selling and buying. The young man glanced at him and said flatly, pay 5 cents and find a stall yourself. Okay. Without hesitation, Shu Tianci took out 5 cents and handed it over before stepping into the underground passage. The black market sounded like a platform for trading items of dubious origin. In reality, it was just a rudimentary trading market filled with items that couldn't be obtained through regular channels. After all, private businesses were not allowed now, so one had to come here to exchange for needed goods. Everyone was struggling in this era, so the higher-ups turned a blind eye to the situation here. Once Shu Tianci entered the black market, he noticed many eyes lingering on him. However, those gazes only lingered for about 2 seconds before moving away. Everyone understood the rules here. One couldn't just stare at others continuously. Shu Tianci glanced at the bustling passage and the vendors on both sides, feeling secretly amazed. Although this was an underground passage, both sides were illuminated, so it wasn't too dark. The items displayed by vendors at the crossroads were also clearly visible. But it wasn't all vendors. There were also signs seeking various grains. However, with so many people here, Shu Tianci could only hear their footsteps and the wind in the passage. He could see buyers and sellers bargaining, but the voices were very quiet. Shu Tianci wasn't here to buy today, so he focused on the group holding signs to buy grains. He chose a man's stall who appeared rather kind. As for his specific appearance, he couldn't tell as his face was covered by fabric. The two exchanged glances, and after Shu Tianci crouched down, he spoke softly. What kind of grain do you need? His tone was particularly light, so light that the other party could only read his lips. However, just as he finished speaking, people around suddenly looked over. What the heck are these people, all eavesdroppers? Shu Tianci was stunned for a moment before being grabbed by the familiar-looking man who pulled him down the alley. Come with me. Shu Tianci didn't resist following him for about 10 steps to the fork in the underground passage. Little brother, you weren't joking just now, were you? The familiar-looking man asked seriously. Are you really selling grain? Shu Tianci countered and nodded, saying, I'm not joking. What kind of grain do you need? Anything will do as long as it fills my belly, the man exclaimed excitedly. How about pumpkins? 20-odd pounds. Shu Tianci replied, adding, and sweet potatoes all over 2 pounds. Sure. The man nodded repeatedly. His breathing became a bit hurried as he suddenly grabbed Shu Tianci and shouted, Little brother, no big brother. I want all the pumpkins and sweet potatoes you have. Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise, thinking him worried you can't eat it all. But he didn't dare to say that, and instead broke free from the man's grasp. Then he shook his head and said, Not much. You first say how much you are willing to pay for it. If it's too little, I'll go ask someone else. Upon hearing this, the man hurriedly shouted, No. How about 50 cents per pound for pumpkins and 40 cents for sweet potatoes? What do you think? See you if fate allows. Shu Tianci didn't look back and walked directly towards the other end of the fork. Big brother. The man chased after him quickly, saying, I'll add a dime. Seeing the other party raise the price, Shu Tianci's eyes brightened. He turned back, looking at him with a cold smile, and said, This isn't my first time. I know the prices of grains very well. It was indeed his first time at the black market, but he couldn't let the man know. Saying such a thing was the only way to avoid being treated like a fool. Big brother, are you joking? The man clapped his hands and smiled helplessly. Rice and flour have indeed skyrocketed by several times, but pumpkins can never compare to those things. 60 cents per pound for pumpkins and 50 cents for sweet potatoes. This is the highest price I can offer. Even if you go to other stalls, the price won't be higher than this. Seeing the serious expression on the other man's face, Shu Tianci also knew he couldn't push the price any lower. All right, then I'll sell it at the price you offered. In the end, Shu Tianci agreed to the kind-faced man's offer. In fact, he was already very satisfied with this price, as wild chickens and rabbits only sold for a few dimes per pound. If he were to sell it in the black market next time, he could probably get over $1 per pound. Facing the man's eager gaze, Shu Tianci placed the bamboo basket down. As he lifted the cloth, a pumpkin weighing around 30 pounds and a dozen sweet potatoes came into the man's view. He quickly crouched down and exclaimed, "I've never seen a pumpkin this large. Brother, how did you grow this?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci's expression darkened. I'm sorry, I got too excited." The man realized he had asked an inappropriate question in his excitement. In the black market, the most taboo thing during transactions is inquiring about the origin of goods. With behavior like this, who would dare to trade with him in the future? Shu Tianci didn't want to get entangled with him and said impatiently, "Forget it, let's hurry up and trade." The man dared not say more and quickly took out a scale to weigh the pumpkin and sweet potatoes. Since he came to collect food, he must have brought these tools with him. In the end, the pumpkin weighed over 28 pounds, and the sweet potatoes also weighed over 20 pounds, totaling more than 50 pounds. The man put away the scale and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Brother, that's $32.80 in total. That works no problem." Shu Tianci nodded, feeling quite excited inside. Just as he finished speaking, he saw the man pull down his pants and reach into his crotch. Hiss! Shu Tianci took a sharp breath, then saw the man pull out a cloth bag. When the bag was opened, it seemed to contain quite a lot of money. The man pulled out 3 large black bills and some coins, then handed them over, saying, "Brother, here." "Good." Shu Tianci recovered his composure and stuffed the money into his pocket. "Brother, if you have more food in the future, come find me." The man cheerfully replied to Shu Tianci and then turned to leave. Shu Tianci glanced in the direction the man was leaving and thought to himself, can one get out that way too? Before he could think too much, a group of people suddenly rushed over. "Brother, is it my turn now?" "I'm here too." "Brother, how many pumpkins and sweet potatoes do you have left?" Looking at the 5 or 6 people who surrounded him, Shu Tianci realized even more how scarce food was. He shrugged and said, "I don't have any at the moment. If you all want some, let's do it next time." The crowd initially looked disappointed, but then gazed at Shu Tianci with eyes full of hope. "Brother, how much food do you still have?" "I don't have any right now," Shu Tianci replied, ambiguously shrugging his shoulders. Hearing this, the crowd turned away, visibly more dejected. Watching their retreating figures, Shu Tianci shrugged nonchalantly. He had already revealed quite a bit of food. He absolutely could not expose too much at once. At least not right now. Looking at the $30 in his hand, Shu Tianci couldn't help but smile. Now he had enough money for his elder brother's wedding. It seemed Zhang Jia was right, as she indeed took quite a bit of advantage of him. Next time he must take it back. He put the money into his pocket, actually storing it all in the jade pendant space. Then he strapped the bamboo basket back on and walked into the black market once more. At home, he currently had nothing, not even an iron pot or a kitchen knife. So he needed some coupons which should be available for purchase in the black market. Upon returning to the black market, he noticed even more eyes gathering around him. Now everyone knew that this kid had come to the black market to sell food. During this time of hunger, there was actually someone with extra food to sell. Shu Tianci ignored these gazes and walked while surveying the stalls on both sides. However, he didn't see any selling coupons. He only spotted stalls selling kitchen knives and iron pots. He immediately walked up and asked, "How much for these two?" The stall owner glanced at him and replied indifferently, "The pot is $6 and the knife is $1. So expensive." Shu Tianci was startled, thinking to himself that this was not cheap at all. However, then he considered that buying these things elsewhere would also require coupons. Buying coupons alone would also cost a few dollars, not to mention that the coupons only granted the right to purchase, not vouchers. Just as he was surprised, the stall owner added, "You can also exchange for food." Hearing this, Shu Tianci's heart stirred, and he almost blurted out that he had food. He glanced at the hungry gazes around him, feeling conflicted inside. In the end, he chose to take out a large black bill and handed it to the stall owner, saying, "I want both the pot and the knife." The stall owner showed a hint of disappointment, but took the money nonetheless. He tossed the iron pot and kitchen knife into the bamboo basket, and the $3 change was also sent into the jade pendant space. Shu Tianci stood up and continued walking forward. Soon he noticed a stall owner, a short man, his appearance unknown. However, there was a sign at his stall that said he sold coupons. Shu Tianci glanced at him and found that the man was also looking over. So Shu Tianci walked up, crouched down, and asked, "What kind of coupons do you have?" "Whatever you want, I have the coupons for that," the short man replied casually. "Hey, quite arrogant, huh?" Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise, thinking to himself that he specialized in taming the unruly. He chuckled lightly and asked, "Do you have coupons for televisions?" "Yes." "Really?" Shu Tianci was shocked, finding it hard to believe. A nearby woman couldn't help but laugh upon hearing their conversation. The short man glanced at her and said indifferently, $650 as a deposit, come back in 5 days to pick it up." "Hey, I'm not buying right now," Shu Tianci said awkwardly with a laugh. He thought he could teach the man a lesson, but unexpectedly ended up losing out. The other party threw a king card at him, and he couldn't handle it. Not to mention, he didn't have that kind of money right now. Even if he did, he wouldn't buy such a thing. Although the current televisions were only about 10 inches, there wasn't a single one in the entire commune. If he brought one back as an orphan, it would be taken away in no time. Are you messing with me? The short man became anxious upon hearing that Shu Tianci wasn't buying. Wait. Shu Tianci quickly waved his hands and smiled. I'll buy something else. Do you have fabric coupons and sugar coupons? Upon hearing this, the short man immediately pulled out a few fabric coupons and sugar coupons and handed them over. Fabric coupons are 80 cents per foot. Here are 21 feet. Sugar coupons are $2 per pound. Goodness, that's really not cheap. Shu Tianci hesitated while holding over $30 in his pocket. He waved to the short man and whispered something in his ear. The man's eyes widened and he asked, "Are you serious?" Seeing Shu Tianci nod, the short man immediately stood up and pulled him along, saying, let's go. Shu Tianci followed the short man out of the black market and then stopped in a nearby alley. He glanced at the other person and said, "Will you wait for me here?" After saying that, he turned around and began to wander in the alley. He had only over 30 units of money left, which was not enough to buy the tickets. So he told the short man that he would exchange food for the tickets. He casually came up with a reason, saying that this was his relative's home and the food was here. After wandering inside for about 10 minutes, he finally ran out, panting and carrying a bamboo basket. The short man looked excited and stepped forward, saying, "Brother, how did it go?" Shu Tianci glanced at him and then placed the bamboo basket on the ground. "Here are 30 pounds of sweet potatoes and a 25-pound pumpkin." The short man was delighted to hear this and quickly crouched down to start moving the pumpkin and each of the 2-pound sweet potatoes. This was not just food, it was life. After feeling the weight for a moment, the short man took out the ticket and the money. "Brother, here's the ticket you wanted, and I'll make up the difference with cash." "Good." Shu Tianci had no objections and accepted the 20-woot cloth ticket, 2 pounds of sugar tickets, and cash. After the transaction was completed, the short man suddenly asked, "Brother, do you have any extra food at home? Do you think my family produces food?" Shu Tianci shot him a sideways glance and said in a deep voice. Hearing this, the short man immediately smiled apologetically and said, I'm sorry, I spoke out of turn. If you do have some in the future, you must come to find me. If you need any tickets, feel free to tell me, and I will keep them for you." "No problem." Shu Tianci nodded, suddenly having an idea. He smiled at the other party and said, "Hey, can I ask you something?" "Ask away and I'll tell you everything I know." Shu Tianci glanced at him and mysteriously asked, "I want to know who manages the black market. And are there other people above you?" The short man suddenly inhaled sharply, looking at Shu Tianci as if he were crazy. "Little brother, you're quite bold, aren't you? It's better not to inquire about things above. Is that something you can ask?" Seeing that the other party did not want to talk, Shu Tianci chuckled softly and did not pursue the topic further. He said, "All right, I also want to ask if you accept wild boar or other game. Do you have wild boar?" The short man looked Shu Tianci up and down, surprised. "I don't have any right now, but I have a way." Shu Tianci shook his head and spoke, "My family has been hunting for generations, skilled in various trapping techniques. If you accept, I can go to the nearby mountain and try my luck." "Hunters?" The short man showed a skeptical expression but still nodded, saying, "We accept, as long as it's food, we accept it. If you can bring it in, just tell the gatekeeper to find Chen Xiaohou." "All right, then I'll take my leave for now." Shu Tianci agreed and then turned to leave. Watching his back, Chen Xiaohou's expression changed repeatedly. Then she also turned around and returned to the black market to inquire. After that, she found the leader of the black market, a man named Biao Ge. "You say he sold over 50 pounds of pumpkin and over 50 pounds of sweet potatoes, and he wants to sell wild boar." Upon hearing Chen Xiaohou's report, Biao Ge, who had tiger-like eyes, suddenly darkened his face. Chen Xiaohou nodded and said he indeed sold those things. As for the wild boar, it's still uncertain. Wild boars are everywhere in the mountains. It's not hard to get them if one has the capability. But in these times, every family is short on food, and he actually managed to take out over 100 pounds to sell to others. Biao Ge's face was gloomy as he murmured, "I have a feeling this kid is not an ordinary person." By the way, hearing this, Chen Xiaohou suddenly thought of something and quickly said, "He also inquired about you." "Inquiring about me for what?" Biao Ge asked, puzzled. "I don't know." Chen Xiaohou shook her head and explained, "It's not directly inquiring about you, just inquiring about the black market leader. I warned him a bit, and he didn't bring it up again. Do you think he might have a lot of food and wants to trade directly with you?" "Nonsense." Biao Ge's eyes widened as he slapped Chen Xiaohou on the head, scolding, "Do you think his family is a grain station with endless food? But a grain station doesn't have these heavy pumpkins either." Chen Xiaohou rubbed the back of her head and said aggrievedly. Hearing this, Biao Ge fell into deep thought for a long time. He suddenly opened his tiger-like eyes and said, "If he asks about this again, next time don't stop him. Test the waters first and see if he can bring me here." Chen Xiaohou was startled and quickly asked, "You want to meet him?" If he really has a lot of food, it wouldn't be impossible. Biao Ge tapped his fingers on the table and said slowly. On the other side, Shu Tianci was also lost in thought after leaving the black market. Although his jade pendant space seemed to last only for more than 20 days, this time was enough for him to cultivate several thousand pounds of food. Sweet potatoes are manageable, but there are no sources for pumpkins and rice. Moreover, the food in the space would surely increase over time. Thus, he needed a force to help him safely handle some of the food in the future. And the black market was the best distribution place in this era. However, he needed to establish a connection with the black market leader so he could distribute food without being targeted. But since Qin Xiaohe wasn't revealing any information on this matter, he needed to think of other ways. Additionally, he needed a job that could reasonably allow his family to eat meat and wear clothes. Lost in thought, he quickly arrived at the traditional Chinese medicine shop in the county. He looked up, then strode inside. He asked the clerk for star anise cinnamon bay leaves by Chao Gua by Ji cloves. Spending less than $1, he bought a large bag of marinade spices. After tossing these spices into the space, Shu Tianci headed towards his eldest aunt's house. He had 3 aunts. His eldest aunt Shu Xiaomei and second aunt Shu Xiaolian were both married in the county. Although they didn't have much money, his uncle at least had a job and was a city resident. Following the direction in his memory, Shu Tianci quickly arrived at an alley. The alley was lined with rows of red brick houses, each over 2 meters high. Each brick house had chimneys from which wisps of smoke were rising. As Shu Tianci walked, he rubbed his stomach. He was really hungry. Ding, ding, ding. Suddenly, a bicycle bell rang behind him. Shu Tianci turned to look and saw a man about his age pedaling hard on a bicycle. He looked flustered and shouted, "Third sister, spare me." A woman in her 20s rolled up her sleeves holding a broomstick, chasing and shouting, "Spare you? Today I must make your backside bloom." Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci's expression turned strange as he shouted, "Sister Jean, phone brother Jean. Tianci, why did you come to the city all by yourself? Cousin Tianci, why has your skin become so fair? Is there some secret?" In the alley, Shu Tianci looked helplessly at the 2 curious siblings. These 2 are his cousin siblings, Fu Jinfeng, the 3rd daughter of his aunt Shu Xiaomei, and her younger brother Fu Shijin. They were about the same age as Shu Xianglian and himself, and they used to play together a lot when they were younger. Facing their inquiries, Shu Tianci directly said, "My parents passed away, and I came to inform my aunt." The air seemed to freeze for a moment. Suddenly, Fu Jinfeng reached out and slapped Shu Tianci, scolding, "Stinky Tianci, you are getting bolder. How could you joke about uncle and aunt? Those are your parents." "Exactly," Fu Shijin laughed, pointing at Shu Tianci. "This guy hasn't been seen for a few days, and now he's joking more than ever." They thought Shu Tianci was joking, but no matter what they said, the other's expression remained very serious. "Really?" Fu Jinfeng confirmed again. Shu Tianci helplessly nodded, saying, "Do you think I would joke about this?" Upon hearing this, the expressions of Fu Jinfeng and her brother also became serious. Fu Jinfeng immediately grabbed Shu Tianci, quickly running towards home. "Come back home with me." Shu Tianci stumbled, awkwardly following behind. "Third sister, wait for me." Fu Shijin shouted, then pedaled his bicycle to catch up. Soon the 3 arrived in front of a red brick house. Smoke was rising from the chimney, indicating someone was cooking inside. Fu Jinfeng pulled Shu Tianci inside and shouted, "Mom, something's wrong." "Mom? What are you shouting about? What are you shouting about? I'm not dead yet." Tianci. A woman in her 50s walked in from the kitchen with an impatient look, holding a spatula. When she saw Shu Tianci, she was taken aback for a moment, then rushed over in panic. She grabbed Shu Tianci's shoulders and shouted, "Tianci, how did you come to the city? Where are your parents? Did something happen at home?" Before Shu Tianci could speak, Fu Shijin interjected. "Mom, Tianci said uncle and aunt have died." Smack! A crisp sound rang out, and Fu Shijin covered his face in shock. Shu Xiaomei's face turned red with anger as she scolded, "You brat, what nonsense are you saying? That's your own uncle and aunt, how can you curse them?" Him. Fu Shijin was dumbfounded, pointing at himself, then reluctantly pointing at Shu Tianci. Shu Xiaomei pushed his hand away and continued to admonish, "What do you mean I? Did you get into a fight again this morning?" Fu Shijin glanced at his 3rd sister. Fu Jinfeng just rolled her eyes at him. Fu Shijin felt helpless, thinking how unjust this was for him. "Aunt." At this moment, Shu Tianci finally spoke, "My parents really passed away." Shu Xiaomei felt like her brain was shaking, nearly stumbling to the ground. "Aunt." Shu Tianci quickly supported his aunt, and Fu Jinfeng and her brother also gathered around. Shu Xiaomei quickly waved her hand, tears welling in her eyes, saying, "Tianci, please tell me what happened. Aunt, please sit down first before you speak." Shu Tianci did not rush. Instead, he helped her to sit down beside a stool. Facing the 3 pairs of eyes, he slowly said, "In these past 2 years the harvest has been poor, and we haven't received much grain at home." The food from the commune's big canteen also started to have less rice and oil. They usually just cooked wild vegetable porridge and corn buns. My parents gave most of the food to us. They only ate a little to fill their stomachs. Slowly their health began to deteriorate, and they quietly passed away one night a while back. Fu Gui, my brother. Shu Xiaomei let out a mournful cry, suddenly hugging Shu Tianci and sobbing loudly. Fu Jinfeng and her brother also showed sadness, wiping the tears from the corners of their eyes. Shu Tianci said nothing, merely showing a sorrowful expression as he patted his aunt's back. After a long time, Shu Xiaomei pushed Shu Tianci away and said, "Tianci, why did you only come to tell me now that your parents have died? How did you handle their remains? Have they been buried yet?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci recounted how the villagers helped bury his parents. As for why he only came to tell his aunt today, it was simply because he had no time. Even filling his stomach was a challenge, who had the energy to travel several hours back and forth. "So are you currently starving?" Shu Xiaomei trembled as she stood up, taking Shu Tianci's hand, saying, "Anna's made some food. Come eat something first. Then go to your second aunt's place." Fu Shijin swallowed hard, wanting to say he hadn't eaten yet. However, under his mother's piercing gaze, he still turned and ran out. "Jinfeng, go call your dad back." "Okay." In the room, only Shu Tianci and his aunt remained. They both came to the dining table. Looking at the food on the table, Shu Tianci couldn't help but fall silent. Most of the corn porridge was mixed with a little rice, and there was also a wild vegetable soup. It seemed that the lives of city folks were not that easy either. Shu Xiaomei did not think too much about it, and urged, "Tianci, hurry and eat. Should we wait for uncle to return to eat together?" Shu Tianci hesitated. "No need, you eat your food." Shu Xiaomei shook her head, frowning, and said, "Are you dissatisfied with your aunt's cooking?" "No, that's not it." Shu Tianci repeatedly shook his head, picked up his bowl and chopsticks, and began to eat. Seeing him like this, Shu Xiaomei wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes and said, "Tianci, don't be picky. Every month the grain coupons at home are just so little. Every family has to mix in some cornmeal and beans to have enough to eat. The meat processing plant no longer produces pork, and the supply and marketing cooperative only provides 1 piece of meat daily. If you want to eat some meat, you have to go early to grab it before sunrise." As she spoke, a trace of worry also appeared on Shu Xiaomei's face. "This life, I don't know when it will end." Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately felt the urge to pull out 100 or 80 pounds of sweet potatoes. However, he still held back, raising his head and saying, "Aunt, you should eat too. This kind of life will pass. Soon everything will get better." Shu Xiaomei replied with a hum, smiling, "You eat, you fill your stomach first." Before long, Fu Jinfeng returned with a middle-aged man. "What's going on, kid's mother?" The man first shouted, then looked at Shu Tianci beside the dining table. Everyone knows this kid is lazy and gluttonous, and he looks down on him from the bottom of his heart. Shu Tianci also stood up and shouted, "Uncle Tianci, have your parents truly passed away?" Seeing Shu Tianci, Fu Sheng furrowed his brow and inquired, "And I need to head back now. I've been out for a day, and my elder brother and the others must be worried." "What nonsense are you saying? Would Tianci joke about his parents?" "I just wanted to confirm. Who would have thought this kid has quite a temper?" Fu Sheng explained, then frowned again. "The fool from the Shu family knows how to work in the fields while he just lazes around all day." He turned to look at his daughter and said, "Let's eat first, we can talk after." Fu Jinfeng glanced outside, then sat down beside Fu Sheng. Looking at the food on the table, Fu Sheng sighed. It was good enough to have something to eat, but eating corn porridge every day could be quite vexing. Beside him, Fu Jinfeng immediately said, "Dad, I heard that the price of rice in the black market has risen to 2 or 3 yuan per pound." Upon hearing this news, Fu Sheng suddenly found the corn porridge mixed with rice to be much more delicious. Just as the two were eating, Shu Xiaomei walked in through the door. Fu Jinfeng immediately stood up and asked, "Mother, why did you come back alone? Where is Tianci?" He said he would head back first, afraid that you and Tianyou would worry. Shu Xiaomei explained, then sat down next to her husband. "I know you look down on Tianci, but you shouldn't say such things about him. Our family can only eat corn porridge, and you know the situation at my brother's house. Now that my brother and sister-in-law have passed away, he must be heartbroken, and hearing your doubts now will surely make him even sadder. This kid has little ability and a big temper." Fu Sheng snorted dismissively and said, "All right, let's eat quickly. After eating, I'll take a leave and go with you to the Shu family." "All right." On the other side, after explaining briefly to her aunt, Shu Tianci headed towards the supply and marketing cooperative. He needed to buy some oil, salt, soy sauce, and vinegar, as their family's condiments had long run out. Now that he had bought a cast iron pot and a kitchen knife, he naturally couldn't neglect the seasonings. As for returning with his aunt, that was something he definitely couldn't keep up with. His aunt's family wasn't poor, they even had 2 bicycles. After all, his uncle had a job in the city earning a few dozen yuan a month, and their eldest son was serving in the military, sending back some living expenses each month. Their second daughter was also married and occasionally provided some support to the family. However, this year was a year of disasters and food was desperately scarce everywhere. The monthly grain tickets issued to each household were hardly enough for a family to eat. Otherwise, his aunt would never have stopped supporting Shu Tianci's family. Shu Tianci shook his head and sighed, quickly arriving at the location of the supply and marketing cooperative. The cooperative in the county was quite large, spanning several hundred square meters. There were dozens of counters selling all sorts of goods resembling a small department store. Shu Tianci had heard from the village elders that this place used to be a material transfer station. When the peaceful era arrived, they began selling items to sustain themselves. The salespeople here were not simple either, they held jobs that everyone coveted. Sister, I'll take 2 pieces of soap, 1 pound of rock sugar, 3 pounds of coarse salt, 1 pound of vinegar, and 2 pounds of soy sauce. Shu Tianci had a clear purpose and stated his needs as he approached the counter. The coarse salt was large, as coarse as sand, and it was said that consuming it could lead to goiter. However, fine salt was currently unavailable, so he had to make do. The salesperson prepared everything and handed it over. That'll be 16 yuan in total, and you'll need a container for the soy sauce and vinegar. If you didn't bring one, we have some for sale here. Buy it, I'll buy it directly. Buying rock sugar also required a sugar ticket. However, other small daily necessities did not require one. Shu Tianci handed over a large black tin and popped a piece of rock sugar into his mouth. Hissed that feeling. After the salesperson gave him the change, he tucked it into his pocket and walked outside. Although he still had 21 feet of cloth tickets prepared to buy clothes, he couldn't explain their origin just yet. Although he had found a job, he truly had no way to resolve this for the time being. Therefore, he could only keep the cloth tickets for now and buy a new set of clothes for the whole family later. Leaving the supply and marketing cooperative, it seemed that it was getting rather late. So he began to move his long legs and run towards the Shu family. After running for about an hour, a familiar shout suddenly came from behind. Tianci, Tianci. Shu Tianci turned back to take a look and found his aunt and Fu Jinfeng riding bicycles chasing after him. Behind them were Fu Sheng, Fu Xijin, and his second aunt Shu Xiaoling. She didn't stop, but merely slowed her pace. Tianci, hop on. Shu Xiaoling stopped her bike beside Shu Tianci and called out, I'll take you back. Shu Tianci glanced at his aunt and the others and didn't act coy. He plopped down on the back seat and gripped the seat cushion tightly with both hands. Hold on tight, and if you can't, just hold on to my waist, Shu Xiaoling instructed, then began pedaling hard. Second aunt, why did you come alone? Shu Tianci glanced at her, then coughed suddenly and looked towards the fields and mountains on the side. Shu Xiaoling didn't notice anything amiss and explained, Tianci, don't get angry when I tell you this. Your second uncle refuses to believe you, so he sent me over to verify the truth. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci felt somewhat speechless. So both uncles think he would joke about his parents. He shook his head and said, it's fine, in their eyes I'm just that kind of person. Tianci, you are the biological nephew of your second aunt, and she believes you. Shu Xiaoling turned back to look at him and said, I believe you, you would never joke about your parents. Have you been starving during this time? Your second aunt brought you sweet potatoes and cornmeal. Hearing this, Shu Tianci felt somewhat touched. He chuckled lightly and nodded. Thank you, second aunt, but our family doesn't need it right now. Third brother, you're back. Aunt's second aunt, uncle, sister Jean Feng Xijin. Shu Tianci and the others returned home, and Shu Xianglian and Tian Su ran over. You are Tian Su and Xianglian. Looking at the 2 children, aunt and second aunt were filled with disbelief. Fu Jinfeng directly grabbed Shu Xianglian and asked Xianglian, tell sister Jinfeng, how did your skin become so fair? And you don't seem thin at all. Looking at them, they certainly don't look like they are undernourished. Fu Sheng shook his head, frowning. Shu Tianci was robust, fair-skinned, and handsome, but he had always been known for being lazy. Less sun exposure naturally led to fairer skin, but at the age of Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian, they should be the ones who enjoy basking in the sun. Moreover, they were not lazy, they helped Shu Fuguei in the fields. How did they also become fair and robust? Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian were at a loss for words and could only look at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci didn't let them explain and changed the topic, saying, where are eldest brother and second sister? Shu Tianci immediately explained they went to work. Second sister told us to wait at home for your return. Hearing this, Shu Tianci patted the other's head and said, go call them back. Just say that aunt and second aunt have come, and we'll take them to see dad and mom. Okay. Shu Tianci nodded in agreement and turned to leave. Wait. Shu Tianci suddenly called out to him, and then said, "Open your mouth." Seeing the other person open his mouth without hesitation, he quickly stuffed something inside. Shu Tianyou closed his mouth and immediately brightened up. Shu Tianci didn't let him speak and continued to pat his head, saying, "All right, hurry up and go." Shu Tianyou was overjoyed and turned to run towards the work area. "Tianci, what did you just give Tianyou to eat?" Fu Jinfeng looked at Shu Tianci curiously. "It's nothing." Shu Tianci shook his head and didn't explain, but looked at everyone and said, "Let's go inside first." Fu Jinfeng pouted, secretly thinking what a troublesome cousin. The group all sat in Shu Tianyou's home, and the small living room felt a bit crowded. Suddenly screams came from the kitchen where Fu Shijin and Fu Jinfeng were. "Tianci! Tianci!" Everyone exchanged glances and quickly headed towards the kitchen. "What are you shouting for? Why the panic?" Before Shu Tianci could speak, Shu Xiaomei had already begun to scold. Fu Shijin didn't refute but pointed to the wooden basin on the ground and said, "Mom, look at all this pig offal." "Ew, so disgusting." Fu Jinfeng frowned and waved her hand. Pig offal was a disgusting term in this era, and ordinarily people wouldn't eat it. Ordinary people wouldn't even come across it, only feeling disgusted. Thus it was understandable for Fu Jinfeng to react this way. Aunt and second aunt also frowned and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, how could your home have so much pig offal?" Shu Tianci was about to explain when Shu Xianglian shouted, "Aunt, this is from when the village distributed pork and third brother brought it back. He said this stuff is delicious and wants to cook it for us." Distributing pork. Everyone was stunned, looking at Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci in disbelief. The meat processing factory doesn't supply meat anymore, and the supply and marketing cooperative only sells one slab of meat a day. Your village still has pork to distribute. It's like this. Yeah. Shu Tianci was about to explain when Shu Xianglian quickly nodded and shouted, "My third brother is amazing. He single-handedly killed such a big wild boar." As she spoke, she gestured with her hands, but her small frame could not illustrate the enormity of the creature. "He defeated a wild boar. Just him." Fu Sheng exclaimed, shaking his head while pointing at Shu Tianci, saying, "Impossible, absolutely impossible. With those skinny arms and legs, how could he possibly take on a wild boar?" As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xiaomei pushed him, then stared at Shu Tianci and asked, "Tianci, did you really fight a wild boar?" "That was just luck." Shu Tianci chuckled and admitted, "If I were to truly face a wild boar, I wouldn't stand a chance." "Tianci, did you really kill a wild boar?" Fu Jinfeng exclaimed, and then gave him a thumbs up, saying, "As expected of my cousin, very impressive." Before Shu Tianci could respond, Shu Xiaoling grabbed his shoulders and began to check him all over. Hey, second aunt, what are you doing? Don't move." Shu Xiaoling pressed down on Shu Tianci with a serious expression, saying, "Let second aunt check if you were hurt anywhere." Yes, what uncle said is somewhat correct." Shu Xiaomei nodded in agreement. "You being able to fight a wild boar surely involves some luck, but with your physique you might have gotten hurt. Let your second aunt have a good look, and if you're hurt we need to treat it early." Shu Tianci felt helpless as he was checked from head to toe except for his private parts. Upon noticing the gaze of second aunt, he quickly covered himself and said, "Second aunt, I'm really fine." Uffed. Seeing this scene, Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin couldn't help but laugh. "You little rascal, what's there to be shy about?" Shu Xiaoling rolled her eyes at Shu Tianci and said nonchalantly, "Second aunt has even given you baths before." "You mean when I was little?" Shu Tianci was touched by the concern of aunt and second aunt, but it was a bit overwhelming for him. Soon Shu Tianyou, Shu Xianglian, and Shu Xianglian returned with Shu Tianyou. "Aunt, second aunt," Shu Xianglian called out, and then rushed into Shu Xiaomei's arms. It seemed she had found a refuge and could no longer hold back her tears. "Aunt, my parents are dead, woo. Second aunt." On the other side, Shu Xianglian also called out and rushed into Shu Xiaoying's arms crying. Shu Tianyou looked around, seeming to want to find a shoulder to lean on. Shu Tianci noticed his thoughts, reached out and pulled him, gesturing towards his shoulder. The other party really did as he was told and directly leaned on him. "Tianci, woo. After both had vented their emotions, Shu Tianci said, "Eldest brother, second sister, take aunt and second aunt up the back mountain. Let them have a good talk with dad and mom while I cook at home and wait for your return." "Okay." Shu Xianglian nodded and then looked at Shu Xiaomei and the others, saying, "Aunt and second aunt, let's go." "Troublesome cousin, I won't eat pig offal." Fu Jinfeng pointed at Shu Tianci and turned to follow. "Tianci, go, I won't eat that stuff either." Fu Shijin also called out, and there was a hint of respect in his eyes when he looked at Shu Tianci. This was someone who could take on a wild boar. He truly looked at him with admiration. "Hope you all don't find it too delicious later." Shu Tianci shook his head with a smile and looked at Shu Xianglian and the others, saying, "All right, let's cook and eat." As he spoke, he turned around and took out an iron pot, a knife, and some spices from the room. "Wow, what a fragrant aroma. Whose cooking is this? This tastes, it's neither meat nor rice, but rather resembles some herbal medicine. No way, this is too fragrant. In the afternoon around 5, a strange aroma suddenly wafted through the air in the Shu family. Whether at home or in the fields, anyone who caught a whiff of this scent couldn't help but take a few deep breaths. Let alone eating it, even just smelling it would spark one's appetite. Wait a minute, this fragrance seems to be coming from the wealthy family. Why could it be that Tianci has found some wild delicacies again from the mountains? Probably not. I saw Xiao Mei and Xiaoing seem to have returned. Yes, Tianci, I must have come back with them bringing treats for the nephews and nieces. The villagers were chattering away, first discussing what Shu Tianci's family might be cooking. Then they began to speculate, thinking that Shu Tianci had gone hunting and brought back some delicious food. Finally, someone mentioned Shu Xiaomei and Shu Xiaoing, attributing the aroma to the two aunts of Shu Tianci. In reality, Shu Tianci was at home preparing marinated meat. After taking out the pot and knife, he began to simmer the marinade with rock sugar and spices. Shu Xianglian was lighting a fire next to the stove, the bright flames illuminating her fair face in a rosy glow. With the nourishment from the spiritual spring over the past few days, she finally appeared as a cute young girl. Shu Tianci was beside her, breaking branches and moving them behind Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian, on the other hand, was carefully slicing pig lungs and pig liver with a brand new kitchen knife. After finishing, she handed it to Shu Tianci, taking a deep breath and saying, "Third brother, it smells so good." Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian also looked over, exclaiming, "Third brother, is this really pig awful? What else could it be?" Shu Tianci smiled slightly, picking up a piece of pig tripe with chopsticks and offering it to Shu Xianglian. "Want to try?" Shu Xianglian playfully made a sound of agreement, stepping back. "I'll eat it, third brother, I'll eat it." Shu Tianci couldn't wait any longer and moved closer directly. Shu Tianci didn't refuse and simply stuffed it into his mouth. Shu Xianglian and Shu Xianglian looked over, their eyes fixed on Shu Tianci's mouth. He chewed a couple of times and then exclaimed with a face full of delight, "Wow, this is so delicious. It's spicy and numbing with a hint of sweetness." After saying that, he looked at Shu Tianci and asked, "Third brother, can I have another bite?" "Of course, there's plenty." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and handed over the chopsticks. "Thank you, third brother." Shu Tianci took the chopsticks and leaned over the pot to start grabbing pig tripe and intestines to eat. Shu Xianglian and Shu Xianglian, seeing this scene, had no choice but to join in. "Wow, so spicy and numbing, it's really sweet. So fragrant. Don't eat too much or you'll need to drink a lot of water later. Shu Xianglian, you'll wet the bed again tonight." Shu Tianci reminded, then went to steam some sweet potatoes. Shu Xianglian closed her mouth, swallowed her saliva, and stopped using her chopsticks. Before long, a voice from outside called out, revealing Fu Jinfeng. "Stinky cousin, what delicious food are you making? That fragrance has even wafted over to the graveyard behind." Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin rushed in, followed by their reedied elder aunt. Seeing them, Shu Xianglian immediately said, "Cousins, it's pig offal. Third brother's pig offal is incredibly delicious. You must try it." "What? This fragrance comes from cooking pig offal?" Upon hearing this, the two were shocked and hurried over to the big pot. "Wow, is it really pig offal?" Shu Xianglian picked up a piece of pig intestine and offered it to Fu Jinfeng, saying, "Sister Jinfeng, want to try it?" Fu Jinfeng frowned, pursed her lips decisively, shook her head, and stepped back. Suddenly, a hand quietly rested on her waist and twisted forcefully. "Off!" Fu Jinfeng cried out in pain, and Shu Xianglian took the opportunity to shove the pig intestine into her mouth. Fu Jinfeng's face instantly contorted in pain, and she hurriedly spat out the pig intestine. "Tui, tui, tui. Off! Shu Tianci, I'm going to kill you." Wait. Shu Tianci laughed heartily, raising his hand in surrender, saying, "Sister, hold on. Just purse your lips and see if it's not tasty." Hearing this, Fu Jinfeng subconsciously pursed her lips. It's neither fishy nor stinky, a bit numbing, a bit spicy, and a bit sweet." At this moment, Shu Tianci again picked up a piece of pig tripe with his chopsticks and offered it to her. "Want to try again?" Fu Jinfeng glanced at him, hesitated for a moment, then slowly opened her mouth. Wow! Seeing her elder sister actually open her mouth to eat pig offal, Fu Shijin was left in disbelief. He, not believing in evil, picked up the chopsticks and grabbed a piece of pig tripe from the pot to stuff into his mouth. His eyes lit up and he nodded repeatedly toward the elder aunt. "Mom, Dad, second aunt, this pig tripe is really delicious." Shu Tianci smiled slightly, saying, "The sweet potatoes are steamed, let's eat first." The elder aunt and second aunt exchanged glances and shook their heads, saying, "Forget it, we'll eat when we get back later. You all sit first, I have something to discuss with you. Let's eat first, we can talk about it at the table." Shu Tianci waved his hand nonchalantly, saying, Don't worry, there's plenty to eat at home. He knew what the elder aunt and second aunt were worried about. It was just that they were concerned about not having enough food at home. Today, if they stayed for dinner, the 6 siblings would have to eat one less meal tomorrow. However, with Shu Tianci around, there was clearly no need to worry about the food supply. After reiterating this several times, a pot of marinated pig offal was served on the 8 immortals' table. Elder uncle, we don't have any alcohol at home, so please just enjoy the dishes. Shu Tianci handed Fu Sheng 2 sweet potatoes, saying, "That's fine, I don't mind not drinking." Fu Sheng chuckled, not pressing the matter further. Fu Jinfeng and Fu Shijin could no longer hold back, one holding a sweet potato and the other holding chopsticks, continuously grabbing the pig offal from the pot to stuff into their mouths. So fragrant. The second aunt hesitated for a taste, then looked at Shu Tianci in surprise. "Tianci, your cooking skills are really this good?" "Not really, it's all thanks to those herbs." Shu Tianci shook his head humbly. He could cook, but it wasn't that great. It was just that pig offal tasted good no matter how it was prepared. Not to mention it had been cleaned with the spiritual spring to remove any fishy odor. After everyone laughed and chatted for a while, Shu Tianci asked, "By the way, where are the elder aunt and second aunt?" The second aunt immediately explained, "I sent a telegram to her team when I came, but it's not as convenient there as in the city. I'll send her another one later. She should come over tomorrow." Shu Tianci suddenly understood and didn't press the matter further. After all, it wasn't easy for the younger aunt Shu Xiaoxia to come to the Shu family, given she was married on the other side of the county. "By the way, Xianglian Tianci." Suddenly, the elder aunt called out, then pulled out 2 large black $10 bills and a few coins. "I have heard that the Song family wants 5 pounds of pork and 10 yuan as a bride price." Aunt Shu Xiaomei handed the money to Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci, saying, "This is pooled by me and your second aunt to help Tianyou marry a wife." Hearing this, everyone's expression changed immediately. Shu Xianglian quickly pushed the money back, shaking her head and saying, "No, aunt. We are all struggling. How can we take your money? Take it. Do you hear me?" Shu Xiaomei frowned and scolded. Shu Xianglian trembled slightly, gratefully accepting the money. Next to her, Shu Xiaoying smiled and said, "We are your aunts, your elders. Since your parents have passed away, who else will take care of you? After marrying Yuru, there will be someone to take care of Tianyou. Your parents will be comforted when they know." After saying that, she took another bite of sweet potato and pig intestine. After chewing a couple of bites, she said, "Right now, with the food shortage, adding another person's meals will increase the burden. So let's postpone the banquet. After marrying Yuru, this leftover money can buy them a set of clothes and some candy to distribute to the villagers." Aunt and second aunt chatted while eating, clearly arranging Shu Tianyou's marriage. Shu Tianci was bickering with Fu Jinfeng while eating and watching aunt and second sister talk. He had money for his elder brother's wedding, but there was no reasonable explanation for it now. He glanced at Uncle Fu and asked, "Uncle, can I ask you something?" Fu Sheng turned around and looked at him puzzled. "What is it?" "Go ahead." Shu Tianci cleared his throat and said, "I just wanted to ask if your machinery factory is still hiring." As soon as he said this, everyone turned to look at him. Fu Jinfeng was the first to ask, "Stinky Tianci, do you want to work at my dad's unit?" Before Shu Tianci could reply, Aunt also patted Fu Sheng's arm. "Yes, uncle. You should ask your supervisor at the factory if they can arrange a position for Tianci. If he can get a job in the city, their lives will at least have some assurance." After all, the wealthy only lost a younger brother. Now Shu Tianyou and the others are the seedlings of the Shu family. Shu Xiaomei didn't say it was a ground devil, but traditional concepts were still very deep. With the younger brother gone, as an aunt, she had to take care of these nephews and nieces. At the very least, they should be able to have a stable life and continue the Shu family lineage. "It's not that easy to arrange a job. Do you think it's like drinking water?" Fu Sheng glared and impatiently waved his hand. Wasn't old Shun from the transportation department killed in a car accident some time ago? His son didn't want to be an apprentice at the factory and sold that position for 500 yuan. What? 500 yuan? Shu Xiaomei was shocked, not expecting this to happen. That's right. Fu Sheng snorted lightly and said, "Even an apprentice's work position, someone is willing to pay 500 yuan for it. Do you think being an apprentice is easy? During festivals, you have to provide offerings to your master. In the future, that master will be like a father, supported for a lifetime." He rambled on, trying to make Shu Tianci give up this idea. Shu Tianci glanced at him and shook his head, not asking further. His uncle worked at Hanyun Machinery Factory and made several dozen yuan a month. If he could land a job, he wouldn't have to worry too much about feeding his siblings. Unfortunately, it wasn't that easy. Just when everyone thought this topic was about to end, Fu Sheng spoke again. He coughed and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, finding a job isn't easy, so don't be in a hurry. You're still young. Have you considered going to the army for some training?" "Go to the army?" Shu Tianci was startled only to hear his two aunts and Shu Xianglian agreeing. "That's great. Going to the army is good." Shu Xiaomei nodded repeatedly, looking at Shu Tianci and saying, "Yes, Tianci. You are only 17, just the right age to gain experience. Your cousin has been a soldier in Jingshu province for many years and is now a deputy company commander. If he helps you out, getting into the army shouldn't be a problem." This time Fu Sheng surprisingly didn't reject it. After all, he was the nephew of his wife. Even if he didn't care for him, he would still look out for him. But he thought Shu Tianci was too lazy and needed to go to the army for some real training. Then when he demobilized, he could also secure a job. His eldest son was currently a deputy company commander in the army in JC province, so arranging for a soldier wouldn't be an issue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have brought it up. Shu Tianci glanced at them hesitating and said, "But I never thought about being a soldier." "You child, what's wrong with being a soldier?" The second aunt rolled her eyes and scolded. "Do you know that now everyone in the country, young and old, takes pride in being a soldier and rushes to join the army? Once you train for a few years and come out, your second aunt will find you a beautiful wife. If you have the ability, finding a girl in the art troupe would be even better." "Exactly, Stinky Tianci." Fu Jinfeng nodded repeatedly, grabbing Shu Tianci's arm, saying, "If you go to my brother, he will definitely take good care of you." Shu Tianci shook his head with a bitter smile, secretly thinking why he should go join the army. If he left, how would his siblings survive this harsh year? You have to know this harsh year is only the second year, and next year the harvest will be even less. By then, even more people in the surrounding villages would die, and Shu Tianyou and the few little ones might not survive. So he pushed Fu Jinfeng away and looked at Aunt and the others, saying, "They'll think about it and talk about it later. Right now, the most important thing is still my brother's marriage to Sister Yuru. Although the old Song family has written a certificate for us, they must be certain we can't come up with 10 yuan now that we have bride price money so quickly. They probably won't easily give the person up. He dares, they'll tear the roof off." Aunt angrily scolded, cursing. Last time he asked for an exorbitant price, causing the wedding date to be delayed again and again. My brother died without seeing his son marry. Now that the certificate is written, do they still dare to play tricks? Exactly. The second aunt also nodded, turning to Shu Tianyou and saying, "Tianyou, don't be afraid. 3 aunts will go with you tomorrow to back you up, ensuring you can bring Yuru home." "Thank you, second aunt." Shu Tianyou joyfully nodded and shouted to the others, "Thank you, aunt, thank you, uncle." "All right, it's settled then." Shu Xiaomei nodded and smiled, saying, "Tomorrow we will come back again. When your 3 aunts arrive, we will go to the Song family together." "Okay. Tianci Xianglian, you all should rest early tonight. We'll come back tomorrow." "Stinky Tianci, we're heading home now." "All right, take it slow on the way back." After finishing dinner and discussing important matters, Auntie and the others got up to prepare to return to the county town. The sky had already darkened. If they didn't leave soon, they would have to walk home at night. Shu Tianci and the others stood outside the courtyard, watching their backs as they slowly waved goodbye. "Dad, Mom, wait for me." Fu Shijin suddenly ran out of the room, still munching on something. It smells good." Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, turning to his siblings and saying, "Go wash your faces, then rest. Get ready, we're going to propose tomorrow." After saying this, he patted Shu Tianyou on the shoulder and smiled, "Rest well, don't get too excited." Shu Tianyou grinned and turned back to his room. Shu Tianci looked at his brother washing his face and said, "Tian, so wash your face first and sleep. I need to go to the restroom." After saying this, he turned and headed straight for the restroom. However, he wasn't really going to the toilet. The moment he entered, he arrived in the space of the jade pendant. As soon as he entered the jade pendant space, he was pleasantly surprised by the sight before him. In the space that originally had only 2 patches of black soil, another patch of black soil had mysteriously appeared. Unlike the 2 patches of black soil, this new patch was filled with sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and rice. However, nothing was currently growing on the newly appeared land. As expected, a hint of joy appeared on Shu Tianci's face as he realized his guess had been confirmed. As long as he filled the land with plants, new land would emerge in the space. In the space, he would never lack for land. He would only lack crops to grow. However, what worried Shu Tianci even more was the energy issue of the jade pendant. Thinking of this, he turned to look at the jade pendant barrier that displayed the surroundings. Indeed, the milky white jade pendant, which was already 1/5 transparent, had now lost another half. This newly appeared land consumed even more energy from the jade pendant, and there was also. Shu Tianci turned his gaze to the chicken coop, which had expanded considerably due to the hatching of wild chickens. The wild boar pen and rabbit burrow would definitely also grow larger with reproduction. The jade pendant's energy, which could have lasted for another 20 days, might not even last 10 days or half a month outside. Shu Tianci rubbed his face with his hand, feeling a bit irritated as he took off his clothes and dove into the lake. Splash! Moments later, he surfaced from the lake. Frowning, he pursed his lips, realizing something again. Whether it was due to his improved mental strength and physical fitness or the energy depletion from the jade pendant, It seemed the efficacy of the lake water was also diminishing. No way. I need to think of a solution. Moments later, Shu Tianci emerged from the jade pendant space and hurried home. Due to the gloomy weather, the entire Shu family home appeared extremely dark. In these times, every household was struggling financially, let alone electricity. Even oil lamps were too expensive for anyone to light. Shu Tianci returned home in the dark, looking at the dim surroundings, and couldn't help but complain if only there were electricity. Electricity. Suddenly a light bulb went off in Shu Tianci's head as he seemed to think of something. At that moment, Shu Xianglian's voice unexpectedly emerged from somewhere. Tianci. The voice was soft, and Shu Tianci turned around in surprise. Damn! Shu Tianci exclaimed, falling to the ground in fright. What did he see? A woman with disheveled hair, her face intermittently glowing green. She looked just like a ghost from a horror movie. Tianci. Shu Xianglian tapped the dead flashlight, then hurried over to help Shu Tianci up. What happened to second sister? What happened to third brother? Shu Tianyou and the others also rushed out looking confused. The flashlight is dead and Tianci suddenly fell to the ground. You all hurry over and help him into the room. Shu Xianglian supported Shu Tianci with one hand while shining the flashlight on her face, then on Shu Tianyou and the others. Oh, all right. Looking at Shu Xianglian's face, which flickered green, Shu Tianyou and the others didn't show much reaction. They hurried over and helped Shu Tianci up, dragging him into the room. Tianci, what's wrong? Don't scare second sister. Third brother, why are you so sweaty? Are you hot? Help third brother take off his clothes. He must be very hot now. Don't. Shu Tianci suddenly grabbed the hand that was unbuckling his pants, shaking his head to stop it. Tianci, third brother, are you all right? I'm fine. Shu Tianci shook his head and sighed lightly, saying, second sister, don't play with that flashlight anymore. I saw you hadn't come back, so I wanted to light your way. Shu Xianglian fiddled with the flashlight and said helplessly, unfortunately, it seems it can't be used anymore. Thank you, second sister. Shu Tianci smiled and said, I'll buy you a new one after a while. He had to admit he was genuinely frightened this time. It would have been fine if he walked home alone at night, but something like this would really scare Shu Xianglian to death. However, she had good intentions, and he couldn't blame her. No savior money. Shu Xianglian shook her head, looking reluctantly at the flashlight, and said, this thing is expensive. Our family has only had this one for so many years. Shu Tianci smiled and said, once I make money, you'll buy you an even more expensive one. Hearing this, a happy smile immediately appeared on Shu Xianglian's face. With your words, second sister will be smiling in her dreams. All right, you rest well. After saying this, Shu Xianglian got up and left the room. Third brother, take care and rest well. The siblings also gradually left, leaving Shu Tianci and Shu Tianci behind. Shu Tianci responded and looked at his younger brother, saying, Tian, third brother, what's wrong? Aren't you scared of how second sister looked when she shined the flashlight on her face? Shu Tianci asked. Shu Tianci looked puzzled and innocently asked, why should I be scared? Are you very scared of second sister? So this younger brother hadn't thought of that at all, or perhaps he had never encountered such things. However, Shu Tianci had seen enough horror movies and the imagery immediately came to mind. He shook his head and smiled, saying, no, how could I be scared of second sister? Rest early, tomorrow we'll go propose to big brother. All right, we're going to have a sister-in-law soon. Shu Tianci clapped his hands, quite excited. Shu Tianci smiled faintly, then fell into deep thought. The earlier experience had given him an idea: electricity. When the flashlight ran out of power, it needed new batteries or to be charged to provide energy. If the energy of the jade pendant space was depleted, could he also find a way to replenish it? But what could he use to verify this guess? Perhaps he could go to the commune and try using electricity on it. Tianyou, Xianglian, it's time to go to work. The next morning, the villagers who worked together came to call for Shu Tianci. Today my aunts are taking us to the Song family to arrange a marriage for my elder brother, therefore I won't be going to work with you today. Upon hearing this, the villagers of the Shu family were instantly filled with joy. Oh, this is great news. That's right, even though your parents are gone, you still have 3 aunts. With their support, you should be able to get by. What nonsense are you talking? Tianci can support the whole family just by hunting. True, ha. Xianglian, we'll head to the fields now. Oh, if you need any help, just call us. Thank you, uncles and aunts. Shu Xianglian smiled gratefully and called out. Shu Xiaoqing glanced at Shu Tianyou and then said to Shu Xianglian, Xianglian, the Song family never keeps their promises. I was a bit worried originally, but with your aunts backing you up, there shouldn't be any problems. If needed, you can help Tianyou and Yuru build a mud house nearby. Oh, if you need anything, just ask. All right, thank you, Uncle Qing. Shu Xianglian smiled slightly and replied. Shu Xiaoqing waved his hand casually and turned to leave. Uncle Qing, Shu Tianci suddenly called out and quickly walked out. In the puzzled gaze of Shu Xiaoqing, he handed over a cooked egg. Uncle Qing, have an egg. No, this can't be right. There's nothing wrong with it, I just picked it up from the mountain. After some back and forth, Shu Xiaoqing half-heartedly stuffed the egg into his pocket. He glanced at Shu Tianci and scolded, "You can't do this next time. Every time you go up the mountain, it's a life-threatening endeavor." Shu Tianci chuckled and nodded. "Don't worry, I wouldn't take it out to give you without having enough myself." After the pleasantries, Shu Xiaoqing walked towards the fields. Seeing Shu Tianci following him, he asked, "So is there something you need my help with?" "Just a small favor, a tiny favor." Shu Tianci grinned and explained his needs. "What? You want some grains?" Shu Xiaoqing was startled and quickly shook his head. "No way, the grain quotas are strictly controlled. Don't say it can't be done. Even if I asked for a single grain, I wouldn't get it." Shu Tianci quickly explained, trying to sound casual. "I just want to clear a small plot in the front yard to plant some things. There are 6 of us siblings. We can't rely solely on the little grain we get from work every year, right? Besides, it's just a few grains. It won't cause any trouble." This. Shu Xiaoqing was a bit troubled, but the egg in his pocket was still warm. Being soft-hearted, he eventually nodded. "All right, I'll bring it over to you later." "Thank you, uncle. You can get back to your work now." Shu Tianci chuckled and took 2 steps back. "That kid." Shu Xiaoqing shook his head and strode towards the fields. Just after he left, several ants rode in on bicycles. Shu Xianglian Tianci. Just as Shu Tianci stepped out, a slap landed squarely on the back of his head. "Stinky Tianci, your sister is here to see you." "What's wrong with you?" Shu Tianci's face darkened as he gritted his teeth. "Fu Jinfeng, what's the matter with you? Why hasn't your aunt found you a husband yet? Are you planning to just sit at home and lay eggs?" "What did you say?" Fu Jinfeng's expression darkened as she ground her teeth. Shu Tianci chuckled and teased, "What's wrong? Can't you take a joke?" Fu Jinfeng's expression changed, and she laughed as she stepped forward to put her hand on Shu Tianci's shoulder. "How could that be? We siblings have nothing we can't handle, right?" Shu Tianci's expression began to twist as he forced a smile. "Then could you please take your hand off my waist?" Fu Jinfeng huffed and proudly withdrew her hand, patting it. On the other side, Shu Tianyou and the others had also rushed out looking at the women. They quickly called out, "Aunt, second aunt, third aunt." Just as they finished speaking, a plain-looking woman stepped forward, took Shu Xianglian's hand, and hugged her. "Xianglian, you've worked hard, and my little aunt lives far away, so I couldn't come yesterday. It's all right as long as my little aunt could come." Shu Xianglian shook her head, choked with emotion. Her little aunt Shu Xiaoxia, married to a rural area on the other side of the county, didn't have much better living conditions than Shu Tianci's family. So today she had to walk to the city first, and then ride her second aunt's bicycle here. At this moment, she took out a cloth bag from her pocket and handed over 2 yuan and several tickets to Shu Xianglian. She said, "Xianglian, I heard Tianyou is getting married and my little aunt has no capital, so I can only bring 2 yuan and a few fabric tickets. Please don't dislike it, okay?" "I wouldn't. How could I dislike it?" Shu Xianglian hurriedly shook her head, a bit flustered. All right. The eldest aunt suddenly stepped forward, pulling the little aunt aside. "That's enough. Don't forget why we came today. Now then, Tianci, please cook lunch. We'll take your little aunt to pay respects to your parents, and this afternoon, we'll go to the Song family to propose marriage." "All right." Shu Tianci smiled and nodded. By the way, the little aunt suddenly remembered and turned around to grab a bag from her bicycle. "Tianci, this is grain that your little uncle asked me to bring. It's not much, just 2 pounds of cornmeal. This won't do." This time, Shu Tianci decisively refused without even needing Shu Xianglian to speak. Compared to the little aunt's family, the other side definitely lacked food. If today he accepted this 2 pounds of cornmeal, the little aunt would definitely be scolded by her mother-in-law when she went back. Then he would have to bring even more grain to help the little aunt get back her face. Shu Tianci did not believe that mothers-in-law in this era were very reasonable. "Tianci, are you really Tianci?" Shu Xiaoxia looked at Shu Tianci in surprise and asked. After saying that, she carefully examined all her nephews and nieces. Goodness, not only had the lazy nephew stopped being greedy, but the other nephews and nieces also looked so much healthier and sturdier. "Little aunt, of course I am Tianci." Shu Tianci nodded and sighed. "I've been to the county and know that food is extremely scarce. Now that you're married off to someone else, you definitely have to consider your mother-in-law's feelings. Since our family still has food, we shouldn't make it hard for you." Shu Xiaoxia's brows furrowed and her dark face turned even gloomier. She scolded, "What do you mean hard? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm your little aunt. Isn't it only natural to help out?" After a debate with his aunt, Shu Tianci was reluctantly forced to accept 2 pounds of cornmeal. At that moment, he made a decision in his heart to visit his aunt's house when he went to sell wild boar in a couple of days. Not only did he have to return double the grain, but he also had to support her. Shu Xiaoxia nodded in satisfaction after Shu Tianci accepted the grain. She turned to Shu Xiaomei and said, "Sister, take me to see third brother. Second sister, you should go along." Shu Tianci glanced at his second sister and comforted, I'll be here at home. Shu Xianglian smiled, then took the 3 ants to the back mountain graveyard. Shu Tianci turned back and said to Shu Xianglian, fourth sister, start the fire and cook. All right. Shu Xianglian responded, then took her younger siblings to chop firewood for cooking. Shu Tianci planned to hide in the room and catch a rabbit to provide a little extra for the 3 ants. Unexpectedly, his cousin Fu Jinfeng had been following closely behind, continuing to ask questions. Tianci, what are you going to do? Stinky Tianci, when did you learn to cook? Shu Tianci could only helplessly mix the cornmeal and pumpkin that his aunt brought. Making rabbit meat was out of the question, so he decided to make some fried cornmeal cakes for the family. He steamed the pumpkin until it was soft, then mashed it, and handed it to Shu Xianglian, fourth sister, this is for you. Shu Xianglian took the ingredients and asked, third brother, are we making cakes? Shu Tianci replied with a nod, smiling. We'll make 2 kinds, 1 savory and 1 sweet. After speaking, he began to boil salt and rock sugar. Fu Jinfeng frowned and said, Tianci, mixing cornmeal with pumpkin seems a bit wasteful. And using rock sugar, that's really extravagant. Hearing this, Shu Tianci paused and said, that's a good point, I'll get some white flour next time. Currently, the cornmeal is made by grinding together corn kernels and stalks, which can be a bit harsh on the throat. As for pumpkin, whether roasted or steamed, it is soft, fragrant, and sweet. In Fu Jinfeng's view, mixing these 2 ingredients feels like a bit of a waste of pumpkin. Not to mention, eating this also requires the more precious rock sugar. Upon learning that Shu Tianci intended to buy white flour, Fu Jinfeng rolled her eyes. Are you crazy? White flour isn't that easy to come by. Shu Tianci was not annoyed, simply said, are you going to eat? If not, Shuailan and Tians can have an extra one. Of course. Why wouldn't I eat? Fu Jinfeng glared, cursing. Who wouldn't want to eat? Shu Tianci chuckled and retorted, Jinfeng, I just can't understand something. You're already 20, why haven't your aunt and uncle arranged a marriage for you? What's it to you? Fu Jinfeng crossed her arms and replied with displeasure, are you hoping I'll be someone's servant? I didn't say that. Shu Tianci quickly shook his head, explaining, I'm just curious about when you'll get married. When that time comes, I'll definitely bring you a big gift. Really? Fu Jinfeng's eyes lit up as she hugged Shu Tianci, saying, as expected of my stinky cousin, so I'll be waiting for your big gift. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, taking the dough his sister had kneaded, then shaping it into cakes to stick to the side of the pan. Looking at Fu Jinfeng, who was helping, he asked, you haven't told me what your thoughts are yet. I have no thoughts. Isn't Xianglian still unmarried? Fu Jinfeng shook her head and laughed. I'll wait until she gets married before I do. That would indeed be quite difficult. Shu Xianglian had a reputation for being a husband killer known throughout the area. A woman who had been rejected would find it hard to marry again, especially with that reputation. In this rural area, getting Shu Xianglian married off would mean only to those old bachelors. However, Shu Tianci wasn't without his ways. Soon the steamed sweet potatoes and fried cakes were ready. Shu Tianci also prepared braised large intestines and stir-fried pig lungs, just as Shu Xianglian returned with the 3 ants. Wow, it smells so good. As soon as the ant stepped in, her eyes lit up, exclaiming. Shu Tianci glanced at her and noticed her eyes were still red, as she must have been crying. The eldest and second ants also had red eyes, looking at Shu Tianci with delight, asking, Tianci, did you make braised pork entrails again? Having tasted the braised pork entrails last night, the flavor was simply exquisite, and they couldn't stop reminiscing about it. Eating it again today felt immensely happy. There's plenty of pig entrails, we've only eaten it twice so far. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said, since everyone's back, let's eat. Everyone gathered around the table, their appetites stirring at the sight of the lunch. The ant frowned and scolded, Tianci, you really don't know how to manage life. Well, having sweet potatoes and cakes, won't we run out of food at home? It's fine, I said we have enough to eat at home. Shu Tianci shook his head and explained. Although this was true, no one present believed him. People who live in the city with jobs wouldn't dare say they have enough food at home. What right did Shu Tianci have to say so? However, Shu Tianyou looked serious, nodding. I believe third brother, he wouldn't lie to us. That's right. Shu Tianci also nodded, eyes full of admiration, saying, third brother is the best. He says we should eat meat and not go hungry, so let's eat meat and sweet potatoes every day. Yeah, I really like third brother. Shu Xianglian held a cake, chewing while shouting. Shu Tianci patted their heads and smiled, saying, third brother likes you all too. Hearing the words of these nephews and nieces, the 3 women were even more astonished. After the passing of his younger brother and sister-in-law, this laziest and most disobedient nephew had become the backbone of this family. In shock and relief, the whole family began to eat. While eating, Shu Tianci looked at his second and youngest aunts, asking, by the way, where are second uncle and little uncle? Such a big event as my parents passing, how come they didn't come? The 2 aunts' expressions stiffened, and the second aunt explained, Tianci, you need to understand your second uncle a little. He asked for leave from his workplace, but the factory didn't approve. If he insisted too much, he could easily offend the leaders and be mistreated. It's not easy to have a job these days, and food is extremely scarce. Besides, I'm here, aren't I? But your little uncle doesn't not want to come. He even specifically asked me to bring money and cornmeal. Upon hearing the explanations from the two aunts, Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. It's fine, you don't need to be nervous. I was just casually asking. He didn't care whether the uncles came, as long as the three aunts were there it was enough. After all, aunts are relatives, but uncles may not be. Shu Tianci was a person who clearly distinguished between gratitude and resentment. He would repay kindness and would not let grudges linger overnight. The items brought by his second and little aunts were certainly agreed upon by both uncles. However, the extent of effort that the two aunts put in for this was unknown. Shu Tianci did not mention this matter much in front of his aunts and quickly shifted the conversation to more serious matters. He saw his eldest aunt glance at Shu Tianyou and smile, saying, Tianyou, change into another outfit after dinner. Your aunts will accompany you to the Song family to finalize your wedding date. Thank you, aunt. Shu Tianyou called out, then hesitated, saying, but I don't have any other clothes. You do. How can you not have any? Shu Xianglian stood up and said, you can wear the military shirt from when Dad got married. Not only did Shu Tianyou not have new clothes, but neither did the six of them. Their parents' clothes were not burned. Instead, they were distributed among the family to wear. Shu Tianci did have a textile coupon for 21 feet of fabric, but he had no appropriate reason to take it out. Tianyou, then just wear your dad's clothes for now. The eldest aunt glanced at Shu Xianglian, then turned to Shu Tianyou. Once the wedding date is set, I will take you to buy fabric. At that time, I will make a new outfit for both you, and you're all okay. Sure, thank you, aunt. Shu Tianyou nodded, his face slightly flushed. Look, the eldest brother is so excited about marrying a wife. Shu Tianci laughed heartily and teased. Hearing this, the younger siblings also burst into laughter. Shu Tianyou's face turned even redder, and in anger he stood up to hit Shu Tianci. Lunch quickly ended amidst the playful bickering, and Shu Tianyou returned to his room to change into their father's military shirt from the wedding. Their parents' other clothes were tattered, but the wedding outfit was preserved particularly well. Now that the eldest son was getting married and the family's circumstances were poor, it could only be used. Shu Xiaomei patted Shu Tianyou's shoulder, nodding in satisfaction, and smiled. That's good, you look quite spirited. Your skin is fair and tender, and your physique is strong. You look much better than your dad did back then. Hearing this, Shu Tianci and the others also smiled slightly. All right, let's go. Shu Xiaomei stopped lingering and turned to head towards the Song family. The three aunts surrounded Shu Tianyou in front, while Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian followed behind. Along the way, they encountered several villagers who warmly greeted Shu Xiaomei and the others. Oh, Dimi Ying and Xiao are back. Since all three aunts had names starting with Xiao, sometimes they would be confused with others' names. Thus, in their childhood, the villagers had given them nicknames based on their sizes. Eldest aunt Shu Xiaomei was called Dimi, while second aunt Shu Xiaoying was referred to as Yingzi. Shu Xiaomei took the lead, and along with her two younger sisters, they bowed to the villagers. Uncle, I've heard from Tianyou about everything. Thank you for helping my brother and sister-in-law with the coffin. I'll also thank you to all the villagers for laying them to rest. Seeing this, the villagers hurriedly waved their hands, saying, it's nothing. It's only right for folks in the village to lend a hand. It's good that you all are back, but those 6 children have suffered. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, an aunt asked Dimi, where are you taking them? We're going to the Song family to bring Yurua home as Tianyou's wife. The Song family has taken a block of 5 pounds of pork from our family, and they agreed to marry their daughter for $10. Good. That Yurua is a good girl. Once she marries, and someone will take care of Tiance and the others. A good girl is a good girl, but unfortunately she's caught up with a family of bloodsuckers. Dimi, when you go to the Song family, be a bit tougher. That old couple is not easy to deal with. The villagers all knew the temperaments of the Song Xianglian family and reminded Shu Xiaomei and the others to be cautious. Some villagers even voluntarily offered to contribute some food to help Shu Tianyou with the betrothal gifts. Shu Xiaomei and the others could not accept, as these were all life-saving favors. Everyone's families had little surplus food. If they accepted from others, wouldn't that be asking for trouble? Soon news spread that the 3 sisters from the Fuguwei family were advocating for their nephew's marriage proposal to the Song family. At this time, the Song Xianglian family had just returned from work, each one bringing back a bowl of wild vegetable soup and a steamed bun from the cafeteria. Where's the meat? Quick, bring the meat. Song Xianglian was a bit impatient, sitting down at the dining table with a swagger. Soon Song Yurua brought a plate of stir-fried pork slices and placed it on the table. Song Yang and the others' eyes lit up, and they immediately reached for the meat with their chopsticks. However, a pair of chopsticks reached out and interrupted their movements. Everyone frowned and looked up in confusion at Song's mother. They saw her face darkened as she looked at Song Yurua. and said, "You little brat, why is there so little meat today?" Hearing this, Song Yang and the others finally reacted. A few days ago, the plate was piled high with meat, and the oily aroma was quite appetizing. But today the meat slices were at least half less, and even mixed with wild vegetables. At that moment, everyone in the Song family looked at Song Yuru with a predatory gaze. Song Yang's wife complained, "Yuru, that's a bit excessive. It's not like our family lacks that little bit of food. How can you still steal meat to eat? I'm carrying your Song family's child in my belly. Ooh, I need proper nutrition." "I didn't." Song Yuruo's expression changed, and she hurriedly explained, "I didn't steal food. You still haven't. That was 5 pounds of meat." Song's mother slapped the table with her chopsticks and scolded angrily, "Tell me, did you secretly cut half the meat to send back to that big oaf?" "I didn't." Song Yuru was almost in tears, shouting loudly, "I made 2 liang before, and you all said it wasn't enough to eat. You all said that one meal requires half a pound. That's how the meat was finished. You little brat still dare to talk back." Song's mother glared, ready to use the chopsticks as a weapon. Song Yuru was terrified, but fortunately Song Xianglian spoke up just in time to save her. "Enough." He slapped the table and said in a deep voice, "We indeed have not been moderate these past few days, having a large plate of meat every day. With only this little meat left, it's understandable. Let's fill our stomachs first before discussing further." Hearing this, Song Yang and the others eagerly began to dig in. Watching her family eat with greasy mouths, Song Yuru cautiously reached forward to grab a steamed bun. "Oh!" Song Yuru cried out in pain, quickly retracting her hand to look. 2 red marks were imprinted on her dark skin, indicating she had been hit quite hard. She looked at Song's mother with a face full of grievance, not understanding why she had been hit. Song's mother glared back and said, "You are about to be someone else's daughter-in-law. What are you still eating for? Just go hungry. In a few days you can eat at someone else's house." Hearing this, tears instantly flowed from the corners of Song Yuruo's eyes. All right, we still don't know when that big fool Shu Tianyou will arrive." Looking at Song Yuru's pitiful expression, Song Xianglian spoke with a hint of reluctance. She glanced at Song's mother and continued, "When the time comes, even if we have to marry her off to the old bachelor from the next village, it has to look presentable." After saying that, he picked up 2 steamed buns and handed one to Song Yuru, saying, "Eat up." "Thank you, Dad." Song Yuru was heartbroken, but could not resist the torment of hunger. Just as she took the steamed bun, a hand reached over and snatched one away. Song Yang's wife patted her belly and sighed. "I've been so hungry lately. It must be because Song Yang's son is growing." Song's mother nodded, saying, "Yes, our daughter-in-law is carrying the future of the Song family, so she needs to eat more." Then she looked at Song Yuru and said, "One is enough for you, as long as you don't starve, that's fine." Seeing the attitudes of her parents, brothers, and sister-in-law, Song Yuru felt utterly disappointed. At that moment, she couldn't help but hope that Shu Tianyou would hurry up and marry her home. She hoped that by working hard and being able to cook and do laundry, she would have a family member she could rely on. At that moment, a child rushed in. "Uncle Xianglian, that big fool from the Shu family, and his aunt have come. They said they want to take Sister Yuru back to be their bride." "What?" Everyone in the Song family widened their eyes and immediately stood up. Song Yuru's face lit up with surprise as she grabbed the child's shoulder, saying, Tai Dan, is what you said true?" Before Tai Dan could respond, Song's mother suddenly slapped her forehead, exclaiming, "Oh dear, I was too focused on eating meat. I forgot that big fool has 3 aunts to marry off." Song Xianglian frowned and asked the child, "Tai Dan, where are they now?" "At the village entrance." Tai Dan pointed outside, explaining, "They should be arriving at your house soon." As soon as he finished speaking, a voice called from outside, "Brother Xianglian, is sister-in-law home?" "They're here." Song Yuru's eyes brightened, and without another word, she ran outside. Song Xianglian panicked, cursing under his breath as he looked at his wife. A penny for a penny, and now she's siding with others. Song's mother cursed, and then looked at Song Xianglian. "Head of the family, don't speak recklessly later. Everything should go through me. Even if she gets married, we must ensure we gain enough benefits." After saying that, she looked at Song Yang and the others, signaling them to support her. Just as everyone nodded, Shu Xiaomei and her 2 sisters entered confidently. "Brother Xianglian's sister-in-law, why are you still hiding in the house?" Song Yuru stood next to Shu Tianyou, lowering her head and not daring to look at Song Xianglian and the others. "Oh my, isn't this Demei and Airing?" Song's mother laughed heartily, pretending to step forward to greet them. "Xia is here too. What brings all of you together?" "3 sisters, please have a seat." Song Xianglian also smiled warmly and turned to his son, saying, "You brat, hurry and give your aunts your seat." After a round of pleasantries, Shu Xiaomei and her sisters all sat down. Shu Tianci was watching with his younger siblings, accompanied by a woman named Fu Jinfeng. "Tianci, when do you plan to marry?" Shu Tianci shot her a glance and replied nonchalantly, "Are you going to introduce someone to me?" What was originally a simple joke took an unexpected turn as the other party nodded directly. Sure. Fu Jinfeng raised her eyebrows and provocatively said, "There are quite a few single girls in my alley about your age." Really? This was not said by Shu Tianci, but by Shu Xianglian, who excitedly grabbed Fu Jinfeng and eagerly said, "Then introduce one to Tianci." Shu Tianci felt a bit speechless and could only turn his gaze toward his great aunt and the negotiation at the Song family. At this moment, Shu Xiaomei had finished reminiscing with Song Shengli and took out the signed agreement. "Brother Shengli's sister-in-law, this is the agreement you made with our Xianglian a few days ago. Should still be valid, right?" Song Shengli glanced at his wife, who immediately nodded and smiled, saying, "Valid, of course it is. If I'm understanding correctly, Demai's intention is to help Tianyou with the bride price." "Of course." Shu Xiaomei nodded affirmatively. "When our family was prosperous, Tianyou and Yuru had already made a marriage pact. Their greatest wish was to see the children settle down. Now that they are gone, this wish should be fulfilled by us three sisters." After saying that, she took out a large black banknote and looked at the Song family. "I brought this money along with some tickets. As for the dowry, we don't need anything from you. Just let us take Yuru away. If Yuru marries our Tianyou, we three aunts will make sure she doesn't suffer. We'll help her make new clothes and bedding." "No need." Hearing that Shu Xiaomei wanted to make clothes and bedding for Song Yuru, Song's mother quickly stood up to oppose. She laughed heartily, saying to Shu Xiaomei, "Demai Yuru marrying your Tianyou is no problem. Whether or not you make those clothes is up to you. I don't care. But there's one thing I must clarify. If it's not clear, I won't marry Yuru over." Upon hearing Song's mother's words, the Shu family members immediately frowned. "What do you mean you don't care? Isn't Song Yuru your biological daughter?" Shu Tianci glanced at the three Song brothers and suddenly understood. After Shu Xiaomei asked the other party to clarify, Song's mother spoke directly. She said, "Yuru is our second child. She's capable of working and earning contributions and can also come home to cook and do laundry. Not only can she serve our family, but she can also earn a considerable amount of food each year. If she goes to serve your family, don't you think our family will be at a loss?" Hearing this, the Song family members who were watching from outside all nodded. Although the Song family favored sons over daughters, Song Yuru's competence was well known in the village. If she married Shu Tianyou, it would indeed be a loss for the Song family. Not just them, even Shu Tianci felt that women in this era were at a disadvantage. However, it must not be used as leverage for the Song family to demand more. Shu Xiaomei looked at Song Yuru and then at Song's mother, saying, "Sister-in-law, what more do you want?" "It's not that I want more." Song's mother quickly shook her head, pointing at the two teenage boys, saying, "You know them, they are Yuru's two younger brothers. After Yuru marries Tianyou, they will be Tianyou's younger brothers. I'm not wrong, am I?" Shu Xiaomei hesitated for a moment, but nodded, saying, "Yes, that's right. So I hope." Song's mother chuckled softly, saying, "In the future, when they need something, your Shu family should lend a hand." The fox's tail has been revealed. How serious is the Song family's preference for sons over daughters? They treat their own daughter, Song Yuro, as nothing more than a tool. She does the most work yet receives the least food and the worst treatment. Now that she is finally getting married, her mother Song insists it can only happen if she takes care of her two younger brothers. When her brothers marry and build houses, the Song family will surely have the Shus help out. Song Yuro understands her family well, so upon hearing this demand, tears immediately welled up in her eyes. She stepped forward and shouted, "On what basis?" "What do you mean, on what basis?" Although Song Yuro intended to resist this unequal agreement, she was always at a disadvantage when it came to speaking. Before she could finish, she was interrupted by a fierce glare from her mother. With a menacing expression, Song's mother stood up and fixed her gaze on Song Yuro, saying, "On what basis do you even have the face to ask? If it weren't for you saving that big fool who ended up with a fever, our family wouldn't have had to spend so much money treating you. In the end, you became a stutterer, and even the old bachelor despises you. Our family has suffered so much because of you. Don't you plan to repay us? And don't you think it's your duty as an older sister to take care of your brothers?" After this barrage of questioning, Song Yuro was left blushing and speechless. Shu Xianglian stepped forward to grab her and looked at Song's mother, saying, "Aunt, what you're saying isn't right. When Yuro saved my elder brother, my parents indeed paid over 1,000 for medical expenses. Although she was still young back then, she remembered some things. How is that not right?" "What do you mean?" Song's mother glared and shouted, "A few $1,000s. That's just F coins, okay?" At that time, a few thousand F coins couldn't even buy a pound of rice, not to mention it was soon banned. Shu Xianglian was left speechless. At that time, the Dragon Kingdom had not yet been established, and F coins were indeed worthless. Seeing Shu Xianglian silent, Song's mother turned to Shu Xiaomei with a grin, saying, "Beautiful girl, do you think I'm right? Even you wouldn't want the 6 siblings to be at odds, would you?" The Shu sisters furrowed their brows upon seeing Song's mother's attitude. It was perfectly reasonable for an elder sister to help her brothers, and they had no objections. However, the Song family's hypocritical and shameless behavior was truly unbearable. At this moment, Shu Tianci stepped forward and said, "And I agree on behalf of my brother." Tianci. The expressions of Shu Xiaomei and the others changed, and they stood up shouting. But Shu Tianci raised his hand to stop them. The others exchanged glances and could only leave the situation to Shu Tianci. Seeing that no one opposed, Song's mother chuckled and said, "Tianci, I've always thought you would be successful. Since you agreed on behalf of your brother, then I'll accept this money. When are you coming to pick Euro up? Our family needs to prepare." As she spoke, she reached out to take the money. "Wait." Shu Tianci suddenly pressed down on the $10, saying calmly, "Aunt, you've made your point clear, but I haven't made mine yet." Song's mother was taken aback, her expression souring as she asked, "What do you mean? What else do you have to say?" "Of course I do." Shu Tianci chuckled lightly and said slowly, "Aunt, you said that siblings should help each other, right?" Song's mother was momentarily stunned, then nodded, saying, "That's right." "Then that's good." Shu Tianci nodded and looked at the three Song brothers, saying, "Since your sister and brother-in-law are getting married, shouldn't you show some support?" "What do you mean?" The Song brothers were confused, and Song Xianglian and his wife were also bewildered. "You don't seem to look like you have money, so let's forget about the cash gift." The Song family just sighed in relief, but Shu Tianci continued, "However, since you seem strong and healthy, you should have some strength. Since your sisters are getting married and need a new house, is it too much to ask for you to help out?" "No way. Absolutely not." The three brothers were still in shock, but Song's mother decisively shook her head in rejection. "My son is as thin as a stick. How could he have the strength to help build your house?" That's right, that's right." Song Yang nodded repeatedly, clutching his chest and saying, "I can barely fill my stomach these days. I feel so weak." The second son of the Song family pointed to himself, saying, "Look how thin I've become. If you make me go build a house, won't I fall apart?" The third brother covered his forehead and leaned on Song Xianglian, saying, "Dad, I think I'm sick." Oh dear, what a talented family. Shu Tianci's family and the crowd watching from the outside were all stunned by the Song family's antics. The villagers who knew their family's reputation also looked on with disdain. "Aunt, your family is making this no fun at all." Shu Tianci sneered and said disdainfully, "So it's our Shu family that should help you while you all refuse to lift a finger, right?" "Tianci, that's not what you should say." Song's mother frowned and said with displeasure, "You know there's a food shortage now, and our whole family hasn't eaten enough. It's normal for us to be a bit weak. Your brothers are inherently weak, and they still have to work every day. They really don't have the energy to help build for Tianyou. All right, so this is how you want to play it, huh?" Shu Tianci was also amused by their shamelessness and took the money back. "That's difficult. Then let's not have the wedding." "Tianci." Everyone was anxious, especially Song Euro and Shu Xianglian. "Don't rush." Shu Tianci raised his hand again, stopping the anxiousness of his aunt and family. "If we don't get married, it's not like our Euro isn't wanted by anyone." Song's mother said defiantly, hands on her hips. Song Yang's wife nodded repeatedly, sneering. The old bachelor from the neighboring village said, "He is willing to marry our Euro. Not only that, but he is also willing to help our third and fourth." "That's your business." Shu Tianci was indifferent, waving his hand and saying, "Now it's time for you to return the betrothal gifts to us." "Huh? Betrothal gifts? What betrothal gifts?" The Song family was stunned, and Song's mother directly asked. Shu Tianci snorted and took out the written agreement, saying the Song family received 5 pounds of wild boar from our Shu family and promised that within a month the Shu family could marry Song Euro for $10. Now that the agreement is void, shouldn't that 5 pounds of pork be returned to us? After saying this, Shu Tianci reached out to Song's mother, saying, "Hand it over, Aunt." Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up, and she reached out, saying, "That's right, return the pork to us." "How could they return it? After all these days, they have surely eaten all of it." "We don't have it." Song's mother hesitated for a moment before decisively waving her hand and resorting to being unreasonable. "If you want to go find it in the toilet." "Song Xianglian, are you not being reasonable?" Upon seeing Song's mother starting to act unreasonable, Shu Xiaomei and the others immediately stood up and scolded her. "Big beauty, what you said is simply not right." Song Xianglian showed a helpless expression and spread his hands, saying, "Euro from our family has already agreed to marry your Tianyou. It is you who disagreed." "Nonsense." Shu Xiaoying angrily retorted, shouting, "You want our family to support your 3 sons. How can we agree to that? Big beauty, isn't it normal for siblings to help each other out?" Song Xianglian hesitated for a moment and also started to act unreasonable. "We 3 children also want to help their sisters build houses, but it's just that our bodies won't allow it, right? You, big aunt." Shu Xiaomei was furious, but was stopped by Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci looked at Song Xianglian and Song's mother, chuckling lightly, and said, "We are not going to marry now. You can return the meat. If you don't return it, we will go directly to the commune to reason with the leaders, expose your behavior as landlord scoundrels, and suspect that you are using your daughter to defraud large sums of money." With this, Uncle Xianglian and Song Yang will at least sit in prison for 10 years. What? Shu Tianci's words immediately frightened Song Xiangli and his sons. However, Song's mother remained unconcerned and continued to shout, "You go ahead, do you think I'm easily scared?" "Fine." Shu Tianci chuckled and shouted, "Tiansu. Shuilan. Here. Third brother, we are here." Shu Tianci pulled Shu Xianglian over. "You go to the commune and call the leaders to arbitrate." "I'll go." Fu Jinfeng volunteered, shouting, "I'll ride my bicycle there." "No, no, no." Song Xiangli became anxious and hurriedly stood up to pull Shu Tianci. "Big nephew, we are all family. It doesn't have to be this way." "Hee, now you know we are family." Shu Tianci waved his hand and said coldly, "Song Xiangli, I now give your family two choices. 1. Take $10 and Song Euro will be my brother's wife. Oh, my brother will call you dad, and we will all call you uncle. Once our family becomes rich, we will definitely show you respect. As for when we will become rich, isn't that for me to decide?" Hearing this, Song Xiangli immediately put on a flattering smile and said okay. 2. Shu Tianci ignored him and continued, "Let's directly call off the marriage between our two families. You either return the meat to me or you can convert the meat into money. The meat processing factory is not supplying meat now. The supply and marketing cooperative only has one piece of meat to sell each day. The underground market sells meat for $5 a pound. I'll calculate it for you at $4 a pound. 5 pounds equals $20. So do you choose to return the meat or the money? If you don't return anything, I will go to the commune to expose you. $20 can put your whole family in jail." "The first option." "I choose the first option." Song Yang, worried, shouted loudly. Song's mother originally wanted to say something, but was pulled back by the second and third sons. "Mom, let it go, let it go. Marrying into the Shu family is fine. Having $10 is not worse than being an old bachelor. The key is that their third son can hunt, so there will definitely be meat to eat in the future." The Song family began to have internal conflicts, and a thumb was directly pointed at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci glanced at Fu Jinfeng, raised an eyebrow, and revealed a smug smile. At this moment, Song's mother also reacted, staring at Shu Tianci and saying, "You planned this from the beginning, didn't you? You just wanted us to finish eating the meat and then come to us for more. What you said is not right." Shu Tianci waved his hand and denied it. "Our elder brother truly wants to marry your Euro, and this meat and money are also given from the heart. If you truly want to marry your daughter over, how could there be such a situation?" "You." Song's mother was instantly left speechless. Anyone is easily soft when eating someone else's food and taking someone else's money. Shu Tianci chuckled and slowly said, "Having eaten someone else's meat and taken someone else's money, you have to pay the price. Sister Euro will first be taken to the city by my aunt, and we still have to make her new clothes and new bedding. The wedding will be held in 3 days, and we will bring her back to you then." After saying that, Shu Tianci turned to Shu Xiaomei and the others, "Big aunt, second aunt, little aunt, let's go. Let's go." The 3 girls of Shu Xiaomei were delighted and immediately pulled Shu Tianyou and Song Euro out the door. La la la. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci made faces at the Song family and then turned to run away. "Xiangli, congratulations, congratulations. Yes, yes, congratulations to your family for finally marrying off a daughter. Get lost. All of you get lost." Song's mother was furious, holding a big black stick and shouting loudly. The villagers of Song village were startled and quickly distanced themselves from Song Xiangli's house, but today's incident quickly spread. The Song family sat in their respective places, their faces very gloomy. Suddenly, Song Xiangli slammed his hand on the table, making a loud bang. "I can see it clearly now. This 5 pounds of meat was just bait. Previously, their family didn't give anything, and we could make demands as we pleased, and now that the meat has entered our stomachs, we were forced to write a note, and even if we wanted to renege, we can't. Insidious. This Shu family is too insidious." Song Yang was also indignant, gritting his teeth. "Enough." Song's mother impatiently shouted, reprimanding, "Who told you to be so greedy, always talking about wanting to eat meat? If it weren't for seeing the meat and being unable to resist, could our family be at their mercy?" Hearing this, the others immediately protested, "Mom, what you said is not right. When that 5 pounds of pork was nicely placed on the table, you didn't eat less either. You all." Song's mother, enraged, trembled as she pointed at her 3 sons and daughters-in-law. Finally, out of helplessness, she directly sat on the ground and cried loudly, "Oh dear, you bunch of scoundrels from the Song family." Song Yang and the others frowned, showing no signs of expression other than impatience. They were already used to their mother's style, so there were no waves in their hearts. "Enough." Song Xiangli suddenly shouted, saying, "Let's just marry her off. The Shu family isn't bad. After all, they did give $10. If we hear that their family is eating meat in the future, we can just go ask them for some. If Euro marries an old bachelor, we might even have to pay. Right? It's indeed good to follow the Shu family." Dad's words make sense. "I also think that the old bachelor can't give anything other than $20. He's not even worth that 5 pounds of meat." Everyone seemed to have thought of this point for the first time and nodded in agreement. Gaining the approval of his children's Song Xianglian felt a bit pleased. He glanced at the table and coughed, saying, "Whoever is free, go wash the dishes." "Oh dear." Suddenly Song Yang's wife screamed, placing her hand on Song Yang's arm. "Song Yang, your son is kicking me." Song Yang's expression changed, and he hurriedly supported her, saying, "Let's go, I'll help you back home." "Which big man is doing this?" The second and third sons of the Song family shook their heads repeatedly and turned back to their room. Song Xianglian was furious and could only turn his gaze to his wife. Facing Song Xianglian's gaze, Song's mother also looked over. "What are you staring at? Wash it yourself." With a loud scolding, she got up from the ground and returned to her room. Song Xianglian twitched his lips and slumped directly onto the chair. Meanwhile, the Shu family was quite pleased, finally settling this matter after much back and forth. Shu Xiaomei patted Shu Tianci's shoulder with satisfaction and said, "Tianci, you were truly outstanding today. Aunt really didn't expect you to be this impressive." Shu Xiaoling nodded as well and smiled. "Exactly, you should have seen the faces of the Song family. They were almost green with anger. Just thinking about how they looked before makes me furious. Third brother is so amazing. I really like third brother." Shu Tianci shook his head with a smile and said, "It's just basic skills, nothing more. When our parents were negotiating with the Song family before, it was because they didn't give anything at all. Trusting them completely is what got us in a bind. Now they have eaten the meat we provided and even signed a written agreement. They cannot deny this fact." Hearing this reasoning, everyone couldn't help but admire Shu Tianci's cleverness. Fu Jinfeng even directly bumped her arm against him and laughed. "Good job, you little rascal. If you put this brain power into studying, wouldn't we be able to work in a nice place?" Shu Tianci was taken aback and asked in surprise, "You found a job?" "Of course." Fu Jinfeng raised her eyebrows and complained, "In the county textile factory, but it's just a deputy workshop manager position. That's good enough for you, right?" Shu Xiaomei directly slapped her on the head and scolded, "Getting a deputy position right off the bat is something many people can't even dream of." Fu Jinfeng chuckled and didn't argue. It's not surprising that this guy can find a job considering he has a secondary vocational school diploma. While this qualification might not mean much in later years, it is certainly considered high education in the 1960s. Many future business tycoons and state-owned enterprise leaders only had a secondary education. Shu Tianci smiled in congratulations and then looked at Shu Xiaomei and said, "Aunt Yuruo will need to stay in the city with you for the next few days." WWHYA. Song Yuruo became anxious and asked intermittently. She had only just managed to escape from that family and hadn't even had time to feel too happy yet. But she thought she was going to the Shu family, so why was she going to the city? "Because you and Tianyou haven't gotten married yet." Shu Xiaomei patted her hand and explained. "We have only set the engagement with your family. The wedding is still 3 days away. To avoid others gossiping about you moving into a man's house before the marriage, you need to stay with me in the city. Oh, besides, Aunt needs to make a set of wedding clothes for you and Tianyou, so we need to take your measurements." "No need." Song Yuruo shook her head and tugged at her clothes, saying, "Two have clothes." "All right, Aunt knows you are a sensible child." Shu Xiaomei chuckled lightly, ruffled Song Yuruo's hair, and said, "But you just have to listen to us on this matter, don't overthink it." At this moment, Shu Tianyou suddenly spoke up, saying, "Listen to Aunt." Song Yuruo's face flushed, and she murmured, "Thank you, Aunt." "Ha ha." Everyone laughed heartily, and soon returned home. Just back at home, Shu Xiaomei said, "Tianyou Xianglian, it's getting late, we should head back. Tianci, bring Tianyou to the city tomorrow to find, and I'll take him to make the clothes." "All right." Shu Tianci nodded and smiled, saying, "Then take it slow on the way." At this time, Fu Jinfeng leaned close to him and whispered, "Tianci, when I report to the textile factory tomorrow, help me ask if they can arrange a position for you too." Shu Tianci looked at her in surprise, then shook his head and smiled. "I appreciate your kindness, but that work is meant for women, so I won't go. Moreover, exercising privileges right after starting the job is not something a good leader should do. Go if you want." Fu Jinfeng rolled her eyes and plopped down on her mother's bicycle seat. Shu Tianci shook his head with a smile and waved, "Aunt second, Aunt take it easy." After seeing a few people take Song Yuruo away, he turned to his siblings. "It's getting late, let's cook. Yesterday's pig offal including lungs and liver, let's stir-fry it." Then the 6 of them began working together to prepare dinner. The smoke spiraled up, and it was not just their family cooking in the entire village. After more than an hour, Shu Tianci and the others were enjoying sweet potatoes with stir-fried pig lungs and liver. The taste was incredible. Shu Xianglian hesitated as she bit into a sweet potato and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci's second sister is a bit worried." Shu Tianci was taken aback and looked at her in confusion. Shu Xianglian sighed and slowly said, "Even though I don't know why your personality has changed drastically since you woke up from your coma. But no matter how you change, you are still my third brother. There are some things I don't ask about, because I believe my brother wouldn't do anything bad." Finishing her sentence, she glanced at the sweet potato in her hand and said, "This is something others would want to eat but can't get. Yet our family eats it every day and not just a little." Her implication was already very clear. She suspected Shu Tianci had done something wrong to bring in so much food. Unlike Shu Tianyou and the others, they would not think of anything else as long as they had food. But Shu Xianglian was different. She wasn't foolish and was even more sensible than her peers. Her not asking Shu Tianci didn't mean she wasn't worried. Now that the eldest brother was getting married, Yuruo would take care of him in the future. The next one to worry about was the third, so Shu Xianglian had to bring this up. Shu Tianci paused for a moment, looked at Shu Xianglian, and said, "Sister, I am definitely your brother. It's just that after I fainted from hunger, I had a fortuitous encounter. As for what kind of encounter, I can't tell you, or the younger siblings, and I can rely on this encounter in the future to ensure our family has enough to eat. In short, I can guarantee that I will never do anything illegal or criminal." After saying that, he emphasized, "I don't let you speak of it, because I fear envy and harm from others. Just like you said, second sister, others can't eat, but we have more than enough. If others find out, who knows how they would try to harm our family." Shu Xianglian stared at Shu Tianci for a while before finally nodding and smiling, "I believe you." Afterward, she looked at her younger siblings and said, "In the future, when outside, just say you haven't eaten much, understood? If someone asks if you've eaten or if you're hungry, you just say you haven't eaten, you're hungry." Hearing this, the children immediately nodded and shouted, "Okay, I understand. Second sister, third brother, I definitely won't say we have sweet potatoes to eat." "I won't say either." "Me neither." Shu Tianyou chuckled, raising his hand to shout. Seeing this, Shu Tianci felt much more at ease. The next day, Shu Tianci prepared to take his elder brother into the city. Before leaving for work, Shu Xianglian repeatedly reminded him to take good care of his elder brother. Shu Tianci naturally understood, as his elder brother's mind was often unclear. One careless moment in the county town could lead to him going missing. He left some food at home, then turned to pat his elder brother's clothes, smiling, "Elder brother, let's go." Shu Tianyou responded with a grunt, following closely behind him. Watching their backs, Shu Xianglian and the others waved and called out, "Elder brother, third brother, come back early." Shu Tianci did not look back, waved his hand, and continued walking towards the village entrance. Just as he was about to leave the village, someone called out to him, "Tianci." Shu Tianci turned around and saw Shu Xiaoqing running over with an anxious expression. "Qing Shu, what's the matter? I just went to your house and heard your sister say you were taking Tianyou into the city. Here is the grain you wanted, be careful with it." Shu Xiaoqing panted, taking a cloth bag out of his pocket. Hearing this, Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, eagerly stepping forward to receive the bag. Just as he was about to open it, Shu Xiaoqing stopped him. "You little rascal, why are you so careless?" Shu Xiaoqing scolded, reminding him, "Check it when you get back, or in the city. Oh, don't let others see it." Shu Tianci suddenly understood, giving an apologetic look to Shu Xiaoqing. "Uncle, thank you. Oh, I'll head into the city with my elder brother now, and I'll bring you some eggs when I return." "Hurry up." Shu Xiaoqing chuckled, waving him off. After turning around, he couldn't help but lick his lips. It had been a long time since he had eaten eggs, and he had taken all the ones given to him before back home. The two brothers quickly left the village, and Shu Tianyou couldn't help but asked, "Tianci, what did Uncle Qing give you?" "A bag of hopeful seeds." Shu Tianci smiled slightly, explaining casually. Seeing that his elder brother did not understand, he did not elaborate further. It was better for fewer people to know about such matters. He couldn't implicate Shu Xiaoqing. The brothers walked for a while, greeting a few villagers along the way before starting to jog. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the town. At the health clinic, Jiang Li stood with her hands in her pockets, bouncing on one leg while looking around. Seeing the two brothers jogging towards her, she paused and asked Tianci, "Where are you two headed?" "Sister Jiang, will talk later. I'm going into the city with my brother." Shu Tianci didn't plan to sell any game to her, so he had no intention of chatting. After exchanging greetings, he continued to jog ahead. Who would have thought that the next moment he would feel a pull coming to a halt? "Don't rush." Shu Tianci turned his head, looking puzzled at Jiang Li, who had caught him. "Sister Jiang, do you need something?" "Nothing." Jiang Li shook her head slightly, saying, "I just have a bicycle. Oh, it'll make it easier for you to get into the city." "This." Shu Tianci felt somewhat tempted, but hesitated, saying, "Is that really okay?" Jiang Li rolled her eyes and said, "You can choose to walk to the city or ride the bike. It's up to you." "Well, of course it's better to ride the bike, but..." Shu Tianci didn't immediately agree, but instead asked, "What will you do if I take the bike?" "It's fine. I'm not going into the city today." Jiang Li waved her hand, saying casually, "You just have to return it to me today." "That's great, thank you, Sister Jiang." Hearing Jiang Li's words, Shu Tianci no longer refused. Besides, he didn't want to spend 4 to 5 hours running back and forth, so he nodded in agreement. "You little rascal, don't be so polite with me. Oh, just remember you have to bring me more of that stuff next time." Jiang Li glared at him before moving a Phoenix brand bicycle out from the health clinic. I bought this with several months' salary, so take good care of it. If you scratch it, you'll have to answer to me. Seeing Jiang Li's serious expression, Shu Tianci chuckled, saying, Sister, why don't we just forget it? He couldn't guarantee that this $100 item would remain intact. Stop talking. Hurry up. All right, thank you, sister. Shu Tianci stopped hesitating and took the bicycle. Elder brother, hurry up and get on. Shu Tianyou glanced at Jiang Li curiously, then sat on the back seat of the bicycle. As the two brothers sat on the bike, the tires immediately sank halfway down. Jiang Li's eyelids twitched as she suddenly regretted lending out the bike. At that moment, Shu Tianci waved and called, Sister Jiang, thank you. I'll bring you some good food when I come back. Watching the two brothers' figures, Jiang Li couldn't help but sigh. Youth is indeed wonderful. Third brother Jiang Li is really nice. Shu Tianyou, sitting in the back, said in a silly manner, yeah. Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. She's a doctor after all. Her duty is to save lives and heal the wounded. Such a person must be kind-hearted. Unfortunately, her husband passed away rather early. Shu Tianyou, being a bit slow-witted, didn't ask further, just repeated that Jiang Li was indeed nice. With the help of the bicycle, their speed into the city increased several times. The surrounding scenery receded quickly as the brothers soon entered the city. Once in the city, the brothers quickly arrived at the door of their aunt Shu Xiaomei's house. Tianyou, third brother. As they reached the door, Fu Shijin jumped in front and shouted. Shu Tianci glanced at him, teasing, where's your sister? She went to work. Why are you looking for her? Fu Shijin countered. Just asking casually, what are you planning to do? Shu Tianci shook his head, a bit curious. Me? What can I do? Fu Shijin laughed, scratching his head. Every day, I either laze around or get into fights, just boasting, I guess. What can he do? If he doesn't cause trouble, I'll thank the heavens. At that moment, their aunt's voice came from inside the house. Soon after, she walked out. Tianyou, Tianci are here. Shu Xiaomei greeted them, then fixed her gaze on the bicycle. Tianci, where did you get this bicycle? It was borrowed from someone. Shu Tianci explained the bicycle's origin and then said, Aunt, I'm leaving my elder brother with you. I have something to do, I'll come back to pick him up tonight. Shu Xiaomei frowned and asked Tianci, where are you going? Just a little errand, don't worry. Shu Tianci didn't explain and rode off on the bicycle. However, to his surprise, Fu Shijin plopped down onto the seat behind him. Where are you going, third brother? Take me with you. Shu Tianci stopped with a squeak, scolding, get off, I have important matters today. What important matters? Can't you take me along? Just take me out at home, I either get beaten or scolded. No way, get off. Third brother, please take me with you, oh I promise I can help you with anything. Upon hearing Shu Tianci mention a serious matter, Fu Shijin still had no intention of getting off the vehicle. Shu Tianci immediately frowned, thinking to himself, what can you help me with? I am going to sell wild boars, how could I possibly trade in front of an outsider like you? Just as he was about to scold the other party, he saw a group of men and women suddenly surround him. There were about 7 or 8 of them, all looking rather careless with a hint of malice in their eyes. Shu Tianci immediately became vigilant, not understanding what this group of people wanted. 2 girls stepped forward, first looking at Shu Tianci with surprise. Then one of them turned to Fu Shijin and said, Shijin, where are you going to play at? I'm going with my third brother to handle some business, Fu Shijin replied, glancing at them casually. After saying that, he pointed to Shu Tianci and said, this is my third brother, call him. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 girls immediately shouted at Shu Tianci, hello, third brother. Hello. Shu Tianci chuckled, thinking to himself, wow, Fu Shijin is not an ordinary person. It seems all 7 or 8 people around have to call him big brother. Sure enough, right after the greetings, the group of boys surrounded them. Shijin, the little punk from the next street, is provoking us again. Should we take him down? Exactly, those little scoundrels are so arrogant. We must teach them a lesson. Fu Shijin waved his hand and called out, not today, we don't have time, we'll talk about it next time. As soon as he finished speaking, a skinny guy immediately teased, Shijin, are you afraid of your third sister? Don't worry, I saw your sister near the textile factory this morning. She won't be back until tonight. Nonsense. Am I afraid of my sister? Fu Shijin glared with wide eyes and suddenly jumped off the vehicle. I respect my sister, I just don't want to argue with women. However, no one believed him and the group rolled their eyes. Fu Shijin seemed accustomed to it and casually pointed to Shu Tianci, saying, let me introduce you, this is my third brother. Don't be fooled by his delicate appearance, he can kill a wild boar with his bare hands. Kill a wild boar with bare hands. Shu Tianci was taken aback, looking at Fu Shijin in surprise. Can he really kill a wild boar with bare hands? When did he become so powerful? Even she found it absurd, let alone the group of young people around her. Immediately someone retorted, Shijin, don't joke around. When our team went to hunt a pig last time, we couldn't even catch a few. How fierce a wild boar is, can your third brother handle it? Exactly, I could believe you if you said your third brother is a college student. But to say he can kill a wild boar with bare hands, I wouldn't believe it even if you killed me. Damn it. Do you think I would lie to you? Fu Shijin shouted angrily. I went to my third brother's village, and everyone knows about it. My third brother killed a wild boar with his bare hands and shared the meat with the whole village. I even had some. Their conversation sounded like children arguing with each other. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then lifted his leg to step on the pedal. Damn, I'm too lazy to explain to you kids. Fu Shijin waved his hand and chased after Shu Tianci. Third brother, wait for me. Looking at the two leaving, the group of teenagers glanced at each other. Do you think what Shijin said is true? Can his third brother really kill a wild boar with bare hands? I don't know, but I think it's impossible. But Shijin has never lied to us. On the other side, Shu Tianci left the alley and headed straight for the black market. He glanced back at Fu Shijin and asked Shijin, who are those people? They are just the people from this street. Fu Shijin shrugged and explained, their parents either work in the same factory as my dad, or their brothers serve in the army with my brother in Jingchu. So relying on your dad and brother's relationships, you are considered the boss around here. Of course. Fu Shijin flicked his hair and said proudly, on the northwest street, I am the boss. At first it was because of my dad and brother's connections. Everyone my age had to call me brother. Later when I took them to fight, and won many times, they started calling me brother sincerely. Listen to this, a 16-year-old boy who fights every day and seems quite proud of it. You don't study because you fight every day, eh? Shu Tianci retorted. Actually, I don't want to either. There are a few dogs barking loudly over on Dongmen Street. I have to fight. Fu Shijin sighed and shook his head, saying, as for studying, I just don't have the ability for it. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, feeling quite helpless about this guy's thoughts. No wonder Fu Jinfeng would chase him with a stick to hit him. He cleared his throat and said, Shijin, why don't you just go back? I need to go to the black market. Bringing you along is indeed inconvenient. Third brother, I know what you're worried about. Fu Zijin's eyes widened, patting his chest and saying, don't worry, my mouth is tight. Even if it costs my life, I would never betray you. This guy who said he wasn't sharp. Just this quick reaction, if applied to studying, wouldn't it be easy to get into a key school? But taking the other party with him is definitely out of the question. It's not even a matter of trust. If he encounters someone following him during the transaction, he wouldn't be able to care about Fu Shijin at all. Perhaps it might even expose the existence of his space. So Shu Tianci looked seriously at Fu Shijin and said, Shijin, go back. The matter I need to handle is not something you can participate in with your petty antics. Third brother. Go back. Shu Tianci scolded, hesitating. If you listen, I'll take you next time when there's a chance. If you argue with me again, I won't let you follow me back to the village on my bike. Hearing his third brother say this, Fu Shijin finally had no choice. He hesitated, glanced at Shu Tianci, then turned around dejectedly to leave. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, then rode his bicycle straight to the black market. When he was close to the black market, he found a deserted spot to hide his bicycle. Then he put on a knitted hat and a mask covering himself, so only his eyes were visible. After confirming there were no issues, he strode to the entrance of the black market. Buying or selling? A person even more wrapped up than him approached and asked. Shu Tianci glanced at him and explained, I'm looking for Monkey Brother, who I have an appointment with him from last time. Upon hearing this, the person looked him up and down before turning and walking a few steps. After communicating with another person for a moment, that guy ran into the black market. The man turned back and stared at Shu Tianci. Wait here for a moment, don't wander off. No problem. Shu Tianci waited for a while at the entrance of the black market, casually handing a cigarette to the ticket collector. After lighting his own cigarette, he began to make small talk with the other party. Brother, how much do you make in a day from ticket sales? To his surprise, the other person merely shot him a glance before silently walking towards someone else. Seeing that he was making a fool of himself, Shu Tianci could only shrug. Just as he finished smoking a cigarette, he saw Chen Xiaohou rushing over. He glanced at Shu Tianci in surprise and said, Little brother, are you looking for me for something? Didn't we agree last time? Wild boar. Shu Tianci raised an eyebrow and said softly, Do you really have it? Chen Xiaohou's pupils contracted, speaking in a deep voice. When the other party mentioned it last time, he was still somewhat hopeful. But after a few days had passed, he was so busy that he almost forgot, and unexpectedly the other party actually came looking for him. Of course I have it, but I need a cart. Shu Tianci nodded and continued, No problem, follow me. Chen Xiaohou nodded, turned around, and walked away. Subsequently, Shu Tianci followed him to find a cart. The two of them arrived at an alley where Shu Tianci asked him to wait there and then pushed the cart away. Before long, he returned pushing a wild boar. So big. Chen Xiaohou stepped forward to inspect it and exclaimed, This wild boar looked to weigh at least 200 to 300 pounds. Where did the other party get it from? Could it be that the other party had accomplices? Otherwise, it would be impossible to load the wild boar onto the cart. Shu Tianci glanced at him and said lightly, "Cut the nonsense, name your price." "All right." Chen Xiaohou nodded, no longer hesitating. He said, "The price for pork at the meat processing plant and supply cooperative is 650, 75, depending on the ticket price. However, now the supply cooperative can't buy much meat anymore. Even with tickets, it might not be usable. In our black market, buying meat doesn't require tickets, plus it's a seller's market. Hence, the price of pork in the black market has already risen to 3.54, 5 per pound. And it might not even be available. Little brother, this is our second cooperation. I am willing to offer you 4 yuan per pound. However, this is a wild boar, and its meat yield is definitely not as high as that of domestic pigs. Hence, I can only offer you 2 yuan per pound. After all, we have to make a little profit too." Chen Xiaohou had no intention of playing mind games, with Shu Tianci analyzing every aspect thoroughly for him. The meat yield of wild boars is indeed lower than that of domestic pigs, roughly around 70%. The price Chen Xiaohou offered was quite fair. This was still the 1960s. By 1961, pork could cost 10 to 20 yuan a pound. "All right, then it's 3 yuan and 2 jiao." Shu Tianci did not dwell on it and nodded decisively. "Brother, how can this place weigh it? I have a scale over there. I just need to help transport the wild boar over." Chen Xiaohou said, so then stepped forward to help. Hearing this, Shu Tianci was initially a bit hesitant. After all, going into someone else's territory could lead to being robbed. Moreover, there would be no place to reason with them. Therefore, from the very beginning, Shu Tianci had longed to have his own power. But he didn't know who to trust. Seemingly sensing his worries, Chen Xiaohou said, "Little brother, you can rest assured. I've been doing business in the black market for quite some time. I have some credibility. Otherwise, who would dare to do business with me in the future?" Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci laughed heartily and said, "Brother Ho is joking. I definitely trust your credibility. Let's go weigh it at your place." Looking at Shu Tianci, who didn't need help, Chen Xiaohou laughed. "Little brother, you're quite strong, aren't you?" "Brother Ho, you're too kind. I've been like this ever since a fever damaged my brain in childhood." Shu Tianci chuckled and joked, "We should hurry. We might have company soon." Right, hurry up." Chen Xiaohou covered the pig with some items, his eyes showing a hint of caution. Then the two pushed the cart towards the vicinity of the black market. Along the way, Chen Xiaohou asked Shu Tianci various questions about hunting. Shu Tianci knew the other party was trying to pry him for information, so he remained silent. Seeing that he seemed disinclined to talk, Chen Xiaohou didn't press further. Soon they arrived at Chen Xiaohou's territory, which was a not too large courtyard. Inside there were 2 middle-aged men, likely his partners. Seeing Chen Xiaohou pushing the cart with the wild boar, their pupils initially contracted. Then they began to ask questions in rapid succession, even pointing at Shu Tianci several times. Upon learning that it was Shu Tianci selling it, they became even more friendly and offered him a cigarette. Shu Tianci did not refuse, accepted the cigarette, and thanked them. He took a deep puff, and then together with Chen Xiaohou began to weigh the wild boar. After weighing, the wild boar came in at 316 pounds. Little brother, 316 pounds at 2 yuan per pound, that totals to 1,011. 2 yuan. Chen Xiaohou then totaled it up for Shu Tianci and turned to the other two, saying, "You two lend me some money." This wild boar was a bit large, and he didn't have over 1,000 yuan on hand. The other 2 men also knew that this pork was a sure profit, so, without a word, they lent him the money. Chen Xiaohou counted the money, and then handed it all to Shu Tianci, saying, "Little brother, please check it." "No need, I trust brother Ho." Shu Tianci smiled, pocketing the money. He had seen the other party count the money clearly, so there was no need to count again. It was Chen Xiaohou who noticed the casual way he hid the money and felt the need to remind him, "Little brother, there are quite a few pickpockets around here. You should better keep your money safe." He didn't care about others, but he felt that Shu Tianci was a long-term trading partner, so he reminded him out of goodwill, hoping to build some rapport. "Thank you, I'll be careful." Shu Tianci casually brushed it off and continued to ask, "Brother, how do you have any other tickets?" He certainly wouldn't tell the other party that he had already placed the money into his space, let alone stealing. Even if he was thoroughly searched, they wouldn't find out where the money had gone. "Yes, what kind of tickets do you want?" "Bring me some tickets, it's better to be prepared." Shu Tianci replied with a faint smile casually. After all, now that he had money, it was always good to have more tickets. After all, in this era, tickets were far more valuable than money. Once he had a job, he could honestly provide a good life for his family. Chen Xiaohou and the other 2 moved their boxes over and began discussing. They gathered various tickets, including grain tickets, cloth tickets, cigarette tickets, alcohol tickets, and sugar tickets. After selling the wild boar for over 1,000 yuan, Shu Tianci spent a few dozen yuan to buy tickets. Just as he was preparing to take his leave, Chen Xiaohou suddenly called out to him, "Little brother, are you interested in meeting the boss of the black market? Are you meeting our big boss?" Hearing Chen Xiaohou's invitation, Shu Tianci was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't it said last time that he shouldn't inquire casually? Why this sudden direct invitation? Chen Xiaoho smiled and explained, I heard you mention it before, so you must be curious about our team. Our brother Biao also said he would like to make a friend with you. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci suddenly broke out in a cold sweat on his back. Indeed, this guy had immediately reported his situation to the higher-ups last time. Fortunately, he hadn't revealed too much of his food supply, otherwise he wouldn't have had a chance to negotiate. Shu Tianci smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, forget it, let's do it another time. I was actually planning to prepare something to visit your boss. This time I came a bit hurriedly, and I didn't bring anything except a wild boar. Chen Xiaoho stared at Shu Tianci for a moment, unable to glean anything from his expression. He nodded and smiled, saying, in that case, let's talk next time. Brother Biao enjoys making friends, so you don't need to prepare any gifts. All right, then we'll take our leave. Shu Tianci agreed and didn't exchange any more pleasantries. Staring at the figure of the other party, Chen Xiaoho suddenly called out, little brother, what's your surname? Chi. Shu Tianci did not turn around and waved his hand. As their figures disappeared, someone approached Chen Xiaoho. Monkey, should we find someone? Chen Xiaoho glanced at him and said flatly, do you think he's foolish? He dares to nonchalantly place money in front of us without fearing that we might steal it. Besides, if we went to rob him now, it would be obvious that we did it. Upon hearing this, the person immediately fell silent. Meanwhile, after walking a distance, Shu Tianci let out a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that the black market people would act against him, as he didn't want to create unnecessary trouble. If those people really dared to come, he would have no choice but to use lethal force. At that point, it would truly become a situation of no return. He had indeed wanted to meet the black market boss to leverage their influence. But now he had to change his mind. However, looking at the increasingly depleted jade pendant, he still thought it was better to wait a while. If he couldn't replenish the jade pendant's energy, then his spatial advantage would be lost. The thought of meeting the black market boss became unnecessary. So the most important thing now was to find a way to replenish spatial energy. Soon he returned to the black market again, buying or selling. The masked man at the door approached and inquired softly. Shu Tianci glanced at him and shrugged, saying buying. Upon hearing this, the man immediately stepped aside to let him in. Selling in the black market requires a stall fee, but buying does not. Shu Tianci needed jade to replenish the capabilities of his Qilan jade pendant. Of course, for now this was just his speculation. Whether he could indeed replenish it with jade still needed confirmation with a piece of jade. Then Shu Tianci wandered around the black market, his gaze scanning the surrounding stalls. Their main target was those selling porcelain antiques, as there might be jade among them. Soon a particularly special stall caught Shu Tianci's attention. It was filled with porcelain vases with a fiery red jade pendant placed in the center. The patterns on the jade pendant were quite unique, clearly the work of a master carver. A jade pendant crafted by a sculptor would definitely not be of ordinary material. The stall owner was a frail man wrapped up very tightly. Shu Tianci didn't hesitate and squatted in front of him, asking how much for the vase. The pendant is not for sale. The other party's voice came sounding a bit hoarse. Shu Tianci was taken aback, thinking, how could this guy answer the question so off topic? Or did he know from the beginning that his purpose was the jade pendant? Stall owner, I asked how much for this vase. Shu Tianci coughed and continued to probe. The stall owner suddenly raised his head, and from the wrinkles at the corners of his eyes, it was evident that he was an old man. He repeated, the pendant is not for sale. This old man is quite shrewd. There's no need to continue pretending. All right, I'll just take a look. Shu Tianci nodded helplessly and reached out for the jade pendant. As he picked up the red jade pendant, he immediately felt an unusual throbbing in his brain's nerves. His brain was very excited, and without thinking he understood that the Qilan jade pendant was transmitting a craving message to him. Indeed, there was energy within the jade stone that the Qilan jade pendant needed. With this, he wouldn't have to worry about the jade pendant's energy being depleted. Shu Tianci was quite excited and looked up at the stall owner, saying, comrade, how much for the jade pendant? Not for sale, only for exchange for food. The stall owner's tone was very calm, seemingly certain of Shu Tianci's purpose. Shu Tianci was taken aback, not expecting the other party's purpose to actually be food. However, that was fine. He currently had no shortage of food. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and looked at the stall owner, saying, boss, what material is your jade pendant made of? Hetian red jade, a family heirloom pendant. Hetian red jade is indeed a rare jade. Although Shu Tianci did not understand jade, he had heard of the name of Hetian jade. Moreover, the response from the Qilan jade pendant would not be poor. This jade's material was definitely top-notch. Exchanging for it would not be a loss. So Shu Tianci raised his head and looked at the stall owner, saying, boss, exchanging for food is fine. Just how many jin of food do you want to exchange? Immediately, people around looked over their covetous gazes, making Shu Tianci feel quite uneasy. Damn, these people have definitely been here for more than a day or two. With their absurd hearing saying they have wind ears wouldn't be an exaggeration. Upon hearing this, the stall owner immediately realized that Shu Tianci had food. However, he wasn't currently in urgent need of food and didn't want to sell the family heirloom jade cheaply. So he extended 2 fingers and said in a deep voice, 200 jin. This. Shu Tianci frowned, pondering for a moment. 200 jin of food. This price is certainly not low. After all, food is quite expensive in the black market now, with a caddy of rice costing several dollars. 200 jin of food could amount to several hundred or even thousands of dollars. Was this jade worth it? Even the cheapest sweet potatoes cost about 60 or 70 cents a jin. That's just over $100. Although this jade is good in this era of food scarcity, it probably isn't worth that much money. Seeing Shu Tianci hesitate, the stall owner realized his price was a bit high. So he quickly changed his mind and retracted a finger, saying 150 jin is also fine. Shu Tianci was taken aback, and after contemplating for a few seconds, he said 100 jin, and it can only be sweet potatoes or pumpkins. If it's rice or white flour, then this item is not worth that. Shu Tianci could tell that the other party was not at the point of starvation. They should have food at home, but he didn't have any rice or flour to exchange for the jade. As long as the spatial energy was sufficient, thousands of pounds of food could be easily obtained. Therefore, he still hoped that the vendor would agree to the trade. Fortunately, after hearing his words, the vendor hesitated for a moment and said, all right, just 100 pounds. Shu Tianci's eyes lit up as he nodded, saying, good, then come with me. The vendor was quite excited and immediately turned around to begin packing up his stall. Shu Tianci wanted to help, but was refused by the vendor. He didn't insist and instead cast a wary glance at the surrounding vendors and buyers. Once he confirmed there were no issues, he turned to walk outside while the vendor pushed a single-wheeled cart behind him. The ceramic items the vendor carried were not on the cart. It was unclear whether they were temporarily stored in the black market. Shu Tianci didn't think much of it and led the old man to a nearby alley. Comrade, wait here for a moment. Shu Tianci left this sentence before turning to enter the alley. The vendor's eyes revealed a hint of anticipation, and he only turned to look back at the place they came from after Shu Tianci disappeared from view. He frowned slightly, feeling as if someone was following them. Before long, to his surprise, Shu Tianci emerged with a bamboo basket on his back. He didn't hesitate and directly placed the bamboo basket in front of the vendor. There's a pumpkin here weighing about 40 pounds, and the remaining sweet potatoes are also around 30 pounds. You wait here for a bit, I'll go make another trip. All right. The vendor nodded excitedly, squatting down to put the pumpkin and sweet potatoes into the bamboo basket he brought. While picking them up, he suddenly realized something. He then looked up at Shu Tianci and asked, little brother, can the remaining items be exchanged for a different kind of grain? This pumpkin and sweet potato are good, but they can't compare to rice or flour. If not, cornmeal will do. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci frowned. He didn't want to trade with the vendor, but the rice in his space had only been planted for a few days. Now, although it had already grown to a meter tall, it hadn't borne any fruit. It would take a few more days for it to fully mature. He had only just received corn and soybeans that morning. Thus, he could only shake his head and solemnly say, you mentioned when you came that you only had sweet potatoes and pumpkins. If you don't want them, I can also convert them to cash. No. The vendor repeatedly refused, nodding and saying, I want them. Money was useless to him since he couldn't buy any grain. However, sweet potatoes and pumpkins could be exchanged with those who had rice and cornmeal. Then wait here. Shu Tianci nodded, and after the vendor finished picking up the sweet potatoes, he picked up the bamboo basket. He turned around again and strode into the corner. The vendor's gaze returned, noticing something seemed off at the corner not far away. He began to feel a bit worried, keeping a wary eye on that corner. Soon Shu Tianci re-emerged with another basket of sweet potatoes on his back. He placed the bamboo basket in front of the vendor and said, I don't know the exact weight, but it's definitely over 30 pounds. As long as you agree, our transaction will be complete. All right. The vendor nodded repeatedly, smiling, agreed. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci let out a sigh of relief. He took the jade pendant into his jade space and then looked at the vendor, saying, our transaction is concluded. Don't mention that you learned from us, nor that the grain was exchanged for me. All right, you can go now. The vendor nodded and waved him off. Shu Tianci smiled in satisfaction and turned to leave. However, just as he walked less than 20 meters, he suddenly heard some commotion behind him. Goodness, this black market is indeed chaotic. Just after completing the transaction, he encountered someone trying to attack him. Why didn't they follow him? Did they think he had no food left? Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and decided to help that old man after all. After all, it was food he had traded away. He didn't want others to think he was unprincipled. However, just as he turned around, he suddenly stopped in his tracks. He saw that at the original trading location, 3 or 4 burly men were already lying on the ground. Their expressions were painful, and each had some knife wounds on them. The vendor who had just traded with Shu Tianci was already propping up his cart, snorting coldly, "With such little skill you dare to come out to rob." After saying this, he pushed his cart toward another exit. Watching his limping steps and the clothes on his back cut by knives, Shu Tianci fell silent. This vendor was no ordinary person. 4 armed men could not subdue him. Shu Tianci felt a sense of respect, but didn't think much of it. He shook his head and turned to take out his bicycle. Riding his bicycle, he quickly returned to the accommodation area of the mechanical factory. Suddenly, a group of people rushed over. "Third brother, you're back." Looking at the leader Fu Shijin, Shu Tianci's brow twitched. Damn, he almost thought that the black market people had followed him here. He gave Fu Shijin a disdainful glance, complaining, "What's this blocking third brother's way? No, how could I dare?" Fu Shijin was taken aback, then laughed heartily. He turned around and shouted to the group, "Clear the way. Let third brother pass." As soon as he finished speaking, the group immediately stood in 2 rows, creating a path for Shu Tianci. "Goodness." Shu Tianci nodded and said to Fu Shijin, "You have great potential to be an officer. Go join the army." After saying this, he rode his bicycle to his aunt's house. "Tianci, you're back?" As soon as the bicycle stopped, Fu Jinfeng rushed out. "Where's Shijin? Did you see that brat?" Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and pointed toward the alley. "He's over there playing with stones." Upon hearing this, Fu Jinfeng immediately rolled up her sleeves and strode towards the alley. "Goodness, this cousin is really fierce. If she gets married in the future, that man will have a hard time. Let alone others. Fu Shijin definitely wouldn't be able to handle it." At this moment, Shu Tianyou and Song Yuru walked out of the room. "Tianci." Shu Tianci glanced at them, noticing he hadn't changed into new clothes. He should have asked someone to custom make them, but they hadn't been ready yet. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded, saying, "Elder brother and sister-in-law. How do you feel?" Song Yuru's face turned red, and she lowered her head without saying anything. Shu Tianyou chuckled and said, "Aunt made dinner. Come in and eat." "Tianci, come in for dinner." Shu Xiaomia's voice rang out, and Shu Tianci immediately parked his bicycle. Aunt's family conditions were also average. The dishes on the table were still cornmeal porridge and wild vegetables. Shu Tianci felt a bit embarrassed about the meal and decided that next time he would definitely bring some food. After finishing lunch at her aunt's house, Shu Xiaomei asked Shu Tianci to take Shu Tianyou home first. They had already taken Song Yuro and Shu Tianyou to buy fabric and measure sizes in the morning, so they definitely wouldn't get the clothes today. Shu Xiaomei would return the clothes to Shu Tianyou in a day or two. Aunt's second aunt. "See you in a couple of days." Shu Tianci didn't linger, riding his bicycle away with his older brother. Watching his back, Fu Shijin waved and called out, "Third brother, take it slow." Just as he finished speaking, a hand suddenly clutched his ear. "Off." Fu Shijin grimaced in pain and turned to see Fu Jinfeng. "Tell me, where did you take your third brother this morning?" "Nowhere, just wandered around the county town." Fu Shijin replied perfunctorily, then felt the grip on his ear loosen. He pouted and muttered, "So fierce, no wonder no one dares to want you." "What did you say?" Upon hearing this, Fu Shijin immediately dashed out. Meanwhile, Shu Tianci took his brother to the supply and marketing cooperative. Under Shu Tianyou's puzzled gaze, he bought a few pounds of hard candy and sunflower seeds. After leaving the cooperative, Shu Tianyou asked, "Tianci, how do you have money to buy candy?" "Aunt gave it to me, so don't worry about eating it." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and handed over the candy. Shu Tianyou responded with an "oh" and hugged the hard candy and sunflower seeds to his chest. Just when Shu Tianci thought he had escaped trouble, a voice from behind made his expression freeze. "But today Aunt also bought hard candy and sunflower seeds." Shu Tianci's mouth twitched, and he awkwardly laughed. "Anyway, it's all for your wedding, so don't worry about it too much." "All right then." Shu Tianyou nodded and indeed did not ask further. With the bicycle, they could travel quickly. After about 10 minutes, they returned to the town. The bicycle stopped in front of the health station, and from the outside it seemed there were patients inside. Just as Shu Tianci hesitated about whether to return the bicycle, Jiang Li suddenly appeared at the door. She glanced outside and then walked out briskly. "Tianci, you're back so early. It's still a bit of a distance to Shu's house. Why don't you ride the bicycle back?" "Don't do that." Shu Tianci shook his head, repeatedly getting off and holding the front of the bicycle, saying, "There are many people in the village. It's easy for gossip to spread." Jiang Li immediately retorted, "If I'm not afraid, why should you be? You'll know to be afraid later on." Shu Tianci didn't explain and returned the bicycle. Jiang Li didn't insist, but said, "Why don't you stay for a bit? I have something to talk to you about." Surprised, Shu Tianci glanced at her, not noticing anything odd about her expression. He shook his head and said, "My brother and I will head back first. I'll come by later." Leaving this light remark, he pulled Shu Tianyou toward Shu's house. Watching their backs, Jiang Li shook her head and smiled, returning to the health station with her bicycle. The uncle inside, who was there to see a doctor, looked at her and asked, "Dr. Zhang, aren't those the 2 kids from the Fu family?" Jiang Li raised her eyebrows and smiled lightly. Yes, I saw them walking to the city this morning. It's tough for them, and I thought it would help a bit, so I lent them the bicycle. Hearing this explanation, the uncle couldn't help but sigh. Yes, it's difficult with 6 kids. Half an hour later, Shu Tianci walked into the health station alone. He was carrying a bamboo basket which he placed directly on the ground after entering. Hearing the noise, Jiang Li came in from the backyard and was momentarily stunned when she saw him. She quickly stepped forward and pulled the door shut. When she turned back, she heard Shu Tianci teasing, "Sister, you're making me feel anxious. It feels like I'm having an affair, afraid of being caught." Jiang Li's face darkened, instantly pointing at the door. "Should I open the door then?" No, no, no. Shu Tianci panicked and hurriedly stepped forward to remove the rice stalks from the basket. These were all collective goods from the mountains, and being caught with them would spell trouble. Jiang Li snorted lightly and teased, "Look at you, scared. I thought you had more guts." After saying that, she didn't continue teasing and looked down at the contents of the bamboo basket. She didn't rummage through but asked directly, "Is there any pork?" "No." Shu Tianci shook his head decisively and explained, "It's broad daylight. Where would I get you pork? On the mountain, aren't there plenty of them? Tianci, you're so capable. Catching one shouldn't be difficult, right?" Shu Tianci was startled, staring at Jiang Li and questioning her intentions. Catching a wild boar? No one in the entire town could handle that. Besides, even if someone could he really deliver it in broad daylight? Just hold on a second. Seeing Shu Tianci getting a bit agitated, Jiang Li quickly reassured him. "Didn't I just say I have something to talk to you about? It's related to this." Then, under Shu Tianci's gaze, she gradually explained her intentions. It turned out that previously, when he brought back wild rabbits and wild chickens for his family to eat, those wild rabbits and chickens were so fatty and delicious, better than pork. After her father inquired about it, Jiang Li directly sold Shu Tianci out, saying he was a young hunter in town and wild boars were nothing to him. Hearing this, Shu Tianci forced a smile and said, "Sister, are you really not afraid I'll get caught? Oh, why are you so anxious?" Jiang Li waved her hand and rolled her eyes at him, saying, "How could I harm you? My dad really wants to ask you for a favor after learning about your hunting skills. To catch a wild boar and send it back." Shu Tianci blurted out, "Yes." Jiang Li nodded decisively and smiled. "You know that the meat processing plant no longer supplies meat now. The people at my dad's plant eat vegetarian every day. They're nearly out of flavor. When some leaders visit the plant as guests, they can't even present good dishes. That's why he wants to find you to help bring back a wild boar to improve things." "But big sister," Shu Tianci slapped his forehead, feeling speechless. "Speculation is illegal. If I catch a wild boar, I'll get caught before I even bring it into town." "Just wait a moment." Jiang Li chuckled lightly and turned to run into the backyard. In Shu Tianci's puzzled gaze, she quickly came back out with several pieces of paper. Then she placed the papers on the table, sliding them directly in front of Shu Tianci. "Take this. With this, you can boldly transport wild game into the city. So can we proceed with this matter now?" Jiang Li smiled at Shu Tianci and asked again. Shu Tianci picked up the procurement certificate and asked curiously, "With this, I can legally bring the wild boar over? After all, the resources on the mountain belong to the collective, and the crime of buying and selling them is serious." Hearing this, Jiang Li rolled her eyes. She stated that wild boars are an unplanned product. Every now and then, people from the county come to the town to procure supplies. Moreover, as long as no one reports private dealings with the public, there shouldn't be any issues. If there is no procurement certificate, being caught could lead to significant trouble. But now that there is a procurement certificate, it will definitely be much more convenient. After explaining, Jiang Li even provided a very secure option. She chuckled lightly and continued, "Discuss with your village chief and let go of some profit. The village collective takes 70 to 90%, and you take 10 to 20%. This way you will be completely safe." "But wouldn't I be losing out big time?" Shu Tianci's eyes widened in displeasure. Although it wasn't difficult for him to go up the mountain for wild boars, it was still very dangerous for others. He was unwilling to give away 80 to 90% of the profit so easily. "Well, do as you wish then," Jiang Li shrugged and said. "As long as you can find a way to get the wild boar, my dad won't treat you unfairly. If there are any issues, he will claim you're working for the machinery factory." Hesitating for a moment, Shu Tianci nodded and said, "No problem. But I really want to ask you, what position does your dad hold at the machinery factory?" "Oh, it's nothing much, just the logistics director," Jiang Li shrugged nonchalantly. Shu Tianci suddenly understood and got up, saying, "All right, I'll think about it." Jiang Li stood up, nodded, and smiled. "Once you've made up your mind, just go to the machinery factory and ask for Director Jiang in logistics." "Okay." Shu Tianci agreed, but suddenly thought of something. He asked, "Sister Jiang, is your dad's machinery factory still hiring?" Jiang Li was taken aback for a moment before asking curiously, "Are you looking for a job?" As soon as she finished speaking, she realized, "I understand now. You're worried that without a legitimate job you won't have a reasonable explanation for the money you earn to spend at home, right? Sister Jiang is indeed clever. Shu Tianci chuckled, giving a thumbs up. Jiangli pondered for a moment and said, think it through first before we talk about the job. So you're saying no rabbits, no eagles. Shu Tianci understood and didn't say anything further, nodding as he prepared to turn and leave. Hey! Jiang Li's voice suddenly came, and Shu Tianci turned back in confusion. Jiang Li pointed to the bamboo basket and complained, aren't you going to take the money for the rabbit and wild chicken? Shu Tianci finally reacted, awkwardly smiling as he stepped forward to weigh the game. The wild hare weighed over 4 pounds, and the wild chicken over 3 pounds. Jiang Li knew Shu Tianci had been to the black market, so she wanted to buy at black market prices. Shu Tianci did not engage in such ungrateful behavior as he wasn't short on cash. Therefore, he insisted that Jiang Li buy the wild chicken and hare at the previous purchase price. Thank you, Tianci. Jiang Li handed the money to Shu Tianci with a smile. Shu Tianci chuckled and turned to leave the health clinic. After leaving the health clinic, he didn't hurry home, but disappeared into thin air in an unoccupied place. In the next moment, within the jade pendant space. Holy crap, why is it so foggy? Shu Tianci exclaimed as he discovered the space was filled with mist. Taking a deep breath, he seemed to feel all the mist rushing into his body, forming a warm current that flowed throughout him. With this sensation, Shu Tianci dared not hesitate, immediately sitting down and began to breathe deeply. At that moment, he felt as if he were cultivating with warm currents flowing through his body, as if cleansing his muscles and bones. The originally firm muscles and bones from drinking the spiritual spring water tightened even further. Time passed, and the mist in the jade pendant space gradually decreased. Shu Tianci opened his eyes, feeling that his vision was clear as if he could see things 100 meters away. He felt delighted and quickly stood up. Crack! Crack! A series of crisp sounds echoed, seemingly the sound of bones rubbing against each other. Shu Tianci looked at his body in astonishment, suddenly feeling uneasy. He could sense that his body had undergone a significant change, even greater than the change after drinking the spiritual spring water. However, before confirming the specific changes, he needed to clean the dirt off his body. So he sensed the changes in the space, and his pupils suddenly constricted. Then, following the direction, he sensed he brought up some spiritual spring water to bathe. 10 minutes later, Shu Tianci noticed that the nourishment from the spring water to his body seemed to have diminished significantly. Then a body as smooth as congealed fat slowly emerged from the mist, stepping onto the shore. His long legs and defined lines on his physique made his welted muscles very pleasing to the eye. As if it's not enough to grow everywhere, the skin is so fair and shiny. With this appearance, I barely look like someone from this era, Shu Tianci complained, slowly putting on his clothes. The patched checkered hemp shirt covered his well-built physique, but his angular face still held an impressive charm. He decided that when he returned, he must work for a couple of days in the fields to get himself tanned. But that was a matter for later. Now, he turned his attention to the Qilan jade pendant. Upon seeing that nearly 1/3 of the transparent area had returned to its original milky white color, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. Indeed, top-grade jade could replenish the energy of the jade pendant, maintaining the operation of the space. This way, he no longer had to worry about the space disappearing due to energy depletion. What surprised Shu Tianci even more was that the originally milky white Qilan jade pendant had turned a fiery red at the bottom 1/10 of its area. Oh no! Has this Qilan been desecrated? Is it unclean? Shu Tianci immediately doubted that the milky white Qilan jade pendant he received was not fully charged with energy. Perhaps he could increase the energy of the Qilan jade pendant by acquiring more jade. I wonder what abilities a fully charged Qilan jade pendant possesses, eh? Shu Tianci curiously murmured to himself, then turned his gaze to the entire jade pendant space. Not looking was one thing, but upon looking he was both astonished and delighted. 3 plots of black land had doubled, turning into 3 plots of 2 acres. That means there were now 6 acres of black land in the space. As for the crops planted there, they seemed to have matured. The leaves of the sweet potatoes covered most of the black land, while the newly added area appeared somewhat empty. The pumpkin leaves on the other plot of land were also very dense. The Hetian jade pendant that Shu Tianci purchased was quickly absorbed by the Qilan jade pendant after being thrown into the jade space. A tremendous transformation occurred within the space, first producing a dense spiritual mist. Sitting cross-legged on the ground, Shu Tianci felt his body reaching its limit after only a short period of absorption. According to world records, the strongest person on the planet is a man named Lewis Hill. He could lift a board that supports 18 adult men weighing over 3,000 pounds. Although unsure of the veracity of this news, Shu Tianci found it rather exaggerated. He already sensed that his body had reached its limits, estimating that he could lift objects weighing 600 to 700 pounds at most. If he were to run while holding a wild boar weighing over 300 pounds, it would definitely be quite easy. As for the unabsorbed mist, it nourished all the creatures and buildings within the space. This led to the expansion of land, increased building footprints, and all the crops ripening. For instance, the sweet potatoes in the first piece of black land were now all mature. Shu Tianci deliberately pulled one out, discovering it was even bigger than before. Without hesitation, he used his will to pull out all the sweet potatoes from this piece of land. In the end, he found that the smallest sweet potato weighed around 2 pounds, while the larger ones could weigh 5 to 6 pounds. In total, there were over 9,000 pounds from just one moo. "I've struck gold," Shu Tianci exclaimed, and then stored all the sweet potatoes in the warehouse. At this time, the warehouse was also twice as large as before, sufficient to store more food. After putting away the sweet potatoes, he didn't rush to replant the sweet potato vines. He walked a short distance forward, bending down to push aside a pumpkin leaf larger than his face, and suddenly exclaimed, "Goodness." Under the dense pumpkin leaves were one giant pumpkin after another. This thing must weigh at least 30 to 40 pounds. Shu Tianci bent down to lift one pumpkin, astonished. This was truly the largest pumpkin he had ever seen, apart from those special varieties. He then quickly gathered all the pumpkins, harvesting nearly 4,000 pounds from half an acre. Such a yield would be astonishing in any era. Shu Tianci was overjoyed and hurriedly stored all the pumpkins in the warehouse. This acre of land had half an acre of pumpkins and half an acre of rice. The half acre of rice had already grown over a meter tall, with golden stalks brimming with golden grains. Shu Tianci wasted no time and used his will to harvest all the rice. He then stripped all the grains off and stored them in the warehouse. As for the yield of the half acre of rice, he didn't bother to weigh it. After storing all 3 types of crops in the warehouse, he began to replant the grains. The space already had 3 plots of land, each with 2 moo. So Shu Tianci first took out the seeds given to him by Shu Xianglian, discovering a fair variety. There were corn, rice, wheat, soybeans, and potatoes. Although there were many varieties, the quantity was not substantial. Thus, Shu Tianci chose a spot on the 3rd plot of black land to plant these seeds. He didn't rush to water them, but instead filled the 2nd plot of black land with rice seeds. The more rice, the better, so he needed to fill the entire 2 moo. Shu Tianci spent some time filling the 2 moo of land with rice seeds. Then he started working on planting pumpkins and sweet potatoes, both covering an acre. As for the pumpkin vines and excess sweet potato vines, he threw them to the wild boars, wild chickens, and wild rabbits he was raising. Initially, he had caught over a dozen wild boars, 1 male and 3 females, while the rest were piglets. He sold 1 female to Xiaoho, and the remaining 2 females were already quite robust. Moreover, judging by their appearance, it seemed that they were pregnant with the male boar's offspring. The 10+ piglets had become very strong after days of confinement and being nourished by the spiritual mist. If it weren't for the pigpen having expanded several times, they might not have fit. Shu Tianci glanced at the large expanse of grassland that had appeared at the edge of the space and thought to himself, if only I could let the pigs run over there. The jade pendant space not only changed what was already there, but also expanded its surroundings. A large area of grassland had appeared at the edge, seemingly over 10 moo. A branch of the spiritual spring also flowed gently through the middle of the grassland. If he could bring in a few cows or sheep at this time, they could be completely self-sufficient. As soon as Shu Tianci finished speaking, a pathway suddenly appeared at the edge of the pig pen. The wild boars, which were munching on sweet potato vines, suddenly went wild and rushed out. "Oh no, they want to destroy my crops or attack the wild chickens and rabbits, will they?" Shu Tianci realized that he could no longer describe his situation here as invincible. It had reached the point where his words could bring about changes. As long as he thought about it, everything here could change rapidly. He also understood that this would definitely consume energy from the jade pendant. So he had no intention of making significant changes to the space, but was worried that the wild boars would ruin the crops and attack other livestock. After all, the group of chicks that had hatched from the wild chickens had also grown up, and they were producing quite a few wild chicken eggs daily. The wild rabbits in the neighboring pen had also multiplied to over 100, and their reproduction speed was astonishing. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci realized it was time to negotiate a partnership with the black market boss. While he was deep in thought, the dozen wild boars had already set their sights on the wild chickens and rabbits. They suddenly let out a grunt in unison and began to dig into the ground with their hind legs. In the next moment, they charged toward the wild chickens and rabbits like a tidal wave. Just as they were about to crash through the fence, a light barrier suddenly appeared. With a loud bang, the first few wild boars were instantly knocked back. Reflecting on this scene, the wild boars behind looked utterly bewildered. Then they could only turn their gaze to the grains on the 6 moo of land. Oink! A group of wild boars charged toward the grain field like crazed beasts, and the sound of thuds echoed continuously. Watching the bewildered wild boars that had been knocked over, Shu Tianci couldn't help but laugh. Enough playing, you can go back now, he simply said lightly, and the group of wild boars returned to the pig pen after taking a step forward. Having had his fill of fun, Shu Tianci turned and vanished within the space. 2 days later, the melodious sound of a swona echoed throughout Shujia village. Everyone in the village knew that Shu Xianglian's eldest son was getting married. In this time of food shortages, the idea of attending a banquet was still out of the question, especially since one couldn't afford the gift. However, since some families were organizing the event, there were still hard candies and sunflower seeds available. So early in the morning, many children rushed over calling out to Shu Tianyou and the others. "Uncle Tianyou, congratulations on your marriage. The foolish eldest son of the Shu family, Shu Tianci, is finally getting married." With the help of 3 ants, the preparations went smoothly. A day in advance, Shu Tianci's home was adorned with photos of great leaders and red banners. On the wedding day, the 3 Shu sisters, Shu Xiaomei, and her husband and children arrived before dawn. They carried the remaining food from their home and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, here is some food. Even if we don't make a grand occasion for your eldest brother's wedding, our family and the village chief must be fed." This statement made sense, and Shu Tianci took a look at the food brought by the others. Goodness, there were rice, cornmeal, and about 2 tails of meat. Shu Tianci hurriedly stored the food and smiled at his eldest aunt, saying, "I went up the mountain yesterday. I caught a wild rabbit and a wild chicken, and also found 6 wild chicken eggs. Today's banquet will be splendid." Upon hearing this, Shu Xiaomei immediately frowned and scolded, "Why did you go up the mountain again? It's so dangerous, you can't go anymore, do you hear me? It's not like I have a choice, my brother is getting married, I have to do my part." Shu Tianci shrugged, dismissing her concern. Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei found it hard to blame him any further. "Dami Tianci." At this moment, the village chief, Shu Daqiang, and team leader, Shu Xiaoqing, approached. They were pushing a cart which would be needed later for the wedding procession. Shu Tianci and his eldest aunt immediately welcomed them. "Village chief team leader, you're here. For Tianyou's wedding we need the cart, so I brought it along. Also, the villagers knew Tianyou was getting married, so they contributed some food, consider it a gift. But since everyone's reserves are low, they couldn't bring much, so don't mind it." Hearing this, Shu Tianci and Shu Xiaomei immediately looked down at the cart. There were a dozen sweet potatoes, about a pound of cornmeal, and a pound of wild vegetable leaves. To their surprise, there were even 2 tails of sweet potatoes. Although this food was not much, it was likely all the villagers could spare. Shu Xiaomei's expression changed drastically, and she quickly declined, saying, "No, this can't be right. The villagers' food supplies are already scarce. How can they bring so much food over?" "Yes, village chief." Shu Tianci nodded, saying, "We appreciate the villagers' goodwill, but we really cannot accept this. If we do, we won't have enough food to feed the entire village at the banquet. If they accepted the villagers' contributions, they would have to invite them all to the table." However, Shu Tianci's family simply could not afford to host the entire village. "Tianci, what are you talking about?" Shu Xiaoqing glared at him and chided, "We know your family's situation well enough. We never even considered having a meal. If there are any candies, just give a couple to the kids." Looking at their sincere expressions, Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment before nodding all right. Then he turned around and called Shu Xianglian. "Shu Xianglian, coming." Shu Xianglian ran over excitedly, asking, "What's up, third brother?" "Take care of the food brought by the village chief and team leader. Make sure to prepare it for lunch. Tianci, don't waste it." Yes, prepare as much as we need. We can't waste anything." "It's fine, I have something I want to discuss with you." Shu Tianci stepped forward, holding their hands and pulling them aside. He also turned back, calling out to Shu Xiaomei, "Eldest, and I need you to handle something at home." Shu Xiaomei looked confused, not understanding what they needed to discuss without her. But she didn't dwell on it, turning to ask Fu Sheng and others to help tidy up Shu Tianyou's appearance. Time was getting late. It was time to go to the Song family to fetch the bride. "Tianci, why did you pull us aside?" On the other side, Shu Daqiang looked at Shu Tianci, puzzled, and asked, "Village chief team leader, take a look at this." Shu Tianci glanced at the two and pulled out a procurement certificate from his pocket, handing it over. Shu Daqiang and the others were taken aback, taking the certificate and looking down. County Machinery Factory's procurement certificate. Their pupils shrank, and they looked at Shu Tianci in shock. "Exactly." Shu Tianci nodded with a light smile, having already guessed their reaction. Shu Xiaoqing quickly asked, "Tianci, are you now a procurement officer at the machinery factory?" "Not quite yet." Shu Tianci pondered for 2 seconds before shaking his head, saying, "They just asked me to get some things." "What things?" "Wild boar?" Shu Tianci replied honestly, then explained his story to the two. He mentioned that the county machinery factory's procurement officer was coming to the countryside and learned about his hunting skills. So they wanted him to help catch a wild boar to improve the diet of the factory employees. But to avoid being accused of illegal trading, they issued a procurement certificate. After hearing Shu Tianci's explanation, Shu Xiaoqing nodded, saying since it's needed by the unit and is private to public, it naturally does not count as illegal trading. Seeing that he said so, Shu Daqiang also looked at Shu Tianci, saying the mountain is very dangerous. What do you need? A hunting rifle or other weapons? Or should I call a few uncles to help you? Hearing their words, they seemed to agree to let Shu Tianci go hunting for the wild boar. But Shu Tianci still shook his head, saying no need for people, the more who know the worse it is. If everyone in the village wants to go up the mountain to hunt wild boar, how many people would get hurt? Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing nodded in agreement. So why did you tell us this? What do you need? Shu Daqiang inquired. First, give me a hunting rifle. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment before replying. Additionally, I want to give the main share of this transaction to the village collective. As soon as he said this, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing's pupils shrank immediately. What? You mean to give the wild boar you catch and the main share of the deal to the village collective? Looking at the shocked expressions on their faces, Shu Tianci decisively nodded yes. But I still say you can't tell anyone about this. I'm afraid someone will get envious and report me, accusing me of occupying collective assets. If the commune sends someone to check on me, you need to give me proof. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing exchanged glances, decisively nodding. All right, no problem. After saying this, Shu Daqiang patted Shu Tianci's shoulder with a look of satisfaction. Tianci, I knew you wouldn't be useless for a lifetime. Now that you have a connection with the machinery factory and still think of the village, I am very pleased. Shu Tianci smiled, secretly thinking he didn't think so at first. It was only after seeing you bring the villagers food that he had this thought. Stinky Tianci, hurry and come carry the bag. Fu Jinfeng's voice came, signaling that it was time to fetch the bride. Shu Tianci smiled at Shu Daqiang, and the others took back the procurement certificate and turned back home. On the road from the Shu family to Songjia village, Shu Tianyou, dressed in new clothes, was pulling a cart. On the cart lay a pile of rice stalks with a brand new red quilt spread over it. A group of gaunt villagers gathered around, their faces adorned with sincere smiles. Congratulations, congratulations. Tianyou is getting married. He'll have a wife from now on. Oh, our big fool is getting a wife too, ha. Big fool, do you know what to do after you get married? A group of villagers sincerely congratulated him, while others made crude jokes. Shu Tianyou's fair face flushed with warmth as he walked, showing a simple smile to the crowd. Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci stood on either side, with Shu Xianglian responsible for pulling out hard candies and sunflower seeds from her pocket. Shu Tianci held the cheapest cigarettes, handing a couple to the older men on both sides. The children of the aunts and uncles followed, playing the suono loudly, especially as they played and danced, looking quite comical. Soon the wedding procession entered Songjia village. The Shu family's big guy is here to marry our Yuruo girl. Welcome, welcome. Now the girl will have someone to rely on. Big fool, Yuruo isn't treated well at home. You must treat her well from now on. Song Yuruo was quite well regarded in Songjia village, and everyone knew she had a hard life. Although Shu Tianyou was a bit foolish, everyone in the nearby villages knew he was hardworking. According to the farmer's mindset, as long as one was willing to work in the fields, they would not go hungry. As for how Shu Fugui and his wife died, they thought it was simply because they had too many children. If they didn't starve themselves, they would starve their children. Compared to Song Yuruo suffering at home, some people in Songjia village also hoped she could marry into the Shu family. Thus, after Shu Tianyou and his group entered the village, they were still warmly welcomed. Not to mention the candies and sunflower seeds in Shu Xianglian's hands and the inexpensive cigarettes in Shu Tianci's. There were also some old bachelors who couldn't find a wife and were eyeing Song Yuruo, shouting out, "Big fool, do you know what to do after you get a wife? If you don't know, come find my uncle tonight. He can teach you step by step, ha ha ha. Get lost." Shu Tianci didn't care and directly kicked him. Ouch! The old bachelor flew backwards several meters, clutching his stomach and spewing bile. This was still a result of Shu Tianci holding back, otherwise he could have kicked him to death. The villagers of Songjia were stunned, not expecting this kid to be so strong. Some villagers became agitated, pointing at Shu Tianci and shouting, "What are you doing? Why are you hitting someone?" Shu Tianci didn't care about that, pointing at the old bachelor and shouting angrily, "Old man, are you going to keep provoking me? I warn you all, today is my brother's wedding day. You should watch your mouths and say some celebratory words with candies and cigarettes. Whoever dares to speak crudely about my brother and sister-in-law, I'll make sure your mother won't recognize you. Do you believe it?" With his current fair and rosy appearance, this statement didn't carry much intimidation. However, the image of that kick was still fresh in their minds, making it hard to deny the weight of his words. The villagers from Shu family who just made crude jokes trembled, feeling like they had survived a catastrophe. Tianci, Shu Xiaomei and the others panicked and rushed to pull Shu Tianci back. "It's your brother's wedding today, don't cause trouble." Shu Tianci snorted coldly, staring at the villagers of Songjia blocking the way, and said, "Get out of the way. My third brother tells you to get out of the way. Didn't you hear?" Fu Shijin seemed to be filled with adrenaline, running over to Shu Tianci and pointing at the group of Songjia villagers. However, the next second, he was in trouble as someone grabbed his ear. "Do you think you're very impressive?" "Aunt." Fu Shijin cried out in pain, covering his ear, and shouted, "Sister, sister, I'm sorry, I'm sorry." Fu Jinfeng snorted coldly, and after releasing him looked at Shu Tianci's back and said, "No wonder he is my cousin, he is full of masculinity. My third brother is really impressive." Fu Shijin nodded in agreement and said, "Sister, when you find a husband it must be someone like my third brother." "Hey, what are you saying, kid?" Fu Jinfeng glared and rolled up her sleeves, shouting, "Do you think you need my permission to find a man? I see you're itching for a beating. Sister, if you're so fierce you won't be able to get married." Saying this, he started playing the suona while dodging Fu Jinfeng's attacks. With the old bachelor no longer bothering them, the wedding procession was surrounded by congratulatory voices. Fortunately, Shu Tianci bought a lot of candies beforehand, though otherwise, even 2 pieces per person wouldn't be enough. Soon they arrived at Song Xiangli's doorstep. There was no one at the door, and there weren't many celebratory decorations on the surrounding earthen walls. Shu Xiaomei looked puzzled and shouted inside, "Brother Xingli's sister-in-law, we are here to pick up your awe." As soon as she finished speaking, Song's mother came in with her 2 sons. On the day of marrying off their daughter, they showed no happiness. Instead, they wore expressions of arrogance. Shu Xiaomei frowned and smiled, saying, "Sister-in-law, where's your—" "She's changing clothes." Song's mother waved her hand impatiently and said to Shu Xianglian, "Since so many relatives have come from my family, shouldn't you give out some celebratory candies and cigarettes?" "Goodness, you're really shameless." Shu Xianglian was not one to take all the losses, sneering, "Aunt, you really are quite shameless. You're marrying off your daughter without preparing a dowry. How can you not even prepare candies to host your guests? Candies are so expensive, how can I afford to buy them?" Song's mother glared, feeling poor was perfectly reasonable. Next to her, Song Laosi scoffed and shouted, "If you want to marry my sister, you have to prepare these. In these past 2 days after she stays at your house, we don't know how much work will be left undone at our home." Saying this, Song's mother showed a fierce expression. None of the men at home could do housework, and with the daughter-in-law pregnant, it left all the chores to her. She glared at Shu Tianyou and shouted, "Big fool, I'm laying down the law here. I've already promised to marry my daughter to you, but if you want her to go with you, you'll have to pay $2 as a parting fee." Goodness, what a sudden price. The Shu family was furious, shouting that there was no such parting fee. Shu Tianci directly said, "Old woman, are you going to ask for a housekeeping fee and a fare too?" Song's mother seemed not to hear the sarcasm in his words, but instead her eyes lit up. "Exactly." She nodded decisively and shouted, "When Yura was at home, she did all the dirty and tiring work. After marrying into your family, we have no one to do these chores. Don't you need to compensate us with $10 or $8 for our losses? Wow, this is really shameless. Forget it, the wedding is off. Oh, Fei Jin, go call the leaders from the People's Commune." Facing Song Mu's sudden increase in demands, Shu Tianci decisively chose to threaten with the silver bracelet. He waved his hand and instructed Fei Jin to call for help. The boy cooperated and shouted, "Got it," before turning to run. Not to mention the Song family, even Shu Tianci would be too late to call them back. Song Xiangli, hiding in the room, rushed out angrily, saying, "Third son of the rich family, are you really going to make a big deal out of this? Listen, the villain always complains first." Shu Tianci clicked his tongue and shook his head, then raised an eyebrow at Shu Xianglian. Shu Xianglian was taken aback, but quickly understood his meaning. She showed a wronged expression and shouted loudly, "Fellow villagers, look. Which family charges a fee for a wedding? What kind of transportation fee is this? Our team's face is going to be completely ruined by this group of people." Indeed, Song Xiangli is really something. In this day and age, it's already good enough not to starve. His family demands both money and meat for marrying off a daughter. Now they even want a transportation fee. What a disgrace. How can there be such shameless people in our Song family? "Shut up. What are you making noise about?" Song Mu shouted angrily, saying, "My family marrying off a daughter is none of your business. Why are you so concerned?" Seeing the other party throwing a tantrum, Shu Tianci realized that this was not going to end well. So he turned his gaze to Song Xiangli and said, "Uncle Xiangli, the people from the commune are about to arrive. If you don't let my sister-in-law go home with my brother, it will be hard to explain later, and I'm afraid you'll end up in jail. Besides, you are from Songjia village. Losing the village's face is one thing, but if every family learns from you when marrying off their daughters, who would dare to marry a daughter from your Song family?" This. Song Xiangli hesitated. He was different from his shameless wife. Although greedy, he still cared for his reputation. Looking at the elders around him, the younger generation pointed at him, he could only sigh. "Third son, I have no choice. You see, all the work at home was done by Yuro before, and everything was well managed. Now that she's not home these days, our house has been in chaos. Oh, just pity your brother and help out with this money. We have already given the bride price. why should we pay more? Shu Xiaomei shouted unhappily. Shu Tianci stopped her and looked at Song Xiangli saying, Uncle, I have a proposal for you. Either wait for the commune leader to come and arrest you lot who are raising the price for marrying off your daughters. I'll give you $5 to completely sever all ties with Sister Yu Rou. No way. At least $20. Song Mu suddenly shouted. Song Xiangli glanced at her and then looked at Shu Tianci saying $20. Just give me $20 and that girl will have nothing to do with our family anymore. Hiss. Hearing this, the surrounding villagers immediately showed contempt. Shu Tianci wasn't going to let them have it easy and raised a hand saying $5, no more than $5. If you want it, we'll make it official. If not, we'll wait for the commune people to come. If it weren't for Song Yu Rou being a good woman who took care of her brother-in-law perfectly, according to Shu Tianci's usual behavior, he wouldn't bother with this family at all. Now that he could completely sever their relationship, even a few dozen or hundreds of dollars was worth it. But he couldn't let the greedy Song family get their way, otherwise it would lead to trouble later. No way. At least $10. After discussing with his wife, Song Xiangli finally gritted his teeth and said, Fine, let's make it official. Shu Tianci nodded in agreement. Seeing how readily he agreed, Song Xiangli and his wife instantly looked distressed. But at this point they still had to go back and write up an agreement. Song Xiangli and his wife both pressed their handprints on the agreement, and Shu Xiaomei and her two sisters immediately began to gather money. Shu Tianci glanced at them and stopped his action of taking out money. Soon they got the agreement, and Shu Xiaomei also handed $10 to Song Xiangli and his wife. Song Yang, help your sister out. Then in a new outfit, Song Yu Rou walked out, but she wasn't made up. Given the nature of the Song family, they clearly didn't take their daughter's wedding seriously, so they didn't bother to dress her up. Shu Xiaomei looked at Shu Tianyou and shouted, Tianyou, hurry and help your wife onto the cart. Hearing this, the other party immediately smiled and stepped forward to assist Song Yu Rou. Before she got onto the cart, Shu Tianci handed over the agreement, saying, Sister-in-law, press your hand here and then go home with my brother. Song Yu Rou looked at her parents with tearful eyes and then bit her lip to press her handprint on the agreement. Her parents didn't prepare anything for her. She was the best dowry. After Song Yu Rou got onto the cart, the welcoming party began to return. Annie, take this. Shu Tianci glanced at his aunt and handed over a few large black bills. Shu Xiaomei glanced down and her expression changed instantly. She quickly grabbed Shu Tianci's hand and said sternly, Where did you get this money? Just take it for now, I'll explain when we get back. Shu Tianci replied softly. Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei could only put the money away for now. Just as they were leaving the village, Fei Jin suddenly jumped out from the side. Third brother. Everyone was surprised and Shu Tianci frowned, saying, Didn't I tell you to find the leader? Why are you hiding here? Fei Jin exclaimed in confusion, Third brother, didn't you tell me to scare them a bit? Hey, this kid is quite clever. Shu Tianci shook his head and said, Who told you to scare them? I actually wanted you to call for them. This. Fei Jin was taken aback and immediately turned to say, I'll go now. Come back. Shu Xiaomei suddenly shouted, saying, Your sister-in-law has already been brought over. What are you going for? Fei Jin turned back to glance at Song Yu Rou and awkwardly scratched his head. Soon the welcoming party returned to the Shu family. They didn't have a proper wedding. First they knelt before the spirit tablets of Shu Fu Gui and his wife and bowed several times. Then they turned around to offer tea to the three aunts, thanking them for their help these days. After the rites were completed, the family began to sit down for a meal. 2 tables were prepared at home with not only family, but also the village chief and production team leader. Shu Xiaomei didn't rush to eat, but eagerly pulled Shu Tianci aside. Quickly tell me, where did you get this money? Hearing this, Shu Tianci could only pull out the procurement proof from the machinery factory again. He handed over the proof and said, It's from selling wild game. It's all clean money. Shu Xiaomei looked at the proof and showed a strange expression. Don't overthink it. It was an uncle helping me get this proof. Shu Tianci noticed her thoughts and decisively said. Upon hearing this, Shu Xiaomei not only didn't feel relieved, but became even more puzzled. Shu Tianci was outside explaining to his aunt for a long time, almost revealing Jiang Li's existence. In any case, he expressed that he now had this proof and could completely earn money to support his family. As for the money given to Aunt Shu Xiaomei, it was earned from hunting. Hearing this, Shu Xiaomei felt quite relieved, but also worried whether this was illegal. Speculation and contraband trading, embezzlement of collective assets, each of these charges was serious. In response, Shu Tianci could only smile and patiently explain, Aunt, don't worry. Private dealings with public funds cannot be classified as speculation or contraband trading. Moreover, wild game is considered an unplanned resource, and at most qualifies as embezzlement of collective assets. I took this into account, and therefore proactively proposed to cooperate with the village collective. After each transaction with the machinery factory, I would give about 70% of the profits to the village collective. All in all, I am still contributing to the collective. However, what he could actually contribute to the village was only the occasional share of 1 or 2 heads. The purpose was merely to silence the prying mouths of those with ulterior motives. The bulk of the benefits was still for himself. Selling 100 or 80 heads might yield 3 or 4 heads worth of shares for the village, which he considered generous. He didn't really understand these matters. The words he spoke to his aunt were all learned. However, the effect was quite good, and Shu Xiaomei felt much more at ease after hearing it. She patted Shu Tianci on the shoulder and said with satisfaction, "Tianci, you are really becoming more successful. Aunt doesn't know where your hunting skills come from, and I know it's useless to stop you. But the mountains are too dangerous. You must find a companion if you go in the future." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately nodded and said, "I understand, thank you, Aunt." Shu Xiaomei smiled contentedly and handed the money back, saying, "You take this money back, Aunt doesn't want it. Save it for yourself and buy 2 warm clothes for the winter. Remember not to spend the money you earn randomly. Save it for when you get married." "No way." Shu Tianci decisively shook his head, pushed the money back, and said, "Aunt, your family is not easy either. It's only right that I contribute to my brother's wedding, so I must return the money you lent." "What nonsense are you talking about? You are my own nephew. Don't say it's your elder brother. Even if you need money in the future, you can also speak to Aunt." The two pushed each other back and forth until a familiar voice came from behind. "Dinner is ready. What are you two doing here?" The two suddenly jolted, and Shu Tianci directly pushed the money back. He then turned to the newcomer and waved. "Uncle, would you like a drink?" Fu Sheng glanced at Shu Xiaomei's hand, paused for a moment, then nodded and turned around. The atmosphere at the dining table was quite harmonious, as everyone indulged in drinking and eating meat. After all, they usually couldn't even fill their stomachs, and now with wine and meat, who would want to talk more? However, the village chief, who had just eaten meat, suddenly put down his wine glass and looked at Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci, asking, "Tianci, did you forget to inform your uncle? They probably don't know about your parents passing, right?" This. Shu Tianci glanced at his second sister, then smiled and shook his head at the village chief, saying, "No. My mother's relatives live far away, and it's really too troublesome to go back and forth. Besides, my mother hasn't contacted her family for a long time, and we don't know their contact details." Coincidentally, Shu Fuguwei was the only son in his family with 3 daughters. The entire family could be said to have cherished him like a treasure, yet he ultimately met a tragic end. His wife was even worse off, with 5 sons and 1 daughter in the family. In this era of valuing sons over daughters, life was not easy for rural women. When Shu Fuguwei married this wife, the whole family didn't know how much effort they put in. In any case, when he brought her home, it was not much better than when Shu Tianyou married Song Yuru. Due to family reasons, Shu Fugui's wife rarely contacted her family after marriage. Now that she has passed away, Shu Tianci and the others did not have the thought of contacting several uncles. Besides being too far, their relationship wasn't very good. "Your 5 uncles have still treated your mother well." Shu Daqiang sighed, understanding and helpless. Shu Tianci did not deny this, nodding and saying, "If there's a chance in the future." He decided to drop the subject. Xianglian. At this moment, the second uncle Ji Bing took a sip of wine and looked at Shu Xianglian, saying, "Now that Tianyou has married, it's your turn next, right?" As soon as these words were spoken, the atmosphere at the scene suddenly fell silent. "What are you talking about?" Shu Xiaoying pushed Ji Bing and then looked awkwardly at Shu Xianglian, saying, "Xianglian, your second uncle has drunk too much." "It's fine." Shu Xianglian shook her head and smiled as if it didn't matter, saying, "I don't mind as long as I can see my younger brothers and sisters married." At this moment, she still carried the title of a husband killer, and everyone in the 10-mile radius knew it. Therefore, even though she had long reached the age of marriage, no one dared to propose to her. She had gotten used to it over the past 2 years and had no intention of finding a husband for herself. Her only hope was that her older brother and third brother would marry and her younger siblings would grow up. That won't do. Upon hearing her niece's resigned words, Shu Xiaomei decisively disagreed. She said, "Girls, how can you not get married? People around here have loose lips labeling any title onto others. My niece is such a good girl, yet she's rumored to be a husband killer." After complaining, she comforted her, saying, "Xianglian, don't worry, I'll go to other places to help you ask around. There will definitely be good families out there." "Thank you, Aunt, but I really don't want to get married." Shu Xianglian smiled, faintly forcing a smile. Hearing her say this, everyone looked at Ji Bing with reproachful eyes. Ji Bing's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly said to Shu Xianglian, "Xianglian, your second uncle just drank too much. Your second uncle apologizes to you. Don't take it to heart." "It's fine, second sister." Shu Tianci suddenly smiled slightly and put his arm around her shoulder, saying, "Girls can live well without relying on men. If there's a chance, I can help you find a job in the city, and then you can get a city household registration. Oh, just wait and see. Those men will surely chase after you like dogs, begging you to marry them." Although this was true to Fu Sheng and the others, it sounded like empty talk. "I have to say, our third brother is quite ambitious." Uncle chuckled, glancing at everyone before turning back to Shu Tianci. Tianci, I have high hopes for you. When you have that ability, don't forget to arrange a job for your uncle too. Though this seemed harmless coming from him, it felt particularly strange. It was all a joke, truly seen as a joke. Uncle, don't underestimate my third brother. Fu Shijin stood up unhappily and said, I'll tell you, if my third brother says he can arrange a job for Sister Xianglian, then he definitely can. I believe in Tianci too. Fu Jinfeng nodded in agreement, throwing a supportive smile at Shu Tianci. Aside from the two of them, the village chief, the captain, and Shu Xiaomei also believed. This left the three uncles somewhat puzzled. When did this lazy boy gain such high prestige? The laughter and banter at the table quickly came to an end, and Shu Tianci could sense the attitudes of his three uncles. It must be said that all three held quite a prejudice against him. Only the eldest uncle seemed to be somewhat inclined to help him. The second uncle was taciturn, his eyes filled with disdain that he would not voice. As for the youngest uncle, he showed no signs of concealment, openly flattering his elder brother-in-law and teasing Shu Tianci without subtlety. This led to differing attitudes from their children towards Shu Tianci. However, Shu Tianci did not mind, as he did not rely on these people for support. If you treat me well, I will repay you doubly. If you treat me poorly, I won't demand anything from you, but don't expect me to do anything for you either. After lunch, Shu Xiaomei took Song Yuru into the room, unsure of what to say. Shu Tianyou was sent out, then dragged into Shu Tianci's room by the three uncles, also at a loss for words. Village chief Shu Daqiang pulled Shu Tianci aside and said, Tianci, I will go back now and help you get a gun. Wait for me outside tonight, and remember not to let Tianyou and the others know about the gun. Okay. Shu Tianci nodded, feeling somewhat excited. After seeing the village chief and the captain leave, he returned to the house and saw Shu Xiaomei and the others coming out. Xianglian, Tianci, it's time for us to head back. In the future, you must take care of yourselves, all right? No family wanted to keep anyone for dinner, as food was scarce. All right. Facing the relatives who were about to leave, Shu Tianci nodded without any intention of detaining them. If you encounter difficulties in the future, come to the city to find your aunt. Shu Xiaomei hugged Shu Tianci's shoulder and said. Shu Tianci nodded and saw his second aunt Shu Xiaolian come over and pat his shoulder. Uncertain if it was due to her second uncle, she only smiled without speaking, while the youngest aunt Shu Xiaoxia was even more distant, merely smiling at them. Until everyone had said their goodbyes, Fu Jinfeng stepped forward and smiled. Tianci, you can also come to your sister when you need something. If you need to find a job for Sister Xianglian, I can actually help too. No, you should focus on your own matters. Shu Tianyou decisively shook his head, scolding, don't just think about how to use that little power now that you've just become a leader. Fu Jinfeng immediately rolled her eyes and huffed, if you don't appreciate it, then forget it. Ooh, I won't help you in the future. After saying that, she turned and left. At the moment she stepped out, Shu Tianci shouted, thank you, sister. Fu Jinfeng paused and turned back to look at Shu Tianci with a blooming smile. Soon after, the three aunts and Shu Tianci's siblings said their goodbyes. They all left the Shu household. Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian walked away back and saw Song Yuru had already come out. At that moment, she was wearing a new outfit, neatly tidying up the bowls and chopsticks on the table. Shu Xianglian and the others were helping nearby, some sweeping the floor, others taking out the trash. Shu Xianglian rushed over, pressed down on Song Yuru's hand, and snatched the bowls and chopsticks away. She said, sister-in-law, let me handle this. Today is your big day, just relax. No, I have to work. Song Yuru shook her head, saying, I have to work. I am your sister-in-law, so I have to take care of you. This sister-in-law's character was indeed quite good, though it was exhausting to hear her speak. Shu Xianglian was also patient, and after arguing with her for a long time, she chose to work together. To truly integrate into a new family, one must work together, speak face-to-face, and share meals. Song Yuru had just married in the morning, and by the afternoon she seemed to have integrated into this big family. In the evening, Song Yuru was eager to go to the kitchen to cook, and the whole family found themselves unable to stop her. Thus Shu Tianci could only let Shu Xianglian and the others help, some chopping wood, others tending the fire. Looking at the heaps of sweet potatoes and pumpkins as well as the complete condiments, Song Yuru exclaimed, so much. Seeing this, Shu Xianglian immediately explained, those were all brought by third brother. He's quite impressive. Ever since he fainted from hunger once, our family hasn't gone hungry again, but he doesn't allow us to ask where these things come from. So sister-in-law, don't ask either. If anyone outside asks, just say you're hungry, all right? Song Yuru looked at her in surprise, as if she understood something. She immediately nodded and said, okay, I won't ask, sister-in-law. As for the water, Xianglian, how much should we prepare? Hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately replied that they would make as much as the family could eat. After all, Shu Tianci had never let them go hungry. Sister-in-law. At that moment, Shu Tianci strode in, holding a peeled wild rabbit. A little favor from you, besides the staple food, make this wild rabbit too. Song Yuru was taken aback, surprised again, more meat. There had been chicken and rabbit meat at lunch, and now another rabbit at dinner. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and casually said, "Our family doesn't lack meat. If you want to eat, just tell me." As the sound of banging echoed in the village, the dishes at Shu Tianci's home were also ready. On a damaged 8 immortals table, a round board was added so that the 7 family members could finally sit down. Shu Tianci poured a glass of spring water for the whole family, then raised his glass and stood up. "Today is a good day, the day sister Yuru marries our elder brother. Let's toast to them. Let us toast to our elder brother and sister-in-law with tea instead of wine. May they always be harmonious and live happily together." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian and the others immediately stood up with beaming smiles. They held their bowls and looked towards Shu Tianyou and Song Yuru, who were seated at the head of the table. Shu Tianyou smiled broadly, pulling the blushing Song Yuru to stand up together. "Thank you, Xianglian Tianci, Shuilian Tiance Shuilian. And may our family always be harmonious and live happily together." After saying this, the 7 family members drank the spring water in their cups. "Good." Everyone applauded, and Shu Tianci waved his hand and said, "All right, let's eat." Everyone sat back down. Only Song Yuru had a somewhat peculiar expression. Shu Tianci glanced at her and then looked at Shu Tianyou and said, "Elder brother, let sister-in-law eat more meat." "Wife, eat more." Shu Tianyou nodded and quickly picked up a piece of rabbit meat for Song Yuru. "Thank you." Song Yuru felt both shy and touched spontaneously, saying her words of gratitude. Everyone was taken aback, looking at each other in surprise. Song Yuru cleared her throat and continued, "Thank you." She seemed to feel that her throat had improved a bit. Shu Tianci laughed heartily and smoothed things over. "Look, you've made sister-in-law happy." She's speaking much more smoothly now. Hearing this, the whole family burst into cheerful laughter. After dinner, they prepared to rest. Shu Tianci was waiting for the village chief's arrival when he suddenly heard a commotion coming from next door. Ahem. Shu Tianci looked over and inquired, "Third brother, what is elder brother doing?" Children should not pry into so much. Hearing his younger brother's inquiry, Shu Tianci decisively reprimanded, "Just pretend you didn't hear anything, and you are not allowed to ask tomorrow." "Oh," Shu Tianci said, turning around to continue sleeping. The sleep of a child is already deep, especially after being nourished by the spiritual spring for a while. Soon the faint sound of Shu Tianci's breathing could be heard nearby. Shu Tianci glanced over, and even the softest sound could clearly reach his ears. At this moment, he felt a bit annoyed by this damn hearing. At the same time, he also realized that his aunt had secretly talked about something with Song Yuru. In any case, he did not believe that Shu Tianyou, that foolish big brother, could understand such private matters. "It's time to prepare a house for my big brother and sister-in-law," Shu Tianci thought to himself. Meow. Suddenly, a poor meow came from outside the window. Shu Tianci took a glance, and his expression immediately became strange. He looked at Shu Tianci again, and seeing that he was sleeping soundly, he directly disappeared from the bed. The next moment, he appeared not far outside the house. Looking towards his home, he noticed a sneaky figure outside the window. Shu Tianci chuckled softly and stepped forward to whisper, "Village chief." The figure paused for a moment, then slowly turned around. In the pitch-black night, only that pair of eyes emitted a faint glow. "Come here." Shu Tianci waved at him and spoke softly. Only then did Shu Daqiang approach stealthily like a thief. "Tianci, when did you run outside?" "I was outside all along, just want to take a dump." Shu Tianci made up an excuse, then glanced at what the other party was holding. It was a long object wrapped in burlap. Shu Daqiang didn't doubt his words and directly pulled off the burlap, revealing 2 gun barrels. "Tianci, this is a double-barreled shotgun, an old one I used to use. Your hunting and collaboration with the machinery factory shouldn't be advertised, as it can easily cause trouble, so I didn't ask for a new one from above, just make do with this old one." "It's fine, I'm not picky." Shu Tianci was extremely excited and reached out to take the shotgun. "Take it slow, don't point it at anyone, understand?" Shu Daqiang widened his eyes and cautioned, "I know I'm not stupid." Shu Tianci waved dismissively, then began to caress the shotgun. Smooth, cold metallic feel and a complex structure. Shu Tianci considered himself a half-hearted military enthusiast, and having this gun in hand captivated him instantly. Shu Daqiang couldn't see his expression clearly, but he pulled out some items from his pocket. "These are more than 20 rounds of ammunition. The rest I used up before. Since this is your first time handling a gun, take these bullets to the back mountain to practice first. Once you are completely familiar with this shotgun, we can consider hunting wild boars on the mountain." "Thank you." Shu Tianci didn't hesitate, stuffing the bullets into his clothes. Shu Daqiang didn't notice, and the bulging clothes instantly deflated. "All right, I'll head back now." Seeing Shu Tianci agree, Shu Daqiang prepared to leave. "Village chief." Shu Tianci suddenly called out, and upon seeing him turn back, he hurriedly asked, "What if I run out of bullets?" "As long as you hand over the money from selling the wild boars, I'll have a way to help you get more," Shu Daqiang replied, then suddenly walked quickly towards Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci took a step back and saw him staring intently at him. Remember, don't let others see it and don't point it at anyone. If something goes wrong, your uncle can't protect you. Don't worry, I would never take it out in public. Shu Tianci patted his chest and promised. He has a jade pinned at space and others would definitely not discover the existence of the shotgun. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who loves to show off, so why would he take the gun out for no reason? Seeing that Shu Tianci's agreement was serious, Shu Daqiang reminded him a couple more times before turning to leave. In the future, go up the mountain from at least 5 kilometers away. There are too many people around here. Watching the other person's figure gradually disappear into the darkness, Shu Tianci finally put the gun into the space. He silently appeared back in the room without waking the sleeping Shu Tianci. The noise from the next room also stopped, allowing Shu Tianci to breathe a sigh of relief. The next morning, Shu Xianglian, it's time to work. Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian had long been ready, and behind them was Song Yuru. Oh, is Tianyou's wife coming along today too? Tianyou, did you not eat last night? Your wife can actually get out of bed. As soon as these words came out, everyone burst into laughter. Shu Tianyou suddenly felt a bit embarrassed, and Song Yuru was even more shy. However, Shu Xianglian glared and shouted, enough, don't tease my big brother and sister-in-law anymore. If you have that much energy, you might as well earn a few more work points. This is how people in the village are. There are not many entertainment options, but crude jokes come one after another. After they left, Shu Tianci looked at Shu Xianglian and the others and said, third brother might not come back at noon, you don't need to wait for me. After saying that, he took a peeled wild chicken egg and bit into it. Third brother, where are you going? Shu Xianglian also took a bite of the egg and asked curiously, I'm going to the city to find a job to earn money to buy you new clothes, okay? Really? The 3 younger siblings' eyes lit up with surprise as they looked over. Then it depends on whether you are obedient or not. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and stroked his chin. Shu Tianci quickly nodded and shouted, I'll be obedient, I listen to third brother the most. Shu Xianglian even came forward and hugged his thigh, saying, third brother Xianglian will also be obedient. Good, you are the most obedient. Shu Tianci smiled with satisfaction and reminded, when third brother is not home, you still need to listen to big brother, sister-in-law, and second sister. Got it. After chatting with his younger siblings for a while, he put on his woven hat and went out. When he left the village, he encountered many villagers, and everyone asked if he was going up the mountain. Facing the inquiries, Shu Tianci decisively shook his head and said, no, I'm just going to the city. He couldn't let people know that he was going up the mountain to hunt. Jealous people would definitely become envious. For example, Aunt Yuning, who had not once heard Tianci say something sarcastic when she was working. This was a missed opportunity, and if she had the chance, she would definitely report him. Shu Tianci shook his head and soon arrived on the main road. Looking left and right, he then ran straight towards the county town. 121. Just as he was about to reach the town, a sudden, orderly shout came from behind. Shu Tianci turned around and saw 2 rows of militia running towards him in an orderly fashion. He instantly recognized that this was a militia team formed by men and women selected from various villages. Among them was Su Jun, whom he had rescued on the mountain before surprisingly part of this team. Judging by their appearance, they seemed to be in training. Brother-in-law. Shu Tianci initially intended to ignore the group of militia, but he was called back just as he turned around. If it had been anyone else, he wouldn't have cared, but he recognized that voice very well. One must say Shu Jun really has thick skin, daring to shout out like that in front of so many people. Shu Tianci was startled and quickly turned around to reprimand him. Shut up. As soon as the words left his mouth, Shu Jun happily ran over. Brother-in-law, where are you going so early? The leading militia member ignored him and shouted at the others, everyone keep running. After shouting, he led the way forward and the others followed suit. Shu Tianci glanced at them and noticed that many of the militia were smiling kindly at him. Only 2 militia members around 18 or 19 years old spat on the ground as they passed by him. If it had just been a simple spit, it wouldn't have mattered, but their expressions were as if they wanted to devour Shu Tianci. With just one glance, Shu Tianci knew these 2 bastards were doing it on purpose. Before he could say anything, Shu Jun shouted first, Zhangbing. Zhang Tao, you 2 stop right there. As soon as he finished speaking, the militia's training team came to a halt. The captain raised his hand and turned back, loudly questioning, what's going on? Shu Jun stepped forward, confidently saluted and reported, I want to file a complaint against Zhang Bing and Zhang Tao. They spat at the common people, showing disdain for the masses. Upon hearing this, the militia was instantly shocked. This was a serious accusation after all. Their militia organization was a reserve unit of the army meant to protect the people. If they hadn't protected the masses and instead were accused of contempt for the people, wouldn't they be expelled from the unit? Shu Tianci looked at Shu Jun in surprise, secretly thinking that this guy could handle things. Seeing everyone looking at the 2 of them, Zhang Bing immediately shouted, nonsense. When did I show disdain for the masses? Don't talk nonsense. You spat at my savior for no reason, almost hitting him. Isn't that showing disdain for the people? Xu Jun with a serious expression shouted back. Hearing this, Zhang Tao quickly retorted, but I didn't hit him. Besides, who told him to stand so close? You spat on someone, and you think you have a reason. Xu Jun scolded again. At this, the militia captain immediately strode over. Zhangbing. Zhang Tao. Yes. With the captain's loud call, the two Zhangs immediately stood at attention. Answer me, is what Xu Jun just said true? Report. No. Zhangbing decisively denied it. Zhang Tao nodded repeatedly and said, right, we did not show disdain for the masses. The three of them each held their ground, leaving the militia captain in a difficult position. He glanced at Shu Tianci, then quickly walked over. Hello, comrade. He first saluted, then inquired, did they do anything inappropriate to you just now? Shu Tianci looked up at the two and found their gazes quite menacing. A warning, or perhaps a threat. Shu Tianci shrugged and pointed at the two puddles of saliva still bubbling on the ground. Captain, do you think this counts? Since he hadn't moved, the two puddles of spit were not far from him. Seeing the grim-faced militia captain, he shrugged and continued, the gazes of the two comrades might also be a bit problematic. That fierce look, as if they wanted to eat someone. I think they might have some misunderstanding about me. Zhangbing. Zhang Tao. The militia captain shouted again. Yes. The two responded, then jogged to stand opposite Shu Tianci. As they passed by Xu Jun, they even bumped their arms against him. Xu Jun stumbled and steadied himself, then raised his middle finger at the two. Apologize to this comrade. The militia captain gave a glance at the two Zhangs, then pointed at Shu Tianci. The two Zhangs exchanged glances and said blandly, sorry. Is this their attitude? What kind of attitude is that? Is this how you treat the common people? The militia captain also had a dark expression and shouted loudly, be serious, say it again. Shu Tianci saw that both of their faces were quite sullen. But they still stood at attention and shouted to Shu Tianci, comrade, we are sorry. Only then did the militia captain nod in satisfaction and turn to Shu Tianci, saying, comrade, are you satisfied with their apology? If you are satisfied, then we still have training to do, so we won't. I'm satisfied. I'm really sorry to delay your time. Shu Tianci didn't know what else to say and could only nod. Watching the militia team start running again, he was more curious about why those two guys had so much hostility towards him. Brother-in-law. Damn. Xu Jun's voice rang out again, and Shu Tianci immediately cursed loudly. He glared at Xu Jun, who had a smile on his face, and pointed to the departing militia team. Why haven't you left yet? Xu Jun didn't mind his attitude and instead chuckled. I know you're very curious about why those two guys have hostility towards you. So I just stayed behind to wait for your questions. You're quite clever. Shu Tianci smiled helplessly and asked while walking, so what do you know? Xu Jun quickly followed and began to explain. Those two guys just now sounded like they were brothers, but they were actually militia members from the Zhang family. They played together when they were young, but not many times, so they weren't familiar. Recently, Zhangbing's parents proposed that he marry Shu Qian. After all, one was 18 and the other was 16, which is perfectly fine for marriage in the countryside. Shu Qian, although she was over 1.60 meters tall, had just worked in the fields a lot, so her skin was a bit dark. Upon hearing this proposal, Zhangbing was very willing. However, Xu Jun and Shu Qian did not agree. Hearing this, Shu Tianci looked at Xu Jun and asked, why didn't you agree? Xu Jun's expression darkened and he unhappily said, brother-in-law, you're being a bit irresponsible saying that, aren't you? Hey! Shu Tianci quickly raised his index finger and reminded him, don't get the wrong idea, I never said I would marry your sister. And you know that Zhangbing has already proposed to your family and even shouted it in the street. I seriously suspect that you are creating enemies for me. For a woman. Shu Tianci could now understand. Zhangbing and Zhang Tao must have developed hostility towards him because of Xu Jun calling him brother-in-law. Tianci, you said you would consider it after observing the mourning period. My sister is ready to wait for you for 3 years. You cannot go back on your word. Xu Jun was somewhat unhappy, chasing after Shu Tianci and shouting, I said I would consider it, but I never said I would definitely marry. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes at him and complained. Brother Jun, a clever person like you can't possibly not hear that I'm politely declining, right? Xu Jun paused for a moment, then quickly shook his head and said, hey, I don't care. You saved me, and my sister Xiao Qian has declared that she will only marry you in this lifetime. Therefore, I only recognize you as my brother-in-law. Jianggu, this is not going to work. Looking at the relentlessly pursuing Xu Jun, Shu Tianci shouted, I really don't want to be your brother-in-law. Tell your sister not to wait for me. What if I end up liking another girl in the future? What if your sister finds out? She'll be heartbroken. Su Qian cried uncontrollably, but the key issue is that this matter would spread to every corner of the village. Wouldn't everyone scold me, Shu Tianci, for being unfeeling and ungrateful? It's fine, she's still young, right? Su Jun ran alongside Shu Tianci, shouting as he ran. If you two date for a couple of years, won't that little bit of affection between a man and a woman develop, eh? Hey, this guy actually knows quite a bit. As they approached the town, Shu Tianci stopped with irritation. He turned back to Su Jun and smiled. Jianggu, can we discuss something? Go ahead. Su Jun also stopped, looking somewhat out of breath. Let's be brothers. He'll be the elder brother, and you'll be the younger brother. From now on, your sister is my sister, and we'll both take good care of her, okay? All right. Su Jun felt it made sense and decisively agreed. Then it's settled. I have things to do, so we'll head out first. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and turned to leave. Su Jun exclaimed, then puzzled said, I feel like something's not right. Damn. In the next moment, he realized it and hurriedly chased after Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci was contemplating where to climb the mountain and practice with his double-barrel shotgun on some wild boars. As he walked, he suddenly heard hurried footsteps behind him. He glanced back, and as his pupils constricted, his legs started running again. Hey, why are you chasing me again? Third brother, I want to ask where you're going. Su Jun explained while running, clearly exhausted. He was a year older than Shu Tianci, but after the other saved his life, he was happy to call him brother. As for whether the other would marry his sister, that could be discussed later. Seeing that Su Jun wasn't asking about marrying Shu Tianci breathed a sigh of relief. He glanced at Su Jun's hand and asked, do you have a gun? Su Jun was taken aback and shook his head. No, why? I have a collaboration with a factory in the city, so I'm planning to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and explained, if you're interested, you can bring your firearm and come with me. Su Jun's eyes brightened and he exclaimed, I knew it. Third brother, you're not an ordinary person. Wait for me, I'll go back to get my gear right now. After saying that, he turned and ran towards Zu's house. Remember, don't let outsiders know. Looking at his back, Shu Tianci instructed, I'll wait for you at the health center in town. Don't worry. Su Jun waved his hand and quickly disappeared onto the main road. Shu Tianci chuckled and continued walking toward the town. There are already tens of thousands of pounds of grain in the current space, and he must find a way to handle it. Otherwise, the amount of grain will only multiply. So he's giving Su Jun an opportunity, a chance to shine alongside him. Provided that he is trustworthy. Soon Shu Tianci arrived alone at the health center in town. Tianci. Zhongli was still standing outside with her hands in her pockets. Upon seeing Shu Tianci, she immediately waved and called out. Then she looked him up and down in surprise and said, you seem to have gotten a lot whiter. If you keep growing like this, people would believe you're an intellectual. I can't help it, it might be because I don't do farm work anymore. Shu Tianci shrugged, then looked around before stepping forward with a smile. Sister, no business today. What business is there? Zhongli shook her head and retorted, I have plenty of people asking me to come. But once I got there, I found out they all had illnesses caused by hunger. I can't help them since I don't have food to give them to eat. Indeed, many illnesses during this time were actually caused by hunger. After all, the big pots in the cafeteria were either vegetable soup or rice and bean soup, with only 2 meals a day. For families with many members, the parents would have already fed the children, so how could they not be hungry? Shu Tianci didn't linger on this matter too much. It was merely the current state of the times. He looked around and then turned to Zhongli, saying, I'm planning to go up the mountain to bring you back a wild boar. Upon hearing this, Zhongli's eyes brightened immediately. She asked, have you thought it through? Shu Tianci chuckled, saying, cooperate with the village collective to give them a little incentive first. As for how much you'll report to them, that will depend on my mood. Zhongli chuckled, rolled her eyes at him, and thought to herself that he was really cunning. She didn't mind this matter and even offered Shu Tianci an idea. Just collaborate with the public first, then report the earnings to the village collective. Additionally, gather more wild game and keep the profits from trading in the black market for himself. When spending money, be careful not to be too extravagant to avoid jealousy from the villagers. Sister, you really gave me a great idea. Shu Tianci nodded and gave Zhongli a thumbs up. Don't be silly. Zhongli waved her hand and turned to walk into the health center. Shu Tianci glanced around and followed her inside. Upon entering, he saw Zhongli turn around and say, are you planning to go up the mountain alone? That was the plan. No way. Before Shu Tianci could finish, Zhongli decisively rejected him. She continued, it's too dangerous to go up the mountain alone. You'd better find a companion. Have you thought about how you'll transport the wild boar into the city if you catch one? Shu Tianci didn't argue with her, but countered, what good plan do you have? First, you need to confirm that you can catch wild boars or bring them directly to me. Zhongli hesitated for a moment and said, then I'll help you contact the buyer and have them come and pick it up. This plan is not bad. Shu Tianci's eyes brightened and he nodded, saying, okay, let's do it like that. Zhongli didn't mind, just asked him to find another partner. Since he has already reported to the village collective, there's no harm in finding an assistant. Shu Tianci glanced at her and shook his head, saying, no need, I've already found one. Just as Jiang Li was puzzled, Su Jun rushed in panting. Third brother. Su Jun shouted to Shu Tianci, then smiled at Jiang Li. Hey, Dr. Jiang is also here. Of course. Jiang Li rolled her eyes and retorted, this is my territory. After that she looked at Shu Tianci and asked, is the assistant you mentioned him? Yes, Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said, then I'll head out first. Jiang Li didn't try to keep him and watched them leave the health center. As soon as Shu Tianci and Su Jun stepped out of the town, Su Jun started unpacking what he had on hand. Brother, this is my gun and you can use it. You give me this gun, what will you do? Looking at the 56 style rifle handed over by Su Jun, Shu Tianci asked curiously. Su Jun chuckled and pulled out a handgun from his waist. I have this, it was given to me by the old squad leader previously. This kid actually chose to hunt with a handgun. Although a handgun is convenient to use, it can never match the power of a rifle. Shu Tianci glanced at him and then returned the rifle saying, you should use this. No need, Su Jun shook his head and refused. I'm not very accurate, it would be useless for me to use that. Thinking back to the last time I hunted, being chased by a wild boar made me feel embarrassed. I had a gun but couldn't even handle a wild boar. Just take it when I tell you to. Shu Tianci scolded, and Su Jun finally obediently took the rifle. Third brother, what about you? Looking at the sincere Su Jun, Shu Tianci extended his hand and said, give me the handgun. I have more hunting experience than you, so a handgun will suffice. Su Jun thought about it and agreed, then handed over the handgun. Let's go. Shu Tianci took the handgun and quickened his pace. The two soon reached the nearby mountain path, but something seemed off. Third brother, someone has gone up there. Su Jun shouted, pointing at several bicycles in the distance. Shu Tianci looked over in response, and the sight of several 28-inch bikes made him frown. Anyone who owns such bikes definitely isn't a villager from around here. It's understandable for city folks to come to the countryside for wild game and improve their meals. Don't worry about them, let's focus on our own tasks. Shu Tianci shook his head and walked briskly up the mountain. Su Jun nodded, as well, holding the rifle closely behind him. The outskirts of the mountains had clearly been traversed by countless people. Not only were wild vegetables stripped bare, but the tree bark was also quite damaged. By next year there probably won't be much tree bark left on these trees. There were still many footprints on the ground, and most of them were fresh. Su Jun squatted down to take a look, then looked up and said, Third brother, someone has gone deeper in. The territories of large wild beasts are mostly located in the central area, surrounded by mountains. Outside the central area there are still many wild beasts in the depths of the forest. Wild boars are just the most common type, though in the central area there are wolves and bears. Anyone who dares to venture deep without some skills is bound to meet a tragic end. Shu Tianci surveyed the surroundings and inquired, do you know which direction they went? That way. Su Jun pointed straight ahead, without hesitation. Then we'll go this way. Shu Tianci nodded and turned to walk toward the right front. Su Jun picked up a stick to disturb the footprints and slowly followed behind Shu Tianci. After walking for a while, Su Jun pointed above and said, Third brother, a bird's nest. Shu Tianci stopped, closed his eyes to sense, then shook his head saying, it's empty. Off. Su Jun was taken aback and exclaimed, how did you know that? If you don't believe me, you can go check for yourself. Shu Tianci chuckled lightly, not offering further explanation. After being washed by spiritual mist, his perception had become terrifyingly strong. Now it felt as if he could retrieve the nest above just by thought. But he wouldn't do that, at least not in front of Su Jun. He also sensed that there was nothing in the bird's nest. With dozens or even hundreds of villages nearby, there were bound to be a few tree-climbing hunting experts around. So Shu Tianci didn't dwell on it and continued forward. Suddenly he noticed that Su Jun, who was following behind, had disappeared. He looked up to see that the kid had actually climbed the tree with the gun on his back. What are you doing? Shu Tianci called out in a deep voice. Just as his words fell, Su Jun had already climbed up to the bird's nest. His tree climbing ability was quite impressive, having previously escaped a wild boar attack thanks to it. He reached out with an expectant look on his face to take down the bird's nest and took a glance inside. There was indeed nothing, but Su Jun's expression didn't falter. On the contrary, he looked very excited. He immediately slid down from the tree and ran excitedly to Shu Tianci. Third brother, there really is nothing inside. Shu Tianci frowned and questioned, do you not trust me? No. Su Jun's face changed and he hurriedly explained, I was just curious and wanted to verify. I promise. I won't doubt your words next time. Alright, I was just joking with you. Shu Tianci smiled, patting Su Jun on the shoulder. Let's go later, we might have to split up. Off. Su Jun was suddenly startled and quickly began to explain. Third brother, that's not good. With the two of us, it's already very dangerous. If we split up, wouldn't that increase the danger? Are you afraid? Shu Tianci countered. Afraid? Su Jun nodded decisively. Then he quickly added, I'm afraid you'll get hurt. Just take care of yourself, I won't stray too far from you. Shu Tianci smiled and said, we need to find wild boars as much as possible and avoid running into others. Hearing this, Su Jun could only nod in agreement. So as the two entered deeper into the forest, when they reached a patch of greenery, Shu Tianci pointed to the right. Under Su Jun's puzzled gaze, he indicated he would go left. Shu Tianci reminded, remember, if you find traces of wild boars, come to me. Okay. Su Jun, although not understanding why, still turned and walked to the right. Shu Tianci walked to the left until he sensed Su Jun's presence fading, and then a double-barreled shotgun appeared in his hands. This type of shotgun belongs to the category of scatterguns, which has considerable power. Since Su Jun was just here, he didn't want to take it out for no reason, so he could only temporarily send him away. As for hunting, today he was here to practice shooting. Shu Tianci chuckled softly and turned again towards Su Jun's direction at a 35-degree angle. Bang! Bang bang. Suddenly several gunshots rang out directly ahead. A commotion erupted above the forest and countless birds flew away. Shu Tianci frowned and glanced toward the direction of the gunfire. He suddenly realized that the danger here was not only from wild beasts, but also from people. Without hesitation, he turned and chased in Su Jun's direction. Roar! A series of angry roars came, sounding like more than one beast. Third brother! Third brother! Run! Su Jun suddenly ran over, frantically shouting in panic. Shu Tianci glanced back at him, and his muscles tensed. He wanted to unlock the safety and fire a few shots, but was pulled along by Su Jun. Shu Tianci cursed, damn. What's going on? Su Jun's face turned red, and he shouted while running. Someone over there fired randomly, provoking a beast wave. I was just curious, and took a look, and now a few wild boars are chasing after me. Su Jun is truly unfortunate. Last time he made a mistake, and was chased by wild boars. This time it's even more absurd. Just because he looked one more time, he ended up being chased by 5 wild boars. Shu Tianci is utterly speechless, wondering how he ended up with such a jinx. However, he is quite curious about who is shooting recklessly over there. A professional hunter would never make such a rookie mistake. Huff huff. The angry sounds of the wild boars are still echoing behind him, growing ever closer. Su Jun looked back and suddenly shouted, what the hell? Third brother, what should we do? Split up and run. Shu Tianci left those words behind and immediately dashed to the left. Su Jun lagged half a step behind, then simply leaped up and climbed the tree. This kid climbed up 2 to 3 meters as swiftly as a monkey. Bang! A series of impacts resounded as 2 wild boars crashed into the tree. Su Jun cursed, quickly clamping the tree with his legs and loading his gun with both hands. After the last lesson, he realized what mistake he had made. Thus, this time he did not abandon his gun, but instead firmly clamped the trunk with his legs. He let his body hang down, firmly gripping the rifle and aiming at the 2 wild boars below the tree. The 2 wild boars, seeing they couldn't knock him down, took a few steps back and began to grunt. He saw them pushing off the ground with their hind legs, gathering momentum. In the next second, they charged straight at the big tree. Bang! Su Jun steadied himself, crouched down, and fired a shot at the wild boar. The immense impact caused the front boar's forelegs to leave the ground, flipping its entire front half backwards. In the end, due to insufficient impact, it flipped in midair and collapsed to the ground. Oh! The wild boar struggled in pain for a moment before getting up and running in the direction it came from. It ran awkwardly, seemingly gravely injured. As expected, my aim is still not good enough. Su Jun sighed and aimed his gun at the other wild boar. The other wild boar seemed to gain some intelligence, showing a hint of panic on its face as it turned to flee. Not good, third brother. Just as Su Jun breathed a sigh of relief, he suddenly thought of Shu Tianci being chased by wild boars. He hurriedly slid down the tree and ran in the direction Shu Tianci had gone. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise and the cry of a wild boar came from not far away. Su Jun's eyes lit up as he hurried over. However, when he reached the source of the sound, he found something unbelievable and was thoroughly impressed by the sight before him. He saw Shu Tianci holding down a wild boar's tusks with both hands while the boar's hind legs kept kicking the ground. Its feet had already dug deep holes in the ground, yet it still couldn't move forward. Looking at Shu Tianci's expression, he was merely frowning a bit. Not far away on the ground, 2 other wild boars were lying amidst dry branches and leaves. Their faces were battered and blood was flowing out continuously, seemingly suffering from serious injuries. Su Jun's pupils contracted, exclaiming, "Wow, third brother, you're amazing." Hearing the voice, Shu Tianci turned his head to glance and was immediately pushed back 2 steps by the wild boar. Su Jun's expression changed, and he raised the gun to shoot at that wild boar. Off. At that moment, Shu Tianci suddenly shouted, then his massive frame shook, veins bulging on his hands. The 300-pound wild boar was instantly lifted off the ground. Under Su Jun's astonished gaze, it was then slammed heavily onto the ground. Bang! The heavy object hit the ground, raising a cloud of dust. In the moment the wild boar was stunned from the impact, Shu Tianci flipped onto its back. Then like rain his massive fists rained down on the wild boar's head. The thumping sounds continued, and the wild boar's struggles grew weaker until it fell silent. Su Jun gasped in awe, stepping forward to say, "Third brother, you are too fierce." Seeing Su Jun was safe, Shu Tianci also breathed a sigh of relief. In response to the inquiry, he merely rolled his eyes and said, "Do you think I wanted this?" He ran so fast that he quickly surpassed 3 wild boars. Originally, he had come to practice shooting, so he had no intention of entering the jade pendant space. When he felt he had run far enough, he turned back and shot at the wild boar. Since it was face-to-face, the front wild boar was directly shot in the head. But before he could fire a second shot, the other 2 wild boars charged at him directly. After undergoing the spiritual mist cleansing, Shu Tianci did not know how strong his physical power had become. So he tossed the gun aside and engaged in a contest of strength with the wild boars. Just like that, he killed 2 out of 3 wild boars with his bare hands. Su Jun expressed some flattery and admiration and then asked, "What about these 3 wild boars? What else can we do? We'll sell them all to the factory later." Shu Tianci casually replied, then looked curiously at Su Jun. Su Jun was taken aback and looked down at himself. Just as he was about to ask, Shu Tianci inquired, "What about the 2 wild boars?" "One ran away." Su Jun raised his gun, saying, "I shot the other one, or it probably won't last long. I wanted to chase it at you. I was worried something would happen to you here, so I came over." "Then go chase it, or maybe someone else picked it up," Shu Tianci quickly said. "What about you?" "Me." In response to the question, Shu Tianci pointed to the 3 wild boars and said, "I'll hide the wild boars and then look for you." Su Jun didn't think much and nodded in agreement before turning to chase after the direction the wild boars ran. After the other party had run over 50 meters, Shu Tianci waved his hand to store the wild boars into the space. After casually handling the traces on the ground, he strode towards Su Jun. As he walked, he heard some commotion not far away. It seemed that someone was arguing. "What do you mean yours? We just shot and killed it." "You're full of shit. I just hit it and it didn't die right away, so it ran away, or I only came a little late and was shot by you." Shu Tianci quickly noticed Su Jun was arguing with a group of unfamiliar young men and women not far ahead. This group of unfamiliar people was quite young, the oldest not more than 17 or 18. The youngest was absurdly around 14 or 15. At their age, they should be sitting in school, so how did they end up here? And they had a conflict with Su Jun. Shu Tianci frowned, walked over to Su Jun and asked, "What's going on?" "Third brother, this group stole the wild boar I killed." Su Jun pointed at the young men and women opposite him, then pointed to the wild boar on the ground. Hearing this, the group of young men and women immediately became displeased. Several older ones stood up, immediately shouting, "What do you mean you killed it? It was obviously us who did it." "That's right, this wild boar wasn't dead yet." Due to a wild boar, Su Jun found himself in conflict with a group of unfamiliar men and women. No one knew the boar's injuries better than Su Jun, as it was he who shot it. Although the wild boar was not dead at that moment, it surely wouldn't survive much longer. Now a group of kids armed with 2 hunting rifles claimed they were the ones who killed it. Su Jun could not tolerate this and would never agree. Thus he argued with them, even ready to fight. "Enough. Stop shouting." Shu Tianci suddenly interrupted them and stood between them. Just as he was about to say something, a young man from the opposing side cursed loudly. "FCKU, who the hell are you?" He glared defiantly at Shu Tianci. Another young man beside him stepped forward and shouted, "Yeah, who the hell are you? You think you can just tell us to stop? What do you think you are? Arrogant." Being so youthful yet so arrogant, he looked more brazen than anyone else. Su Jun could no longer hold back and stepped forward with his gun. "Hey, how do you dare speak to my brother like that?" Clack clack. The opposing side was also displeased and immediately opened their hunting rifles. 3 or 4 girls were terrified and retreated, not daring to speak. Only a girl around 13 or 14 stepped forward and tugged at one of the men, saying, "Brother, don't make it worse. Mind your own business, stay back." The girl felt powerless and could only glance at Shu Tianci before retreating to her companions. Shu Tianci, expressionless, looked at the 2 who had just insulted him and said, "What did you just say? Say it again." Seeing his pale face and lack of weapons, they became even more dismissive. "I said you." Slap. Just as the man opened his mouth, Shu Tianci slapped him hard. He held back some of his strength, but the man was still knocked sideways. As he hung in the air, Shu Tianci kicked him again. Thud. Ow. Thud. 3 sharp sounds rang out in succession as the man flew several meters away and crashed into a tree. He finally fell to the ground near a few girls, rolled his eyes and fainted. Everyone on the opposite side was dumbfounded. Both men and women stared blankly at the guy who had just been kicked away. "Brother." Seeing the man foaming at the mouth and unconscious, a girl shouted loudly. Damn. Despite their shock, the several men quickly reacted. They shouted angrily and lifted their guns. Shu Tianci, quick and decisive, grabbed another man who had just insulted him. He then gripped his neck from behind and pressed the gun against his temple. Come, try shooting. You bastard, let go of my brother. The short-haired man opposite was furious, holding his gun and shouting, if you have the guts, don't talk back. Shu Tianci dismissed him, tightening his grip on the man's neck while pointing the gun at his head, saying, hurry up and shoot. After speaking, he tapped the man's head with the gun stock. Su Jun was sweating profusely, standing beside Shu Tianci with his gun aimed at the others across from him. Bastard. The others were furious but didn't dare to shoot. Moreover, they still had a companion in Shu Tianci's grasp. Not going to shoot. Shu Tianci sneered, tightening his grip on the man. If you're not going to shoot, put down your guns. The man's face immediately turned red, and he struggled frantically against Shu Tianci's hand. Brother. Hey. Guorong. Their calls varied, but all were filled with concern. Big brother, let's talk this out. Please don't hurt my brother. A girl around 14 or 15 walked over, raising her hands in a pleading manner towards Shu Tianci. She was dressed decently, her skin delicate and fair, with a pitiful expression on her youthful face. Her pitch-black eyes were filled with desperation, evoking a sense of sympathy. How did it come to this, making him feel like the villain? Shu Tianci felt somewhat speechless and glanced at Su Jun, saying, Jun, take their guns. Upon hearing this, the group of men and women immediately became alert. Having witnessed Shu Tianci's skills, their guns were their only support. However, under the threat of Shu Tianci's hostage, they had no choice but to hand over their guns to Su Jun. Big brother, can you let my brother go? The girl saw Su Jun take away the guns and once again pleaded with Shu Tianci. Apologize. Shu Tianci slapped the man named Guorong in the face, scolding, have you gone mute? Guorong looked aggrieved, but still grit his teeth and shouted, I'm sorry. FCKU. Shu Tianci was also infuriated and directly pushed his head down. The man stumbled and fell awkwardly. Brother. The group immediately surrounded him, helping him up while glaring angrily at Shu Tianci and Su Jun. Shu Tianci casually flicked his waist, revealing a dagger in his hand. Under the astonished gazes of the crowd, he slowly said, look, I'm a reasonable person. Whoever killed this wild boar, just check the bullet holes. After saying this, he knelt down to examine the wounds on the wild boar. He ultimately found that there was a rifle bullet in the boar's head and several hunting rifle bullets in its body. Shu Tianci pulled out one of the hunting rifle bullets and handed it to the group, saying, is this your bullet? You shot the boar in the belly. The wound isn't deep enough to kill it. This. The others hesitated and understood this reasoning. However, someone was unconvinced and stepped forward, saying, but if we hadn't shot it, this wild boar would definitely have run away. If it ran back to its herd, you wouldn't have gotten anything. Right. The others nodded in agreement. This reasoning was somewhat valid. If they had said this from the beginning, there wouldn't have been so much trouble. Shu Tianci glanced at them and said expressionlessly, so what do you want? The crowd exchanged glances, not daring to speak. Having just witnessed Shu Tianci's terror combined with the fact that they were unarmed, no one dared to make demands. It was the earlier girl who stepped forward and softly said, big brother, how about we split the wild boar? As soon as this was said, it was immediately echoed by the others. Shu Tianci looked at Su Jun, and since they were not unreasonable, they nodded in agreement. The girl immediately expressed her gratitude, saying, thank you, big brother. No need to thank me, I'll just share the organs with you. Oh. A chorus of gasps arose, and the others looked on in shock. Whether it was the sound of surprise or not, a synchronized sound of running suddenly echoed from deep within the mountains. Everyone looked up in confusion towards that direction. With huffing sounds, clouds of dust billowed and birds flew in a panic. The scene was quite alarming. Not good. A beast tide is coming again. One person shouted, and the faces of everyone changed. Huff huff. Ugh. Deep in the mountains, the continuous roars of wild beasts echoed, suggesting that there were more than just wild boars. The group, including Shu Tianci, who were discussing how to divide the meat, panicked and shouted, run. If we get out, we will be safe. As soon as the words were spoken, everyone hurriedly got up and ran towards the forest's edge. Since the man was just knocked unconscious by Shu Tianci, he could only be supported by others moving extremely slowly. Another injured student stumbled and nearly fell, but then got back up and continued to flee. Third brother. You run first, I'll shoot them. Shoot your head, just run fast. Su Jun intended to spray the beast wave with gunfire, but his gun couldn't fire continuously. So Shu Tianci directly pushed him forward, urging him to run. After Su Jun helplessly gritted his teeth and sprinted away, Shu Tianci turned back to store those hunting guns in his space. Looking at the surging beast tide, a glint flashed in his pupils. If he could collect all of these into his space, he would never have to hunt again in this lifetime. Unfortunately, a group of people was still behind him. Off. Then he picked up the dead wild boar with one hand and threw it with all his might towards the charging herd of wild boars. With a loud bang, the corpse of the boar sent the leading beast in the herd flying. Damn! Hearing the commotion, Su Jun and the others looked back as they ran, startled by the scene. This strength was a bit outrageous, wasn't it? However, they had no time to think further as the beasts behind them stomped over the fallen wild boars and came rushing again. A group of students screamed in terror, then they resumed their frantic escape. But with the two who had just been injured by Shu Tianci, they simply couldn't run fast. Sure enough, they hadn't even taken 2 steps before one stumbled and fell to the ground. Brother, get up quickly. The 2 girls cried, desperately shaking and shouting. Several other students who saw this scene wanted to help, but when they looked up, they saw a group of beasts behind Shu Tianci. So they could only rush forward to grab the 2 girls' hands, shouting, "Run." The 2 girls stumbled, then were pulled along to run. The man with lighter injuries managed to get up and started to flee with all his might. But seeing the older brother still lying on the ground, one girl broke free from their grip. I want to save my brother." As she spoke, she directly pounced on the man who had been heavily injured by Shu Tianci. She intended to continue shaking her brother, but when she looked down, she saw a pair of barefooted straw sandals. This is such a hassle. A voice of complaint came, and the girl immediately realized she was being lifted up. Then with a spin, she found herself pressed against a wall-like surface. Looking down, she discovered she was actually being carried on someone's back. "Hold on tight, or I won't care if you fall." A reprimanding voice sounded, and she immediately wrapped her arms around the person's neck. "But my brother." The girl had just opened her mouth when she saw the brother on the ground being lifted up by the person in front of her, as if he were a chick. Her mouth opened in surprise, and she noticed the surroundings rapidly retreating. She glanced left and right, realizing it was because the man's running speed was too fast. At this speed, they would catch up to the group that had been fleeing for more than a minute in the blink of an eye. Third brother, damn. Su Jun, running away, saw that Shu Tianci hadn't caught up yet and intended to turn back to shoot the wild boars. Unexpectedly, a figure flashed past him. Wasn't it Shu Tianci? Ridiculously, not only was he carrying one on his back, but he also had another in his hand. Even more absurdly, he was running faster than they were. In an instant, he had sprinted ahead of everyone. The girl looked down in astonishment at the man beneath her, wondering what kind of monster this was. But when she saw his face, she couldn't help but be a bit mesmerized. With delicate fair skin that seemed fragile, his sharply defined face was currently wearing a serious expression, especially since she was lying on him at that moment, and he had saved both her and her brother. Before long, they had run out of the forest and onto the main road, and the beast herd seemed to lack territorial awareness, directly running down the mountain. However, they did not pursue Shu Tianci. Instead, they dashed towards the opposite mountain. Phew! Everyone breathed a sigh of relief and collapsed onto the ground. Shu Tianci simply threw the person he was carrying to the ground, then squatted down and said, "Get down." Oh! The girl on his back regained her senses and promptly jumped to the ground. Then she ran to her brother and began to shout. Su Jun walked over, panting heavily, and said, "Third brother, you're amazing, carrying 2 people and running so fast." Shu Tianci glanced at him, just about to speak, when a group of men and women suddenly came up to him, bowing and saying, "Thank you." Shu Tianci curiously looked at them and heard one of them say, "Big brother, thank you for saving our friend. If it weren't for you, our friend would definitely have died in the beast tide." "See, this attitude is quite nice." Shu Tianci nodded and said lightly, "Just speak properly, oh, why be so aggressive?" Hearing this, the several men and women showed expressions of shame. They had originally looked down on Shu Tianci and Su Jun, but that previous scene had truly been too shocking. First, Shu Tianci had kicked a person several meters away, and then he had lifted the wild boar with one hand. The most frightening part was that while carrying 2 people, he ran faster than this group. They sincerely admired this pretty boy-like man, which was why they chose to come forward and thank him. Now, hearing Shu Tianci's words, they felt embarrassed and shouted, "Sorry. All right, let's hurry and leave." Shu Tianci showed signs of impatience, waving his hand. But the group wanted to leave, but hesitated as they looked back towards the depths of the forest. "You aren't still thinking about the wild boar meat, are you?" Shu Tianci asked in surprise. No. The leading man quickly waved his hands, explaining, "It's our hunting guns. Those guns belong to our elders. If they are lost, then there's nothing that can be done." Shu Tianci shook his head, speaking indifferently. Although the previous wave of beasts wasn't large, there were still quite a few. "Your hunting guns were definitely trampled to pieces. Going back now, you'll only be able to pick up some scraps. Seeing you like this, you should still be in school, right?" Shu Tianci asked curiously. "Yes, we are all students from County No. 1 high school. Since we are on break, we came up to the mountains to hunt. Who knew? Don't come again in the future." Shu Tianci interrupted their words with a wave of his hand, his expression unchanged, saying, "Go back and tell your parents about the beast tide. They won't mind the guns anymore." The group hesitated for a moment, ultimately sighing in regret. At this moment, the girl hiding on the ground suddenly turned back and shouted, "Can you help me check why my brother hasn't woken up yet?" Hearing the girl's shout, everyone rushed over. When they saw the boy who remained unconscious after experiencing life and death, their expressions became peculiar. Although he said nothing, Shu Tianci noticed that the group's gazes were intentionally or unintentionally drifting towards him. In their eyes, Shu Tianci's actions were indeed too ruthless. However, Shu Tianci understood that he had already shown restraint. Nevertheless, he could not truly ignore the situation since he was the one who had knocked the boy out. So he squatted down in front of the girl and waved his hand under her expectant gaze. "Let me take a look." After saying this, he pressed on the man's chest and patted his face. Under the peculiar gazes of the crowd, he pinched the man's cheek with his left hand to open his mouth. As he placed his other hand by the man's mouth, a few drops of spring water fell into his mouth. "It's okay, he should wake up soon." Shu Tianci withdrew his hand and wiped it on the man's body. "Really?" the girl asked with a strange expression filled with doubt. Cough, cough. Before Shu Tianci could speak, the man lying on the ground started to cough. Brother, you're awake." Everyone looked at Shu Tianci in surprise, their pupils reflecting a hint of admiration. This guy is truly terrifyingly strong. Turning back, they asked the girl's brother, "Jiawei, are you okay?" What happened to me?" Jiawei slowly rose and asked, and when he saw Shu Tianci looking at him from not far away, his pupils immediately constricted. "Damn!" he panicked, backing away in fright. He. Seeing this, the girl hurriedly said, "Brother, this big brother saved us." "He saved us?" Jiawei exclaimed in disbelief, pointing at Shu Tianci. The memory of the brutal beating was still vivid. It was a miracle he wasn't dead. "Jiawei, it was indeed this big brother who saved you and your sister." "All right, stop pointing." Others attempted to explain, but Shu Tianci, feeling a bit impatient, waved his hand and said, "Let's hurry up and leave." He was anxious to find work and had no time to waste with a bunch of kids. Jiawei seemed displeased with his attitude, but still turned away under the urging of others. The girl nervously approached Shu Tianci and softly asked, "Big brother, may I know your name?" Another girl ran over, raising her hand, and said, "Me too, I want to know." "What are you asking for?" Su Jun glared impatiently, urging, hurry up, my third brother has important business." The two girls did not leave, instead looking at Shu Tianci with eager eyes. Shu Tianci patted Su Jun's shoulder and said to the two girls, "Qi Tian." "Thank you, brother Qi," the two girls said happily and turned to run away. After running a short distance, they turned back and shouted, "Goodbye, brother Qi." Shu Tianci chuckled softly and turned to see Su Jun staring at him in confusion. "Third brother, why did you tell them a false name?" Shu Tianci shrugged and replied casually, "Why should I tell them my real name? I feel their identities are unusual, and don't forget why we came here. We violently beat them up and made them lose their guns. If this is pursued later, you and I might be held responsible." Upon hearing this, Su Jun broke out in a cold sweat. He nodded repeatedly, admiringly, saying, "It's third brother who understands the most." "So third brother, what should we do next?" "You go to the town and have Dr. Jiang call for the procurement vehicle to come here." Shu Tianci took out a cigarette and drew one out. Su Jun paused confused and asked, "Why are we calling them here when we don't have wild boars?" "Who said we don't have any?" Shu Tianci rolled his eyes at him, reminding, "The 3 wild boars I just killed are still well hidden." "Right." Su Jun's eyes lit up as he finally understood. He then turned around without hesitation and ran towards the town. Shu Tianci shook his head, took out a match, and lit the cigarette in his mouth. Hiss. Huff. This is quite nice. Once Su Jun disappeared from sight, he dashed forward. At this moment, the mountain was a mess, with trees broken and fallen one after another from the beast's tide. Fortunately, the trees on both sides of the mountain remained intact. In the midst of this, a path leading deep into the forest had been cleared. Shu Tianci, bold and skilled, strode towards the direction where he had dropped the wild boar. Each wild boar was worth 1,000 pieces. He didn't want to waste them. Soon he discovered the corpse of the wild boar along with 2 other wild boars that had been smashed away. Strangely, next to these 3 wild boar corpses, there were actually 2 wild wolves. They were long and thin, with grayish-yellow fur slightly mixed with white. Their upper jaws were long and pointed, and their large curved mouths were tearing at the meat on the wild boar's body. It was unclear if they had sensed Shu Tianci's presence, but they suddenly stopped eating. They raised their heads, their slanted green eyes revealing sharp, killing intent, their mouths twitching to reveal terrifying fangs. "Hey, so you dare to steal my spoils and be arrogant?" Shu Tianci pointed his finger and said irritably. Unexpectedly, as soon as he finished speaking, the 2 hungry wolves pounced. Damn it! Suddenly, Shu Tianci's figure vanished, leaving behind a curse. The 2 hungry wolves looked at each other, both appearing puzzled. Suddenly, one of the hungry wolves disappeared into thin air, leaving the other wolf looking even more confused. How could its companion, who was right in front of it, just vanish? At that moment, a human face suddenly appeared in front of it. Hello there. The wild wolf's expression turned fierce again, and it lunged at Shu Tianci. Get lost. Shu Tianci waved his hand, and the wild wolf instantly disappeared. Two magical pets collected. How delightful. Shu Tianci clapped his hands, and then quickly walked over to examine the 3 wild boars. Only one of the 3 wild boars remained intact, while the other two's bellies had been completely gutted. Adhering to the principle of not wasting, he moved his mind and stored the corpses in his space. After completing this, Shu Tianci turned back and ran to the main road. After finishing a cigarette, a procurement vehicle gradually appeared in his line of sight. Shu Tianci immediately placed the 3 wild boars at the foot of the mountain and watched as the procurement vehicle slowly stopped in front of him. Third brother Tianci Su Jun and Zhang Li jumped down along with 2 men dressed in work uniforms. Tianci Su Jun said, you killed 3 wild boars all by yourself. Wow. Zhang Li intended to confirm Su Jun's words, but her gaze quickly landed on the 3 wild boar corpses behind Shu Tianci. She moved closer to take a look and didn't hesitate. Quick, let's weigh these wild boars. Upon hearing Zhang Li's words, the 2 procurement agents immediately came over to weigh the 3 wild boars. As procurement agents who often ventured into the countryside, they always carried scales with them. As long as they could bring these 3 wild boars back to the factory today, their targets for the past 2 months would be completed. But when they saw the 2 wild boars with their bellies gone, they were momentarily stunned. Sister Zhang, the bellies of these 2 wild boars were eaten by wild beasts. Price too. 8 per pound. Do you think that's acceptable? What? Zhang Li and Su Jun were startled by this, and they hurriedly looked at Shu Tianci, saying, did you encounter wolves? Yes, 2 of them. Shu Tianci nodded, not denying it. Did you get hurt? The 2 simultaneously asked, with Zhang Li directly reaching out saying, let me take a look quickly. It's fine, really. Shu Tianci quickly retreated, refusing. The 3 wild boars were no match for me. What are wolves? Don't be arrogant. Zhang Li scolded, reminding. Wild beasts won't show mercy when they eat humans. You need to have a sense of respect. After her scolding, her mood suddenly became somewhat low. Not because of anything else, but because her man was killed by a wild beast on the mountain. I understand, thank you, sister. Shu Tianci chuckled lightly, then looked at the 2 who were weighing. Zhang Li followed along and looked at the 2, saying, Director Zhang has told me that the purchase price for wild boar meat is 3.5 yuan per pound. You want to buy at 2.8 per pound? Isn't that too much? Sister Zhang, please don't joke. The procurement agent shook his head, smiling bitterly. 3.5 per pound is for net weight. The price for a rough boar isn't that high. This intact wild boar can only fetch 2.3, and the 2 that were bitten by beasts can only be counted as half the net weight, but they still need to be processed. 2.8 is already a high price. Zhang Li was not unreasonable. Hearing the other party say this, she could only give up. She turned her gaze to Shu Tianci and asked, Tianci, what do you think? It's fine, no problem. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, not caring about the small matter. After all, this deal was to report back to the village collective, and he was only taking a portion of the commission. Therefore, he didn't care about the price per unit. Even if the village collective counted later, it would just be a matter of quarreling with the machinery factory. Seeing that he had no objections, Zhang Li could only look at the procurement agents and say, all right, hurry up. The 2 procurement agents breathed a sigh of relief. They didn't dare to offend this young lady. Soon the weight of the 3 wild boars was measured. The intact one weighed 276 pounds, calculated at 2.3 per pound, totaling 634.8 yuan. The 2 wild boars with their bellies eaten had the parts torn by the wolves cut off, and then they were weighed again. Finally, the weight was recorded at 406 pounds, calculated at 2.8 per pound, totaling 1136.8 yuan. In total, the 3 wild boars amounted to 1771.6 yuan, truly a substantial amount. Almost 2,000. Su Jun exclaimed, then turned to Shu Tianci with a face full of excitement. Third brother, my dear brother, I've never seen so much money in my life. Don't get too excited, not all of this money is ours. Shu Tianci waved his hand as he saw the procurement agent approaching. Comrades, we do not have that much money on us. Can one of you go back to the factory with me to get the money? They had bought quite a bit of supplies before, but this was the first time they were purchasing so much. So they needed to take Shu Tianci back to sign the order before they could go to finance to collect the money. Zhang Li patted Shu Tianci on the shoulder, saying, Tianci, you go with them. When you get there, just find Director Zhang, and he will arrange work for you. Work? Shu Tianci was taken aback, glancing at Zhang Li as if he guessed something. So he nodded and first asked Su Jun if he was going. Seeing the other party agree, he then looked at the procurement agent and said, all right, then we will both go. Let's go. The procurement agent had no objections, waving his hand to signal them to get in the car. Shu Tianci didn't rush to get in the car, but looked at Zhang Li and said, Sister Zhang, what about you? Upon hearing this, the other party immediately took a bicycle down from the car, saying, "You guys go ahead, I'll ride back by myself. Then take care, I'll bring you snacks when I return." Shu Tianci smiled gratefully, then got into the procurement vehicle. Jiang Li waved her hand and turned to ride her bicycle only after the procurement vehicle had traveled 100 meters. In the procurement vehicle, Shu Tianci offered a cigarette to the two procurement agents. The man in the passenger seat took the cigarette, smiled politely, and said, "Brother, you guys are impressive." Shu Tianci paused and exchanged glances with Su Jun before looking over. "Eldest brother, what do you mean by that?" The man did not hide it, directly saying, "Sister Jiang, you know our director's daughter, right?" Shu Tianci turned back to look and nodded slightly, saying, "I've heard of her. She basically doesn't introduce people to the factory. You guys are the first." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci chuckled and said, "Sister Jiang is quite nice. Maybe she sees me as pitiful. She used to be good, but ever since her husband died." At this point, the man suddenly closed his mouth and chuckled, saying, "I won't say anything else. If Sister Jiang introduces you to the factory, then you will definitely be doing the same job as us as procurement agents. In the future, we might still be colleagues." "Is that so?" Shu Tianci also laughed heartily, cupping his hands and saying, "Then I hope to receive your guidance in the future, brothers." Upon hearing this, the two procurement agents immediately expressed that it was too much praise. In their view, they were the ones who needed to be looked after, because Shu Tianci and Su Jun's hunting abilities were enough to help them meet their monthly targets. The few of them chatted happily in the car, and Shu Tianci also learned the names and identities of the two. One was named Chen Kong, and the other was named Li Hao, both procurement agents from the logistics department of the machinery factory. Shu Tianci and Su Jun greeted them as Brother Kong and Brother Hao and lit another cigarette. Soon the procurement vehicle arrived at the county town and stopped at the gate of the machinery factory. "Old man, please open the door." Chen Kong leaned out of the window and shouted to the old man at the door. The gatekeeper came over to check and then exclaimed, "Goodness, how did you guys bring so many wild boars?" Chen Kong explained with a chuckle, and the old man happily opened the door. At this moment, Li Hao turned around and quietly said to Shu Tianci, "Tianci, let me tell you, don't be fooled by our factory guard being an old man. He is actually a relative of our factory's leadership." Shu Tianci was taken aback, then chuckled, saying, I understand. In this era, the gatekeepers of state-owned enterprises were basically old men, but their status was certainly not ordinary. If you went to visit leaders of some unit, getting on good terms with the gatekeeper was a must. Soon the procurement vehicle stopped at the logistics department. The few of them got out of the car, and Li Hao said to Shu Tianci, "Let's go, we'll take you to meet Director Jiang." "Sorry for the trouble." Shu Tianci smiled, following Su Jun to catch up with him. "Brother Tianci, Brother Su Jun, this is our logistics department's Director Jiang." Li Hao brought Shu Tianci and Su Jun into the office and introduced them to Director Jiang. Shu Tianci quickly stepped forward and greeted, "Hello, Director Jiang. Sister Jiang sent me here." Upon hearing Jiang Li, Director Jiang suddenly realized, "You are the remarkable hunter my daughter mentioned." Shu Tianci, right. At such a young age you can compete with wild boars. As he said this, a hint of skepticism appeared in Director Jiang's eyes. Seeing this, Su Jun felt a bit displeased, but Shu Tianci pretended not to notice. He laughed heartily. "Director Jiang is joking. I'm just an ordinary person. How could I have such abilities?" This was a collective effort from the village. It has been exaggerated. Hearing that it was a village collective effort, Director Jiang nodded in agreement. He cleared his throat, preparing to say something. Li Hao, unable to hold back, stepped forward and gently reminded, "Director Brother Tianci, truly has real skills." "What real skills? How much capability can a teenager have?" Director Jiang's eyes widened in disbelief. "He managed to get 3 wild boars." Li Hao chuckled and stated the facts. 3 wild boars. What's that? Director Jiang scoffed, but his expression suddenly froze. He looked at Li Hao in surprise and exclaimed, "What? Wild boars?" After saying this, he turned to Shu Tianci and asked, 3. Shu Tianci glanced at Li Hao and nodded with a smile. "It wasn't just me." Before he could finish, Director Jiang shouted, "Oh dear. Tianci, I said you have a remarkable presence. It's clear you're not an ordinary person." Shu Tianci chuckled, secretly pleased by Director Jiang's earlier rebellious demeanor. Director Jiang nodded at him and then reacted, "What are you standing for? Sit down and let's chat. Shall we go pour a cup of tea for Tianci and this young brother?" Shu Tianci glanced at Su Jun and both grabbed a stool and placed it under themselves. "Tianci, Lili briefly mentioned your family situation to me. She considers you a brother. So don't call me Director Jiang, just call me Uncle Jiang from now on." "Uncle Jiang." Shu Tianci didn't hesitate and directly introduced Su Jun beside him. "This is my brother and my companion for this hunting trip, Su Jun." Director Jiang first nodded in satisfaction and then glanced appreciatively at Su Jun upon hearing the introduction. "Not bad. Since you are Tianci's brother, you can also call me Uncle Jiang from now on. Uncle Jiang, Su Jun called out, and then looked at Shu Tianci gratefully. Director Jiang smiled and lit a cigarette, saying, Tianci, Li should have mentioned to you. The food at our factory has become so bland that we can't even serve decent dishes to the leaders. If you can bring me a wild boar, it would be a huge help. He clapped his hands and exclaimed, I didn't expect you to bring me 3. Don't worry, I won't shortchange you on the price. As he spoke, Li Hao and Chun Kong walked in. Li Hao handed 2 cups of tea to Shu Tianci and Su Jun, who quickly accepted them and thanked him. Chun Kong then handed the written purchase order to Director Jiang for him to sign and stamp. As Director Jiang looked at the order, he frowned and said, These 2 wild boars are quite light. Are they piglets? This? Shu Tianci and Su Jun exchanged glances and smiled awkwardly. Chun Kong hurriedly explained to Director Jiang, causing his expression to darken instantly. He nodded and said solemnly, It is indeed dangerous in the mountains. Getting wild boars is not easy. Moreover, you have to snatch things from wolves. It's fine to just handle the bitten areas. After saying this, he didn't mention raising the price for the wild boars, but instead went straight to signing and stamping the document. Seeing this, Shu Tianci hurriedly called out, Uncle Jiang. Director Jiang was taken aback and looked over in confusion. What's wrong? It's just. Shu Tianci chuckled and explained, Can I exchange it for a bicycle ticket? It's quite inconvenient to go from the village to the county without a bicycle. Later I will hand over part of the money to the village collective, so I will have a reasonable place to spend it. So he planned to get a bicycle first. However, it was hard to find a bicycle ticket even in the black market. But since the machinery factory is a state-owned large unit, getting a ticket from the director shouldn't be too difficult. Bicycle ticket. Director Jiang paused for a moment and then directly opened the drawer of his desk. Goodness. In that not-so-big cabinet, there were actually grain tickets, wine tickets, sugar tickets, industrial tickets. All kinds of tickets. As expected of a state-owned enterprise leader, what a display of power. Just in time, here's a bicycle ticket. Director Jiang pulled out a ticket and handed it to Shu Tianci. Thank you. Shu Tianci quickly took the ticket with some excitement. Do you need anything else? Director Jiang inquired. Shu Tianci shook his head, repeatedly indicating that he would wait to discuss anything else later. Then Director Jiang opened a new payment ticket and deducted the amount for the bicycle ticket. Take this to the finance office. They will give you the money there. Looking at the receipt handed over by Director Jiang, Shu Tianci quickly accepted it and said thank you. What for? It should be me thanking you. Director Jiang waved his hand and said helplessly, You don't know how difficult it is for me right now. The market supply of meat is simply too low. Factory workers go 10 days or half a month without seeing any meat. They have caused disturbances more than once or twice, and I feel like I can't keep being the director anymore. I understand. Shu Tianci chuckled and nodded. After all, the supply is tight. It's because of the debts. The two did not delve deeper into this issue, as it would not be good if someone overheard. Subsequently, Director Jiang handed a cigarette to Shu Tianci and Su Jun and changed the subject. He said, Tianci, Li mentioned you were looking for a job in the county, right? That's right. Shu Tianci nodded, holding the payment ticket, and said, Without a proper job, this money feels hot to the touch. Hearing this, Director Jiang burst into hearty laughter. I understand. He pointed outside and raised his eyebrows at Shu Tianci, saying, What do you think of our machinery factory? What does Uncle Jiang mean? Shu Tianci asked knowingly. I initially had my doubts, so I asked Li to give you a heads up today. I have witnessed your and Jun's abilities, therefore, I would like to keep you here as a procurement officer in the machinery factory. Oh, I believe with you around, our factory workers won't cause disturbances for lacking meat. If you are willing, I can talk to the factory director about the quotas. I have no problem, it's just about the treatment. After hearing Director Jiang's suggestion to be the procurement officer, Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment before speaking. He had long been prepared for this, and his hesitation was merely for show. Moreover, he had no complaints about the job's treatment, as long as he could have freedom and it didn't interfere with handling the food in the space, that was enough. As for Su Jun, I'm fine with it too. Seeing Shu Tianci glance over, Su Jun immediately nodded and said. His dark face glowed with excitement. Tianci Junzi, what is your educational level? Director Jiang suddenly inquired. Junior high. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and replied. In his previous life, he dropped out of junior high, and this life was no different. Although both were achieved in a muddled manner, it did not change the fact that he had a junior high education. I am the same. Su Jun looked up and said. This? Director Jiang pondered for a moment, took a deep puff from his cigarette, and said, Tianci will be treated as a level 9 clerk with a salary of 30 a month. Junzi will be treated as a level 10 clerk with a salary of 27.5 a month, and there are also some additional benefits during regular times. Clerks are divided into 12 levels, with levels 1930 in the administrative series where the numbers descend, and the higher the level, the better the treatment. For someone like Fu Jinfeng, a technical secondary school graduate, after becoming a regular employee can directly reach level 25, which is a level 7 clerk with a salary of 37.5 a month. In this era, knowledge can indeed change one's destiny. A level 9 clerk is already quite good. Shu Tianci smiled and nodded. Su Jun repeatedly nodded and added, I have no problem either, having a job is already good enough. All right. Director Jiang laughed heartily and nodded. Then after I discuss it with the factory director, I will have Lily notify you to come for employment. Good. Hearing this, Shu Tianci and the others had no objections and stood up to bid farewell. Director Jiang urged, Tianci, it's already time for lunch. The Wild Boar Kitchen is preparing food. Stay and have lunch so you can adapt to the atmosphere in the factory. No. Shu Tianci quickly declined, smiling and saying, let's talk again after employment to avoid any gossip. Upon hearing this, Director Jiang did not insist further, but simply pointed out the location of the finance department. Shu Tianci immediately led Su Jun in that direction. Suddenly he asked, Junzi, are you not a militia anymore? Not anymore. Su Jun decisively waved his hand, complaining about the days of being a militia. The militia was just a reserve for the army with handguns and rifles available, but they were of no use. In rural construction, they had to take on production tasks, and the remaining time was spent training. They did a lot, but received no salary, only getting some benefits when participating in certain tasks. They couldn't go to the battlefield, nor could they support their families. Being a militia was truly frustrating. Previously, there was no choice, but now that a job is available, who would still want to be a militia? The job of procurement officer is not suitable for you. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and said. Su Jun was momentarily stunned, puzzled. I think it's fine. Have you thought about it? If you stop being a militia, you'll have to turn in your rifle and pistol. What will you use to hunt with me then? Shu Tianci spoke as they walked. This. Su Jun then realized that he didn't have the strength to handle wild boars like Shu Tianci. If he was without a gun, he would most likely die on the mountain. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled. If there's a chance, I'll help you find a more promising job. Thank you, third brother. Su Jun also realized he had overthought it, so he quickly shouted. Soon the two arrived at the finance department and received nearly 2,000 yuan. Shu Tianci counted out 20 large black notes and handed them to Su Jun, saying, Junzi, this is for you. This time I will have to give 70% of the transaction with the machinery factory to the village collective. The remaining 30% you take 10%, and I will add 200 for you. Upon hearing this, Su Jun's pupils suddenly contracted. No way. He quickly shook his head and pushed the money back. I can't take this money. Third brother, these 3 wild boars were all killed by you, but has nothing to do with me. I am already very grateful to you for helping me find a job. Therefore, I absolutely cannot take this money. Seeing his serious expression, Shu Tianci felt gratified and slapped him on the back. Are you stupid? Su Jun frowned, looking confused at Shu Tianci while holding the back of his head. This hunting trip was originally meant to account for the collective with a 2/8 split. Even if the commune comes looking for him, he wouldn't be afraid. Now that Su Jun has joined, he had to give him a share. So the 1% given to the other party could be said to be deducted from the village collective's share. If Su Jun didn't want it, Shu Tianci would have to hand it over to the village collective. Of course, this was under the premise of honesty. After listening to Shu Tianci's explanation, Su Jun finally reached out to take the money. However, he only took out 2 large black notes and handed the rest back, saying, Third brother, you keep these. I've taken my share from this transaction. This money is my thanks to you. This kid is indeed capable. Shu Tianci glanced at him and retorted, I am not lacking this bit, nor will I take the money you deserve. If you truly want to thank me, just treat me to a meal at the Station restaurant. After saying that, he walked briskly toward the factory entrance. Watching his back, Su Jun paused for a moment before revealing a determined expression. He had decided that he would follow third brother from now on. Tianci. Just as Shu Tianci and the others arrived at the factory area, a hesitant voice suddenly called out. Shu Tianci turned his head and saw Fu Sheng holding an aluminum lunchbox standing not far away. 2 workers from the factory were with him, seemingly heading to the cafeteria for lunch. Uncle. Shu Tianci shouted and saw Fu Sheng walk over with a frown, saying, What brings you here? Old Fu, who is this? This is my nephew. He came to find me about something. Fu Sheng chuckled and greeted. Then we'll go to the cafeteria first. You better hurry, or there won't be any meat left. All right. Fu Sheng waved cheerfully and then fixed his gaze on Shu Tianci, saying, Tianci, I know you want to find a job, but you can't just barge into the factory like this. You should go back first. Uncle will ask the section chief about the quota for you later. If that doesn't work, can you go to the army with your cousin Huijin? Fu Sheng was truly helpless regarding this nephew of his wife. He had already said that it was difficult to get a job quota, but he still came looking for it by himself. Uncle I came to the machinery factory to negotiate cooperation for the village collective. Shu Tianci also felt helpless and explained with his hands up. I have already finished negotiating and am just about to leave. All right, do I still not know you? Fu Sheng didn't believe him at all and waved his hand saying, just be honest and listen to your aunt and me. I have things to attend to, so you all hurry up and head out. Watching his uncle hurriedly rush to the cafeteria with an aluminum lunchbox, Shu Tianci shook his head with a bitter smile. It seemed he had heard that there would be meat served today, hence his haste. Although he was a bit impatient with his own attitude, it was still nice to think that someone would help inquire about job opportunities for him. At this moment, Su Jun curiously asked beside him, "Third brother, why don't you tell him we're here to sell pork?" "Why should I say that?" Shu Tianci shook his head in response. "Do you think this is something to flaunt?" Su Jun awkwardly shrank his neck, not saying anything further. Subsequently, the two walked side by side out of the machinery factory. Since it was not far from the state-run restaurant, they first walked to the state-run restaurant. In this era, there were no private restaurants, or any place with a restaurant sign was state-owned. And with only this one restaurant in the entire county, one can imagine the temperament of its staff. As soon as they entered, they heard a commotion inside. "If you want to eat, eat. If not, get lost. You can complain about us, you've spoiled them too much. If you don't want to eat, who would want to eat here anyway?" Shu Tianci focused and realized it was a dispute between the cooks and the customers. The few customers looked furious, cursing as they walked out of the state-run restaurant. Meanwhile, the cooks inside appeared arrogant, seemingly unconcerned about losing a few customers. Shu Tianci and Su Jun exchanged glances before surveying their surroundings. Looking around, they did not find a sign stating, "Do not assault customers without cause." It seemed that in the 1960s, such warning signs had not yet been displayed. However, this did not mean that the staff here wouldn't resort to violence. There was, however, a menu board for today's offerings listing the food available at the restaurant. Stir-fried vegetables 1 jiao. Steamed buns 5 for 2 jiao. Fried tofu noodle soup 1 jiao. Mostly vegetarian dishes with some sesame cakes and rice sold by weight. "Third brother, I didn't bring any grain tickets," Su Jun suddenly said, patting his pocket. "No problem, I brought some," Shu Tianci replied with a slight smile, then stepped up to the counter. "Sister, I'll have 2 stir-fried vegetable dishes, a bowl of soup, and 5 steamed buns, please." The older sister at the counter wrote him a ticket and asked for nearly $1 and some grain tickets. However, as she handed the ticket back, she casually remarked, "The meat buns are sold out." This. Given the current shortage of pork, it was understandable that the state-run restaurant wouldn't supply too many. But when Shu Tianci glanced at the meat buns on the ticket and heard this, he felt a surge of frustration. He handed the ticket back and said, "Could you please change it to sesame cakes?" "What a hassle." The older sister clearly showed impatience, took the ticket back, and scribbled something. Holding the revised ticket, Shu Tianci and Su Jun approached the cook's window to hand it in. After waiting for a while, the cook finally handed over the prepared dishes. "Let's eat." Shu Tianci and Su Jun brought all the dishes to the table and began to eat. Despite ordering a full table of food, the people nowadays had little fat in their bellies. Therefore, they could eat a lot of staple foods, not to mention that Shu Tianci's body had been modified. Thus, with just a small amount of food on the table, they finished it in no time. Burp. After buying a bottle of soda and gulping it down, they both burped in satisfaction. Su Jun rubbed his belly and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Third brother, where are we going next?" "To the department store to buy a bicycle." Shu Tianci waved his hand and turned towards the shopping mall. The county's department store was essentially an expanded version of the rural supply and marketing cooperative with a more complete variety. Furniture, ready-made, clothing, bicycles, televisions, and other electronics. The first floor of the building mostly had daily necessities and a vegetable market. Items like bicycles and sewing machines, which were scarce, could only be found on the second floor. Upon reaching the second floor, the atmosphere here was much quieter than on the first floor. The salespeople at each counter were lounging about, husking sunflower seeds and chatting about past and recent gossip. Shu Tianci, well aware of the nature of these salespeople, went directly to the bicycle counter. "Sister, I want to buy a bicycle. Here's the bicycle ticket." The salesgirl, not very old, looked up at Shu Tianci and her eyes lit up. She took the ticket and asked, "Little brother, what brand of bicycle do you want to buy?" "The Forever brand," Shu Tianci blurted out. "The Forever 185. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately pulled out a wad of large black bills from his pocket. Seeing him counting the money, the salesgirl curiously asked, "Little brother, are you in high school or vocational school?" Shu Tianci paused, puzzled, and replied, "Do you need to check someone's education to buy a bicycle?" "Not really," the salesgirl shook her head, feeling awkward. "I was just asking casually." At this moment, an older sister at the nearby counter joked, "Young man, she's just smitten by how good-looking you are." Ha ha. Upon hearing this, the salesgirl and customers burst into laughter. The female salesperson instantly turned red, glaring at the older sister, Sister Wang, what nonsense are you saying? Sister Wang laughed heartily, looking at Shu Tianci. Young man, why don't you buy a Fiji brand instead? Although I see you look quite good, you seem to come from an ordinary family. Today should be the day you got into college or university and your parents rewarded you with a bicycle, right? Look, your parents work hard for their money and the Fiji brand is $20 cheaper. Thank you for the reminder. Shu Tianci politely smiled, still pulling out 19 large black bills and handing them over. Seeing that he was not swayed, the others did not persuade him further. It was only after he took his change and left with the bicycle that they began to discuss his back. These kids nowadays really don't know the value of hard-earned money. That Fiji bicycle might be $20 cheaper, but it's probably worth a month's salary for his parents. However, he does seem promising. Whether he got into vocational school or university, after graduation, he should at least be a departmental cadre. As they spoke, the crowd couldn't help but show envious and jealous expressions. To put it in words, this is truly the child of someone else's family. After going down to the first floor, Shu Tianci did not rush to leave the mall, but headed to the candy counter. As for the jokes on the second floor earlier, he did not take them to heart. The Fiji brand might be a bit cheaper, but the Forever brand's 28-inch frame was truly the eternal god. At the candy counter, Shu Tianci inquired, Sister, do you have soft candy? Yes, we have white rabbit candy. How much is it per pound? 2. 5 plus candy tickets. I'll take a pound of this hard candy and the white rabbit candy. Shu Tianci immediately took out money and candy tickets, saying, Third brother. After buying the candy and preparing to leave, Su Jun suddenly called out. Shu Tianci looked over in confusion, only to hear him say, Could you lend me a pound of candy tickets? Sugar tickets. Here you go. Hearing that Su Jun wanted to borrow a sugar ticket, Shu Tianci directly handed over a 1-pound sugar ticket. Thank you, I'll repay you tomorrow. Su Jun expressed his gratitude as he took the ticket and went to the counter. His family did have tickets, but he hadn't brought any today. The money he earned today was unexpected, so he could only borrow tickets from Shu Tianci when he wanted to buy sugar. Then he also bought half a pound of white rabbit candy and half a pound of fruit candy. Shu Tianci didn't buy anything else and pushed his bicycle out of the county market. It was getting late, and if he didn't return soon, his older brother and sister would surely worry. So Shu Tianci didn't think about going to the black market and planned to talk about it next time he came to the county for work. Riding the new bicycle was smooth, and even with Su Jun on board, it felt fast. Shu Tianci had ridden the 26-inch and 28-inch bicycles, and the feeling was completely different. Perhaps this is the difference between riding someone else's bike and your own. With the bicycle's assistance, the two quickly reached the town's entrance. Shu Tianci stopped and said to Su Jun, There are too many people here, so you should go back by yourself. Keep it to yourself. Don't gossip when you get back, and don't flaunt it. The more people know about this, the worse it is for both you and me. Don't worry, third brother, I know what to do. Su Jun assured him solemnly, then stuffed the candy into his arms. Goodbye, third brother. Goodbye. Watching Su Jun's retreating figure, Shu Tianci suspected that the other party would indulge in candy syrup upon returning. He waited in place for a while, and after seeing no one around, he stored the bicycle and candy in his space. Riding to the town wasn't a problem for him. After all, it wasn't his first time riding a bicycle. It was just that he couldn't store something so widely known in his space. Shu Tianci walked into the town and quickly arrived at the health center. To his surprise, the health center's door was actually closed. It seemed Jiang Li had gone out on a visit. He had intended to buy a pound of soft candy as a thank you, but unexpectedly the other party wasn't there. Shu Tianci glanced at the soft candy in his hand, shook his head with a smile, and turned towards the Shu family. Just as he was about to reach the village entrance, he suddenly noticed 2 people leaning against the stone wall nearby. The 2 at this moment also spotted Shu Tianci and approached after brushing off their clothes. You are Shu Tianci, right? Looking at their intimidating demeanor, Shu Tianci chuckled lightly and said, What do you want? These 2 were none other than Zhang Tao and Zhang Bing, who had spat at him in the morning. Zhang Tao shook his head arrogantly and said, It's nothing much, we just want you to stay away from Xiao Qian. Su Qian. Exactly, Zhang Bing nodded, sneering. Just take a look at yourself, you have nothing and are an orphan. With 6 siblings, you're probably struggling to eat right. Although this was crudely put, it was all true. Shu Tianci frowned slightly and then said, If I don't agree, do you intend to resort to violence? Are you daring enough to refuse? Zhang Bing glared, scolding him. His fierce expression indeed gave off a sense of intimidation. Putting aside everything else, his bullying had a noticeable effect. Zhang Tao reached out to block him, staring at Shu Tianci, and said, Shu Tianci, you should have some self-awareness. You're the one who can barely afford to eat. Why cling to Xiao Qian? Can you even offer a bride price? Can you fill her stomach? That's my business, so what does it have to do with you? Shu Tianci shrugged and said casually, Besides, are you not afraid of your militia captain knowing if you're blocking me right at the village entrance? At that time, you might be at risk of being expelled from the ranks. Before he finished speaking, Zhang Bing suddenly shouted, "If you're a man, let's settle this privately, don't report it." I must say these two brothers were quite brave. They had just been scolded by the captain in the morning and were now blocking Shu's family village in the afternoon. Now they were even more audacious, showing signs of wanting to fight Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci became interested. He hadn't had his fill of killing wild boars earlier in the morning. Although he had no intention of being with Su Qian, he didn't want to disclose this to these two guys. So he clapped his hands and smiled. "All right, how do you want to settle this today? Let's have a competition. If you lose, you'll stay away from Xiao Qian." Zhang Bing said eagerly. "Compete in what?" Shu Tianci countered. "Fist fights, shooting, long-distance running. Your choice." Zhang Bing replied readily. "Then let's keep it simple. Just fist fights." Shu Tianci said indifferently, then looked at the two. "Onion or a group fight?" "No doubt it's onion." Zhang Bing rubbed his wrists and said casually. "No problem." Shu Tianci nodded and asked, "But what if you lose?" "How could we possibly lose?" "You overestimate yourself." Zhang Bing snorted, coldly displeased. "Look at you with skin and physique like a girl. I could knock you down with one punch." Ignoring the provocation, Shu Tianci shrugged and said, "Since it's a competition, there must be wins and losses. Both sides must stake something for it to be fair. If you can't provide anything, then forget it." After saying that, he prepared to walk past the two into the village. Zhang's brothers hesitated and asked, "What do you want then?" "Simple. If I lose, I'll do as you wish." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said, "But if you lose, you'll have to be my little brothers from now on. I dislike trouble, so don't come looking for me. I'm your big brother now, you can't cause me any trouble. Plus I can make you work, and you must obey honestly." "What? You actually want us to be your little brothers?" Upon hearing this, the Zhang brothers immediately became furious. They rolled up their sleeves, ready to teach Shu Tianci a lesson. "Not daring. Then why are you talking nonsense?" Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and scolded, "Get out of the way, don't block my path." Seeing him act so arrogantly, the brothers could no longer tolerate it. They exchanged glances and conspired. "That guy has thin arms and legs. We have no reason to be afraid of him." "Exactly, that guy definitely can't take my punch." After discussing for a moment, the brothers instantly gained confidence and looked at Shu Tianci. "All right, I agree. If we lose, we'll be your little brothers." Shu Tianci raised an eyebrow, turning back to smile. "Great, then let's get started." "Go over there. I'm afraid you won't be able to unleash your full strength here." Zhang Tao pointed to a nearby hay field and said. "No need, here is fine." Shu Tianci waved his hand impatiently and said, "Hurry up, I'm in a hurry." His attitude displeased the Zhang brothers, who were determined to teach him a lesson today. So the two decided that Zhang Bing, who wanted to marry Su Qian, would take the lead. He rolled up his sleeves and sneered, "Kid, are you ready?" "So verbose." Shu Tianci scoffed and then kicked forward. Ouch! Zhang Bing did not expect Shu Tianci to attack suddenly, and before he realized it, he was kicked in the stomach. His legs dangled in the air and he fell to the ground. The intense pain twisted his expression, forcing him to let out cries of agony. "Little Bing." Zhang Tao's face changed as he hurried over to crouch beside Zhang Bing, concerned. "Are you okay? Where does it hurt?" After a few concerned words, he glared angrily at Shu Tianci and shouted, "You bastard, sneak attacking. Hey, let's talk facts here." Shu Tianci glared back defiantly, refusing to admit it. "He had me all set up. How was I to know he wasn't ready?" "You?" Zhang Tao was left speechless, only able to glare at Shu Tianci in frustration. "Stop with your nonsense." Shu Tianci waved his hand impatiently, saying, "Are we fighting or not? If not, I'm leaving." "Fight!" Zhang Tao shouted angrily, rolling up his sleeves and gritting his teeth. "I'll fight you." At that moment, a tall woman was riding a bicycle towards the town. Seeing this scene from afar, her expression changed instantly. Before she could hurry over, the next moment made her burst into laughter. As Shu Tianci and Zhang Tao locked eyes, Shu Tianci asked, "Ready?" "Ready. Come on." "Ow." Just as Zhang Tao finished speaking, he threw a punch that landed directly on Shu Tianci's eye. He cried out in pain, instinctively pressing his hand against the wound. With his other eye, he saw Shu Tianci swing another punch at him. "Damn!" Zhang Tao cursed loudly and raised his hand to block. Unexpectedly, Shu Tianci grabbed his wrist and twisted, flipping him around and placing his arm over his shoulder. With a push from his shoulder and a pull of both hands, Zhang Tao felt himself flying through the air. He landed directly on the grass, face down in the dirt. Shu Tianci intended to check on him, but a sudden reprimand from behind interrupted. "That's enough." Shu Tianci paused and turned to look at the newcomer. "Sister Jiang, what are you doing here?" Jiang Li shot him a glance and quickly checked on the Zhang brothers' condition. She opened a medical kit, applying medicine while questioning, "What are you two doing, hitting each other so hard?" Shu Tianci shrugged and replied with a smile, "Su Jun wanted to marry a girl off to me, and I didn't agree. These two thought I was trying to steal their woman, so they wanted to settle it with a duel. The force came a bit suddenly, and I wasn't quite used to it, so I hit a bit harder than I intended." His seemingly casual words exploded in the ears of the Zhang brothers. They looked at Shu Tianci in shock, bewildered. "Su Jun wanted to marry a girl off to you, and you didn't agree." Seeing the other nod, Zhang Bing instantly became furious, shouting, "Damn! Why didn't you say that earlier? Someone was eager to be my little brother. Why would I say anything?" Shu Tianci spread his hands and said to Jiang Li, "Sister Jiang, would you have said anything?" Cough, cough, cough. The Zhang brothers were so furious, they started coughing, making it difficult for Jiang Li to continue applying medicine. Jiang Li glared at Shu Tianci and scolded, "All right, enough of your nonsense. Hurry up and get back to your business. Don't be a bother here." Shu Tianci didn't want to delay either, so he looked at the Zhang brothers and said, "You lost, I hope you keep your word. From now on, I am your big brother, and you must do whatever I say." "Got it," Zhang Tao replied, somewhat irritably, shouting. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, placed half a pound of white rabbit candy on Jiang Li's bicycle, and turned to leave. Jiang Li finished applying medicine to the Zhang brothers and did not linger. Looking at the white rabbit milk candy on the bicycle, she glanced back at Shujia village. This younger brother isn't too bad. After entering Shujia village, Shu Tianci did not rush home, but headed straight to the village chief's house. On the way, he encountered many villagers and exchanged greetings. "Tianci is back, and he went to the city for a stroll." "Yes, I was hoping to find something to do." Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. "Tianci, I heard you went to the city looking for work. How did it go?" "Not bad. Oh, I expect news in a couple of days. When I get a job, I'll treat everyone to candy." "Great. Tianci is going to be successful, huh?" After exchanging a few pleasantries, Shu Tianci suddenly passed by a well. He hesitated, staring at the well for a while, and ultimately shook his head and walked away. This was the only well in the village, and each household could only draw 1 bucket of water from it daily. Shu Tianci originally wanted to pour some spiritual spring water in to improve the villagers' health. The whole village had been kind to their 6 siblings, and Shu Tianci wouldn't be stingy. However, this thing aids digestion, and many villagers still struggle to have enough to eat. It could backfire and harm the villagers. So Shu Tianci thought about it and decided it would be best to wait until the villagers could eat their fill before considering improving their health. Soon he arrived at the door of the village chief, Shu Daqiang. "Uncle Daqiang, are you home?" After calling twice, a woman came out. "Tianci, looking for your uncle about something?" "Hello, auntie." Shu Tianci greeted her before nodding and saying, "Yes, it's something good." "A good for nothing who can hardly make ends meet. What good could it be?" Zhou Chuantao, not convinced, inquired. "What is it? Can you tell me, auntie?" "I can, but it's serious." Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. "So we need to wait for the village chief to be together." Hearing this, Zhou Chuantao hesitated but still called inside, "Taidan. Taidan, hey." A child ran out looking puzzled. "Mom, what's wrong?" "Go to the field and call your dad back. Just say your brother Tianci has something to discuss with him." "All right," Taidan responded, and then looked at Shu Tianci, third brother. Shu Tianci replied with a sound, and then extended his hand, saying, "Guess what I have in my hand? If you guess right, I'll give it to you." "Fried beans." Taidan hesitated for a moment before shouting. Perhaps in his understanding, fried beans might be the best snack he could get. "Wrong. Try harder next time." Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled. "But I still have something for you." Saying this, he opened his fist. "Wow, fruit candy." Taidan's eyes lit up, looking at Shu Tianci hesitantly. "Is it really for me?" "Of course, take it quickly." Shu Tianci nodded and smiled. "Now go help me call your dad." "Thank you, third brother." After Taidan left, Zhou Chuantao welcomed Shu Tianci into the house. "Tianci, that candy. I bought it in the city. Don't worry, auntie. Why buy that stuff? It's just wasting money." Zhou Chuantao rolled her eyes and scolded. Shu Tianci smiled and sat in the yard for a while. Shu Daqiang soon ran back, looking a little out of breath. He glanced at Shu Tianci, tentatively asking, "Did you get something?" "The transaction has been completed." Shu Tianci understood what the village chief was asking, so he took out the transaction slip with the machinery factory. Shu Daqiang's heart trembled as he took the slip and glanced at it. Hiss! He inhaled sharply, then turned to Tiedan and said, "Tiedan, quickly call a few village officials over." Though Tiedan didn't know why he obediently went to call them. Zhou Chuantao glanced curiously at the receipt, her pupils contracting as she exclaimed, "So much money. Nearly 2,000 yuan. They had never seen this much money in their lives." Shu Daqiang shot a glare at Zhou Chuantao and scolded, "Go prepare some tea." Zhou Chuantao, still in shock, nodded and turned to prepare the tea, her heart racing. "Tianci, how could there be so much money?" Shu Daqiang came back to his senses, staring at Shu Tianci. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately spoke about hunting the 3 wild boars. Of course, he also mentioned that it was thanks to Shu Jun's help that things went so smoothly. Hearing that the Shu family had contributed, Shu Daqiang hurriedly asked, "Did you give him his share?" "Of course." Shu Tianci nodded and explained, "So I can only contribute 70% to the village collective. 2 people would split the remaining 30%. Shu Tianyou was taken aback for a moment, then quickly nodded in agreement. That's only right, that's only right. Soon the village officials had gathered at Shu Tianyou's home. The village secretary, the village accountant, the captain of the village production team. All sat together. After receiving the tea poured by Zhou Chuantao, Shu Xiaoqing looked at Shu Tianyou in confusion. Chief, why did you call us all here in such a hurry? Tianci is here, too, could it be? Shu Tianyou coughed and took out the receipt along with a stack of money. This is the money from Tianci hunting wild boars and trading with the county machinery factory. The amount involved is quite significant, so I called you all to witness it together. Hunting wild boars and trading with the county machinery factory, that must be considered illicit speculation and trade right. Everyone gasped in surprise looking at Shu Tianci. Don't misunderstand. Shu Tianyou coughed again and continued, because Tianci had already discussed this with me and Captain Xiaoqing before he was willing to contribute most of the profits to the village collective. So overall Tianci is contributing to our village. Upon hearing this, everyone finally understood. I knew it. Tianci has been smart since he was young. He clearly isn't the type to be idle and lazy. Exactly. After the last time he shared the wild boar meat with the whole village, I knew he wasn't the type to make mistakes. This stack of money is quite thick. It must be over 1,000, right? 1,325. 38. Shu Tianyou replied truthfully and then handed the money to the accountant for record keeping. Shu Tianci enjoyed the praise from everyone in the village chief's house, along with Shu Tianyou's commendation. Shu Tianyou stated that when the time was right he would report this achievement to the people's commune. At that time it would surely earn Shu Tianci a commendable work credit in return. Shu Tianci didn't care about that, but suddenly spoke up. Chief, I would like to ask for the whole village's help. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shu Tianci continued, my family is large, but we only have 3 rooms. Now that my elder brother has married Euro, it's a bit inconvenient for us to live together, so I want to build another house beside ours which requires the whole village's help. Also, I need some tickets for tiles, and what I would like to borrow from the chief. He could make the bricks for the house himself, but the wood and tiles needed to be bought. He hadn't prepared for buying these earlier. After hearing his needs, Shu Tianyou and everyone nodded. Sure, I have some tickets that you can use. Getting the whole village to help build the house is simple, just provide a meal. I was still worried that your family situation wouldn't allow for this, but now that's no longer a concern. Knowing that Shu Tianci had made a good amount of money from selling the wild boars, everyone spoke more directly. Shu Tianci didn't mind and gratefully said, then I will trouble you uncles for your help. After receiving the agreement from several people, Shu Tianci didn't linger at the village chief's house. After leaving the village chief's house, he found a secluded spot to carry a bamboo basket with some supplies inside. Third brother. Seeing that he was still some distance from home, he spotted Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian running towards him. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, reaching out to pull the two to his sides. Why are you here? Shouldn't you be helping at home? Shu Tianci shook his head and explained, there are my elder sister-in-law and second sister at home. They said we don't need to help. Third brother, since elder sister-in-law came, she has helped us with a lot of work. Shu Xianglian quickly added. Indeed, Song Euro, the elder sister-in-law, was well known for her diligence. She could earn 8 work points a day in the fields and still managed all the household chores. It's understandable that the Song family wouldn't want her to marry. But how could they expect to have their cake and eat it too? Shu Tianci shook his head and extended his palm. Look what third brother brought you. Wow, fruit candy. The eyes of the youngest two lit up with surprise as they looked up at Shu Tianci. Here, take it, it's for you to eat. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and reminded them. Upon hearing this, the two finally reached out to take the candy. Third brother, what is this? Shu Xianglian held up the dabai to white rabbit candy and curiously asked, is this candy too? Shu Tianci nodded and explained, this is dabai to milk candy. It's much tastier than hard candy. Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian immediately hid the dabai too and said, he'll save it for elder sister-in-law. Seeing this, Shu Tianci also hid his dabai too, saying, he'll give mine to second sister. Shu Tianci chuckled, saying, don't worry, third brother has plenty more. The siblings swallowed and shook their heads, saying, we'll eat it tomorrow. Though they were tempted, they feared returning to the days of having nothing. So they knew they couldn't eat all the candy at once. Shu Tianci didn't press the issue and soon returned home with them. As soon as they arrived home, they saw Shu Tianyou walking out of the kitchen holding some sweet potatoes. Third, you're back. Shu Tianyou called out quickly, coming over after placing the sweet potatoes on the table. Why did you go to the city? Why are you back so late? Hearing the noise, Shu Xianglian also ran out of the kitchen and approached with concern. Tianci, you went out all day, are you okay? The captain said you went to the city to look for work. Is that true? Third is back. We can eat now. Song Euro came out holding a plate of scrambled eggs, her face full of smiles. Looking at his family's joyful expressions, Shu Tianci thought to himself that this was what family was. What a pity. His parents had passed away too early, never having enjoyed such a warm scene. What? You said you found a job in the county. Everyone at the Shu family dinner table looked at Shu Tianci in shock. Has finding a job become this easy now? It's not certain yet. The director just asked me to come back and wait for news. Shu Tianci chuckled lightly and shook his head. However, currently there is a shortage of supplies, and they indeed urgently need someone with hunting skills like me. Therefore, it's only a matter of time before I handle the employment procedures. Good. My brother is truly impressive. Shu Xianglian exclaimed, looking at Shu Tianci with a face full of pride. Third brother is amazing. Shu Tianci immediately put down his sweet potato and began to flatter. Shu Xianglian also shouted, third brother is great, I like third brother the most. Song Yuru also smiled, but reminded, third, the mountains are very dangerous. Although you have some hunting skills, you still need to be careful. Shu Tianci was taken aback and retorted, thank you, sister-in-law. Has your voice recovered? After saying that, he glanced at the others, but they seemed unfazed. Song Yuru replied with a delighted, I don't know what happened either. My throat felt a bit itchy yesterday, and today I'm no longer stuttering when I speak. In fact, she had noticed signs of recovery in her throat yesterday, especially after drinking that bowl of water. At that moment, she felt her speech had become smoother, and by the next morning it was completely healed. She even suspected that the water wasn't ordinary. This is a good thing. Shu Tianci immediately nodded, casting a strange look at his elder brother. He could guess that it must have been the effect of the spiritual spring water that helped Song Yuru recover her voice. But why does his elder brother still look so foolish after drinking the spiritual spring water for so long? Could it be that it's not due to illness, but rather his character is just like this and cannot be changed? Tianci, why are you staring at me? Shu Tianyou asked with a puzzled expression. Nothing, just want you to treat sister-in-law a little better. Shu Tianci shook his head, smiling. I just told the village chief that I'd help you build a house next door. Build a house? Everyone was taken aback, and Shu Tianyou directly asked, what do you mean? Tianci, are you planning to kick us out? Tianci, is sister-in-law not doing well somewhere? Song Yuru also panicked and hurriedly asked. She had just married in yesterday and had only just begun to experience the happiness of home. Yet, just after one night, her husband's younger brother was already talking about splitting the family. This made it hard for her not to suspect if she had done something wrong, making the third brother angry. Elder brother and sister-in-law, don't panic. Shu Xianglian quickly soothed, pointing to Shu Tianci. Let's first hear what Tianci has to say. They all knew the situation of this family. It was impossible to split just because the elder brother got married. After all, there was hardly anything left to divide in this family. Seeing everyone looking at him, Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled bitterly. I just said I'd help you build a house. I never said I wanted to split the family. Elder brother and sister-in-law will have children in the future, and Tian, so will also marry a wife. However, our current house is too small and can't accommodate any new members in the future. Thus, I plan to build a new house next door, and we can still eat together. Upon hearing this, everyone pondered for a moment before suddenly realizing. Shu Xianglian nodded repeatedly and laughed. I said Tianci wouldn't casually say he wants to build a house. This house is indeed too small. After elder brother and sister-in-law have children, it won't be enough. Building a new house next door is a good idea, but... As she spoke, Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianci with some hesitation. If someone in the village wants to build a house, the whole village will help. Bricks and straw are easy to come by. However, tiles and the villagers' meals require money. Can the Shu family afford it now? Song Yuru also understood the family's current situation, so she looked at Shu Tianci and said, third elder brother and sister-in-law, thank you for your kindness. However, our family is currently in real difficulty. Why don't we talk about this later? You see, elder brother and I haven't had children yet. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci let out a bitter laugh. The house being too small is one reason. The second is that hearing you two in bed makes him anxious. He can't close his senses and pretend he knows nothing. Therefore, this house must be built, and this couple must be sent to live next door. With that thought, Shu Tianci turned to pull over his bamboo basket and then took out some items to place on the table. Rice, sugar. Upon seeing what was inside, Shu Xianglian was instantly shocked. She quickly covered her mouth, her eyes wide as she looked at Shu Tianci. Where did this come from? Song Yuru also peeled back the wrapping paper to take a look, instantly shocked. Nearby, several villages had long stopped supplying rice. What they served daily were cornbread and wild vegetable soup. But Shu Tianci suddenly brought back so much rice it truly made people feel incredulous. Not to mention there were also 2 pounds of sugar. Song Yuru quickly advised, third, you mustn't do anything illegal. What nonsense are you talking about? I bought all of this. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and complained. Under the puzzled gazes of everyone, he slowly explained the story of selling wild boars. To prevent them from being overly shocked, he also mentioned the collaboration with the village collective. Finally, he took out some money and placed it on the table, saying, this money is my share of the dividends. Second sister, take it. Don't be stingy where the family needs it. So much money. Everyone's pupils shrank, staring at the stack of cash, unable to look away. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and continued, so from now on our family can eat rice. Great. We can finally have rice to eat. Shu Xianglian was very happy and clapped her hands. Don't shout. Shu Xianglian glared, and the others quickly pressed their lips together. Third has earned money, and the fact that our family can eat rice must not be spread around. Even if we eat, we have to mix in some cornmeal or soybeans. Under Shu Xianglian's warning, everyone understood the seriousness of the matter. Thus they all nodded, indicating they would absolutely not speak of today's events. Shu Xianglian nodded in satisfaction, looking at Shu Tianci. Tianci, I'm very happy that you have the capability. But if possible, you should also help those villagers who have helped us go to the fields and take a look at them. Their bodies and faces are just like our parents back then. As she spoke, Shu Xianglian suddenly became a bit choked up. Second sister, rest assured it is our top priority that our family eats to their fill. Shu Tianci immediately nodded, explaining, I have already given the village 70% of the profits. If those who helped us during the fire are in trouble, we should help them as well. In short, we cannot just watch them die, can we? Shu Tianci was not an ungrateful person. He was aware of the dire situation in the village. Some villagers began to suffer from severe edema, their faces swollen like grinding discs. Those who were unaware thought they had simply gained weight, but in truth, they were merely ill. Shu Tianci did not know what the disease was. He only understood that it could be fatal if serious. After all, his parents had also died from this sickness, ultimately due to starvation. Last year, the village canteen still provided rice and meat, but this year the supply had been drastically reduced. Later, they offered only one meal a day, mostly corn cakes and wild vegetable soup. There was barely enough for themselves, let alone for families with many children. Previously, it was always Shu Fugui who approached the village chief. The original owner, who was lazy and gluttonous, had no knowledge of the specific reasons. Even Shu Tianci in his current state knew very little. However, since the villagers had saved the lives of his siblings, Shu Tianci naturally wanted to lend them a helping hand. Yet, how could he help, and how to do so reasonably was a significant dilemma. He couldn't just take all the food from his space and distribute it to the villagers, could he? That would be unreasonable. First, he wouldn't be able to explain where it came from. Moreover, such a large quantity of food would certainly attract the attention of the commune. By then, if the commune sent people, the villagers might not even be saved, and Shu Tianci could end up in serious trouble. So after some thought, Shu Tianci decided to let his second sister help those in need first. Hearing his intention, Shu Xianglian nodded happily and said, Tianci, it's good that you have this intention. Our family is poor, but we are definitely not ingrates. As long as we have the ability, we must repay the villagers' kindness. I know, Shu Tianci replied with a slight smile, picking up a sweet potato and taking a bite. Chewing, he said, we have a list of those villagers who helped us before, right? If any of them are in dire straits, we should help them first. But we can't give out rice, otherwise all the villagers will get jealous and cause trouble. He wanted to help the villagers, but he would not gamble on human nature, nor did he want to get into trouble. Shu Xianglian nodded and smiled. I will be careful. After discussing how to repay their benefactors, the family felt much more relaxed during dinner. Shu Tianci looked at his family's expressions and suddenly asked second sister, I'm planning to find you a job. What job? Shu Xianglian was taken aback, puzzled. Whatever you like to do, I will find you that kind of job. Shu Tianci said confidently with a slight smile, jobs like those in the 8 major roles, textile factories, candy factories, etc., are all fine. Hearing this, Shu Xianglian burst into laughter, covering her mouth. She rolled her eyes and teased, do you think finding a job is as easy as picking cabbages? Haven't you heard what Uncle said? Jobs in the county are all based on quotas. You were able to find a procurement job because they valued your hunting skills. As for me, all I know is household chores. Which unit would want me to work? Sister, aren't you underestimating yourself and me? Shu Tianci shook his head helplessly, saying, second sister, you can do any work and endure any hardship, so why can't you handle the 8 major roles? Tianci, you have this intention, and it makes me very happy. Shu Xianglian smiled and said with satisfaction, but the job quotas are challenging even for Uncle, so don't think it's easy. As long as you want to go to work, that's fine. Shu Tianci waved his hand, speaking nonchalantly. Job quotas are indeed tough for others, but your third brother is not just anyone. All right. Shu Xianglian had no choice but to relent, smiling and saying, as long as you can get the quota, I can go to any unit, right? No problem, it's on me. Shu Tianci patted his chest confidently, taking on the responsibility. Second sister, how many candies do you eat each day? Eating too many is bad for your teeth. When we start building our house, we can give some to the villagers. I'll buy more later. Don't worry about spending money. Okay. That night, Shu Tianci lay in bed feeling somewhat helpless. The noise from next door showed no signs of diminishing, clearly indicating that his elder brother had no concept of moderation. Shu Tianci found it difficult to advise him lest the other party discover he was eavesdropping. He glanced at the sleeping Shu Tianci, then suddenly vanished from the bed. In the jade pendant space, Shu Tianci's gaze first settled on the grass around where two wild wolves were lying. Seeing their condition, Shu Tianci was taken aback. "Hey wolf brothers, why have you become so thin?" Just as the words left his mouth, Shu Tianci quickly realized. He tapped his head and smiled. "Have you been hungry for a few days? Feeling weak, are you?" Upon hearing the voice, the two wolves immediately opened their eyes. After seeing Shu Tianci, their pupils widened several times. At first, they showed fierce expressions, their jaw muscles twitching, revealing sharp fangs. But just 2 seconds later, they lay back down on the grass, exposing pitiful gazes. They were scared, truly scared. A few days ago, they had been inexplicably thrown here, and the unfamiliar environment made them very uneasy. The only thing that delighted them was that not far away were wild boars, wild chickens, and wild rabbits, such delicious food. But what drove them to despair was that they couldn't catch any of this food. As soon as they approached these poultry nests, they would be directly flung away. After trying for a while, they completely gave up. So they turned their attention to the plants on the black soil. Surely eating vegetables would be doable. But the result was the same. Getting close would result in being flung away, tormenting them to the point of despair. Finally, unable to bear the hunger, they could only drink water by the stream to fill their stomachs. Unbeknownst to them, while the water was indeed sweet, it only made them hungrier. After several days, they were extremely famished, yet they just couldn't die. Now, seeing the culprit who had caused them such torment, they found they couldn't even muster any hatred. What they now truly desired was for this human to give them something to eat. "Let me think, what use is it to keep you?" Shu Tianci hesitated, stroking his chin. "Wolves eat meat, and meat is quite precious now. Outside, a day here equates to 10 days of flow inside. If Shu Tianci were to raise these two wolves, it would indeed be quite costly. So he needed to find a use for these two wolves. After pondering for a while, Shu Tianci suddenly beckoned to one of the wild wolves, saying, "Come here." The wild wolf did not hesitate, weakly crawling over. Shu Tianci tentatively placed his hand on its head and gently stroked. The wild wolf squinted its eyes, seemingly enjoying the petting. Shu Tianci was quite satisfied with its obedience, then produced a rabbit in his hand. The eyes of the two wild wolves instantly sparkled, yet none of them rushed forward to snatch it. Shu Tianci's mind began to race to if he could tame them. In the space of the jade pendant, Shu Tianci fed each of the two hungry wolves a rabbit. The reproductive capacity of rabbits is very strong. Within just a day or two outside, a whole litter was born in the space. They couldn't finish eating, not at all. Right in front of Shu Tianci, they tore apart and devoured the two little rabbits. Shu Tianci merely frowned and extended his hands after they finished. The two wolves showed hesitant looks, and after a moment of hesitation, they approached Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci tried to use his mind and seemed to sense what they wanted to express. Soon the two wild wolves stretched their heads under his palm. It seemed they had been tamed just like that. "From now on you shall be called Gray Wolf and Red Wolf." Shu Tianci petted the wolves for a while and gave them amusing names. Then he turned to the creek with the two wild wolves following behind him like a pair of guardian beasts. Shu Tianci glanced back at them and then squatted down to examine the creek before him. The creek flowed down from the direction of the spiritual spring, and at the end, there was a pond. The water in the pond seemed never to overflow, always maintaining a balance. As for where the water from the spiritual spring came from and why the water in the pond below wouldn't fill up, he didn't understand. Shu Tianci pondered for a moment and murmured, "Perhaps I could raise a few fish." However, the village's ponds had all dried up and the reservoir on the dam had started to flow into the ditches irrigating the fields. It seemed impossible to get fish in the village. Shu Tianci kept this in mind, thinking he would need to get some fish in the future. Afterwards, he observed the planting area and the breeding area. The sweet potatoes, pumpkins, and rice were growing particularly well. The wheat, corn, and soybeans were already sprouting. It seemed that the wild boars and wild rabbits had given birth again, and there were plenty of eggs in the chicken coop. He threw some sweet potatoes and leaves into the nests of the wild boars and wild rabbits and filled the chicken coop with several kilograms of rice. Then he mixed the feed for the poultry with the water from the spiritual spring and watered all the plants. Before exiting the space, he took one last look at the two wolves. Keeping them in the space was wasting too much food. They had to be sent back to the mountains. Wait. Shu Tianci suddenly thought of something and looked towards the direction of the warehouse. He chuckled, mischievously glancing at the wild wolves. The two wild wolves took a step back and the next second appeared inside the warehouse. At that moment, their eyes, bodies, and even consciousness were all prohibited. "Done." Shu Tianci chuckled and then disappeared from the space. The next morning, the village broadcast suddenly echoed with the voice of Shu Tianyou. Dear villagers, I am your village chief, Shu Tianyou, the third son of the Fuguei family. Tianci needs your help with something. Then Shu Daqiang announced Shu Tianci's plan to build a house. Shu Tianci stepped out of the dirt and looked up towards the direction of the broadcast. Anyone who wants to help come to Fugui's house. Tianci will provide a meal. There will be coarse grains enough to eat. What the hell? Shu Tianci's pupils constricted, surprised by Shu Daqiang's words. What on earth was he saying? The broadcast continued with Shu Daqiang's voice. Of course, the house for Tianci needs to be built, and the production team's tasks cannot be neglected. Therefore, not many people are needed, and the first ones to arrive can participate. As soon as Shu Daqiang's words fell, the villagers of the entire village erupted into chatter. The third son of the Fugue family is building a new house. Is it for his elder brother and sister-in-law? That's not important. What's important is that his family is providing a meal, and we can eat our fill. That's impossible. Their family is on the verge of starvation. Where would they get the food to fill us up? The village chief's family has been hungry for days now. I don't care, let's go take a look. Thus, villagers who wanted to help and those who didn't believe in evil began flocking to Shu Tianci's house. Shu Xianglian and a few others came to Shu Tianci's side asking, Tianci, why did the village chief say that? Song Yuru nodded and added, a few people coming is fine, but what if the whole village comes? If the whole village comes, how can we provide so much? Shu family village has hundreds of people. Even if each person provides a bowl of rice, it would require over 100 pounds of rice. It's fine, not so many people will come. Shu Tianci smiled faintly and shook his head saying, don't worry about that, what everyone cares about more is the work points. But, though she said that she still worried that too many people would come. Moreover, it was just a rough house, it wouldn't require that many people. Before they could say more, villagers had already arrived at their house. Tianci, Xianglian, is what the village chief said true? Building a house for you, will it really provide enough food? Shu Tianci glanced at them. Their faces were swollen, their bodies large, and their footsteps unsteady. At this rate, they wouldn't last long without eating enough. Of course could the village chief lie. Shu Tianci laughed heartily and shouted, second sister, give the uncles and aunts some candy. Okay. With his younger brother saying that, Shu Xianglian no longer hesitated. After responding, she enthusiastically distributed fruit candies to the villagers who came to help. Upon seeing the fruit candies, the villagers immediately chose to believe in the words of Shu Daqiang and Shu Tianci. Tianci, have you prepared the timber and tiles? It's fine without bricks and straw, but without timber and tiles, that's really not acceptable. Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately said, Uncle Qingshan's family should have timber, I can buy it with money. All right, let him know, it shouldn't be a problem. Everyone discussed, and soon someone started to dig up yellow clay. At this moment, 4 young men strode over. They all came up to Shu Tianci and shouted, third brother. Shu Tianci looked up and saw it was the Su Jun siblings. He smiled and asked, what brings you here? Then he looked at the other 2, did you come with them? We heard the broadcast from your village and knew you needed help. Su Jun smiled slightly and explained, so I brought my sister along. After that, I shot a glance at Zhang Bing and his brothers saying, I ran into them on the way, they said they were here to find you. At this moment, Zhang Tao stepped forward and shouted, third brother, we are willing to accept our losses. Zhang Bing nodded and shouted, yes, from now on you are our big brother. Hey! Su Jun's eyes lit up, surprised at Shu Tianci. As expected of the third brother, even the Zhang brothers are willing to be his little brothers. Shu Tianci looked at the 2 in appreciation and smiled. All right, you won't regret following me. Today we are building a house. You 2 go help me bring 2 loads of tiles over. After saying this, he took out a 5 yuan bill and handed it over. The Zhang brothers took money to buy tiles, and Su Jun watched their retreating figures for a while. It wasn't until he heard his sister Su Qian's voice that he came back to his senses. Tianci, is there anything you need me to do? Su Qian looked at Shu Tianci with eyes full of admiration and asked. Yes, third brother. Su Jun nodded repeatedly, saying, what do you need us to do? Shu Tianci glanced at them, especially at Su Qian. Since they couldn't be driven away, he could only instruct, Xiao Qian, go help my sister-in-law and second sister. All right. Su Qian smiled sweetly and walked briskly towards Song Yuro and Shu Xianglian. Sister-in-law, second sister, is there anything I can help with? Xiao Qian is here. Shu Xianglian's eyes lit up, smiling, you're a guest, we can't let you work. Just go chat with Tianci. But, Su Qian hesitated as she looked back at Shu Tianci, who was talking with her brother. In the end, she stepped forward, picked up an axe, and said, I'll help you chop firewood then. Seeing this, Shu Xianglian, who was about to grab the axe, was instantly dumbfounded. Big brother and third brother were helping build the house, while sister-in-law and second sister were responsible for cooking, and the 5th brother and younger sister were in charge of starting the fire and washing vegetables and dishes. It was hard for her to get a chance to chop wood, and now someone was trying to take it from her. Shu Tianci, I didn't notice the situation over there. Instead, he took out some cigarette and liquor tickets and handed them to Su Jun. Junzi, go help me buy a few bottles of liquor and some economical cigarettes. Oh, we're having villagers come to help later. Sure. Su Jun readily agreed, then stopped Shu Tianci's hand, saying, no need to give me money, I have some. That's not acceptable. That money is yours. Shu Tianci immediately shook his head, frowning. Third brother, compared to your help, this little money is nothing. Su Jun had nearly 200 yuan hidden in his pocket and didn't mind spending a little for Shu Tianci to buy cigarettes and liquor. Moreover, he was hoping to get in good with him. He had this intention, but Shu Tianci couldn't have such thoughts too. He immediately scolded, enough. Don't let people laugh at us. Take good care of the money and hurry back with the cigarettes and liquor. Su Jun glanced at the villagers nearby, who were constantly glancing over, then looked at the money handed to him by Shu Tianci. In the end, he gritted his teeth and took the money. He'll be back soon. Watching the other persons departing back, Shu Tianci shook his head and discovered that the village carpenter had arrived. Shu Tianci's face brightened, and he quickly approached, lighting a cigarette. Uncle Qingshan, you finally made it. Tianci. Shu Qingshan pulled a card and smiled. I've brought the molds and wooden frames for you. Take them and use them. All right, thank you, uncle. Shu Tianci smiled back, then took out the money and said, Uncle, how much are these wooden frames? Upon hearing this, Shu Qingshan instantly became unhappy. He scolded, what are you talking about, kid? In this village, when have I ever charged people for wood when they are building houses? It is indeed difficult to bring up, otherwise the whole village won't feel secure. However, while not giving it openly, Shu Tianci could still give something privately. So he didn't bother with Uncle Qingshan's politeness, first turning to Shu Xianglian and whispering a few words. She glanced at Shu Qingshan, then nodded and ran back to the kitchen. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and began unloading the wood from the cart. Until the cart was emptied, Shu Tianci called out again, thank you, Uncle Qingshan. You little brat, always being polite with your uncle. Shu Qingshan rolled his eyes, suddenly getting a bit closer. If you really feel bad, next time when you go hunting in the mountains and find something good, share a bit with your uncle. After saying this, he looked around, afraid that others would hear. Seeing that everyone was busy, he continued, your uncle isn't asking for it for free. Your uncle will give you money. At this moment, Shu Xianglian also ran back. Third brother, she called out and handed over a bamboo basket covered with oiled paper. Shu Tianci immediately took the bamboo basket and placed it on Shu Qingshan's cart. Tianci, what is this? Shu Qingshan was taken aback, a bit confused. Before he could finish his words, Shu Tianci urged, you should go back first. We'll talk about it later. Shu Qingshan looked around, then nodded and pulled the cart back home. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, turning around to find that many villagers had already arrived at his home. Due to the lack of labor, Shu Xiaoqing specially sent over several sets of farm tools. Shu Tianci immediately stepped forward and called out uncles and aunts, big brothers and sisters. There are fruit candies at home for you to eat first. I've already sent someone to buy cigarettes and liquor. Don't worry. I will definitely make sure you have food and drink. Great. As long as Tianci says this, it's good enough. Come on, old Guzi, come help dig the foundation for Tianyou's house. Bigya, where's Daniel? Come and mix the yellow earth. With Shu Tianci's assurance plus having fruit candies in their mouths, the villagers were even more enthusiastic. So some began digging holes to get the foundation started, while others mixed yellow mud, cut straw, and added water to mix it all together. Then a few of them went barefoot into the mixture to stomp it down. Finally, they had to take the molds brought by Shu Qingshan, hammer them down, and leave them to dry. In the 1950s and 1960s, houses were basically built without blue bricks or red bricks, only using yellow mud bricks. As long as the yellow mud and straw were mixed with water and packed into molds to dry, in no time you would have a very perfect yellow mud brick, strong and breathable. Houses made from these yellow mud bricks in contemporary terms are warm in winter and cool in summer. Meanwhile, after Shu Qingshan returned home with the cart, he couldn't wait to bring the bamboo basket into the house. Head of the family, what is this? Shu. Seeing the approaching woman, Shu Qingshan, who had already sensed something, immediately made a gesture for silence. Then he reached out and pulled the person along, entering the room together. When they took out the things from the bamboo basket, both of their pupils dilated and contracted several times. Chicken eggs. The woman looked at Shu Qingshan in surprise, asking, so many, where did they come from? Shu Qingshan's expression changed slightly as he took a deep breath, saying, Tianci gave them. The third son of the rich family. The woman exclaimed, surprised, where did he get all these things? Shu Qingshan replied, he must have gone up the mountain these past few days and gotten quite a few good things, but with this many eggs, he must have given us all his families. The woman, feeling indignant, retorted, didn't we also take our families wood to help him build the house? Beside Shu Tianci's house, a group of villagers was diligently working on their tasks in an orderly fashion. Although their hands were dirty and their bodies tired, the sweetness of the fruit candy in their mouths remained. Shu Tianci wanted to tan his skin, so he didn't rest, either taking on the most exhausting tasks. Holding a hoe, his speed and digging left several older men dumbfounded. What took 4 or 5 people half an hour, he finished alone in just a few minutes. This made the villagers a bit skeptical. Was this young man still the frail and delicate third son of a wealthy family? Shu Tianci slowly became aware of how conspicuous he was and began to slow down his movements. At that moment, Su Jun came running back panting. "Third brother, I've brought the cigarettes and alcohol for you." Seeing this, Shu Tianci, who was trying to ease the awkwardness, immediately dropped the hoe and moved towards Su Jun. However, when he saw the cigarettes and alcohol Su Jun was carrying, he was startled. He grabbed Su Jun by his clothes and walked inside, saying, "Come in with me." Su Jun looked bewildered, and as soon as he entered the house, he heard Shu Tianci start lecturing him. "Didn't I ask you to buy cheap liquor and economical cigarettes? Why did you bring back Fingio and Haidang cigarettes?" Upon hearing this, Su Jun immediately relaxed. He chuckled and replied, "I thought those cheap cigarettes and liquor wouldn't taste good. As your younger brother, shouldn't I help maintain your reputation?" "You can forget about that. I have no reputation." Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and complained, "With your abilities, why didn't you buy Wulianya Matai or Dazhonghua and Zhaizonghua instead?" Su Jun dismissed it, awkwardly scratching his head, and said, "I didn't have any cigarette and alcohol coupons." Hey, did he mean he would buy them if he had coupons? Shu Tianci was both angry and amused, having to explain the pros and cons of the situation. The people helping him build the house today were all villagers, and their bellies were already unfilled. Being able to have a sip of alcohol or a puff of smoke was already satisfying. Who cared about quality? Bringing good cigarettes and alcohol home would only give people more to gossip about. Moreover, Shu Tianci's family had a reputation in the village. They were just known for hunting. If he dared to bring out good cigarettes and alcohol today, someone might report him tomorrow. At that point, he would just be waiting to be in hot water. Is it really that serious? Su Jun suddenly became alert after hearing Shu Tianci's reprimand. Of course. Shu Tianci shot him an eye roll and said, "Just be a decent person, don't stand out." Su Jun, not understanding what stand out meant, just looked at the cigarettes and alcohol in his hands and said, "I'll go exchange them right now." "Wait." Shu Tianci called out, saying, "Leave the cigarettes and alcohol, I'll go buy something else." "I'll go right now." Su Jun looked at Shu Tianci with confusion, then obediently put down the cigarettes and alcohol. Watching his back, Shu Tianci shook his head and put the cigarettes and alcohol away. They had already been bought, why waste them? "Tianci, go, what is my brother doing again?" Su Qian walked over, curious. "Nothing." Shu Tianci shook his head and explained, "He bought the wrong cigarettes and alcohol, so I sent him to buy again." Su Qian responded with an "oh," then smiled, wanting to say something, when suddenly a villager shouted from nearby, "We're tamping the ground. We need some strong men to help tamp." "Xiao Qian, I have something to attend to," he said, striding outside. Su Qian pursed her lips and turned back to help in the kitchen. Shu Tianci arrived beside the foundation and saw 7 or 8 older men gathered around a round stone. The round stone was solid and looked quite heavy, with a post in the center. The villagers tied a hemp rope around the stone and then secured several bamboo sticks on top. Next, 2 people stood at the front and back, each holding a bamboo pole, while another person stood in the middle holding the bamboo pole of the stone. "Comrades, put in some effort, hey. Tamp the foundation well, hey. It's going well. The host will treat us to ice cakes, hey." The elder in the middle shouted suddenly, and the 4 men echoed. Each time they shouted, they lifted the stone and set it down with a hey. "Ice cakes taste good. We have the strength to work, hey. Or by noon, the host will buy meat buns, hey. One person gets 2 or 3 eating well to work hard, hey." Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci suddenly remembered something. He immediately picked up the hemp rope and bamboo poles and turned to walk towards the former sand pit in the village. Shu Tianyou, who was making mud, saw him and quickly asked, "Tianci, where are you going?" "Junzi, come with me to get something." "All right." A moment later, they heard a loud whoa. The crowd followed their gaze and was immediately filled with shouts of whoa. They saw Shu Tianci and Su Jun each carrying 2 bamboo poles with a large stone on top. This stone was well known in the village, standing by the sand pit, weighing around 2 to 300 pounds. But at this moment, it was effortlessly lifted back by Shu Tianci and Su Jun. "Come on, continue tamping." Shu Tianci laughed heartily, and he and Su Jun directly slammed the stone onto the ground. The crowd seemed to feel the ground quake and nearly stumbled to maintain their balance. Wow, how can these 2 have such strength? No wonder Tianci could kill a wild boar. A punch from him must weigh at least a few hundred pounds. Look at those older men. It takes 5 or 6 of them to move a stone weighing just dozens of pounds. The several older men tamping the ground exchanged glances and looked down at the stone weighing only a few dozen pounds. Their faces turned red, nearly wanting to dig into the ground. "Everyone, don't waste time. It's almost lunchtime." Shu Tianci, with a straight face, waved his hand and shouted, "Uncles, you can take care of the bricklaying. I'll handle this here, don't worry." After saying that, he signaled Su Jun to lift the stone again and forcefully dropped it onto the ground. Boom! The crowd stumbled and stared in surprise at Shu Tianci and the other. They saw that where the stone hit the ground there was already a noticeable indentation. This kind of strength could probably kill a cow with one punch. Several women exchanged glances, their eyes communicating unspoken thoughts. Shu Tianci lifted his head and looked at the group of older men. Don't just stand there, keep shouting. The older men no longer hesitated and began shouting again. Comrades, put in some effort, hey boom. Tamp the foundation, well hey boom. It's going well, the host will treat us to ice cakes, hey. Time passed by. Su Jun bought a cheaper set of cigarettes and alcohol again, and the Zhang brothers pulled a cart bringing back 2 loads of blue tiles. Before long a fragrant smell wafted over. The crowd immediately took a deep sniff, and then with faces full of bliss they looked towards the kitchen of Shu Tianci's house. Bang bang bang. The sound of the village canteen announcing mealtime rang out, and Shu Xianglian rushed out from the kitchen. Elder brother, third brother, everyone. The food is ready, it's time to eat. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci, who was solidifying the ground, immediately put down the stone and looked at everyone. It's time to eat, time to eat. Everyone, let's eat first, and then take a break. After Shu Tianci said this, everyone put down their tools and gathered together, chatting and laughing as they walked towards Shu Tianci's house. Xianglian, what delicious food did you make? It smells amazing. I think I smell meat. Is it wild chicken or wild rabbit? Shu Tianci followed behind, jokingly giving cigarettes to the group of uncles as he walked into the house, smiling. Tianci, how did you gain such strength? I remember you couldn't even lift a sack of rice before. I don't know. Shu Tianci shook his head jokingly, saying, I fainted from illness before, and when I woke up, I found myself incredibly strong. Blessings from our ancestors. This must be the blessing of our ancestors. Looking at their back, someone even tried to lift the stone that Shu Tianci had. For a man in his 40s, he could barely lift it. To lift it like Shu Tianci did, he simply couldn't. After trying for a while, he shook his head in defeat. Old tree root, where have you gone? Come drink and eat meat. Upon hearing this, the man immediately ran into the house. The narrow living room was packed with people, with a round table set on an 8 immortals table. On it lay a plate of wild rabbit meat, a large basin of sweet potatoes, scrambled eggs with wild vegetables, a basin of cornmeal mixed with beans, and a small portion of rice. In later years, this wouldn't count for much, but in an era where people starved, it was already considered a lavish feast. Seeing such a sumptuous lunch, all the villagers' eyes widened. Under the invitation of Shu Tianyou and his brother, a group of men sat down. The women directly reached for the sweet potatoes, holding bowls filled with mixed food standing aside. Shu Tianci took 2 bottles of liquor, stood up to pour for several men, and expressed his gratitude. Uncle Shanjin, Uncle Guangqi, Uncle Deshan, thank you for your hard work this morning. Tianci saying this feels like a slap in our faces. Shu Xianglian patted his face, feeling somewhat ashamed, and said, just the 5 of us men did less work than you alone. Saying you worked hard can't compare to the hard work you and your elder brother put in. That's right, Xianjin is right today. Tianyou and Tianci truly did a good job. If anyone says Tianci can't work again, Shu Deshan will be the first to disagree. Thank you all elders. Shu Tianci bowed slightly, then raised his wine cup. Elders, I toast to you all. Thank you for your contributions to my elder brother and sister-in-law's new house. Everyone eat and drink well. After saying this, he tipped his head back and took a sip of liquor. It was impossible to drink it down all at once. This liquor really burned the throat. All the villagers also showed respect, raising their cups and taking a big gulp. Then they picked up their chopsticks, eagerly eating rabbit meat and scrambled eggs with wild vegetables. This was just to satisfy their taste buds. The real filling food had to be the sweet potatoes and cornmeal. Shu Deshan held sweet potatoes in his left hand and used his chopsticks to grab rabbit meat with his right, eating while looking at Shu Tianci. Tianci, to be honest, since the village canteen changed to only 1 meal a day, I haven't eaten this well. As soon as he finished speaking, someone immediately chimed in, don't say you ate this well, I haven't eaten my fill. If it weren't for Tianci hunting the wild boar last time and giving us a few pounds of wild boar meat, I might have passed away during those days. That's right. If it weren't for those few pounds of meat, our family wouldn't have made it through. The crowd nodded, feeling grateful, yet slightly awkward. Some people, while eating, started to flip the table. Hey Tianci, eat this wild rabbit, and these eggs must have come from the mountains, right? Next time you go up the mountain, can you bring back 2 eggs for the Andes? Yes, Tianci, it would be great if you could bring back a wild boar next time too. Our village's survival this disaster year relies entirely on your wild boar meat. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci's expression suddenly became a bit embarrassed. At the same time, he felt somewhat uncomfortable. Enough already. Shu Xianglian suddenly slammed his hand on the table and shouted angrily. How dangerous is it up the mountain? You all know that. Last year Hu Zi went hunting in the mountains and was eaten by wolves. Have you all forgotten? That's right, it is indeed dangerous up the mountain. Tianci was only able to hunt the wild boar last time purely by luck. Shu Guangqi nodded in agreement. Tianci has no choice. He has 6 siblings waiting to eat. If he had any other option, he wouldn't risk it. So, Shu Tishan tapped the table, glaring at the group of women. If you have food to eat, just keep your mouth shut. You want Tianci to bring you wild chickens and eggs. Do you think they just lay there waiting for you to pick them up? Why don't you let your husbands go up the mountain? Upon hearing the 3 men's reprimands, the group of women immediately lowered their heads and quietly ate their sweet potatoes. Who doesn't know that it's dangerous up the mountain? It's just that the danger doesn't affect themselves. If it were to let their own husbands go hunting, they wouldn't dare to take that gamble. Aunties. Seeing the atmosphere turning tense, Shu Tianci quickly smiled. I'm not saying that I can always come back with something from the mountain. I just set a few traps and wait for wild rabbits or wild chickens to get caught. Facing wild boars or wolves, Hedon, I really can't do that, so I can't guarantee anything with luck. If it really doesn't work, you can discuss with the uncles and form a team to go up the mountain. Digging some traps might yield some rewards. I initially wanted to stop you from going up the mountain to ensure your safety. Now that the idea has come out clearly, I can only say it plainly. Just then several workers came rushing over. Oh wow, your family really has liquor and meat. Seeing the food on the table, their faces were filled with shock. Lu Yuning suddenly appeared from somewhere, pointing at the table and shouting. Not only that, look, there is even rice. The village canteen can't even afford rice anymore, yet there is actually some on this table. Upon hearing the commotion from this group of people, the faces of Shu Tianci's family turned ugly. With hundreds of people in the village, who knows how many envious people are among them. Not everyone is simple and kind, and certainly not everyone has benefited from their family. Shu Tianci sighed and his heart stood up and said, what we eat has nothing to do with you. Don't forget I have 3 aunts behind me. Even without them, I have the ability to support myself. If you want to know where our family's grain comes from, you'll find out in a few days. In order to ensure that the villagers helping him are well fed and receive some nutrition, Shu Tianci took out a bit of fine grain. However, to avoid drawing too much attention, he had his elder sister-in-law and second sister mix in some cornmeal and beans. Despite this, some villagers stirred up trouble. Their faces filled with jealousy, they insisted that the source of Shu Tianci's family's food was unclear. Shu Tianci's expression turned grim, and he could only briefly explain why his family had food. Not to mention that he had 3 aunts, 2 of whom had urban household registrations. One of his aunts had all her children working except for her second daughter and youngest son. Was it really too much for the 3 aunts to bring some grain when they came to preside over Shu Tianyou's wedding? Moreover, even without them, Shu Tianci could hunt in the mountains. Even if wild boars were difficult to catch, wild rabbits and chickens were no problem. The wild rabbits could be eaten and the wild chickens could be exchanged for grain. After explaining himself, Shu Tianci pounded the table and exclaimed, you can't even imagine my capabilities. If you want to know more, I'll tell you after my house is built. After his passionate speech, a group of women began to contemplate. It was unclear whether they were speechless from Shu Tianci's words or were searching for flaws in his arguments. You all aren't here to work, so why are you making such a fuss? Su Jun suddenly stood up and shouted at the group of women who had just arrived. Zhang Bing and his brother nodded and shouted, hurry up and leave, don't disturb our meal. Although the group of women were reluctant, they snorted coldly and left. Watching Shu Dashan and the others deep in thought, Shu Tianci slowly said, Uncle Dashan, Uncle Shang'an, my family's grain definitely comes from a legitimate source. If you are still worried, then you don't need to build my house. This meal is my treat for you, and after eating you can go home. Tianci, what do you mean by that? Shu Dashan frowned and slammed the table, saying, if your family has grain, that's your ability. I don't care where it comes from, as long as I eat, I have to work. Not only do I have to finish my work this afternoon, but I will also come back tomorrow. Exactly. Shu Xianglian also nodded, saying, who eats the host's food without working for the host? Lu Yuning and her group are just gossiping. Tianci, don't take it too seriously. Those old women just know how to gossip. They are jealous that your family has enough to eat. Exactly. If they had the hunting skills like Tianci, they would have gone up the mountain long ago. With the support of several men, the others expressed their willingness to stay and continue working. Regardless of where Shu Tianci's family got their grain, they indeed had enough to eat in front of them. Such good food, even if it was of unknown origin, they were happy to eat. It was much better than working all day and eating rotten vegetable soup in the cafeteria, right? Hearing that everyone was still willing to stay and work, Shu Xianglian and Song Yuru breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that after a day of hard work, everyone would leave in the afternoon. The house had just started being built, and all that grain would go to waste. All right then, thank you all. Shu Tianci nodded, raised his cup, and said, eat and drink, well, let's continue working in the afternoon. Soon after, everyone was full. They didn't even want to rest, and clapped their hands as they returned to the foundation. In the morning, over 100 yellow clay bricks had already been dried, and the tamping was mostly done. Shu Daxian and the others began laying bricks, while Shu Tianci worked alongside Su Jun and the others to move bricks. The speed of drying bricks could not keep up with the speed of laying bricks, so sometimes they would stop to rest. As time passed, news of the trouble caused by Lu Yunying at Shu Tianci's home quickly spread. Upon hearing that Shu Tianci's family really had wine and meat, even rice, some people's eyes turned red with jealousy. What the heck? No way. Why do the 6 orphan children get to build a new house, and they can still eat wine and meat? That kid Shu Tianci must have sneaked up the mountain, who knows what kind of prey he's hiding away. Maybe he even secretly took it to the city to sell. Hiss. You can't say that. If the commune finds out, they'll take him away. Otherwise, how do you explain where the rice and money for the wine came from? But he has 3 aunts, and at least 2 of them are from the city. One person retorted. Oh, come on. When Fu Guowei and his wife died, those 3 sisters didn't come a few days ago. They helped Shu Tianyou marry. It must have been the money they pulled together, right? Why do you think those 3 women would give money to Shu Tianci and the others? The situation escalated, and soon several versions of the story emerged. While Shu Tianci and the others were unaware of the rumors, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing were breaking into a cold sweat after hearing about it. They quickly huddled together, with Shu Daqiang asking first, "What's going on? Why has it escalated so much?" Shu Xiaoqing frowned angrily, saying, "It's all because of that gossiping Lu Yunying spreading rumors that Tianci is violating discipline." Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang's expression darkened a few shades. He panicked and said, "What are we going to do? Our village just received a share from Tianci. We still rely on him for future hunting shares to help the villagers survive this winter. Let's go find Tianci and discuss it and let him make the hunting shares public. After all, he hasn't done anything wrong. Hiding it only leads to misunderstandings." The two discussed briefly and ultimately decided to pay a visit to Shu Tianci. By 5 in the afternoon, 2 walls of the new house had been built. Since the supply of yellow clay bricks was insufficient, Shu Tianci sent all the villagers home first. The 7 members of their family, along with Zu's siblings and Zhang's brothers, continued to make bricks. They planned to dry enough yellow clay bricks for the villagers to use in laying walls tomorrow. After the Zhang brothers and Su Jun recognized Shu Tianci as their brother, their relationship seemed to have become much more harmonious. Just as they were busily working, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing ran over. Tianci. Shu Tianci put away his smile, allowing Su Jun and the others to continue, and welcomed Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing. "Village Chief Captain, what's the matter?" Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing exchanged glances, and then Shu Daqiang spoke up. He said, "Tianci, don't rush to react to what I'm about to say. Your Aunt Yunying is probably still holding a grudge against you for not sharing meat with her last time. Plus, she is naturally jealous, so this afternoon, she went around the village spreading rumors that you are violating discipline. If this continues, it won't be good for your reputation." Before Shu Tianci could respond, Shu Xiaoqing indignantly said, "That woman really doesn't see the situation clearly. What good does slandering Tianci do her?" Shu Tianci was indifferent, shrugging and saying, "I had expected this. What's next?" Shu Daqiang glanced at Shu Tianci hesitatingly, saying, "Then perhaps we should discuss with you about your plan to go up the mountain to hunt wild boars. Shouldn't you tell the villagers?" "Yes, Tianci." Shu Xiaoqing nodded in agreement, saying, "Anyway, the money you earn from your cooperation with the machinery factory mostly goes to the village. What you're doing is reasonable. Even if you say it out loud, it's no big deal. The villagers will understand and won't talk behind your back." After hearing their explanations, Shu Tianci finally understood. He looked at the two, puzzled, and asked, "Since Lu Yunying is spreading rumors everywhere, why didn't you stop her? One of you is the village head and the other is the team leader. Can't either of you manage?" Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang and the others immediately showed a look of shame. They didn't want to stop her, but by the time they heard about it, it was already too late. There are hundreds of people in the village. With Lu Yunying's words, the whole village knew about it. By the time they tried to talk to Lu Yunying, it was already futile, and they could only come to Shu Tianci. Village head, team leader. Shu Tianci shook his head helplessly and said, "I can generously tell the villagers that I made money selling wild boars. However, you need to be prepared. There might be more people going up the mountain tomorrow. If something goes wrong and someone dies, who will be responsible, you or me?" Shu Daqiang hesitated for a moment, but still insisted, "Tianci, how about this? In addition to working, we also form teams to go hunting. You are going to be the purchasing agent for the machinery factory soon, right? Can you help the villagers buy the prey they catch?" Village head, are you serious? Shu Tianci widened his eyes in surprise looking at the other party. In fact, the village had thought about forming teams to hunt in the past, but they couldn't figure out how to divide the spoils. They were afraid of being accused of speculation if they tried to sell anything. They wanted to go up the mountain privately for some wild game, but they were also afraid of losing their lives. So after such a long time, very few people dared to go hunting anymore. Tianci uncle can't help it. All right, let's go inside and talk. Seeing Shu Daqiang wanting to explain further, Shu Tianci waved his hand and walked into the house. Shu Daqiang glanced at Shu Xiaoqing and then followed him. Once inside, they sat down, and Shu Xianglian poured them a cup of diluted hot tea. After pouring the tea, she called out to Shu Tianci, "Tianci, I'm going to cook with your aunt." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and looked at Shu Daqiang and the others, saying, "Village head, just speak your mind." Tianci, Shu Daqiang coughed lightly and said, "Do you know why our village's cafeteria has changed from 2 meals to 1? I've heard about it." Shu Tianci nodded, slightly probing. "Is it because the commune is giving less grain?" Shu Daqiang shook his head and sighed. "They were giving less before, but now they're not giving us anything at all." "What? Why?" Shu Tianci's expression changed, feigning ignorance, and asked, "Our village has handed over all the grain. In this era, after all production teams harvest grain, they must hand it over to the people's commune. Then the commune distributes the grain to each village cafeteria, commonly referred to as communal dining. Even now, there is still a phrase printed in the village cafeteria that says eating does not cost money, work hard on production. It sounds nice, but in the end, they don't distribute any grain to the village." Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing also had a helpless look on their faces, and Shu Xiaoqing said, "We did indeed hand over the grain. But when we went to the commune, they said it was all handed over to the higher authorities. What can we do? We can't just create trouble with the commune. Then what's stopping us from making a fuss? We can't even afford to eat." Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and complained. As someone who had crossed over, he understood the reasons perfectly well, which boiled down to 4 main points. 1 is the lack of restraint in eating, leading to serious waste. 2 is debt repayment. 3 is drought. And 4 is inflated expectations. Shu Tianci understood this very well, but he certainly couldn't say it out loud. So he could only play dumb and go along with these 2 to act it out. "Yes, we can't even fill our stomachs." Shu Xiaoqing waved her hand, looking quite helpless. "Tianci, this is also the reason I want to organize the villagers to go hunting." Shu Daqiang coughed again and said, "If this continues, the whole village will starve to death. I've seen the deals you made with the machinery factory. Pork is $2 to $3 a pound. 1 wild boar can be equivalent to 4 to 5 years' wages of a regular worker. How much grain can that buy? If every villager can hunt a few wild boars each month, we should be able to survive this winter, right?" "Huh?" Upon hearing Shu Daqiang's plan, Shu Tianci couldn't help but laugh. He looked at the other party and asked, "Village head, do you want to use the money from selling wild boars to buy grain?" "Yes, what's wrong with that?" Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly. "Sure, why not?" Shu Tianci nodded repeatedly but extended his hand and asked, "Where are the grain coupons? How many do you have to buy grain?" "The higher-ups only give us a limited number of grain coupons every month, which barely fills our stomachs. Without grain coupons, having money is useless." After saying this, he countered, "Do you know why my aunt and second aunt, who are clearly from the city, couldn't save my parents?" "Why?" Shu Daqiang quickly asked. This was also something he had always been puzzled about. Clearly the wealthy siblings had a good relationship. But when Shu Fuguwei and his wife died, they didn't see much support from Shu Damei and the others. "Because of quotas," Shu Tianci said indifferently. "Although city dwellers have grain coupons, they can't just buy as much grain as they want. Their grain coupons are also limited, usually around 20 to 30 pounds a month, and they aren't for fine grains. It might just be 5 pounds of rice, 2 pounds of white flour, and the rest is coarse cornmeal. If you say that my aunt and second aunt have some money, Shu Tianci can still believe that. But from the last visit, he realized that his aunts didn't have much to eat either. If the family doesn't have much to eat, how could they think of supporting their relatives? Moreover, that household isn't something they can decide alone. Then let's buy from the black market. Isn't it true that having money won't lead to starvation?" Shu Daqiang got a bit anxious. "Don't say that having money can also lead to starvation." Shu Tianci chuckled and said, "Village head, you really should take a good trip around the city. While the city folks live a bit better than us, it's not much better. Buying grain on the black market is possible, but how much can you buy when fine grains cost $3 to $4 a pound? So expensive." Shu Daqiang was shocked, his eyes wide open. $3 to $4 a pound is just the beginning. Of prices will rise further later on. Shu Tianci chuckled and shook his head. According to what he knew, the highest price for fine grains could easily reach $10 to $20. "What? It will increase." Hearing Shu Tianci's words, both Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing were taken aback. Rice and flour priced at 3 to 4 yuan per pound. Isn't this forcing people to resort to cannibalism? Moreover, this is not the limit. Who will be able to afford food in the future? Shu Tianci glanced at them silently drinking water without saying another word. Shu Tianyou, who was beside them, hesitated before looking at Shu Tianci, but chose to remain silent. Shu Xianglian and Song Yuru were in the kitchen with their younger siblings, thus the atmosphere became a bit quiet. Tianci. Shu Daqiang suddenly spoke, prompting Shu Tianci to curiously look up. Shu Daqiang cleared his throat and said, I've noticed that ever since you got sick last time you've changed a bit. Although Uncle doesn't ask what you've been through, he knows you must have some abilities now. Do you still remember what you promised me back then? Shu Tianci understood what he meant, so he silently nodded. I remember. During the time when my parents passed away, I memorized the list of villagers who donated to our family. They helped us siblings, so I won't let them come to harm. Shu Daqiang was momentarily stunned, but he still nodded with appreciation. Tianci, your ability to say this proves you are still a good child. However, Uncle still hopes that you can also help the other villagers. Hiss. Shu Tianci looked at Shu Daqiang in surprise, bitterly smiling. Village chief, you think too highly of me. I said I wouldn't let that group come to harm. I only meant that as long as my family doesn't starve to death, if I take out extra food to help them through tough times, how can I take care of the entire village? He could help, but it was impossible for him to directly take food from his spatial storage. Moreover, by next spring the village canteen would be completely abolished by the authorities. By that time, let alone cornmeal, there would be nothing even to drink vegetable soup. If Shu Tianci wanted to help, how much food would he need to provide each month to save the hundreds of villagers? So much food taken out would be discovered by the commune in no time. By then, not just the villagers, he would also be taken away and sliced up. Tianci, you are a capable person. Your mind must be sharp. Shu Daqiang's expression was troubled, forcing a smile. Look, you have established a connection with the machinery factory, and you are about to become their purchasing agent. You are the most promising one in our village, so please help think of a way. What is this, a setup for failure? Village chief, you are being a bit unreasonable. Shu Xianglian strode over, looking quite displeased. She stood vigorously beside Shu Tianci, glaring at Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing. If the villagers have no food to eat, isn't that the responsibility of you leaders? My Tianci is only 17 this year. How can you think so highly of him? If anyone were to starve to death, would you blame it on my Tianci? Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing immediately became anxious. Xianglian, what are you talking about? Uncle isn't trying to make things difficult. He just wanted to discuss this with Tianci. Even if he has no solutions, Uncle wouldn't blame him. Yes, Xianglian, don't be anxious. Shu Xiaoqing nodded, repeatedly supporting. It's not that Tianci is capable and can connect with the machinery factory. In just 2 days, he brought over 1,000 in financial income to the village. It's the first time in so many years that someone so capable has appeared in our village. The village collective should be thanking him rather than expecting something in return. So what you said cannot happen. I don't care anyway, I can't agree to that. Shu Xianglian was not foolish and decisively shook her head. The only reason she would let Shu Tianci help those benefactors was because of the help they once provided to their siblings. Out of more than 300 villagers, at least 100 don't like them and have never helped them. Now when they can't eat, they want their family to help all the hundreds of villagers. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tianci, Xianglian, village chief, team leader, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing wanted to persuade them again, but were interrupted. Shu Tianci suddenly raised his head, shaking his head with a bitter smile. It's better to save oneself than to save others. I cannot save them. What you just said is also not impossible. Let the villagers organize a team to go up the mountain. Since the commune cannot be relied upon, we can only depend on the mountains to survive. Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang's face lit up, saying, then about selling wild game. Not urgent, I haven't officially taken office yet. Shu Tianci shook his head soothingly, saying, moreover, selling wild game is not cost-effective. Let me think about it for 2 days, and we will discuss it again. Shu Daqiang was somewhat worried, but still did not press Shu Tianci. He glanced at Shu Xiaoqing, then stood up and said, then think it over, we will go back first. Okay. Shu Tianci nodded, standing up. Village chief, team leader, won't you stay for dinner? Song Yuru walked over, looking curious. No. Shu Daqiang shook his head, repeatedly feeling somewhat helpless. In these times, every family struggles. How could they have the face to stay and eat the villagers' food? However, just before leaving, Shu Daqiang turned back to look at Shu Tianci and said, Tianci, Uncle isn't trying to make it hard for you, but hopes that you can consider that the villagers have watched you grow up. Seeing him nod slightly, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing turned and left. After watching them leave, Shu Tianci sat down heavily on the stool, holding his head in deep thought. It must be said their words placed immense pressure on him. It was as if a moral tight band had been placed around him. If he doesn't help the whole village, will this band tighten and bind him? Tianci's second sister knows you are in a tough spot. Shu Xianglian sat beside Shu Tianci indignantly saying, "The village chief and the team leader are the leaders of the village. They have no solutions either. You are only 17 this year. Why should you be responsible for coming up with ideas for hundreds of villagers? If you can't bring it up, second sister will help you speak to the village chief." Song Yuru, who was beside them, placed sweet potatoes on the table, also looking at Shu Tianci with confusion. "Old third sister-in-law always believes that you are a capable person, but this matter is indeed not so easy to handle, so you must not agree." "I know." Shu Tianci smiled, slightly glancing at his younger siblings who had gathered around. "You don't need to worry about this. Let's eat first." Everyone nodded, then they all sat on the stools and began to eat the sweet potatoes. Having learned from the lesson at noon, they did not cook any rice. The next morning, 50 to 60 villagers suddenly appeared at Shu Tianyou's new house site. They did not greet Shu Tianci's family, but directly started working. Shu Tianci's family saw this scene, and their faces immediately darkened. "What are you all doing, my fellow villagers?" Shu Tianci strode up to the base, looking puzzled at the group of villagers. Shu Dashan put down the hammer he was using and helplessly looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, these villagers say they want to help you build a house. I've tried to persuade them, but they truly won't listen at all." Just as he finished speaking, a villager shouted, "Tianci, everyone is here with good intentions to help build your house. You wouldn't refuse their goodwill and try to drive us away, would you?" Shu Tianci glanced at the speaker and immediately recognized him as Lu Yuning's husband Ergizi. This guy actually came to his house as well. If he claimed to genuinely want to help build a house, only a fool would believe that. The later arrivals were the same. If they were sincere, they should have come yesterday. Today, they simply heard that Shu Tianci's family had wine and meat, so they came to mooch a meal. Shu Tianci glanced at them and chuckled, saying, "Uncle Guai, what are you talking about? If the elders are willing to help, I would be immensely grateful." Just as everyone displayed satisfied expressions, he suddenly changed his tone and said, "However, I really haven't hunted anything these past few days, and our remaining food is indeed quite limited, but rest assured we will surely use all the food we have to make something new, I think. Uncle Guai, you wouldn't mind working for a day just to eat half a sweet potato, would you?" Upon hearing this, the group of villagers who had just arrived instantly turned somber. Ergizi awkwardly chuckled and said, "Tianci, you must be joking, right?" "Not at all." Shu Tianci shook his head, spreading his hands and saying, "We really don't have much food left. You all should consider it. My family only has a few siblings. The little food we have relies on our 3 aunts to support us, but they too have limited capacity, right?" Seeing that Ergizi and the others still looked skeptical, Shu Tianci immediately pointed to Shu Tianyou and the others. "Don't believe me? You can ask my elder brother, sister-in-law, and second sister. Yes, we really don't have much food left." Shu Tianyou immediately nodded in agreement. Shu Xianglian also chimed in. "That's true. Tianci isn't lying to you." The most ridiculous was Shu Xianglian, who directly clutched her stomach. "That's right, I haven't eaten for 3 days. Just as she finished speaking, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianci noticed something was off and quickly covered her mouth. Shu Tianci turned back to take a look, then awkwardly addressed Ergizi and the others, saying, "Uncle Guai, that's the situation. If you are willing to lend a hand, I promise I can give you half a sweet potato. Who would work for a meal that isn't even filling?" Ergizi rolled his eyes, directly putting down the yellow mud brick. He then turned to leave, limping without looking back. Shu Tianci smiled nonchalantly and turned his gaze to the other villagers. "I just remembered there are still a few acres of grass at home that haven't been cut. Oh no, the old sow is about to give birth. I need to hurry back to keep an eye on it." In the next second, over a dozen villagers set down their work, laughing, and turned to leave. Even several villagers who had eaten meat and drunk wine at Shu Tianci's house yesterday ran away. Before long, only Shu Dashan and about 20 others remained on the homestead. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian were immediately furious. Shu Tianci did not let them curse, but looked at Shu Dashan and the others, asking, "Uncle Dashan, Uncle Xianglian, what about you? We ate your family's wine and meat yesterday, so of course we have to help you finish the work today. Tianci, don't worry, even if it's just a sweet potato a day, I'll help you build the house." Shu Dashan patted his chest, his boisterous demeanor influencing the other villagers. Shu Xianglian also nodded, shouting, "That's right, Tianci. As long as you give me something to eat, I'll help you build the house." Yes, it must be built. The remaining villagers also showed their camaraderie, expressing their willingness to help build Shu Tianci's house. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci and the others were very happy. He glanced at Shu Xianglian and Song Yuru, saying, "Sister-in-law, second sister, please distribute some candy to the villagers." Okay. The 2 women were very happy and began to distribute fruit candies to the villagers. Shu Tianci called over Shu Tianyou and handed out cigarettes to the older men. Then they all started making and moving bricks together. Before long, Su Jun and his siblings, as well as Zhang Bing, also came to help. "Third brother, we're here. Shu Tianci looked at them and worriedly said, "You come here every day, what about the work at home?" "No worries, I still have my elder brother and second brother. Right, my parents and siblings are all there." Hearing them say this, Shu Tianci felt he could stop being polite with them. With the few hundred yellow mud bricks saved from yesterday, today's wall construction went much faster. Around 9 in the morning, Jiang Li rode her bicycle to the front of the homestead. Tianci, Tianci. While Shu Tianci was moving bricks, he heard the calling and quickly turned his head to look. Then in front of the puzzled gazes of all the villagers, he jogged over to Jiang Li asking, "Sister Jiang, did you come to find me?" "Of course." Jiang Li rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Why else would I call you?" She didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "The mechanical factory has sent news telling you to go handle your employment paperwork. By the way, there's also Su Jun." Su Jun ran over excitedly saying, "Dr. Jiang, can I go to work now?" "Employment paperwork. Work?" Upon hearing this, the nearby villagers who were drying bricks were instantly shocked. They all stood up, looking over in surprise. "What employment paperwork? Tianci and Junzi have jobs now." Looking at the villagers wanting to crowd around, Jiang Li frowned at Shu Tianci saying, "I've delivered the message. When you have time, just go over. There are still matters at the clinic, so I'll be leaving now." Hearing this, Shu Tianci didn't try to keep her waving and saying, "Okay, Sister Jiang, take care." As soon as Jiang Li left, a crowd of villagers immediately surrounded him. "Tianci, what employment paperwork? Did you and Junzi find jobs? What unit? Doing what?" "Dr. Jiang just said mechanical factory. I heard that's a major unit in our county town." Everyone chimed in, making it difficult for him to know how to respond. "All right," Shu Tianci suddenly shouted, and all the villagers quieted down. "Fellow villagers, I just heard from Dr. Jiang. I don't know the specific situation, so let me explain when I return from the city. Don't ask anymore, let's get back to work." After saying this, he didn't linger and went to find Shu Xianglian and Song Yuru to greet them. "Sister-in-law, second sister, I'll leave the house to you and my elder brother. I'll be back soon, and I'll bring good news." Under the envious and jealous gazes of all the villagers, Shu Tianci left home with Su Jun. After their departure, the villagers began to inquire about the situation from Shu Tianyou and the others. "Tianyou, your brother Tianci is really becoming more successful, isn't he? He's almost got a job. Xianglian, your parents left early. If they could see this scene, they would be so happy. Although it's said that the elder brother is like a father and the elder sister is like a mother, and elder sister is the same. Your family will have blessings to enjoy in the future." Auntie is joking. How can an elder sister always enjoy her younger brother's blessings? I just hope he can live well, and as an elder sister I'll be satisfied. Hearing the villagers' flattery, Shu Xianglian felt genuinely happy for her brother. Meanwhile, Shu Tianci and Su Jun waved off the Zhang brothers and strode towards the town. "Third brother, the Zhang brothers actually want us to take them to the county town. They must be dreaming." Just thinking about Zhang Tao and Zhang Bing's envious and admiring expressions makes Su Jun feel thrilled. He had never gotten along with the two of them, and these past few days had been a chance for him to feel proud. One reason is that they called Shu Tianci third brother, which means they are in a subordinate position. They have to call him military brother. The second reason is that he might become a working person in the future, which is a matter of pride for the entire commune. The envious looks from the Zhang brothers really felt satisfying. Of course, Su Jun would not forget that all of this was brought to him by third brother Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci glanced at Su Jun and said calmly, "As long as they have no ill intentions, they will be our brothers in the future. You should treat them well. Who knows, they might help us in the future." Upon hearing this, Su Jun immediately nodded, "I understand, third brother." Shu Tianci smiled faintly and continued on his way. As they were about to reach the health clinic, he said, "You go wait for me at the intersection ahead. I'll go find Dr. Jiang and say a few words, and I'll also take out the bicycle." "Okay." Su Jun thought nothing of it and quickly ran a few steps ahead of Shu Tianci. Watching the others back, Shu Tianci slowly arrived at Jiang Li's health clinic. Today she was not standing outside with her hands in her pockets, but was sitting inside talking to someone. Seeing Shu Tianci walk in, Jiang Li immediately stood up and said, "Tianci, you're here. You want to borrow the bicycle? I'll go get it for you." In her eyes, Shu Tianci must be borrowing the bicycle to go to the county town. "No need." Shu Tianci quickly waved his hand and said, "I just came to say hello." After saying that, he glanced at the woman beside her and chose not to say more. Unexpectedly, the woman directly stood up and smiled. "Li, is this the young man you mentioned?" Hearing this, Shu Tianci looked curiously at Jiang Li, not understanding what she had said to others. "Yes." Jiang Li apologetically glanced at Shu Tianci, then looked at the woman and said, "This is Tianci. He's very skilled at hunting. The wild rabbits and wild chickens I invited you to eat before were all bought from him." "What the heck?" Hearing this, Shu Tianci's pupils constricted, almost wanting to directly step forward and choke her. This woman must have forgotten what she promised him back then. Before he could speak, Jiang Li took the lead and said, Tianci, let me introduce you. This is the director of our town's supply and marketing cooperative, Director Lu. I have a good relationship with her, so you can rest assured. The director of the supply and marketing cooperative, so that's how it is. Shu Tianci suddenly realized and extended his hand to Director Lu, saying, hello, Director Lu. Hello, Tianci. Director Lu smiled and reached out for a brief handshake. Lily said to treat you like a younger brother. Is it okay if I call you Tianci, brother? Shu Tianci glanced at Zhang Li and nodded. No problem, Director Lu can call me Tianci or third brother. That's good. Director Lu smiled happily and continued, then I won't beat around the bush with my younger brother. I've tried the wild chickens and wild rabbits you sold to Lily. They tasted better than pork. So I want to ask you for a favor. Could you bring me two next time? Hearing this, Shu Tianci suddenly understood. Zhang Li was not buying meat for her family to eat, but clearly was with someone like Director Lu from the unit. Thus the matter of him selling wild chickens and wild rabbits to Zhang Li had long been known to outsiders. Thinking of this, Shu Tianci suddenly felt a bit angry. Director Lu, I want to speak with my brother for a moment. Zhang Li seemed to notice Shu Tianci's displeasure, greeted Director Lu, and pulled Shu Tianci aside. Tianci, come to the backyard with me. Shu Tianci also wanted to question her, so he followed her into the backyard. As soon as they entered the backyard, Zhang Li turned to stare at Shu Tianci. Tianci, are you angry with your sister? What do you think? Shu Tianci retorted, then said fiercely, I just want to choke you right now. Zhang Li's expression changed, instantly looking a bit aggrieved, as she said, Tianci, saying that hurts your sister's feelings. I introduced Director Lu to you entirely for your own good. For my own good. Shu Tianci chuckled, filled with skepticism. You see, you still don't believe me. Zhang Li rolled her eyes and explained, Director Lu is a leader of the supply and marketing cooperative. Her family, relatives, and friends are all leaders in the county and city units. This year resources are scarce, and the leaders in the entire county haven't had much meat to eat. As the saying goes, the ones closest to the water get the moon first. Since you have the skill to hunt, building a good relationship with her will be beneficial for your future and your family's future. Hearing Zhang Li say this, Shu Tianci finally understood just how significant that woman outside was. Zhang Li was right. Building a good relationship with such a person is more beneficial than detrimental. But it's a matter of her character. Seeing Shu Tianci hesitate, Zhang Li immediately assured him, don't worry, I've known Director Lu for several years. Her character can be trusted. Moreover, establishing a good relationship with you is also beneficial for her. She's not foolish and wouldn't do anything to harm you. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci opened his arms in gratitude. Under Zhang Li's expectant gaze, he clasped his hands together and said, thank you, Sister Zhang. After saying that, he turned and left the backyard. Zhang Li's expression froze and her outstretched hands halted. She rolled her eyes and complained, is that it? Shu Tianci returned to the main hall and looked at Director Lu, saying, Director Lu, I accept your request. I can't guarantee other things, but I can still get wild rabbits and wild chickens. Upon hearing this, Director Lu was overjoyed. Then thank you, Tianci, brother, but I wonder when I can get them. I have business in the city now. Oh, after I return, I'll go to the mountains. Shu Tianci explained, then pondered, probably before dark this afternoon. Okay, then I'll wait here at Li's place before dark. After confirming the delivery time with Director Lu, Shu Tianci prepared to take his leave. Zhang Li accompanied him to the door, her face showing displeasure. Shu Tianci knew she was unhappy, so he leaned in a bit closer and softly said, I'll bring you some pork when I return. Upon hearing this, Zhang Li's eyes brightened instantly. Really? Seeing Shu Tianci nod seriously, she placed her hand on her chest in anticipation. But you really hurt your sister's feelings just now. Aren't you going to smooth things over? Ugh, this widow really knows how to play. Shu Tianci shivered and chuckled, Sister Zhang, I'm leaving now. With that, he turned and ran away without looking back. Watching his hasty retreat, Zhang Li couldn't help but laugh. Was Shu Tianci really a devoted person? At least not in his past life. After all, who would expect a second-rate guy to be someone who would remain loyal? If he had met a widow who played like this in his previous life, he would have jumped in without a second thought. But this life is different. This era absolutely does not allow him to be fickle. Moreover, the women of this era are different. Once a woman is touched, she absolutely cannot escape. Therefore, Shu Tianci would never act recklessly in this life. After leaving the health clinic, he took out the bicycle he had bought from an alley. He then leisurely rode out of the town until he was called to a stop by Su Jun. Third brother. Shu Tianci glanced back and called out, get in the car. Su Jun nodded and quickly jumped onto the back seat of the bicycle. Third brother, why did you take so long? I ran into an acquaintance and chatted for a bit, Shu Tianci replied, without looking back, being rather evasive. Su Jun was just curious and didn't press further. Before long, the two arrived at the county's machinery factory. Good morning, sir. As Shu Tianci looked at the old man leaning against the doorway, he handed him a cigarette. The old man glanced at the cigarette in Shu Tianci's hand and found it to be better than his own. He reached out to take it, and then examined the two of them. You are the ones who came to deliver pork with Kong Zi and Hao Zi last time. Yes, that's us. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. The old man nodded back, glanced at Shu Tianci's back, and then frowned. Today no pork. Hasn't this old man had enough of the 3 pigs from a few days ago? Shu Tianci chuckled and shook his head. Sir, we are not here to deliver ingredients today. If you want to eat, I'll bring another one over tomorrow. Hearing this, a smile broke out on the old man's face. He chuckled and waved his head, saying, come in. Shu Tianci did not want to delay, so he quickly entered the machinery factory with Su Jun. Third brother, where is the procurement department? Su Jun looked around, slightly lost. Shu Tianci smiled and pointed to the south, saying, over there. The county's machinery factory is quite large, covering over 300 mu with office buildings, workshops, and warehouses. Fortunately, Shu Tianci had a strong sense of perception and remembered the specific route from his last visit. Otherwise, he might really have gotten lost like Su Jun. They quickly arrived at Director Jiang's office and knocked on the door. Knock, knock. Come in. Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianci pushed the door open and called out to Director Jiang at the desk. Tianci and Junzi are here. Take a seat. Director Jiang laughed heartily and warmly offered the two a chair. After they sat down, he took out some decent cigarettes to give each of them one. Su Jun immediately took out a match to light them up. Director Jiang took a deep drag on the cigarette, and after exhaling the thick smoke, said, Tianci, I've already reported your matter upwards. Our leaders highly appreciate your abilities, so they agreed without hesitation. You as a level 9 procurement officer and Junzi as a level 10 procurement officer can complete your onboarding procedures today. Thank you both. Shu Tianci and Su Jun expressed their gratitude with nods, with Su Jun appearing even more excited. Director Jiang waved his hand, dismissively laughing. Tianci, this is just the beginning. I believe that with your abilities, as long as you contribute more to the factory, you'll quickly be promoted to a level 7 clerk. Shu Tianci smiled but did not respond. After finishing a cigarette, Director Jiang stood up and said, let's go, we'll take you to handle your onboarding. He added, by the way, let me tell you about our procurement department situation. Sure. Shu Tianci nodded and followed along with Su Jun. The procurement department doesn't have anything else to do. It's just responsible for buying the materials needed for the factory. As a level 9 procurement officer, you need to complete a procurement volume of 300 yuan each month. 300. So little. Shu Tianci exclaimed in surprise. Director Jiang also looked surprised and replied, glancing back at him, keep such thoughts to yourself. If the other procurement officers hear you, you'll be in for a beating. Shu Tianci smiled awkwardly, thinking that 300 yuan really isn't much. Just one wild boar from his space could easily sell for over 1,000 in the black market. Director Jiang seemed to have thought of this as well and explained the procurement department has several teams and purchasing food materials is just one of them. We have our own planting area for vegetables, mainly for fish meat and eggs. But you should know that the meat processing plant can't even supply meat anymore. Oh, where can the procurement officers find it? Kong Zi and Hao Zi previously could never complete their procurement volume and almost got demoted. Last time they also benefited from your help and managed to fulfill a month's worth of tasks. Hearing Director Jiang say this, Shu Tianci finally understood where the difficulty of this job lay. For him it was indeed easy, but for others it was still very challenging. After all, in this era resources are truly scarce. Soon the group arrived at the Human Resources Department. Unexpectedly, they encountered someone there that Shu Tianci and Su Jun did not expect. A young man walked out of the Human Resources Department and was startled to see Shu Tianci and Su Jun. Bro, what are you doing here? Shu Tianci and Su Jun were also surprised and asked back, what are you doing here? The young man chuckled and explained, my dad works here, I'm just coming to see him. Seeing the three so familiar, Director Jiang curiously asked, do you know each other? Of course. The young man immediately nodded and explained, they are my lifesavers. If it weren't for them, I would have died on the mountain. Really? Director Jiang's eyes widened in shock as he glanced at the three. He then looked at Shu Tianci and said, Tianci Xingbang is the son of our deputy factory director. You actually saved him. Good heavens, now it was Shu Tianci and Su Jun's turn to be shocked. This young man was one of the students from the group that had competed with Su Jun over the wild boar while hunting on the mountain last time. However, Shu Tianci and Su Jun did not know his name. They could only say they had seen him before. They never expected that he was actually the son of the deputy director of the machinery factory. Brother, what are you doing at the machinery factory? Li Xingbang waved his hand, signaling Director Jiang not to speak, then turned to Shu Tianci and asked. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and smiled, saying, I just want to be a purchaser for the machinery factory, so I came to start today. If he had no worries before, he couldn't help but hesitate now. The person in front of him, named Li Xingbang, had taken advantage of his classmate under his command. Oh, would he hold a grudge? The other party was the son of the deputy factory director. What if he tried to trip him up later? Moreover, he had used a false name before. Oh, wasn't that redundant? However, Li Xingbang seemed to think little of it, and upon hearing Shu Tianci, he became cheerful. Really? That's great. If you can be a purchaser at the machinery factory, then the factory will never lack meat. After speaking, he glanced at Director Jiang and asked Uncle Jiang what level are my brother's positions. One at level 9 and one at level 10. So low. Li Xingbang frowned a bit displeased. Su Jun was about to say it wasn't low, but he saw Li Xingbang wave his hand and shout, "Uncle, promote them to level 6. What? Everyone was taken aback, not expecting the other party to be so bold. Shu Tianci, upon hearing this, began to worry. There's no such thing as a free lunch. Could this kid be thinking of getting revenge on him? Director Jiang reminded Xingbang this joke cannot be made. A level 6 employee is almost comparable to a college student's treatment. What's wrong with college students? Li Xingbang stared wide-eyed, questioning nonchalantly, can college students procure fish and meat? You don't know my brother's capabilities. If you did, you'd understand that I'm absolutely not joking. He always remembered the scene of Shu Tianci lifting a wild boar with one hand and smashing it into the beast's hide, as well as the sight of him carrying one person on his back while holding another running faster than they could. A wild boar in his hands was like holding a doll. In front of such a person, what's a college student worth? Xingbang, we need to discuss this with the deputy factory director. Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianci in surprise, then turned to Li Xingbang, saying he had lost the authority to make this decision. If he went to ask the deputy director about it, he would surely be scolded. After all, college students don't come to be purchasers. Being an employee is just a level. No problem, I'll talk to my dad. Li Xingbang patted his chest, taking full responsibility. After that, he turned to Shu Tianci and said, "Brother, don't worry. Since you're here at the machinery factory, it's just like being at home, a mere indicator for a level 6 employee. I can get it for you in no time." Shu Tianci had just chuckled when he saw Li Xingbang striding towards the office building. It was only after Li Xingbang walked into the office building that Director Jiang suddenly asked, "Tianci, you and Xingbang don't have a grudge, right?" Shu Tianci was taken aback, puzzled, and asked Uncle Jiang, "What do you mean?" "The level 6 employee." Director Jiang emphasized, then explained, "Our logistics department's purchasers aren't that high. After all, the standard for a level 5 employee is that a college student is starting work, and they are all talents who will eventually sit in high offices. If you really get assigned a level 6 employee status, the procurement volume will greatly increase." "How much procurement volume is that?" Su Jun, who was beside him, asked curiously. Director Jiang glanced at him and pondered. "The procurement volume for level 8 employees is 500 per month. For level 6, it should be over 1,000 a month." 1,000? That's indeed quite high. Shu Tianci frowned and said solemnly, "For an ordinary purchaser, this task could be considered extremely difficult. After all, in these times of scarcity, every unit is short of oil and meat, and any good items would be snatched up quickly. Moreover, purchasers aren't hunters. Going up the mountain to hunt is extremely dangerous for them. That's why I said, did you offend Xingbang?" Director Jiang clapped his hands and sighed. "I suspect he doesn't want you to complete the task at all." "That shouldn't be the case." Shu Tianci shook his head and pondered. If Li Xingbang only had such thoughts, he wouldn't think the other party wanted to take revenge on him. After all, Li Xingbang had witnessed his capabilities. Taking down 2 wild boars in a month was just a piece of cake for him. It was just that Su Jun, this kid. Without waiting for him to speak, Su Jun understood his meaning. Thus, Su Jun decisively nodded and said, "Third brother, I'm clear about my abilities. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't have gotten this job at all, so I don't wish for anything. Having a level 10 employee status is enough. This kid is so sensible." Soon Li Xingbang returned with 2 slips. He excitedly handed the slips to Shu Tianci and smiled. "Brother, it's done." Director Jiang was initially taken aback, then quickly took the slips to check. Good heavens! They truly had the deputy factory director's signature and seal. He glanced at Li Xingbang and secretly thought to himself that he was indeed the son of the deputy factory director. This director had to plead with the deputy factory director to approve 2 job placements. Yet this Li Xingbang went and returned with 2 level 6 employee placements in less than half an hour. Outrageous, utterly outrageous. "Thank you, I owe you a favor." Shu Tianci looked at Li Xingbang and said, "Brother, you're being polite." Li Xingbang chuckled softly and said, "If you have time, just take me up the mountain to hunt." Shu Tianci was taken aback, surprised, and asked, "Is that what you're after? Otherwise, is that not okay?" Seeing the other party's serious expression, Shu Tianci just wanted to say, "Please be a bit more ruthless." You being so serious makes him feel like all his previous worries were a bit excessive. Shu Tianci paused and coughed, saying, "We'll talk about it later. Thank you for today's placement." Li Xingbang chuckled and waved, saying, "It's a small matter. Go ahead with your onboarding. I will take you there." Director Jiang immediately stepped forward, leading Shu Tianci and Su Jun into the room. "Director Jiang, what brings you here?" "Director Chun, I brought 2 young fellows to onboard. Here are the slips from the deputy factory director." Director Jiang glanced at Shu Tianci and then took out 4 slips. 2 for level 6 employees, 1 for level 9, and 1 for level 10. After some hesitation, he put away the level 10 and one of the level 6 slips, and then handed one level 6 and one level 9 slip to the head of the personnel department. Shu Tianci glanced at Director Jiang, secretly thinking that he truly was old Jiang. Director Chun took the two slips, checking them, while glancing at Shu Tianci and Su Jun. "No, I only have a junior high school education," Shu Tianci chuckled and explained. "Can someone with a junior high school education really become a level 6 clerk?" Chief Chin was taken aback, somewhat surprised. It's not just ordinary people. Even general vocational school graduates have to start as interns after being hired. Yet these two young men have bypassed the internship period, one being level 6 and the other level 9. This was a situation Chief Chun had never encountered in his life. "Chief Chin, you're asking a bit too much. All these papers are signed and stamped by the deputy factory director. Can they be fake?" Seeing Chief Chin constantly asking questions, Director Jiang urged, somewhat displeased. "Chief Chun, is it really necessary to ask so many questions?" Hearing this, Chief Chin also felt displeased and retorted, "Old Jiang, what's wrong with asking a couple of questions?" With the current mood, it looked like the two might start arguing. Su Jun looked at Shu Tianci for a sign, inquiring whether he should step in to explain. Shu Tianci decisively shook his head, indicating that they had no right to mediate. Chief Chin, not to mention that these papers are personally signed and stamped by the deputy factory director. You've eaten the pork they brought over these past few days. Director Jiang knocked on the table and stated logically, "What are you going to deny your friends when they've pulled you out of the muck?" "What? Those 3 wild boars were brought by them." Chief Chun was shocked, pointing at Shu Tianci for confirmation. When he saw all 3 nodding, he laughed heartily, saying, "Old Jiang, why didn't you say this earlier? Our factory needs talents who can procure off-plan materials. If you had mentioned this earlier, I wouldn't have had to ask so many questions." "I still prefer your earlier rebellious demeanor." Director Jiang snorted coldly and slammed the table, saying, "Hurry up and help them with their onboarding process." "No problem." Chief Chin chuckled, taking out 2 forms and handing them to Shu Tianci and the others, saying, "Tianci, right. I'll call you that to feel closer. Please fill out this form and then submit a 1-inch photo in the next few days. Once the certificate is done, you'll officially be onboarded." "Okay." Shu Tianci smiled, and he and Su Jun began filling out the information. Chief Chin glanced at him and asked, "Tianci, do you have a girlfriend?" "We have quite a few young ladies in our HR department. Should I have an older sister introduce you?" "Off." Shu Tianci was taken aback, only to find several older sisters staring at him with sparkling eyes. He was fair-skinned and handsome, and as a level 6 clerk, his position was even higher than that of a vocational school graduate. Such men were quite desirable. Who wouldn't be interested? Shu Tianci hurriedly lowered his head and chuckled, saying, "Forget it, I'm not even an adult yet. But my brother is, he's almost 19. Su Jun's eyes lit up, his gratitude for his third brother rising a notch. Marrying a city girl was something he had never even dared to think about. However, this kid had done a lot of farm work, plus he had been a militia member who trained every day. Although he had a muscular build, his looks did indeed fall short compared to city folks. So when he looked up at the group of young ladies in HR, everyone immediately lowered their heads. "What a pity it's not you accompanying me to the end." A random tune echoed in his mind, nearly making Shu Tianci burst into laughter. The two quickly filled out the forms and submitted them. Chief Chin chuckled, but did not engage further, seemingly uninterested in Su Jun. "Chief Chin, can I take them with me now?" Director Jiang spoke up at the right moment. "Go ahead." Chief Chin waved his hand and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, if you need help, just come to find me, okay? You can also look for the young ladies in our HR department. They'd be more than happy to assist you." "Thank you, Sister Chin, thank you all." Shu Tianci repeatedly expressed his gratitude as he fled the HR department. Chief Chun turned back with a smile and looked at the employees under him, saying, "This young man is quite good, and make sure to take this opportunity." "Sure." The office immediately echoed with the responses of the young ladies, accompanied by sweet laughter. "Tianci, I didn't expect you to be quite popular." As they walked out of the HR department, Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianci with a peculiar expression. "Uncle Jiang, please don't tease me anymore." Shu Tianci waved his hand, feeling embarrassed. "I'm only 17, I don't want to experience the ravages of marriage." Director Jiang did not continue joking, but directly addressed the business at hand. "You know where to get photos taken, right?" Shu Tianci nodded, saying, "Yes, at the Statron Photo Studio." "Good, then I won't accompany you. Once your work permit is ready, I'll introduce you to the colleagues in the procurement department." Director Jiang glanced at Li Xingbang, who was approaching, then looked at Shu Tianci. "If possible, next time you come to the factory, bring some good stuff." Shu Tianci knew what he was referring to, essentially wild boars and fish meat eggs. He didn't refuse, simply nodded in agreement. "Bro, is the onboarding done?" After Director Jiang left, Li Xingbang came over. "The procedures are complete, just waiting for us to get the photos for the permit." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and said, "Thank you." It's just a small favor. Li Xingbang chuckled and raised his eyebrows, saying, just remember to take me with you when you go hunting in the future. Hearing this, Shu Tianci frowned slightly. He advised, Xingbang, it's not safe on that mountain, or I can handle a beast tied like last time by myself, but if one or two more people come along, you know how much more dangerous it would be. By the way, how come a high school student like you is so interested in hunting? Upon hearing this, Li Xingbang scratched his head a bit awkwardly. It's not that he was particularly interested in hunting, it was just that his friends were all gathering together. Plus, they had a hunting rifle left by his grandfather at home, which was why they all went up the mountain together. As for interest, it could only be said that he was interested in Shu Tianci. After all, he had never seen anyone who could lift a wild boar with one hand and toss it aside. After hearing Li Xingbang's words, Shu Tianci chuckled and said, Xingbang, I'll see you when I have the chance to talk again. Li Xingbang's eyes lit up and he nodded, saying, okay, I'll come find you during the next holiday. What? Shu Tianci was taken aback, thinking to himself, did I say I'd take you next week? Before he could explain clearly, Li Xingbang waved and left. Third brother, this kid is quite interesting. Su Jun chuckled, pondering. Indeed. Shu Tianci nodded, truly not noticing any malice from the other party. He didn't think much further and left the machine factory with Su Jun. Soon after, the two went to the Statron photo studio and took 2 black and white photos. It cost 50 cents each and they would have to wait a few days to pick them up. There were also color photos, but they took longer. Not necessary. Shu Tianci didn't want to wait that long. After paying and scheduling a time, the two left the county town. Shu Tianci initially planned to visit the black market to deal with the food in his space. However, after being approached by the village chief and the squad leader, he suddenly lost this idea. Since he was dealing with food anyway, why go to unrelated people for cheaper options? But he couldn't just give it to the villagers for free, so he thought of a particularly clever solution. In any case, he wasn't going to the black market anymore. When they were close to the town, Shu Tianci kicked Su Jun off. In a couple of days, once we start our jobs, we can reasonably take out this bicycle. At that time, the factory would definitely provide vehicles, and you could own one without spending any money. Hearing this, Su Jun felt delighted. Then I'll head back to help. Go ahead, Shu Tianci nodded and turned to walk into the alley after Su Jun ran 100 meters away. The next second, he appeared in the space of the jade pendant. Goodness! In just 2 days, the plants in the space had undergone significant changes. The rice in the 2 acres had already grown over 1 meter high, with plump grains hanging from them. The leaves of the rice had begun to turn yellow, showing signs of ripening. It was estimated that within a day or two, these rice plants would be completely golden and mature. Shu Tianci stepped forward and pulled up a sweet potato vine, and several large sweet potatoes suddenly broke through the soil. Beautiful! Shu Tianci was overjoyed and immediately began a frantic harvest of the sweet potatoes. One vine after another was uprooted, and sweet potatoes weighing 2 to 3 pounds emerged from the ground. The half-acre of black soil, which was the sweet potatoes, was quickly harvested by Shu Tianci. He estimated the weight of these sweet potatoes to be over 5,000 jin, but less than 6,000 jin. Shu Tianci was very pleased with this harvest, and then proceeded to gather the pumpkins from the other half-acre. The pumpkins produced several hundred each, weighing 20 to 30 jin. From this piece of black soil alone, Shu Tianci had reaped over 10,000 jin of food. This yield was not to be underestimated, and he suspected it was related to the energy of the space and the animal manure. Shu Tianci glanced back at the remaining dozen wild boars, dozens of wild chickens, and hundreds of wild rabbits. These animals fed on the plants nurtured by the black soil's spiritual water, and the nutrients from their manure were undoubtedly very high. Perhaps the fertilizers of later generations can't compare to the potency of this manure. In any case, Shu Tianci was very satisfied with this effect. He looked at the crops planted in the third piece of black soil, where several grains were basically mature. The potatoes had sprouted quite a few shoots the day after being planted. After Shu Tianci broke them off and planted them into the soil, they were now already mature. Shu Tianci immediately stepped forward and dug up all the potatoes, one sack after another. Since there weren't many grains planted this time, the harvest of potatoes wasn't very large. Shu Tianci didn't hurry, but continued to keep the potatoes moist to encourage sprouting. If all went well, all the potatoes would successfully sprout by night. At that time, the third piece of black soil would be fully planted, and the fourth piece of black soil could be utilized. The corn and wheat were not yet mature, and it was estimated they would need a couple more days, just like the rice. After replanting the sweet potatoes and pumpkins, Shu Tianci added some food for the wild chickens and rabbits. However, when he glanced at the wild boar pen, a fierce light flashed in his eyes. An axe appeared in his hand, and with a thought, a large wild boar appeared before him. Sorry for the trouble, second senior brother. With a swift motion, the knife fell, and second senior brother let out a scream. Moments later, Shu Tianci appeared in the alley next to the small town. He carried a bamboo basket on his back and strode towards the health clinic. Dr. Jiang. Upon entering, he called out to Jiang Li, who was busy preparing medicine. Jiang Li glanced at him and lingered on the bamboo basket for a couple of seconds. What's wrong? Sit down for a while. Shu Tianci looked at the two patients in the health clinic and quietly sat in the corner. After a while, the two patients finished their checkups and left. Jiang Li saw them off and then turned to close the door. Wait a moment. With a voice calling out to stop, the door was caught by someone. As the door was opened, Director Lu walked in with an unhappy expression. Why are you so eager to close the door during the day? However, the next second, she saw Shu Tianci smiling at her from the corner. Director Liu's expression froze, and she said to Jiang Li, "You're dawdling, hurry up and close the door." Without waiting for Jiang Li to respond, she took the initiative to close the door. Jiang Li rolled her eyes, and then came to Shu Tianci asking, "Have you started working?" Shu Tianci replied with a sound explaining, "The paperwork is done. I am just waiting to take my photo to get my work ID." After saying this, he raised an eyebrow, saying, "I brought you something good." Jiang Li's eyes lit up as she watched Shu Tianci open the lid of the bamboo basket. A wild chicken flew out directly, but was caught by the quick-reacting Shu Tianci by the throat. There was also a rabbit in the bamboo basket, which he pulled out. Seeing these two items again, Jiang Li felt a bit disappointed, but didn't show it. Just as she was about to say thank you with a smile, Shu Tianci suddenly handed the wild chicken and rabbit to Director Lu behind him. "Director Lu, these are for you." Director Liu's eyes brightened, and she quickly reached out to take them, examining them closely. What Lily said was indeed correct. These wild chickens and rabbits are really fat. Ignoring Jiang Li's eye roll, she turned to Shu Tianci and asked, "Tianci, how much for these two items?" "They're not rare items. Director Lu can just give what you think is appropriate." "That won't do." Director Lu shook her head repeatedly and weighed the chicken and rabbit. "This wild rabbit must weigh 4 or 5 gene, and the wild chicken is also 2 or 3 gene. It'll give you 2 yuan per gene. How about that?" Director Lu understood the market situation. Pork had already reached several yuan per gene, and it was hard to buy. The meat of wild rabbits and chickens couldn't compare to pork, so she thought 2 yuan per gene was pretty fair. "Sure, of course it's fine." Shu Tianci nodded repeatedly, smiling. 10 yuan will do, Director Lu." 10 yuan. Is that reasonable? Director Lu hesitated a bit, since that was half the price. "Just consider it making a friend." Don't be polite, Director Lu." Shu Tianci persuaded her, and with Jiang Li's support, Director Lu finally took out 10 yuan. "Tianci, thank you. If you ever encounter difficulties in the future, just come to me." "All right." Shu Tianci smiled, waiting for this very sentence. After Director Lu left, Jiang Li put her hands on her hips and stared at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci glanced at her and then quietly lifted the oil paper beneath the bamboo basket. A piece of square wild boar meat came into view, which made Jiang Li's eyes light up even more. Shu Tianci took out the meat and handed it forward, saying, "Sister Jiang, this is for you." "Wild boar meat? For me?" Jiang Li pointed at the pork and then at herself. "Yes, didn't we agree that I would bring you pork when I returned?" Looking at Jiang Li's face filled with surprise, Shu Tianci said this with an air of nonchalance. Jiang Li had helped him a lot, and it was nothing significant to improve her meals. She was very happy and stomped her foot, saying, "Thank you so much, Tianci brother." "There's no need for thanks, sister. Would you like a hug instead?" As she spoke, she really opened her arms. No, no, no." Shu Tianci was startled and quickly refused, saying, "It was just a small favor. Please don't take it too seriously. Why do you dislike your sister?" Jiang Li placed her hands on her hips, her face revealing displeasure. "That's not it." "Then how about a hug?" As she said this, Jiang Li opened her arms again. Shu Tianci realized he couldn't stay here any longer, so he decisively turned around and walked outside. "Sister Jiang, please calm down. Oh, I still need to help with the house, so I must leave." "Calm down, you say?" Watching Shu Tianci's retreating figure, Jiang Li scolded him with a laugh. Then she noticed the wild boar meat on the table and hurried after him, shouting, "Tianci, you haven't paid me yet. Let's talk about it next time." Shu Tianci didn't turn around, waving his hand and running faster. Jiang Li chuckled and turned back into the health station, instinctively touching her face. "Have I grown old and lost my charm?" Exiting the small town, Shu Tianci let out a sigh of relief and quickly lit a cigarette to calm his nerves. After finishing his smoke, he returned to the village. "Tianci, I heard you found a job in the city. Is it true?" Just as he entered the village, he heard a villager confirming the news about his job. Shu Tianci looked at him in surprise and asked curiously, "Who did you hear that from?" "Everyone in the village is saying it. It's spread everywhere. They say you got a job and are becoming a city person now." "It's just a rumor. Don't spread false information," Shu Tianci replied dismissively as he walked toward home. "In the countryside, it's like this. You can't hide anything. As long as your matters don't get twisted into absurd tales, it's already a blessing for your ancestors. Tianci is back. Now you can be considered a city person. Oh, as long as you do, well, don't forget the folks back home." Shu Tianci forced a smile, but wouldn't make any promises to them. Upon returning home, he found no one was working on the land. However, there were quite a few people at the door, each holding a bitten sweet potato. Tianci, Tianci is back. Someone shouted, and a group of people quickly surrounded him. Tianci, congratulations, you are now an employee at the county machinery factory. I heard a level 6 employee gets 43 yuan a month plus a ration of food. Is that true? So now that you have a job, you can get a town household registration right. Now that you're a city person, don't forget that you are still from Shujia village. A crowd of people spoke one after another, not giving Shu Tianci a chance to interject. Enough. Suddenly 2 people shouted from the crowd, and the crowd immediately parted. Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian walked over looking displeased, and saying, my brother just got back, and he's still hungry. Let him eat first, and then we can talk while he works, okay? After saying this, Shu Xianglian grabbed Shu Tianci's hand and smiled. You must be starving, right? I saved you some food, come eat. Okay. Shu Tianci smiled and followed her through the crowd. At that moment, he saw faces that were dark but full of expectation. These common folks have it tough. Today they can help Shu Tianci's family with work and have a full meal. But once the house is finished, they will continue to live on just 3 parts full, mostly soup. Perhaps one night, they might quietly leave this world due to malnutrition, succumbing to illness. Shu Tianci sat down surrounded by his younger siblings, as well as Zhang Bing and the slightly ashamed Su Jun and Su Qian, who looked at him with admiration. You must be hungry after a whole morning of work. Hurry and eat. Shu Xianglian handed him a bowl with 2 sweet potatoes on top. Taking the sweet potato, he found some wild chicken and eggs underneath. Thank you, second sister. Shu Tianci smiled gratefully, then lowered his head and took a big bite out of the sweet potato. He picked up his chopsticks and, under everyone's watchful eyes, picked up chicken and stuffed it into his mouth. Gulp. The sound of saliva being swallowed echoed, causing Shu Tianci to pause his actions. He looked up at Shu Xianglian and Song Yuru, saying, sister-in-law, second sister, have the folks eaten yet? Before the 2 could respond, Shu Dashan nodded repeatedly and smiled, saying, we've eaten, we're all full now. After that, he turned to the villagers and said, what are you all standing around for? If you're full, go back to work. Upon hearing this, the villagers turned and headed back to the homestead. They hoped to hear Shu Tianci acknowledge that he had indeed secured a job in the city. But now clearly was not the right time, so they could only wait for later. It wasn't until all the villagers had gone to the construction site that Shu Tianci continued to munch on the sweet potato. At this moment, Su Jun, feeling a bit awkward, spoke up, third brother, I'm sorry. Shu Tianci looked at him while chewing and mumbled, so it was you who spread the word. Su Jun nodded awkwardly, explaining the whole situation. Zhang Li had asked them to go to the machinery factory in front of so many people. Everyone knew the situation, and as soon as Su Jun returned, they all surrounded him. Their pressing questions overwhelmed Su Jun, who then revealed everything that had happened today. Third brother, don't worry, I didn't say a word about what shouldn't be said. Perhaps fearing that Shu Tianci might overthink, Su Jun patted his chest again to assure him. It's fine. Shu Tianci shook his head, not taking it to heart. The village was so small, even the smallest matters couldn't be hidden. The things he did were all reasonable from start to finish, and he wasn't afraid of others nitpicking. Shall I go back to work then? Seeing that Shu Tianci didn't seem to hold a grudge, Su Jun let out a sigh of relief and stood up to say, go ahead. Shu Tianci nodded and continued eating. It wasn't until all outsiders had gone to work that Song Yuru finally sat down to ask, third brother, didn't you say you would be a level 9 employee last time? Why is it level 6 today? Shu Tianci replied with an and briefly explained the matter of Li Xingbang. Everyone suddenly understood, and Shu Xianglian hurriedly asked, is it really 43 yuan a month? Jin Feng, she graduated from a technical school and was still the class monitor, and she only earns a little over 20 a month. That's just her internship period. Once she becomes a regular employee, she'll be earning 30 or 40. Shu Tianci explained. Just as the family was chatting, a child ran in. Third brother, my dad said, he has something to find you. Taidan ran home, saying that his father was looking for Shu Tianci to discuss matters. What does the village chief want with me? Shu Tianci knew without guessing. However, he did not refuse and walked with Taidan after greeting his sister-in-law and second sister. Eldest brother Shu Tianyou was building a house for himself, and Shu Tianci did not disturb him. Soon Shu Tianci arrived at the village chief's house. As soon as he entered, he noticed that besides Shu Daqiang, Shu Xiaoqing the accountant, the party secretary, the militia captain, and other officials were present. Their faces lit up when they saw Shu Tianci come in. Shu Daqiang said, Tianci has arrived. Please find a chair and sit down. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, but still took a bamboo chair and sat at the end. Just as he settled down, he noticed that everyone's gaze was fixed on him. Shu Tianci paused and said with a smile, Village chief, if you have something to say, please speak directly. It's quite uncomfortable to be stared at like this. Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang burst into laughter. Alright, it'll be straightforward. The over 1,000 yuan you submitted a few days ago was reported by Captain Xiaoqing. After unanimous decision by the commune leaders, it will be converted to work points at a rate of 1 yuan per work point. What do you think? Not great. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes in his heart and complained. He had submitted over 1,300 yuan, which would convert to just over 1,000 work points. An adult earns 10 work points for a day's work, meaning it would take over 130 days to earn that many work points. But can one earn over 1,300 yuan in 4 months of work? No. Therefore, exchanging money for work points at equal value is a huge loss. However, one thing Shu Tianci had to admit was that this money was acquired through collective assets. If you want to monopolize it, it would be illegal, but these work points are genuinely tied to him. So he could only smile and nod, saying, "Alright, I have no objections." That's good. Seeing that Shu Tianci had no objections, Shu Xiaoqing sighed in relief. She was responsible for this matter, and she had done her best to obtain these work points. And then is there anything else? Shu Tianci continued to ask. Shu Daqiang hurriedly said, "I heard that Dr. Jiang notified you to start work. How is that going?" "The paperwork is already done, just waiting for the photo to process the work permit." Shu Tianci nodded and replied. That's good, that's good." Shu Daqiang nodded repeatedly, hesitatingly asking, "How about the matter we discussed earlier? Have you thought it over?" Shu Tianci knew he couldn't avoid it, so he pondered for a moment and said, "Can't our village raise more poultry?" "Probably not." Shu Daqiang shook his head and explained, "If people can't even feed themselves, how can they feed poultry?" Due to last year's drought this year, in order to have a harvest, all the water in the ponds and lakes was drawn to irrigate the fields. Therefore, the fish are gone, and the already scarce harvest was submitted to the commune. As a result, the commune turned around and did not return a grain of food. In plain terms, it was no different from taking their lives. The fish are gone, the grass has withered, and the few wild vegetables at the foot of the mountain have been dug up clean. Some elderly women, unable to fend for themselves, stripped the bark from the outer trees to take home. Now the only thing that could save them might be those wild beasts deep in the mountains. After listening to Shu Daqiang's account, Shu Tianci remained silent for a moment before saying, "Then let's organize people to go up the mountain, but don't think about selling it." "Why?" Everyone looked at Shu Tianci with confusion, asking, "What if we don't sell it? Eating it directly won't last long either." "Of course we want to eat it directly. Who eats meat every day?" Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and complained. "The game caught by the villagers can be gathered together and taken to the city to exchange for grain. It doesn't matter if we can't exchange for fine grain, we can at least exchange for coarse grain and last a bit longer." Upon hearing this, the few people present fell silent. They were concerned not about what food they could exchange for, but how to exchange it. After all, the things on the mountain belong to the collective. How could they distribute them, whether they catch more or less? Would it constitute buying and selling speculation and ultimately get them arrested? In this day and age, even raising a chicken or duck at home is considered helping the collective. At most, when you submit the chickens or ducks, they might just give you a couple of extra work points. "Tianci, are you agreeing to help us sell the game to the machinery factory?" Shu Daqiang's face showed surprise as he inquired. "Of course, I'm not losing out in this matter." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded. "However, the machinery factory is not that big. While our village has many people, I can't guarantee how much meat they can consume. After all, as a member of the village, I have to try it out." Upon hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. Shu Daqiang directly stepped forward, patting Shu Tianci on the shoulder and saying, "Tianci, uncle really didn't misjudge you. No matter whether the villagers can get through this tough time or not, our whole village will remember your contribution. You're being too kind." Shu Tianci waved his hands repeatedly, humbly saying. Now that Shu Tianci agreed to help the village sell things, it completely solved the problem of buying and selling. But the next question was how to exchange what Shu Tianci said for grain. Shu Daqiang looked at Shu Tianci and asked, "Tianci, how do we obtain the grain? As you said, the people in the city don't have much grain left. If we take the game over, who will come to exchange grain with us?" "You don't understand this, do you?" Shu Tianci shook his head and denied. "The people in the city have a grain quota, which is fine, but it just means they have enough to eat. The city people only have the grain on their ration cards, and if they want to eat meat, they have to rely on luck. But we rural people are different. We can rely on water to eat water and rely on mountains to eat mountains. If it weren't for policies limiting the actions of the common people, rural people wouldn't be worse off than city people. Now, city people not only lack grain, but also lack meat. While we rural people only lack grain, we can completely trade meat for it. But doesn't that mean we're just buying and selling?" Shu Xiaoqing suddenly asked. If they were to catch the game and hand it over to Shu Tianci, it could still be considered cooperating with the state-run factory. But if they were to take the game and trade it for grain with private individuals, it would be outright buying and selling, right? Everyone looked towards Shu Tianci, eager to hear his response. Shu Tianci coughed lightly and said casually, If you all don't feel at ease, just give the goods to me. I have the work of a purchaser, so it would be easier for me to help everyone exchange for grain. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianyou's legs went weak. Tianci, uncle thanks you on behalf of all the villagers. Shu Tianci was startled and quickly stepped forward to support him, urging, Village chief, what are you doing? Get up, aren't you shortening my life? After much persuasion, Shu Tianyou finally returned to his seat. After discussing with Shu Tianyou and others about exchanging game for food, Shu Tianci did not stay any longer. As for how to arrange manpower to go hunting in the mountains, that was a matter for the village. As a member of the village, he had done his utmost at this point. Just as he returned home, Shu Xianglian and others surrounded him. Third brother Tianci, the third brother. Tianci, did the village head ask you to help the whole village again? Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, saying, it mainly relies on the villagers to hunt. I will just assist with the procurement. Will procuring the game caught by the villagers be seen as speculation? No. Shu Tianci glanced at Song Yuru and explained, I am a genuine procurement agent. How could someone working for a state-run unit be seen as speculating? It's not a big deal, so don't worry. Upon hearing this, the whole family breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Tianci did not continue to explain and turned to help with the work at the homestead. In order to get himself tanned, he truly did all kinds of hard and dirty work. Over these past few days, the villagers had completely changed their views on his character. Who said that the third son of a wealthy family was lazy and had dragged his parents to death. Among the dozen or so big men, no one worked more than he did in a day. Not to mention Shu Tianci, even Shu Tianyou, this big fool, was much stronger than them. Those dozens of pounds of things were like little chicks in front of him. Seeing this scene, Shu Xianglian couldn't help but shake his head, sighing, a family's oddball. Fortunately, Shu Tianci also noticed this and forbade his younger siblings from doing heavy work. Absolutely no work that did not match their age-appropriate strength would be allowed. Otherwise, how could an 80-year-old girl carry a round stone weighing dozens of pounds? Who would not be bewildered by such a scene? After a few days of sun exposure, the skin of Shu Tianci's whole family also underwent a successful transformation. Although not as dark as the villagers, at least they did not have the previous skin that looked like frozen cream. The rough structure of the new house was also being built, a total of 3 rooms, 1 main hall, plus a backyard. Next, they would use yellow mud mixed with straw to plaster a layer on the walls. Finally, they would cover the roof. As the sky gradually darkened, Shu Tianci clapped his hands and looked at the villagers, saying, Uncles and aunts, you can go home now. All right, then we'll come back tomorrow. It's better at Tianci's home. I already want to eat another meal. Go home and sleep early. Tomorrow you can have the owner's bread. After sending all the villagers who helped home, Shu Tianci did not stop. Eldest brother Tiansong, we can make some more yellow mud bricks. Why, oi? Shu Tianyou asked in confusion. The house's rough structure was already built, making more bricks useless. Shu Tianci was not impatient and began to gesture while explaining. He wanted to erect a wall on the right side of the new house and the left side of the old house. The wall would be 1.5 to 6 meters high, connecting on both sides, leaving a large door in the middle. This way, although they did not live under the same roof, they would reside in the same yard. And the land inside the yard would not go to waste. It could be used as a private plot to grow some food. Upon hearing Shu Tianci's plan, Shu Tianyou and Shu Tiankang's eyes immediately brightened. In this way, they would not be considered to have split the family. Great, let's continue drying the bricks, Shu Tianyou said seriously, shouting loudly. I'll help too. Shu Tiansong rubbed his hands and followed. Watching their appearance, Shu Tianci smiled slightly. Just as they were busy, a plump figure slowly approached them. Tianyou, Tianci. Hearing the call, the two brothers paused and looked over in confusion. Upon seeing the other person's face, they were stunned and exclaimed, Uncle Mao Jin. Shu Tianci pressed down on his eldest brother's shoulder and walked towards Uncle Mao Jin. Uncle Mao Jin, is there something you need? Uncle Shu Mao Jin nodded, looked up at Shu Tianci, then lowered his head. Tianci, I heard you got a job at the machinery factory a couple of days ago. Shu Tianci leaned in to hear the other person clearly. Although he did not understand the purpose of the question, he still nodded. Yes, I'm still handling the formalities. Upon hearing this, Uncle Shu Mao Jin seemed to have made up his mind. He took a deep breath and said, Tianci, could you lend me some food? Your aunt is getting weaker and weaker, and I'm afraid she. At this point, a 50-year-old man suddenly choked up. Without him continuing, Shu Tianci understood his meaning. So he immediately turned around and shouted to Shu Tiansong, Tiansong, Tiansong. Shu Tiansong responded and then ran over quickly. Third brother, what's wrong? Shu Tianci leaned down and whispered a few words in his ear. The latter immediately glanced at Uncle Shu Mao Jin. Then he said okay, turned around and ran home. Shu Tianci looked back at Uncle Shu Mao Jin and smiled, saying, Uncle Mao Jin, I've sent Tiansong to get the food. Thank you, thank you. Uncle Mao Jin was extremely excited and directly bent his legs. I won't say much, let me bow to you. Uncle, please don't. Shu Tianci panicked and quickly supported him with both hands. The other party wanted to continue kneeling, but could not bend down at all. Shu Tianci said, "Uncle, you and Auntie helped us siblings when my parents passed away, or it's my fault as the eldest nephew. I shouldn't have made you speak first. If you have any difficulties in the future, just come to me." Uncle Shu Maojin and his wife had 5 children, 4 daughters and 1 son. All 4 daughters married to other villages, leaving only the son at home with them. Although they had only given Shu Tianci's family a sweet potato before it must have been taken out. Now that the other party was struggling to survive, Shu Tianci could not just stand by. Soon Shu Xianglian ran over with Shu Tiancong. She held a bamboo basket containing 6 sweet potatoes and 2 eggs. She handed the bamboo basket to Shu Tianci and then looked at Uncle Shu Maogan, saying, "Uncle Maogan, here's some food for you. It's my fault for not considering your family's situation earlier." Thank you, thank you." Uncle Maojin gratefully received the bamboo basket with trembling hands. Shu Tianci still supported him and urged, "Quickly go back and cook for Annie, don't delay." Upon hearing this, Uncle Maojin did not continue to linger. He turned back several times to thank Shu Tianci and the others before quickly disappearing down the pathway. Shu Tianci shook his head and then heard Shu Xianglian start explaining. "Tianci, this is my fault. I was afraid of being too conspicuous, so I didn't inquire about each household situation." "It's okay, I know you didn't want this either." Facing his second sister's feelings of guilt, Shu Tianci chuckled reassuringly. The matter of them giving food to the villagers would soon be known by other villagers. At that time, the number of those borrowing food would truly increase. This was unavoidable, and Shu Tianci had no intention of avoiding it. After a round of comfort, they returned home for dinner. Sitting at the table, Shu Tianci said, "Tomorrow I will go to the city to pick up my photos, and then take a job at the machinery factory. Oh, I will leave the family matters to my elder brother, sister-in-law, and second sister." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian suddenly asked, "Third brother, are you not going to come back to live anymore?" Upon hearing this, everyone looked at Shu Tianci in surprise. Everything the family had to eat and use depended on Shu Tianci. What would happen if he didn't come back? "Shu Lian, why would you ask that?" Shu Tianci chuckled, lightly curious. "I heard them say that once you have a job in the city, you become a city person. Oh, at that time you can live in the city and have rice to eat." Shu Lian said seriously without hesitation. Under the gaze of the entire family, Shu Tianci nodded honestly, saying, "What Shu Lian said is correct. Once I have a job, I can apply for a household registration in the town and obtain a food quota. At that time, not only will I receive a salary, but I can also buy dozens of pounds of food each month." As soon as he finished speaking, Shu Xianglian suddenly rushed over. "Third brother." She tightly hugged Shu Tianci and looked up, saying, "Please don't go to the city, okay?" Seeing this, Shu Tianci's elder brother Shu Tianyou also shouted, "Third brother, are you going to abandon us? Look at what they are saying." "Shu Tian, so what nonsense are you talking about?" Before Shu Tianci could speak, Shu Xianglian reprimanded. "How could your third brother possibly abandon you? If he did, how could he provide food for you? He will be a city person in the future with a salary and a quota. We should be happy for him. Maybe he can even help you find a sister-in-law in the city." As soon as this was said, it was immediately supported by sister-in-law Song Yuro. She nodded in agreement, saying, "Yes, the third one will be a city person in the future, which is a good thing." After saying this, she looked at Shu Tianci and said, "Third one, just rest assured and work in the city. Our family has me and your elder brother as well as Xianglian here. There will be no problems." Although the younger siblings did not understand, yet the sister-in-law and second sister knew the importance of support. A person's success, aside from having a golden finger, is also inseparable from the support of family. Shu Tianci glanced at the whole family, the reluctant expressions of the 3 younger siblings, the smiling faces of the elder sister-in-law and second sister, and the silent elder brother. Seeing the diverse expressions of the family, Shu Tianci couldn't help but chuckle. He shook his head and said, "When did I say I wouldn't come back? Once I start working, I will have transportation assigned to me. Moreover, as a procurement officer, my daily job will involve running back and forth between the city and the countryside to procure supplies. Thus, not only will I return to stay every day, but I will also buy back the food quota. At that time, our family will have rice and white flour to eat every day, all right?" "Really?" The whole family turned to look at him, their faces filled with joy. Seeing Shu Tianci nod, Shu Xianglian immediately shouted excitedly, "That's great, third brother will come back to live." Before she could finish her sentence, she was pulled into a hug by Shu Xianglian, not allowing her to shout anymore. Shu Tianci glanced outside and stared at Shu Tianci, saying, "Third brother, can I eat rice now? Look at your greedy face, and let's talk about it after I get my work certificate and food quota." Shu Tianci shook his head and flicked the other's forehead. Ignoring the pained expression on the other person, he looked at the whole family and said, "Don't worry. I will definitely apply for the household registration in the town, but only to obtain the food quota. This place is my home, and aside from business trips, I will return to live every day." Hearing this, the whole family revealed radiant smiles. Hurry up and eat you after eating rest early. Shu Tianci shook his head and started eating sweet potatoes. As he stuffed the sweet potato into his mouth, he took a glance at the sweet potato in his hand. After eating sweet potatoes and pumpkins for so long, he was indeed a bit tired of them. At night, the next door was unexpectedly quiet, and Shu Tianyou fell asleep with his eyes closed. Shu Tianci glanced at him and blinked, disappearing from the bed. In the jade pendant space, the second piece of black soil was covered in golden rice. The 2 acres of rice had matured, and their plump appearance filled Shu Tianci with joy. He eagerly used his thoughts to manifest a sickle, harvesting the rice bundle by bundle. In no time, all the rice on the 2 acres was harvested, leaving only a patch of rice stalks a foot high. Shu Tianci did not rush to thresh the rice, but instead used his mind to extract spiritual spring water to irrigate the black soil. Then, after some deep plowing, he mixed the unharvested rice stalks into the soil and buried them. After spending some time, he turned over the entire 2 acres before he began dealing with the rice. Since it was not the kind of hybrid rice from later generations, the yield from the 2 acres was not much, but it was not too little either. Shu Tianci spent several more hours processing all the rice. Each golden and plump grain of rice was sent into the time-stopped warehouse, and he also learned the exact quantity. Just over 3,000 pounds. The average yield for ordinary rice in the 1960s was around 500 pounds per acre, and some regions might have even less. However, in the black soil planted within the jade pendant space, the rice grains were plump and the yield reached about 1,500 pounds per acre. Not enough. Too little. Shu Tianci shook his head, somewhat dissatisfied. He turned around to the third piece of black soil and found that some crops had already matured. The potatoes he had just planted had also sprouted and were showing signs of nearing maturity. Shu Tianci was very pleased and hurriedly pulled out all the mature corn stalks by the roots. Initially, Shu Xiaoqing had given him only a few corn seeds, just over a dozen. Now, after maturing, each corn stalk bore 3 or 4 ears of corn. Shu Tianci first picked the ears of corn and then tossed the corn stalks together with the rice stalks. Afterward, he stripped several corn kernels off, obtaining thousands of seeds. However, he did not rush to plant the corn, but pulled out all the mature wheat, peanuts, soybeans, and other crops by the roots. Then he set aside the seeds of these crops. He turned around and plowed the third piece of black soil. Of course, he did not disturb the potato area. After finishing plowing the third piece of land, Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment. After thinking it over, he finally planted the corn seeds at intervals of 30 to 40 centimeters. Soon, except for the potatoes, the entire 2 acres of black soil were planted with corn and irrigated. Shu Tianci glanced at the second piece of black soil and decided to plant the rice tomorrow morning. After leaving 10 days' worth of food for the breeding pens of wild boars, wild chickens, and wild rabbits, he finally exited the space. Early the next morning, Shu Tianci found an excuse for a quick trip to the latrine. After confirming that there was no one around the latrine, he entered and disappeared. On the second piece of black soil in the jade pendant space, the crushed rice stalks had already merged with the black earth. Shu Tianci immediately took out the rice seeds and filled the second piece of black soil. After filling the soil with rice, he irrigated it with the water from the spiritual spring. Shu Tianci looked up at the third piece of black soil and found that all the corn seeds had germinated, though the sprouts were still very small. Since they had already sprouted, it was time to fertilize them. Thus, he immediately mixed the poultry manure with the water from the spiritual spring and watered it in the gaps between the corn sprouts. At this time, there were 3 breeding sheds in the space, each covering an area of over 1,000 square feet. The reproduction of wild chickens and rabbits was very rapid, with a litter every 2 days in external time. With the large number of wild chickens and rabbits, several or even dozens were hatching and reproducing every day. So far, there were already hundreds of wild chickens in the wild chicken shed, most of which were chicks. The wild rabbits were even more numerous, so many that they couldn't be counted with the naked eye. The reproduction of wild boars was relatively slow. After such a long time, there was only 1 litter. The earliest captured piglets had grown up and would probably start breeding too. With so many poultry present, it was hard to imagine how much manure would be produced daily, more than enough to irrigate the fields. Shu Tianci shook his head with a smile, finally pausing his gaze on the potato area before looking outside the black soil. If nothing unexpected happened, in a few hours outside, there would be an additional piece of black soil here. Once outside the space, he lowered his pants a few centimeters. A jet of water burst forth, sending the white worms that had bravely fought to escape the pit back inside. Comfortable. Shu Tianci happily pulled up his pants and turned to leave the latrine. Upon returning home, he suddenly found that there were over a dozen villagers on the homestead. Some had climbed onto the roof to start building with wood, while others were already applying mud to the walls, and still others were using molds to continue making bricks. It was just a simple yellow mud house. A few people could build it in no time, so why did it require 40 or 50 people? Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci frowned and quickly walked over to Shu Xianglian. Second sister, what's going on? Tianci, you came back just in time. Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianci with surprise and explained, these villagers are insisting on staying to work for us no matter how we persuade them. They won't leave. They won't leave even if there's no food. Yes. Shu Xianglian nodded and continued, they say even half a sweet potato will do. While they're that desperate. Shu Tianci's expression tightened, feeling a bit worried. Shu Xianglian glanced at him and explained, I actually understand them quite well. I went to the cafeteria with my sister-in-law yesterday. The village cafeteria can't provide any food, not even coarse grains like cornmeal. There are hardly any wild vegetables left in the vegetable soup, just some easily overcooked weeds. Now, let alone half a sweet potato, they would be grateful for any food. Shu family village was already in dire straits. All the villagers had little to eat. Without food provided by the cafeteria, they could only wait to starve or fall ill. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and asked, what food do we have left in our house? Hearing this, Shu Xianglian looked around and said softly, a little over 20 sweet potatoes, 30 pounds of pumpkin, and 2 pounds of cornmeal. And the rice you brought back, we cooked half a pound mixed with cornmeal and beans the day before yesterday. This food could save many lives, but it was only enough for these people to have a full meal. Hunting was urgent, otherwise this group of people would starve to death. However, hunting on the mountain required strength, otherwise it would be a death sentence. With that in mind, Shu Tianci looked at Shu Xianglian and said, second sister, save the rice for lunch. As for the other food, let's use all of it to feed this group of villagers. What? Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian was immediately shocked. She hurriedly looked at Shu Tianci and advised, Tianci, isn't that too much? If we do that, we won't have anything to eat tonight. Don't worry, Shu Tianci smiled slightly and explained, I'll go to the city to get the photos later. Once I get the food ration card after starting my job, I will bring back the allocated food tomorrow. I will discuss with the village head how to arrange for these villagers to go hunting in the mountains. If they aren't fed properly, there might be problems when they go hunting tomorrow. Okay, I'll follow your lead. Hearing that Shu Tianci had made arrangements, Shu Xianglian nodded in agreement. Shu Tianci smiled and turned to see Su Jun running over. Third brother, are you going to the city? Shu Tianci glanced at him and turned back to take something from the room. Let's go. He didn't greet the villagers and left with Su Jun. As the two walked out of the village, Shu Tianci handed Su Jun the item he had brought from home. Junzi, hold this. What? Su Jun was taken aback, taking the item and pulling aside the burlap. A shotgun. Su Jun didn't expect Shu Tianci to give him a shotgun. This was a valuable item. Since he had withdrawn from the militia, he hadn't touched a gun for quite some time. He just didn't know why he felt that this thing seemed a bit familiar. Hold the gun and wait for me at the entrance to the mountain road ahead, Shu Tianci instructed without explaining, pointing to the road ahead. You're going to find Dr. Jiang, right? Su Jun suddenly realized and chuckled. I understand. I understand your mother. Shu Tianci cursed loudly, kicking him in the butt. Hurry up, stop daydreaming. Su Jun cried out in pain, covering his butt and running off into the distance. Shu Tianci shook his head and walked slowly to the health station, slipping inside when he saw no one around. Sister Jiang. He called into the backyard, and Jiang Li quickly walked out. Accompanying her was Director Lu. Tianci, my little brother has come. Shu Tianci smiled and looked at the two, saying, Sister Jiang, Sister Lu is here too. You left in such a hurry last time. Here is the money for the pork. Jiang Li took out a dozen bills and handed them to Shu Tianci, saying, that piece of pork weighed 5 pounds, and I calculated it at the unit's purchase price. Shu Tianci helplessly replied, Sister Jiang, I didn't come to ask you for money. One thing at a time. Jiang Li disregarded his explanation and stubbornly stuffed the money into Shu Tianci's pocket. After Shu Tianci accepted the money, Jiang Li finally asked, so what's the matter? Shu Tianci didn't hesitate and directly stated that he needed to go to the city to handle the work permit. Before he left last time, he promised Director Jiang to bring a gift when he went to handle the work permit. So he planned to go hunting on the mountain to get some wild game and asked Jiang Li to help him procure a vehicle. No problem. Jiang Li readily agreed to Shu Tianci's request, although she felt a bit worried. She looked at Shu Tianci and asked, Tianci, are you sure you can catch prey every time we go up the mountain? Not a big deal. Shu Tianci waved his hand dismissively and said, just wait and see. After saying that, he prepared to turn and leave. Tianci. Director Liu's voice suddenly rang out, and Shu Tianci looked over in confusion. He saw her chuckling and saying, Tianci, can you help your sister get some pork? Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately glanced at Jiang Li. She had an innocent expression and explained, Sister Lu keeps coming to me for no reason. I can't hide it at all. That's true, but isn't that a bit much? Shu Tianci could only look at Director Lu and say, Sister Lu, didn't you just buy some wild rabbits and wild chickens? If you want more pork, won't it be a heavy burden? It is a bit, but there's no other way. Director Lu nodded, awkwardly looking helpless. My family hasn't had any oil for a long time, and they've become bloated, I thought I should give them some oil, so they don't end up like those villagers. She suddenly pursed her lips and stopped talking. Shu Tianci knew, without guessing, that her family must also be malnourished. It wasn't due to a lack of food, but rather a lack of oil. Many villagers had starved due to malnutrition, and he was certainly worried about this. So he was prepared to take out some savings to provide more for his family. Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and then nodded, saying, "It's not a big problem, but..." "Tianci, just say what you need." Seeing her confident demeanor, Shu Tianci didn't beat around the bush. He chuckled and said, "Sister Lu, hey, race the thing. I have an older brother and sister and 3 younger siblings. Since the commune recently collected all the grain, my family is also quite difficult. I was wondering if you could help find a job for my sister in the city that way. My sister can also get a ration of grain." Hearing him speak so directly, Jiang Li couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. You can't beat around the bush with someone like Director Lu, or else she can act even better than you. She wants oil and you want a job. Such a straightforward transaction is more effective. However, after hearing Shu Tianci's words, Director Lu hesitated. "Tianci, I understand everything you're saying, but it's just that the job quotas are indeed hard to come by. 5 pounds of wild boar meat." Shu Tianci raised a hand and said. Director Lu coughed, feeling a bit tempted, and cleared her throat. "Tianci, it's not that Sister Lu doesn't want to help you. It's just that the job quota isn't something I can just get. After all, there are limits to the quotas now, so I can only buy it from others, and that will cost several hundred yuan. He'll find a way for the money." Shu Tianci immediately waved his hand and shouted, afraid that she would back out. He looked at Director Lu and said, "Sister Lu, I won't make it difficult for you. Whatever the price is, he'll pay the meat. I promised you won't be less, I guarantee it." "All right, then I'll go help you ask around." Director Lu thought for a moment before agreeing. Shu Tianci was overjoyed and quickly bowed, saying, "Thank you, Sister Lu, thank you." "What are you thanking me for? I need to benefit from you too." Director Lu waved her hand, repeatedly smiling. The two exchanged pleasantries and then bid each other farewell. Shu Tianci told Jiang Li to let Su Jun come over later. Then he turned and left the health station, heading straight for the entrance of the mountain forest. Soon he saw Su Jun, who was looking around at the foot of the mountain. "Third brother, what is this?" Su Jun came over and noticed the double-barreled shotgun in Shu Tianci's hand. "It's from the village chief, nothing serious." Shu Tianci replied casually, then looked up the mountain and asked, "Which way do you want to go?" Su Jun exclaimed in confusion, "Are we splitting up again?" "What else?" Shu Tianci retorted, then pulled him towards the mountain. "Let's split up once we go up. That group of wild boars ran into this mountain last time." The two of them, holding their shotguns, walked together up the mountain. Along the way, Shu Tianci explained to Su Jun the reasons for splitting up. One was that Su Jun was the only buyer from the Su family, and he would definitely have to take the villagers up the mountain to hunt in the future. In this way, he could also mutually benefit with the villagers. The villagers could help him hunt and gather the supplies he needed, while Su Jun could purchase the wild game they had. Secondly, compared to Shu Tianci in hunting, Su Jun's 8 horses are no match. Su Jun is self-aware, but that doesn't mean the people in their village are. Resources are easily unevenly distributed, and someone in the village will definitely talk behind their backs. Moreover, Su Jun indeed needs to improve his hunting skills. As they talked, the two had already reached the top of the mountain. Shu Tianci glanced at Su Jun and pointed to the right, saying, "You go that way, be careful. If you encounter any dangers you can't handle, just shout and run towards me." Upon hearing this, Su Jun immediately took a deep breath and nodded in agreement. After watching Su Jun's figure disappear beyond 50 meters, Shu Tianci turned and walked to the left. Just as he finished surveying the surrounding environment, he suddenly waved his hand. In the next moment, 2 fierce wolves appeared in front of him. Gray Wolf and Red Wolf looked dazed, feeling as if they had slept for many days. But there was no feeling of hunger in their bodies, just that the sunlight was a bit glaring. Gray Wolf, Red Wolf. Suddenly a shout brought the 2 wolves back to reality. They turned their heads and saw Shu Tianci holding 2 ropes staring at them. "Come here, put this on." Shu Tianci shouted, and the 2 wolves obediently approached. After tying the 2 hungry wolves with leashes, Shu Tianci stroked their heads. "I need to catch a few wild boars, you help me sniff out where they are." He tried to give the 2 wolves commands, and they immediately lowered their heads to sniff the ground. Not long after, Gray Wolf suddenly showed a fierce glint in its eyes. Red Wolf followed suit, revealing its sharp fangs. Before Shu Tianci could react, they both howled and dashed away. Shu Tianci quickly grabbed the leash and swiftly followed the pace of the 2 wolves. In the forest, 2 agile figures were darting through the thicket. Although the 2 figures ahead had 4 legs, they were running so fast that they appeared as phantoms. Yet the person behind them was closely pursuing, even seeming to gain on them. Stop! Quickly stop! Suddenly Shu Tianci shouted. The two wolves immediately halted and raised their heads toward a nearby cave. Awoo! Awoo, you mother's head! Seeing Gray Wolf about to howl, Shu Tianci swiftly slapped its head. The gray wolf shrank its neck, casting a somewhat aggrieved glance at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci ignored it, waving his hand and saying, "All right, you two have no business here. Once I'm done, I'll get some meat for you." Having dealt with the two wolves, Shu Tianci turned his gaze toward the cave ahead. He had sensed that there were big creatures inside the cave, and not just one. Gray Wolf and Red Wolf seemed to have led him to the wild boar's den. Shu Tianci praised the two wolves in his heart, and then slowly approached the cave. Picking up a sizable stone from the ground, he prepared to use the same method he employed during his first wild boar hunt. He then aimed at the cave and threw the stone with all his might. Bang! Awoo! A sound of impact was followed by a cry. By the sound of it, he must have hit a wild boar. Shu Tianci quickly dropped a few sweet potatoes and then vanished from the spot. In the next moment, a dozen wild boars rushed out in anger. Looking at their robust figures, even the smallest one weighed over 100 pounds. Moreover, it seemed there were still wild boars yet to escape from the cave. Shu Tianci felt a surge of joy in the space, intently watching the group of wild boars. He saw them looking around for a moment before two of them moved forward to nudge the sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes seemed to have a tremendous allure for them, compelling them to nibble on them. Crunch, crunch. The sound of munching drew the attention of the other wild boars. Now's the time. Shu Tianci's eyes brightened in the space, and in the next second, he appeared behind the group of wild boars. He quickly grabbed the tails of two wild boars, and with a single thought, in the blink of an eye, the two wild boars silently vanished. Shu Tianci wasted no time turning around and placing his hands on the two wild boars once again. In just a second or two, 4 wild boars weighing over 100 pounds were stored in the space. With another spin and a clap, the two wild boars vanished again. Although he wasn't afraid of these wild boars, he still chose to retreat into the space. The remaining wild boars seemed to have noticed something, collectively turning their heads to glance back. A hint of confusion flashed in their eyes, but after a moment, they continued to nudge the sweet potatoes. After all, the sweet potatoes cultivated with black soil and spirit spring water were tremendously tempting for them. In the space, Shu Tianci glanced at the wild boar pen, settling the 6 wild boars. He then looked at the 4th piece of black soil that had appeared, smiling with satisfaction. He wasn't in a hurry to plant anything, but shifted his gaze toward the jade pendant's screen not far away. After these days of consumption, the blush beneath the jade pendant had vanished. What remained was only a milky white Qilan jade pendant with a hint of transparency at the top. Shu Tianci had prepared himself for this, so he didn't pay much attention. Seeing the wild boars outside about to finish the sweet potatoes, he immediately vanished from the space. With a swift grab, 2 wild boars disappeared, and with another clap, 2 more were gone. In less than a minute, 16 wild boars were reduced to just 4 remaining in front of him. Their pupils flashed with confusion, turning fierce again upon seeing Shu Tianci. Humph, humph, humph your mother's head. This time Shu Tianci didn't play coy. He cursed loudly and took the initiative to approach. Humph, humph. The 2 wild boars let out urgent sounds, just as Shu Tianci rushed over and touched their heads. The 2 companions vanished again, leaving the remaining 2 wild boars momentarily confused. Just as Shu Tianci was about to draw nearer, a hint of fear appeared in their pupils. In the next second, they turned and fled. Damn! Shu Tianci cursed loudly, quickly reacting, but only managing to grab 1 wild boar. Watching the last remaining wild boar flee, 2 wolves suddenly appeared beside him. Shu Tianci pointed directly and commanded, "Gray Wolf, Red Wolf, that wild boar is your food." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 wolves dashed out like arrows. Shu Tianci didn't care who the victor of this contest would be, but instead turned his gaze toward the cave. Of the dozens of wild boars he had captured, only 2 were males, the rest were females. With so many sows in one cave, it proved there must be piglets inside. Shu Tianci was quite intrigued, and upon approaching the cave, sensed the stirrings within. Indeed, there are piglets. Shu Tianci felt a surge of joy and took a big step into the cave. Before the wild boars inside could see his appearance, he vanished from the spot. The cave was enormous, spanning several hundred square meters. It was pitch black, with only a hint of light coming from the entrance and the cracks between the stones. Shu Tianci's perception was incredibly strong. He could discern the environment and creatures within, even with his eyes closed. Inside the cave there were 4 sows and over 30 wild boar piglets, small enough to weigh only a few pounds. Shu Tianci attempted to control them with his will, much like reaching for a bird's nest from afar. He had just tried to control the sows, but they seemed too large and heavy to respond. However, when he tried to control the wild boar piglets, he miraculously lifted one a few centimeters off the ground. In the next second, the wild boar piglet disappeared from sight. Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, and he immediately continued to transfer the wild boar piglets. Within 3 minutes, all the wild boar piglets in the cave vanished into thin air. Fetching pigs from afar splendid. Humph. The sows realized their young ones were missing and instantly went into a frenzy. Humph your mother's head. A curse rang out, and 2 sows disappeared. Another figure suddenly appeared wielding an axe and wildly hacking at the 2 wild boars. Not long after, Shu Tianci emerged from the cave dragging 2 dead wild boars that could not be more dead. He glanced into the distance to see a wild boar lying on the ground, barely alive. Beside it lay a severely injured wolf, while another lay beneath a tree, seemingly on the brink of collapse. It was unimaginable how fierce the battle between the 2 wolves and the wild boar had been. Shu Tianci looked at the wild boar in his hands, tossed it to the ground, and walked towards the 2 wolves. Grey Wolf looked up at him, its eyes filled with pleading. "Do you want me to save your wife?" Shu Tianci stared at Grey Wolf, pointing toward Red Wolf under the big tree. Seeing the other party nod, he smiled and said, "Rest assured, none of you will die." In the next moment, he disappeared with the wild boar and wild wolf. Shu Tianci brought some spiritual spring water for the 2 wolves to drink. Then he pointed to the dead wild boar and said, "This is your trophy and also your food for the time to come. I won't accompany you, nor will I lock you in the warehouse. Oh, just keep an eye on this place, understood?" After a round of instructions, Shu Tianci disappeared into the space. Once out of the space, he dragged the 2 wild boars back in the direction he came from. After a while, he spotted Su Jun, who was wandering back and forth at a split in the path, holding a wild chicken. "Third brother." Su Jun's face lit up upon seeing Shu Tianci, and he hurried over. When he saw the wild boars in Shu Tianci's hands, his eyes widened in surprise. "Third brother, you are amazing. I went around and didn't see any wild boars, only caught a wild chicken." Looking at the adoring Su Jun, Shu Tianci shook his head and said, "It's nothing special. Let's go, we can talk more after we descend the mountain." At least half of the sows on this hill were gone, and the piglets were all taken away. It was likely that the wild boars would go into a frenzy and cause a beast tied to flee to other hills. Su Jun had no idea what was happening. He just listened to Shu Tianci and headed down the mountain. After reaching the bottom, Shu Tianci instructed, "Go to the clinic and call the buyer. He'll wait for you here." "Okay." Su Jun obediently replied and turned to run. Watching his back, Shu Tianci silently took out a cigarette and lit it. After a couple of puffs, he frowned in distaste. Cheap cigarettes these days don't have filters, and the taste is indeed a bit bitter. I need to come up with a way to get some grade A or grade B cigarette coupons. Just as Shu Tianci thought of an idea, he suddenly sensed the ground seemed to shake slightly. He looked up in surprise toward the mountain peak, quickly got up, and moved away from the mountain entrance while dragging the wild boar. Soon the entire mountain began to tremble, accompanied by grunting sounds. It was clear that the wild boars had discovered their home had been raided and their wives and children were missing. The wild boar herd seemed to have no intention of descending the mountain and were stomping wildly on the ground. At that moment, a procurement vehicle sped over and stopped in front of Shu Tianci. "Third brother, is there a beast tied?" Su Jun opened the door and got out, also sensing the chaos on the mountain. "Get in the car, let's leave first and talk later." Shu Tianci did not explain, directly tossing the 2 wild boars into the car. Under the shocked gazes of Li Hao and the others, he sat in the back seat. "Kong, good drive fast." "Oh, okay." Chen Kong nodded, stepping on the accelerator as they left the foot of the mountain. On the way, Li Hao exclaimed with admiration, "Tianci, you guys are truly impressive. I heard from Sister Jiang that you had just gone up the mountain and already caught 2 wild boars." "It's just luck, pure luck." Shu Tianci humbly waved his hand and said, "But the mountain is indeed dangerous. There's been another beast tied just now." Li Hao and Chen Kong were startled, looking back at Shu Tianci and asking, "Tianci, you mean that noise just now was a beast tied?" "Yes." Shu Tianci nodded and countered, "Otherwise, what kind of noise could shake the ground in mountains?" Chen Kong and Li Hao chuckled, indicating they had only heard of it. For city dwellers like them, opportunities to witness a beast tied were rare. Soon the procurement vehicle drove into the city. Shu Tianci glanced at Chen Kong and said, "Kong-gu, can we stop by the photo studio first?" "Sure, no problem." Chen Kong was quite impressed with Shu Tianci, so he readily agreed. Li Hao turned back to look at Shu Tianci and Su Jun, smiling. "Tianci, Junzi, we'll be colleagues from now on. If you need help in the future, just come find me in Kong-gu, but you guys should take care of us too." "Thank you, definitely." Shu Tianci and Su Jun nodded, responding politely. Seeing the 2 getting along so well, Li Hao became bolder in his questions. He smiled and asked, "By the way, are you guys level 10 clerks or level 11? Su Jun looked at Shu Tianci, wanting to ask if they should mention it. But Shu Tianci just smiled slightly and shook his head saying, with Sister Jiang's influence, Director Jiang arranged for us to have level 9 and 10 clerks. But I think this shouldn't be important after all. We just came and are still juniors. Kongo and Haoge will be our seniors from now on, and we have a lot to learn from you. This statement was quite pleasing to hear, and Qinkong and Li Hao were momentarily taken aback before breaking into broad smiles. Level 9 and 10 are already quite high. The most important thing is the urban household registration and food quota. As long as there is a job, even if you are a level 13 clerk, people will fight for it. Right. What Haoge said is correct. Shu Tianci smiled slightly and nodded in agreement. Soon the procurement vehicle stopped in front of the state-run photo studio. Shu Tianci and Su Jun got out of the car and took the photos from the owner. Then they got back in the car and continued toward the machinery factory. Who knows if Li Hao is just warm-hearted or a chatterbox. Seeing Shu Tianci and Su Jun return, he continued, Tianci, you are about to start work. Let me tell you about our procurement department situation. Sure, thanks for the trouble, Haoge. No problem, just casual chat. We have 5 divisions in our procurement department. 3 are responsible for procurement, and 2 are vehicle classes. The first division handles mechanical equipment parts, raw materials, and other major supplies. The second division is responsible for food, daily necessities, and labor protection supplies in the factory. The third division mainly deals with unplanned supplies, such as fish, meat, and eggs. And I am from the third division of the procurement department, while your Kongo is from the vehicle class. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci and Su Jun both showed expressions of sudden realization. Shu Tianci took out cigarettes and handed one to them, smiling. Our division has a heavy workload, right? Not just heavy, it's simply inhuman work. Li Hao exclaimed with wide eyes. I'm not saying it's tiring, but the tasks are particularly difficult to accomplish. After all, every family lacks unplanned supplies, and whatever the village has will be immediately snatched up. If it weren't for you bringing 3 wild boars to the factory last time, I would have probably been demoted. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you guys for that. Shu Tianci and Su Jun quickly waved their hands, not wanting to accept this gratitude. Li Hao didn't mind and continued, we completed our tasks for this month, and these 2 wild boars will count as yours. So you guys don't have to rush this month. Just take your time to familiarize yourselves with the work. Sir, could you please open the door? At the entrance of the mechanical factory, Li Hao leaned out of the window and shouted. Shu Tianci followed suit, stretching his head out and handing a cigarette to the old man. Would you like a smoke, sir? The old man at the door, seeing the familiar duo again, immediately leaned back. What a pair of wild boars and a chicken. I want to smoke mine. The old man's eyes lit up, and he immediately went back to the security booth to grab some cigarettes. Sir, please open the door first. Li Hao helplessly shouted. Stay there. The old man showed no courtesy and walked out with a pack of cheap cigarettes. He then smiled at Shu Tianci and said, come on, young man, smoke mine. In the future, make sure to bring more of this stuff into the factory, all right? I'll do my best. Shu Tianci smiled back, not daring to commit to that promise. Seeing the old man refusing to open the door, Li Hao teased, Sir, how can you afford to consume if you eat meat every day? I enjoy it, why should I care? The old man glared and grumbled as he walked toward the door. I can't even get 2 tails of meat all year round, like a useless person. Li Hao's face darkened, but he didn't dare to retort to the old man. Once the gate opened, Qinkong immediately pressed the gas to drive the car into the factory. After parking, Li Hao turned to Shu Tianci and said, Tianci Kongo and I will handle the wild boars. You and Junzi head straight to the personnel department. Once you get your work IDs, find the director so that we can record your task completion. All right, thank you, Haoge. Shu Tianci nodded, and after getting out of the car with Su Jun, they headed straight for the personnel department. Along the way, Su Jun finally expressed his confusion. He was puzzled why Shu Tianci didn't tell Qinkong and Li Hao the truth. They were a level 6 clerk and a level 9 clerk. There was no way to keep this hidden. When Li Hao and the others found out, wouldn't they blame him and turn against him? What do you mean? Am I lying? Shu Tianci rolled his eyes at Su Jun and shrugged. Su Jun was taken aback, thought for a moment, and shook his head saying, it seems not. Director Jiang indeed arranged for them to have level 9 and 10 clerks. A level 6 was arranged by Li Xingbang. Shu Tianci didn't deceive Li Hao and the others, so he felt no guilt if those 2 turned against him over this matter. He had nothing to say. Soon the 2 walked into the personnel department. Oh, Tianci has arrived. Director Chun, we brought the photos. Shu Tianci smiled and stepped forward to say, just give me the photos. Director Chun extended his hand and received the photos handed over by Shu Tianci and Su Jun. Their work IDs were already made now, they just needed to stick a photo on them. Director Chen didn't let the atmosphere turn cold, and while taking the work IDs asked, Tianci, did you bring your household register? The 2 nodded immediately and said, we brought it. Do you need it? Why would I need it? I don't want that. Director Chen shook her head, explaining, What I meant is that you should take the household register and the work IDs to the Public Security Bureau. You need it to handle the urban household registration, and only with an urban household registration can you receive a food quota. As she spoke, she pasted Shu Tianci and Su Jun's photos on the work IDs. Here are your work IDs. Thank you, Director Chun. Shu Tianci and Su Jun were very happy and hurriedly thanked her after receiving the IDs. No need for thanks, this is what I should do. Director Chin smiled slightly and shook her head, saying, you two should buy more fish, meat, and eggs for the factory. Of course. The two nodded vigorously, and Su Jun added, saying, Gu brought back 2 wild boars today. Really? Director Chin's eyes lit up as she received confirmation from Shu Tianci and Su Jun. After they left, she turned back to the female employee in the personnel department and said, see, these are truly capable individuals. Whoever marries him will never have to worry about not having meat to eat. Upon hearing this, the personnel department suddenly became lively. Meanwhile, after Shu Tianci and Su Jun left the personnel department, they headed to the procurement department. Knock, knock. Come in. Director Zhang's voice came from inside, and Shu Tianci immediately pushed the door open. Tianci Junzi, you two are here. Yes. Shu Tianci closed the door properly and turned to call Uncle Jiang. Have a seat, don't stand on ceremony. Director Jiang invited them to sit down before asking, did you get your work IDs? Yes, we did, the two answered in unison. That's good. Director Jiang nodded and said, with the work IDs you can go to the Public Security Bureau to handle your household registration. This urban household registration must be handled. Only after it's done can you receive a food quota. Each person has a quota of over 30 pounds of grain, which is not much, but at least it won't starve you. Our factory also provides some benefits each month, giving you grain tickets and tickets for daily necessities. Hearing this, Su Jun was genuinely excited. Director Jiang didn't elaborate much and stood up saying, come on, it'll take you to meet the colleagues in the procurement department. The two quickly got up ready to follow him. Just then someone knocked on the door. Director Jiang thought to go out and stepped forward to pull the door open. Director Zhao Kong and Li Hao have finished processing the 2 wild boars and wild chickens they brought back. One weighs 216 pounds, the other 203 pounds, and the wild chicken weighs 2.5 pounds. A burly man with a round face walked in, shaking his excess flesh as he spoke. Hearing this, Director Jiang scoffed with disbelief. What did they procure them? Do they have that ability? The newcomer froze, awkwardly smiling as he said, How's said it was 2 brothers named Tianci and Su Jun who brought them back. That's more like it. Director Jiang nodded with satisfaction and then said, just in time, let me introduce you. Tianci Junzi, come over. After Shu Tianci and Su Jun walked over, Director Jiang began the introduction. This is Shu Tianci and Su Jun, our new colleagues in the 3rd procurement department, the last 3 wild boars, and these 2 were all brought in by these 2 comrades. This is Hidaju, the chef at our mechanical factory's 2nd cafeteria. Don't be fooled by his round face and body, but his culinary skills are undeniably good. Hello, Brother Zhu. Shu Tianci immediately extended his hand to greet him. Seeing the strong build of the older brother, it was evident that no matter the era, chefs would never go hungry. Hidaju shook hands with Shu Tianci and Su Jun, enthusiastically declaring, Tianci Junzi, our factory needs talents like you. Without you, my culinary skills would have no place to shine. You're flattering us. Don't be polite. Director Jiang coughed lightly and looked at Shu Tianci, saying, if you deliver goods in the future, you can go directly to Daju as well. All right. Shu Tianci nodded, just as Daju said, Director, I'll head back now. It's almost meal time, and I need to prepare the pork. Go ahead then. At Director Jiang's gesture, Hidaju nodded to Shu Tianci and Su Jun before turning to leave. Heavenly gift, Junzi, you have indeed not let Uncle Jiang down. Last time I mentioned you should bring something good. Did you really manage to bring something back? After Hidaju left, Director Jiang looked at Shu Tianci and Su Jun with admiration. Uncle Jiang, this has nothing to do with me. Su Jun quickly denied it, pointing at Shu Tianci and saying, both wild boars were brought back by my 3rd brother. I only got a wild chicken. Really? Director Jiang was taken aback, looking at Shu Tianci with surprise and even more admiration. Don't listen to his nonsense. Shu Tianci chuckled, shaking his head and denying it was the villagers who killed them. I only lent a little help. Upon hearing this, Su Jun beside him felt a bit confused. Clearly he saw Shu Tianci bringing them back. What did it have to do with the villagers? Director Jiang was also momentarily stunned, then suddenly enlightened, smiling and saying, Uncle understands, Uncle gets it. After being a director for so many years, how could he not understand the implication of Shu Tianci's words? Although he had given the other party a procurement certificate, he still needed to prove that these wild boars were not personal property. While there was no issue with private dealings with public entities, one must also guard against malicious individuals. 2 wild boars weighing 419 pounds, I will still calculate based on the previous price too. 3 per pound, totaling 963. 7 yuan, I will round it to 965. As for the wild chicken, let's count it as 5 yuan for 2.5 pounds. Director Jiang calculated the prices for the wild boar and wild chicken, then prepared to issue a receipt. Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianci's voice suddenly rang out, staring at the puzzled Director Jiang. Can I change my receipt? Director Jiang was taken aback for a moment, then nodded with a smile. Sure. He opened the drawer and generously said, take a look yourself. What kind of receipts do you want? Looking at a pile of Class A cigarette coupons, Class B liquor coupons, grain coupons, and industrial coupons in the drawer, Shu Tianci's eyes dazzled. He was not shy with the other party and took a step forward to start selecting. He took 5 Class A cigarette coupons, 3 liquor coupons, 10 jean of national grain coupons, 30 feet of fabric coupons, and 5 jean of cotton coupons. Su Jun beside him was dazzled, enviously swallowing his saliva. All right. Just as Shu Tianci was about to clear the drawer of all the coupons, Director Jiang suddenly stopped him. He glared with wide eyes, pointing at the drawer. You brat, why does it look like you're here to sell pork? What is going on here, a robbery? Hearing this, Shu Tianci was unbothered, smirking as he replied, what can I do? It's not easy for us ordinary folks to get some coupons. It's rare to have a chance to exchange for a few. All right, I don't want to hear your nonsense. Let's leave it at that. Director Jiang saw through Shu Tianci's tricks and quickly waved his hand to dismiss his rambling. Then he deducted several dozen yuan from those coupons and issued Shu Tianci a receipt for over 800. You take this, later go to the finance department to collect your money. It's not urgent now. First come with me to the procurement department to meet the new colleagues. Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianci quickly grabbed him, smiling, no rush. Under the puzzled gaze of the other party, he continued, Uncle Jiang, look. As procurement personnel, when we go to the countryside and deal with others, we can't go empty-handed, right? The cigarette coupons need to be reimbursed by the procurement department, don't you think? You brat. I was wondering why you didn't take those Class B and Class C cigarette coupons. Director Jiang's eyes widened, irritated. Social niceties, aren't they essential for procurement personnel? Shu Tianci raised an eyebrow and laughed. Those are for building good relationships with township leaders. I can't let the procurement personnel offer them, can I? When seeking favors, it's one thing to dine, but offering cigarettes is the most basic etiquette. When you need someone to help, you have to act submissively, offering cigarettes and gifts while hoping they accept. Unlike in later times when there is overproduction and one begs factories to buy their goods. Times are different, and so are the working styles. Looking at the smiling Shu Tianci, he nodded and said, all right, the procurement department does indeed have subsidies for this. 1 Class B cigarette coupon per month, but you need to be frugal. That kid Li Hao used to take coupons without missing one, yet he never brought back a single item. No problem, you can rest assured. Shu Tianci chuckled and nodded. He didn't inquire about Li Hao's situation, as it was better not to pry into others' affairs. Director Jiang counted out 20 Class B cigarette coupons and handed them to Shu Tianci and Su Jun. These are cigarette coupons, and furthermore, I'm giving you 100 yuan as an advance. This is for when you go into the countryside to collect goods. Use this money first. If it's large items like wild boars or a considerable amount of goods, let the other party issue a receipt. Once the goods are brought back to the factory and confirmed to be correct, the money will be transferred to the other party's public account. Hearing this, Shu Tianci finally understood why Li Hao said he had no money the first time he transported goods. The advance was less than 100 yuan, enough to procure a few wild chickens or rabbits. However, for big items like wild boars, bringing them back to the factory for accounting was indeed more reasonable. After receiving the cigarette coupons and money, Shu Tianci asked again, Uncle Jiang, what about transportation? We can't rely solely on our 2 legs for the back and forth to the countryside, can we? This back and forth is too time-consuming. Without transportation, what kind of procurement personnel would that be? This point Director Jiang couldn't refute. He nodded and said the procurement department has a few bicycles that are about 8,090 new. You can take them to ride. If you perform well, I will have the factory buy you new ones. Hearing that he would soon have a bicycle, Su Jun became even happier. He reached out to grab Shu Tianci, feeling grateful, his face flushed with warmth. Shu Tianci shrugged off the other's hand and looked at Director Jiang, saying, Uncle Jiang, do you have a tricycle? For small amounts of goods, I don't need to send them to the factory, but if there are more goods, a bicycle can't carry them all, so I want a tricycle. Director Jiang was taken aback, asking in return, isn't a procurement vehicle sufficient? This remark momentarily surprised Shu Tianci. He countered, can I drive the truck away? No. Director Jiang shook his head and said, when there are many goods, just call the factory. Then the procurement vehicle will help you transport the goods. Isn't that more convenient than you pedaling a tricycle? Convenient, my foot. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes complaining, when I procure some goods, I still have to find a nearby unit to borrow a phone. The two argued, seemingly having their own valid points. Director Jiang, too lazy to continue debating, waved his hand and said, there's a tricycle in the back kitchen and you can take it. Once you take the tricycle, the bicycle will be gone all right. No problem. Shu Tianci smiled and readily agreed. Director Jiang shook his head helplessly and then took the two to the procurement department to meet their colleagues. Tianci Junzi, our procurement department, has a total of 5 sections. On the way to the procurement department, Director Jiang explained the current situation of the department to Shu Tianci and the others. Although Shu Tianci and the others had already learned the specifics from Li Hao, they did not interrupt Director Jiang. They quietly listened to his explanation until they entered a classroom-like room. Director Jiang. Section Chief, Zhou, I've brought you 2 people. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Director Jiang immediately introduced, these 2 are Shu Tianci and Su Jun. From now on, they will be the procurement staff for your 3rd section. I don't underestimate them. The last 3 pigs and these 2 wild boars today were all sourced by them. Upon hearing this, Zhou Kaishuan's eyes lit up. Tianci, Jun, Z, welcome, welcome. From now on, the 3rd section will be your home. This is Zhou Kaishuan, the section chief of the 3rd section, Director Jiang introduced. You can directly approach him for procurement matters. If he cannot resolve it, then come to me. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci and Su Jun nodded repeatedly and exchanged pleasantries with section chief Zhou. Director Jiang suggested that they stay for lunch and then turned to leave. Knowing that Shu Tianci and Su Jun were promising talents, Zhou Kaishuan's attitude was very enthusiastic. Come Tianci, why don't you introduce yourselves to everyone? Under Zhou Kaishuan's urging, Shu Tianci was the first to step onto the platform. Hello everyone, my name is Shu Tianci. Below the stage stood about 10 people, with Li Hao leading the applause. Clap, clap, clap. Welcome, welcome to our new colleagues joining the 3rd section family. As soon as this was said, a round of applause erupted from below. There were naturally more people in the department, with many still outside and not yet returned. I am honored to join the Min Machinery Factory family and become a part of the procurement 3rd section. Director Jiang just informed me that the 3rd section is the most powerful among the 5 procurement sections. All the employees of the 3rd section are the pride of the procurement department, unafraid of hardship and storms. We consistently complete procurement tasks excellently, ensuring the food supply for the unit staff. I, Shu Tianci, aim to learn from you all and contribute more to the procurement 3rd section. Good. Li Hao's eyes brightened at this, and he immediately applauded vigorously. The others followed suit until Shu Tianci stepped down from the platform. As he passed by Su Jun, he noticed the sweat on his forehead. Hearing his elder brother speak so well made him feel a bit of pressure. Hello everyone, I am Su Jun. I am honored to join the Min Machinery Factory family as a member of the procurement 3rd section. I, like my elder brother, wish to learn from all the seniors. Good. Although my speech isn't very polished, everyone still applauded to welcome me. At this moment, a short man stood up. Tianci Junzi, right. I heard that the 5 wild boars from the factory were all sourced by you. Please share some experience with us so we can benefit too. Xing, you better forget it. If you bring Tianci and them along, we might not have any meat to eat in the future. What do you mean? Am I going to hold them back? That's uncertain considering the area you're in has an abundance of aquatic products. You can't even catch a fish. Who knows if you've attracted bad luck? Don't pass it on to Tianci and them. Though the speaker was casual, the listener took it to heart. Their debate continued, although Shu Tianci suddenly had a flash of inspiration. He took a serious look at the short man and remembered his appearance. All right, everyone stop arguing. Seeing the debate escalate, Zhou Kaishuan quickly stepped in. The 2 new colleagues have already introduced themselves. You should all introduce yourselves too. As soon as he finished speaking, the short man raised his hand and shouted, Tianci, a brother Junzi, brother, I am Gao Xing. Han Zhengwo. Wang Er Dan. Wu Mao. After everyone introduced themselves one by one, Shu Tianci and Su Jun nodded to each, acknowledging their presence. Now that Tianci and Junzi are considered part of our 3rd section, we just haven't assigned areas yet. If anyone has time, please explain to them and help confirm their groupings. Once you have results, just report back to me. After Zhou Kaishuan finished speaking, he casually patted Shu Tianci and Su Jun on the shoulder. After he left, a crowd immediately swarmed around them. Tianci and Junzi, can you tell us how you got those wild boars? What do you want? What do you want? Li Hao pushed the crowd aside and directly blocked Shu Tianci and Su Jun. Tianci is my brother. He will definitely be in my group. Are you all trying to dig my corner by asking so many questions? Wow, has he already become the star of the procurement 3rd section? Shu Tianci didn't want to steal the spotlight, so he quickly called out, everyone. Thank you all for your kindness, but Junzi and I are from the same town, so when groups are assigned it's definitely going to be me and him together. Upon hearing this, the crowd immediately showed expressions of disappointment mixed with acceptance. All right, let's disperse. Li Hao dispersed the crowd, and then led Shu Tianci outside. He looked up at the two and said, Tianci brother, here's the thing, previously your town was under my responsibility, so the 2 times you sold wild boars I handled the handover. Now that you and Junzi will be responsible for that area, I will have to. Upon hearing this, both Shu Tianci and Su Jun showed a hint of embarrassment on their faces. Shu Tianci knew that taking over someone else's area without permission was morally wrong. Thus he nodded and said with heartfelt regret, in that case, should I change to another area? Can you tell me how this area is divided? It's simple. Our procurement department has dozens of people, and we can't all crowd into the county town, right? The surrounding county towns and communes are key areas for unit procurement. Not only our machinery factory, but also other factories in the county and units in the city will send procurement staff down. The supply of unplanned materials is scarce, but the competition is fierce, so whether we can procure materials relies entirely on the procurement staff's abilities. Li Hao explained, then patted Shu Tianci on the shoulder saying, Tianci, I didn't mean to drive you away. What I mean is I can go to other areas. If I can't procure materials, will you be able to help me out? Shu Tianci looked at Li Hao with a strange expression and chuckled. Brother Hao, actually I can switch areas. Just in time, I wanted to ask how things are going with Xing Gu regarding aquatic products. Are you talking about the gorilla? Li Hao turned his head to glance at the classroom before looking at Shu Tianci and said, let's find a quiet place, and he'll tell you slowly. Shu Tianci could have directly asked Gao Xingxing for clarification, but now was not the time to contradict Li Hao. So he nodded and followed Su Jun as they walked outside towards the procurement department. On the way, Li Hao explained the area that the gorilla is responsible for is Hongxiao Town, where aquatic products are abundant. Due to its proximity to Moon Bay, the water resources are ever-flowing. Therefore, even in the past 2 years of drought, the grain production there remains plentiful. Hearing this, Shu Tianci frowned. He asked in confusion, but I just heard others say that Xinggu hasn't received much in the way of aquatic products. No matter how many aquatic products there are, they can't withstand daily harvesting. Li Hao rolled his eyes and complained. Fishing is different from hunting in the mountains. Hunting involves confronting wild beasts directly, and one careless moment could cost a life. Hence, those without skill and courage would never dare to go. Fishing, on the other hand, only requires casting a net. Hence, everyone in the nearby villages knows how to do it. However, the river beneath Hongxiao is not the sea, and just because the water is abundant does not mean the aquatic products are inexhaustible. Regardless of the drought, the villagers nearby would still go fishing for their meals. Now that the drought has lasted over a year, the villagers have increased their fishing frequency. Is there still fish in Moon Bay? Certainly. However, it is impossible to catch dozens with one net as it used to be. Moreover, there are many units procuring from there. With so many wolves and little meat, as soon as a few fish appear, they get bought up. For Gao Xingxing to complete the task of procuring a few hundred yuan worth of fish, it is naturally impossible. Shu Tianci suddenly understood, and then he heard Li Hao say, Tianci, you aren't thinking of going to Hongxiao Town, are you? Let me tell you, your hunting skills are well known. If you really go to Hongxiao Town, it would be a waste of your capabilities. No, Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, saying, I was just asking casually, I can go anywhere. Li Hao was taken aback for a moment and then chuckled. So about what we were just discussing. Shu Tianci glanced at him, feeling somewhat contemptuous, helping him complete the procurement task while he just lies in the factory collecting wages and benefits. This guy really thinks he can take advantage of a good deal. I'm not a saint. How could I do something for someone unrelated to me? Just as Shu Tianci was about to refuse, a sudden clattering sound rang out above him. Dinner time. The cafeteria is serving food. I heard the procurement department brought in 2 wild boars. We are in for a treat today. Really? Last time I arrived a bit late and only got a little soup. However, even a bit of soup over rice feels like a delicacy to me. Countless employees emerged from all directions discussing today's meals in hushed tones. They wore uniforms of the machinery factory and held lunchboxes and chopsticks. Their eyes sparkled with hope for the future. Seeing this, Li Hao had no choice but to give up on questioning Shu Tianci. He patted both of their shoulders and smiled. Think it over, let's go eat first. Shu Tianci also wanted to see what was different about the cafeteria of a machinery factory from the 1960s. Moreover, he had been eating sweet potatoes for several days and indeed wanted to change the taste, so he exchanged a glance with Su Jun and followed Li Hao. Min Machinery Factory has nearly 1,000 employees, and there are 2 cafeterias, one on the logistics side and one in the workshop. Shu Tianci and the others followed Li Hao to the cafeteria near the logistics department, and soon Gao Xingxing and the others caught up. The group laughed and chatted quickly, arriving at the second cafeteria. In less than 10 minutes, the cafeteria was already packed. Several serving windows were surrounded by people, making it impossible to squeeze in. Shu Tianci turned sideways to peek inside the window, immediately hearing Su Jun swallowing hard beside him. It's no wonder it's a big factory. The food prepared is indeed plentiful. Steamed buns, 2 unknown buns, 3 unknown steamed breads, rice, boiled cabbage, tofu cubes, shredded potatoes, seaweed soup. Pure vegetarian dishes for 2 cents each. Stir-fried meat slices with white radish, stir-fried meat slices with cabbage, stir-fried meat slices with garlic leaves. Mixed dishes for 10 cents each. Braised meat chunks with potatoes, braised meat chunks with carrots, braised meat chunks with tofu. Such large dishes are 20 cents each. Shu Tianci noticed that most of the workers in front of him had filled their bowls with 10-cent dishes. There were some mixed dishes, while only a small portion opted for pure vegetarian dishes. Despite not having eaten meat for a long time, most people still chose to save. Tianci Junzi. Li Hao came over holding an aluminum lunchbox and pointed to a nearby tableware cabinet. We all have our own tableware. Since you just arrived, use what's in the cafeteria for now. When you have time, just go buy an aluminum lunchbox from the supply and marketing cooperative. Okay, thank you. Shu Tianci and Su Jun nodded in gratitude and were just about to turn to get them. A girl with better skin suddenly appeared in front of them, handing a set of bowls and chopsticks to Shu Tianci. Tianci, this is your first time eating in the cafeteria, right? Here are the utensils I got for you. Use them for now. Oh, if you have time in the afternoon, I'll take you to buy an aluminum lunchbox. Shu Tianci glanced at her, thinking to himself that he didn't even know her. Beside him, Su Jun was very perceptive, casting an envious glance at Shu Tianci before turning to leave. Shu Tianci's mouth twitched just as he was about to refuse. Tianci, the cafeteria's utensils are quite unsanitary. A tall woman walked over and handed him a set of aluminum lunchbox and utensils. These are my utensils, already washed. Take them and use them. Seeing this, the first girl immediately became displeased. Chen Xiaohua, what do you mean? What do you mean the cafeteria's utensils are unsanitary? Didn't you use them just like this when you arrived? Did I say anything wrong? Chen Xiaohua glared, shouting indignantly. Of course they are unsanitary. Just look at you, you switched to an aluminum lunchbox as well. The cafeteria's utensils are unsanitary, but the aluminum lunchbox you used is sanitary. And you want to give what you've used to Tianci? I think you're just being flirtatious. What did you say? Who's being flirtatious? See if I don't tear your mouth apart. Chen Xiaohua immediately got angry and directly shoved her face. Goodness. Seeing this scene, the surrounding employees were all stunned. 2 beautiful female employees from the HR department actually got into a fight over a young man. And Shu Tianci, who was caught in between, did not dare to intervene and could only bend down to dodge. Just as he was about to escape this trouble, a hand suddenly grabbed him. Tianci, why are you back at the machinery factory again, even coming to the cafeteria? Come with me, don't let anyone find out you're not one of them. Uncle, where are you taking me? Shu Tianci exclaimed, helplessly looking at the middle-aged man dragging him outside. Don't shout. Fu Sheng scolded, quickly pulling Shu Tianci outside the cafeteria. He then turned back and stared at Shu Tianci, saying, how did you get in again? Who let you in? Shu Tianci couldn't help but chuckle and explained, Uncle, I came to take care of some business. What business are you taking care of? Fu Sheng interrupted Shu Tianci's explanation with a scolding voice. What kind of person do you think I am? Do you think your uncle wouldn't know? Enough, I know you want to find a job. Fu Sheng's tone became heavier, but then he looked helpless. I tried to help you get a position as an assistant factory manager, but they haven't agreed. They said they just allocated 1 9th level and 1 10th level position, and they really can't spare more. Many people knew about the 2 positions Shu Tianci and Su Jun were vying for, but very few knew the specific levels. Hearing his uncle say this, he realized that the other party had indeed sought out the assistant factory manager. Not to mention anything else, just this thought was enough to make Shu Tianci feel grateful. Uncle, actually that. All right. I'll ask again in a while. If it really doesn't work, just listen, go join your cousin in JC province to serve in the army. Fu Sheng waved his hand impatiently, then grabbed Shu Tianci's wrist. Now come with me, or it'll be bad if someone discovers us. Shu Tianci felt bitter, thinking, you could at least give me a chance to explain. It had been a long time since he had eaten pork. Was it too much to ask for a taste? Tianci. Suddenly, Director Jiang's voice came from the side. Fu Sheng was startled, quickly hiding Shu Tianci behind him and looking at the newcomer. Director Jiang, are you going to the cafeteria for a meal? Oh, it's Team Leader Fu. What are you doing? Director Jiang glanced at Fu Sheng and then looked at Shu Tianci with confusion. Seeing that hiding was no longer an option, Fu Sheng immediately laughed and explained, Director Jiang, this is my nephew. He needed to talk to me about something, but we're done now. I'll take him out right away. Uncle Jiang, this is my uncle. Wait, did you just say? Uncle. Hearing Shu Tianci speak, Fu Sheng wanted to stop him, but soon he realized that the title was a bit off. Fu Sheng looked at the smiling Director Jiang in surprise, and then at Shu Tianci, asking you call him uncle. Before Shu Tianci could respond, Director Jiang smiled, and said, since we're family, let's sit together. It's a good chance for Tianci to try our Daz's cooking. Alright then, I won't be polite. Shu Tianci smiled and nodded. Not long after, in the cafeteria's private room, seeing Shu Tianci chatting and laughing with the logistics director and looking at the meat dishes on the table, Fu Sheng felt a bit bewildered. What kind of background does this nephew from the daughter-in-law's family have that even their factory leaders are chatting with him? The most absurd part was that he hadn't even tasted the braised pork or stir-fried tripe with celery more than a few times. But now it was as if the dishes were specially prepared to entertain Shu Tianci. Tianci, how is it? Is it to your liking? Hidaju came in wearing an apron and smiled at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci immediately nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying, delicious. No wonder you're a top chef. Hidaju laughed heartily and proudly said, if it's good, eat more. Your brother Zhu may not have many specialties, but he does have a lot of signature dishes. If there's a chance in the future, I'll cook some other dishes for you to try. Thank you, I won't hold back then. Shu Tianci smiled, raised his glass to Director Jiang, and said, Uncle Jiang, I'll toast you. Alright. Director Jiang nodded, took a sip, and then looked at Fu Sheng, saying, Team Leader Fu seems a bit reserved. No. Fu Sheng shook his head repeatedly, then awkwardly smiled, and said a bit yes. What a thing to say. How could he relax when it was his first time sharing a table with a director-level leader while eating? You've been an employee in our factory for a long time. There's no need to be too restrained. Director Jiang laughed, lightly reassuring, eat your food, drink a bit of wine. I have to go back to the workshop later, so I want drink. Fu Sheng shook his head, picked up his chopsticks, and grabbed a piece of braised pork. Taking a bite, the tender and sweet taste with the sensation of pork fat filling his mouth was truly delightful. If he weren't sitting at the same table as the leaders, he would really want to pack some home to let his wife and child taste it. Director Jiang glanced at Shu Tianci and had a sip of wine. After eating a bite of food, he then looked at Fu Sheng and said, by the way, Team Leader Fu, how long has it been since you were promoted? Fu Sheng hesitated for a moment and said with a bitter smile, it's been 8 years. He started from the grassroots level, taking over from his father. After a few years, he was promoted to deputy squad leader, then squad leader, and after several more years, he became deputy group leader and then group leader. But since he became group leader, he hadn't been promoted in the last 7 or 8 years. Moreover, some of his former employees had even become his leaders. After hearing Fu Sheng's story, Director Jiang seemed to empathize and nodded. He coughed lightly, comforting him, Team Leader Fu, you have indeed been wronged. Later I will talk to the factory manager and see if the position of the next workshop director's deputy can be prioritized for you. Hearing this, Fu Sheng's eyes brightened and his entire face turned red. Thank you, Director Jiang. Fu Sheng was so excited that Director Jiang's words felt like a cloud ladder leading to the heavens in his heart. He wished he could kneel down directly to repay the favor for the support. However, a single sentence from Director Jiang pulled him back to reality. Team Leader Fu, you're too polite. I also consider Tianci as family. If I had known earlier that you were his uncle, I would have certainly helped you. As soon as these words were said, not only did Fu Sheng feel bewildered, but even Shu Tianci sensed something was off. No good deed goes unpunished. Director Jiang definitely wouldn't help Fu Sheng for no reason unless he had something to gain. After helping Fu Sheng, would he then have an excuse to ask for his own help? Shu Tianci's expression turned serious as he suddenly became wary of Director Jiang. Fu Sheng, confused, looked at Director Jiang and Shu Tianci and asked Director Jiang, what's your relationship with Tianci? Tianci is a hero of our machinery factory. He has brought us 5 wild boars. You've been able to eat pork these 2 times, all thanks to his contribution. Director Jiang explained, then looked at Shu Tianci and said, didn't you tell your uncle? 5 wild boars. Fu Sheng's pupils constricted as he looked at Shu Tianci in shock. He suddenly remembered the last time he encountered him in the factory. That day it seemed there was also news of pork in the cafeteria. Could it be? Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled bitterly at Director Jiang, saying, let me handle it myself. After saying that, he turned to Fu Sheng and said, Uncle, now you should believe me, right? I really came to take care of business. Inside the canteen's private room, Shu Tianci explained to Fu Sheng why he was at the machinery factory. The matter of sending wild boars had already been mentioned by Director Jiang, so there was nothing for him to hide. What? You say you are the purchasing agent of the machinery factory? Upon hearing Shu Tianci's explanation, Fu Sheng was immediately taken aback. Uncle, don't get too excited, it's just an opportunity given by Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianci chuckled and attributed the credit to Director Jiang. Fu Sheng suddenly recalled what Shu Tianyou had said on the day of his wedding. The other party claimed that finding a job was a piece of cake for him. Most people at the table had thought he was bragging. Now this kid had really done it, and right in his own workplace. Fu Sheng shook his head with a bitter smile, but said nothing more. After finishing the meal, he glanced at Shu Tianci, said goodbye to Director Jiang, and turned to leave. Watching Fu Sheng leave, Shu Tianci then turned to Director Jiang and asked, "Uncle Jiang, you have a purpose for doing this, right? You mean promoting team leader Fu?" Director Jiang looked puzzled and inquired. Seeing Shu Tianci nod, he suddenly realized and laughed. "You think too much. Team leader Fu has been a long-time employee of the factory, and everyone knows he works diligently. It's just that his thinking is a bit rigid, which has caused him to miss opportunities for promotion." While this reasoning was reasonable, Shu Tianci did not believe it. He chuckled and stood up saying, "The meal is finished, and since Uncle Jiang doesn't say anything, I will take my leave." No, no, no. Sit down first." Director Jiang quickly gestured him to stay and said irritably, "I knew I couldn't fool you, kid." Shu Tianci smiled slightly, and after sitting down, he remained silent, quietly watching Director Jiang. "Tianci, it's like this." Director Jiang coughed and slowly said, "You see, the weather is starting to get colder and the year-end is approaching you. I thought I would have the workers eat better during this time and give them some benefits at the end of the year. So apart from the monthly purchasing amount of 1,000, could you add 2 wild boars? Adding 2 wild boars on top of the 1,000 purchasing amount means a total of 2 to 3,000, right?" Shu Tianci had no objections, but he still chuckled. "Uncle Jiang, this is a bit difficult for me. A task volume of 2 to 3,000 a month, no one could handle that. I know it's a challenge." Director Jiang quickly nodded and pulled out a cigarette from his pocket, handing one to Shu Tianci. "But Uncle has no choice, right? At least 2 wild boars a month, and for the 1,000 purchasing amount you can buy anything: wild chickens, wild rabbits, chickens, ducks, fish, and eggs. I won't impose any restrictions." "Wow, is that really no restrictions?" Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment, then lit the cigarette in his mouth and said, "Uncle Jiang, I can think of a way for this." "Really? Don't rush." Seeing Director Jiang's excited expression, Shu Tianci quickly raised his hand to stop him, saying, "I have conditions." Upon hearing this, Director Jiang's excited expression immediately faded, and he even looked a bit serious. He coughed and nodded. "Speak, as long as it's not too excessive, I can agree. It's like this: I need a proof, a document stating that a civilian can exchange off-plan materials from the machinery factory for food." This. Director Jiang twitched the corner of his mouth, speechless, and said, "Your condition is a bit excessive. Tianci, I really can't issue that proof. It's not that Uncle doesn't want to help you, but the food from the machinery factory isn't unlimited. Other departments also need food tickets to procure food. It's not just our machinery factory that does this. Go look at other factories, they all do the same. If you take away the food, then our machinery factory's workers will go hungry." "Uncle, you misunderstood." Knowing that Director Jiang had misunderstood, Shu Tianci quickly corrected him. "I only need a proof. I don't need the machinery factory to supply food." "How so?" Director Jiang looked at him curiously. "Uncle Jiang, this several thousand yuan worth of off-plan materials definitely can't be handled by me alone, so I plan to invite everyone in the village to go hunting together to complete this task. However, our commune recently submitted everyone's food to the upper authorities. Now all the villagers are waiting for food to save their lives. I've heard about this too." Director Jiang frowned and nodded, saying, "But what does this have to do with the proof you need?" "Of course it has a relationship." Shu Tianci's eyes widened as he spoke with logic. "The machinery factory has money, but no off-plan materials, so it needs to use money to exchange for materials. The villagers have off-plan materials, but no food. Thus the villagers need to take money to buy overpriced food. At this moment, Uncle Jiang, you need to issue a proof to make this behavior reasonable and legal." At this point, Shu Tianci suddenly paused. "By the way, Uncle Jiang, I also need a business trip proof." "You still plan to go on a business trip?" Director Jiang asked curiously. "I have no other choice," Shu Tianci sighed and said, "I am the only one with a job in the village, and the village head has placed all hopes on me. Now everyone is short on food, and it's definitely difficult to seize the overpriced food in the county, so I plan to go to the city or other provinces to see if there is a way. There are several hundred people in Shujia village, and whatever can save them counts. I can't just watch them starve to death." Upon hearing Shu Tianci's words, Director Jiang's admiration suddenly turned into respect. As a factory leader, he had some understanding of the situation above. Every commune had sent the food submitted by civilians to the front lines in the north. Those civilians who had lost their food could only rely on the mountains and rivers for sustenance or even starve to death. In this critical moment when everyone was on edge, Shu Tianci was able to step up and shoulder the burden of a village. This kind of determination and courage was indeed remarkable, if it weren't for his daughter's age and having lost her husband. Cough, cough. Seeing Director Jiang silent for a long time with a somewhat strange expression, Shu Tianci quickly took out a cigarette. After handing it over, he assured him, "Uncle Jiang, as long as you agree to issue this proof, I can guarantee you. These 2 months, the purchasing amount of 1,000 each plus 2 wild boars will definitely be taken care of." Seeing that Shu Tianci said this, Director Jiang could only nod. "Okay, I will issue this proof for you. And the business trip proof. Shu Tianci reminded. I finished discussing some matters with Uncle Jiang. Shu Tianci patted Shu Jun's shoulder and followed Director Jiang to the office. In front of Shu Jun, Director Jiang issued a certificate for grain exchange, a business trip certificate, and a letter of introduction to Shu Tianci. After tucking the papers into his pocket, Shu Tianci headed towards the finance department with Shu Jun. Third brother, where are you going for the business trip, eh? I haven't decided yet, but I think I need to go to the city. Shu Tianci shook his head and strode into the finance department. With the note from Director Jiang, he exchanged it for 970 yuan at the finance department head's desk. Shu Tianci pulled out 5 yuan from his pocket and handed it to Shu Jun, saying, take this. After we go back, organize the villagers to go up the mountain and try to survive this winter. Shu Jun chuckled, carefully stashing the money into his pocket. This was what he deserved, and he didn't think it was too little. Let's go pick a bicycle first. Shu Tianci patted Shu Jun's shoulder and headed towards the logistics department. The two then arrived at the location where bicycles were stored, guided by the person in charge to see several nearly new 28s. Shu Jun was thrilled and chose a 90% new bicycle with the person's consent. Shu Tianci didn't take one, but went to the cafeteria to get an 80% new tricycle, although it was a bit unsightly compared to the 28 bicycle that Shu Jun rode. But Shu Tianci didn't mind. He found it very practical and even spent money to ask the kitchen for some burlap sacks. Third brother, where are we going next? Shu Jun glanced at Shu Tianci curiously. Of course, we need to handle the urban household registration. If we don't go now, it will be too late. Shu Tianci didn't have a watch, but he knew it was getting late. Thus, the two did not hesitate and rode their respective vehicles to the Public Security Bureau. With the work certification from the machinery factory, the transfer of household registration went much smoother. Shu Tianci and Shu Jun were prepared and took their household registration books with them when they left. 2 hours later, when they walked out of the Public Security Bureau, each of them had an additional vehicle license. Besides that, there was also an extra booklet. Shu Jun excitedly raised the booklet and shouted, from now on, I'm also a city person now. Third brother, thank you. He laughed heartily and jumped onto Shu Tianci, shouting. Fortunately, Shu Tianci reacted quickly and quickly raised his hand to block him. He firmly held him back and scolded, in public, can you have a little dignity? Shu Jun looked up at the passing crowd and saw disdain in their eyes. He immediately coughed a couple of times and said seriously, Third brother, are we going to apply for the grain book next? Of course. I still need to bring grain back to my family. As soon as Shu Tianci finished speaking, he hopped on the tricycle and rode towards the grain station. Third brother, wait for me. Shu Jun quickly chased after him with his long legs. Although Shu Tianci had obtained the urban household registration, there was something that made him particularly unhappy. That is, his 3 younger siblings could not temporarily obtain urban household registration, which meant they could not enter the city to study. The rural school had stopped classes last year. Teachers and students were starving and emaciated, who would still go to class. What Shu Tianci did not know was that the city schools would also begin closing down in 2 years. Soon after, Shu Tianci and Shu Jun obtained the grain book that only city residents possessed at the grain station. A monthly quota of 32 jin, but not all fine grains, but included cornmeal, white flour, rice. A cumulative amount of various grains. Seeing Shu Jun staring down at the grain book, Shu Tianci handed over a few burlap sacks. Take this. What do we need this for? Shu Jun put away the grain book and asked in confusion. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and retorted, does your family still have plenty to eat? No. Shu Jun shook his head and said truthfully, I and Xiao Qian have only had a few good meals at third brother's house. There are too many people in the family and there is nothing left to eat. Thanks to the money you gave me the other day, I was able to buy some coarse grains for the family. Otherwise, I wouldn't have taken Xiao Qian up the mountain to hunt back then. Even the militia had fallen to such a degree, having to get up early every morning to exercise. After exercising, they still had to go to the fields to earn work points. With millions of militiamen nationwide, they were the reserve army, yet the commune even took away their grain. They suffered greatly, but rushed to the front lines when the country called. Sigh. Shu Tianci sighed and explained, take the burlap sacks and buy all the quota on the grain book. Bring it back for uncle and aunt to eat. We can't let them keep starving, can we? Shu Jun suddenly realized and chuckled. I thought the grain station would provide bags for buying grain. Dream on. Shu Tianci shook his head and went to the grain sales department with the burlap sacks. Today is the middle of the month and families with grain books already came at the beginning of the month. The grain station would be very crowded at that time. It was possible to wait in line for a day and night. Therefore, the grain station didn't have a long queue today, and Shu Tianci and the others easily approached the grain station staff. Hello, I want to buy out the entire quota on the grain book. The grain station staff took the grain book, glanced at Shu Tianci and Shu Jun and nodded. According to the grain quota on the grain book, he began calculating the total price of the grains. Buying grain with a grain book at the grain station is very different from buying it on the black market. With a grain book, buying fine grains at the grain station only costs a few cents for a pound. Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian each obtained 32 pounds of grain for only a few yuan. If this were on the black market, it would cost at least dozens of yuan, and it might not even be available. This is great, my parents won't go hungry anymore. Shu Xianglian was very excited, hugging the grain. Shu Tianci glanced at him and reminded, "Be careful on your way back, don't attract too much attention." Slinking around, Shu Xianglian was taken aback, but quickly understood Shu Tianci's meaning. He nodded and smiled, "Don't worry, I will hide the grain well." "Good, not too foolish." Shu Tianci smiled and said, "I still have something to do, you can head back first." This. Shu Xianglian hesitated for a moment, then nodded and said, "Okay, third brother, be careful." Upon hearing Shu Tianci's acknowledgement, Shu Xianglian picked up his bicycle and turned to leave. Watching his retreating figure, Shu Tianci leisurely rode the tricycle. After reaching a deserted alley, he turned in. In the next second, he vanished along with the vehicle into the jade pendant space. Ow! As soon as Shu Tianci appeared, 2 gray wolves pounced on him. "No licking." Shu Tianci scolded, then petted Erlang's head and asked, "How's it going? Are your injuries healed?" He checked, and the injuries on the 2 wolves had indeed healed nicely. It seemed that the healing effect of this spiritual spring water was quite good. Shu Tianci played with Gray Wolf and Red Wolf for a while, then looked at the dead wild boar he had tossed in. Goodness! The meat from its abdomen and chest had already been gnawed away, and its back and head were nearly stripped clean. It's been half a day outside, but it seems like only 4 or 5 days have passed in here. You guys really can eat. Have you turned a few 100 pounds of wild boar into nothing but bones? Shu Tianci stared at the 2 wolves in front of him, giving them a thumbs up in admiration. The 2 wolves thought he was praising them, and they joyfully pounced on him. "All right, you guys eat too much, I can't afford to keep you." Shu Tianci shook his head and waved his hand. The 2 wild wolves instantly vanished, already in the stasis warehouse. Shu Tianci clapped his hands and then approached the 4th piece of black land that had appeared in the morning. It was still 2 acres in size, but there were no crops on it. Shu Tianci stroked his chin, contemplating what to plant. Currently, the most valuable crops were certainly rice and wheat, but those were difficult to handle. If he planted too much, it would just gather dust in the warehouse. He also needed to exchange grain for the villagers, and that grain had to be mainly coarse. So he needed to plant more coarse grain. With this thought, Shu Tianci's eyes lit up, and he took out the corn seeds he had harvested in the morning. Then, just like with the 3rd piece of black land, he planted a corn seed every 10 or so centimeters. After some time, the 4th piece of black land was filled with corn. Shu Tianci raised his hand, and a transparent orb of water appeared above all the land. As he clenched his fist, countless droplets began to fall from the orb. The dense droplets fell onto the land, nourishing the black soil and the crops within. The power of the sovereign is truly mesmerizing. Shu Tianci sighed deeply, and after irrigating all the land, he turned and exited the space. Upon leaving the space, he replaced the tricycle with a bicycle, attaching the processed license plate to it. Then, with a push of his left foot and a swing of his right leg, he rode swiftly like the wind towards the Shu family's home. This time he did not sneak around. He rode his bicycle openly, even riding into the town market. The few villagers in town instinctively glanced over, revealing a hint of envy in their eyes. Shu Tianci paid no attention and stopped at the entrance of the clinic. Seeing the clinic's door tightly shut, he shook his head and rode towards the direction of Shu's home. A bicycle. This is a 28-speed bike. Wow. Tianci, where did you get a bicycle? This bicycle is so new, it must have been recently bought. Tianci, when did you get rich enough to ride a bike? Look, Grandpa. Tianci rode a bicycle home. As soon as he returned to the village, Shu Tianci instantly became the center of attention. Not just the uncles and aunts, but a group of excited children chased after him. They kept running, seemingly trying to compete with Shu Tianci's bicycle speed. No bicycle had ever appeared in Shu family village, and yet today one did. It was like a car suddenly driving into a village in the 1980s and 1990s. And the one driving this car was the laziest and most looked-down-upon boy in the village. So by the time Shu Tianci arrived home, he was already surrounded by people. Tianci, where did you get this bicycle? It can't be stolen, can it? Tianci, don't make mistakes now. What's stealing? Tianci is not that kind of person, it should be from his aunt. But that's not right. I've seen Damas' bicycle, and it's not this new. Tianci, is this bicycle newly bought? Grandpa. Tianci, can I touch it? The commotion among the villagers caught the attention of Shu Tianyou and the others, who all came out. Third brother, Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian, ran over, initially grabbing Shu Tianci's hand and closed with excitement. Then Shu Xianglian curiously examined the bicycle and said, "Third brother, isn't this cousin Zaijian's bike?" "No way." Shu Tianci denied his little sister's guess and said cousin Zaijian's bike isn't this new. After that, Shu Tianyou and his wife along with Shu Xianglian came over. Tianci, didn't you go to work at the machinery factory? How come you have this brand new bicycle? Did you buy it? Shu Tianci shook his head and explained, I didn't need to buy this, but was provided by the unit. From now on, I'll be an employee at the machinery factory, and they gave me a bicycle. As soon as he said this, it was like a thunderclap had struck the crowd. An aunt stepped forward and asked Tianci, you really got a job at the machinery factory? Shu Tianci immediately nodded and casually said, you didn't everyone find out a few days ago? A few days ago that was just hearsay, the village gossip was merely chatting who would take it seriously. But seeing Shu Tianci ride home on a bicycle today, that thoroughly confirmed the matter. But why was that? Shu Tianci was just a boy under 18, lazy, and had lost his parents. How could someone like him secure a job at the machinery factory? While some people felt uncomfortable about this, there were others looking at Shu Tianci with a sense of relief. Tianci, I heard your uncle is a leader at the machinery factory. I suppose this job was arranged for you by him. From now on, you can be considered a city person and bring your siblings enough food. Shu Tianci hadn't expected that this matter would be related to his uncle, but he didn't deny it to let the villagers think whatever they wanted. Yeah, I almost forgot that Damas' husband works at the machinery factory. So having a relative in the city is great. Tianci has also found success. Don't forget us villagers from the Shu family. Indeed, when your parents passed away, we helped out a lot. Hehe, you sure know how to flatter. Shu Tianci silently complained in his heart, but on the surface he smiled and said, don't worry, villagers. I've already discussed with the village head about how to ensure you won't go hungry, and he'll inform you all tomorrow. Everyone should go back and wait for the notice. Having brushed off the villagers, Shu Tianci then went home with his siblings. As they entered the newly built yard, Shu Tianci looked up at the new house on the left. Eldest brother, eldest sister, has your house been built? Yes. Shu Tianyou nodded and smiled. A lot of people came to help today. In just one day's effort, the wooden frame was set up and the blue tiles were laid. The walls have been plastered with yellow mud, and after a few days of drying it will be livable. Hearing this, Shu Tianci was immediately stunned and looked at him in surprise. Shu Tianci discovered that his elder brother was speaking more fluently and clearly now. His appearance had also improved as the nourishing effects of the spiritual spring had lessened the simplicity on his face. If he were to don a long gown, he would truly resemble a scholarly teacher. What are you looking at me for? Shu Tianyou asked, puzzled. It's nothing, let's go home. Shu Tianci shook his head with a smile and turned to walk towards the old house. Shu Xianglian chased after him, reminding him, Tianci, we have no food left. Shu Tianci first leaned his bicycle against the wall, then turned to look at Shu Xianglian. Did you feed the villagers who helped build the house at noon? Shu Xianglian replied affirmatively, indicating she had followed their instructions. In the morning, 40 to 50 villagers had come to work, and there was enough food at home for one meal. Shu Tianci was not stingy and directly had Shu Xianglian cook for them. However, as a result, there would be no dinner for the 7 of them. After understanding the situation at home, Shu Tianci continued to ask, so did anyone come to borrow food today? Shu Xianglian was momentarily stunned and realized, you made me cook all the food because you guessed someone would come to borrow food. Hearing this, Shu Tianci knew that someone must have come by. The villagers surely knew about him giving food to Shu Maojian. As long as someone knew that food could be borrowed from Shu Tianci's family, there would definitely be people trying their luck. He shook his head and looked at Shu Xianglian, saying, if there are villagers who have been kind to us, they will definitely borrow it back. And I indeed need to discuss with the village chief tomorrow about taking the villagers up the mountain to hunt. Therefore, they must be well fed to regain some strength. I won't concern myself with others, but those who come to help us cannot go hungry. But what will we eat next? Shu Xianglian asked again. Just wait. Shu Tianci, through a mysterious smile, stood up and walked outside. The remaining siblings exchanged glances, their eyes filled with confusion, but no one followed him. Not long after, Shu Tianci returned with a bamboo basket on his back. Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian approached him with curious expressions, looking at the basket. Shu Xianglian curiously asked, third brother, did you bring back food? Of course, how could I let my family go hungry? Shu Tianci nodded and placed the bamboo basket on a stool. He removed the burlap sack covering the top, revealing more than a dozen sweet potatoes weighing 2 or 3 pounds each. Upon seeing this, Song Yuro immediately exclaimed, wait. She quickly got up and brought over another bamboo basket from the kitchen, placing it on the ground. Third brother, just put it here. Shu Tianci didn't mind and placed the 20 or 30 pounds of sweet potatoes into the bamboo basket. After the sweet potatoes were removed, another pile of burlap sacks came into view. Shu Tianci took out 2 and placed them on the table, and Shu Xianglian and Shu Xianglian immediately began to open the sack. In the next moment, their pupils dilated. Shu Xianglian glanced around at everyone present and whispered, it's rice. Shu Xianglian quickly covered her mouth, then relaxed and said, "It's flour." Hearing this, Shu Xianglian and Shu Tianyou immediately took the burlap sacks to verify with their own eyes. Upon seeing that there was indeed rice and flour inside, they all turned to look at Shu Tianci. "Don't be too surprised." Shu Tianci smiled slightly and took out a bag of corn flour and placed it on the table. Then there were pig offal ribs. If seeing the food was enough for Shu Xianglian and the others to remain seated, then seeing so much pig offal and ribs made them unable to sit still. "All right, don't take any more." Shu Xianglian and Song Yuro hurriedly stood up, one throwing the bones and pig offal into the bamboo basket, while the other covered it with burlap sacks. After hiding everything, Shu Tianyou finally asked, "Tianci, where did you get these bones and pig offal?" Shu Tianci had long prepared a reason and slowly said, "I must clarify first, you have to keep it a secret after you find out." Hearing this, the expressions of everyone in the family became serious again. "Tianci, you didn't do anything against the rules, did you?" Shu Xianglian was the first to express her concern. "How could that be? Second sister, you should know me better than that." Shu Tianci glanced at her and smiled wryly. "With your third brother's ability, he wouldn't need to break any rules at all." Upon hearing this, Shu Xianglian rolled her eyes and said, "Does that make you any better?" Song Yuro held her back and looked at Shu Tianci with a gentle expression, saying, "Third brother, don't worry. We are a family and you have fed your siblings. We all care about you and are very grateful to you. Therefore, regardless of whether what you did was right or wrong, the whole family will keep your secret." "Yes, that's right, third brother." Shu Xianglian nodded, releasing her hand from her mouth and saying, "Now my mouth is tight." Looking at her expression, Shu Tianci found her both cute and funny. He ruffled her hair and nodded, saying, "Third brother believes in you." "Old third, how could we possibly harm you?" Shu Tianyou said, a bit displeased, reproaching him. Shu Tianci glanced at him and slowly explained the prepared reasoning to his family. "Today I hunted a wild boar on the mountain and sold the meat to the machinery factory. Then I brought back the ribs and innards to give you some oil. As for these sweet potatoes, I bought them without a ticket. The rice and flour are all from the grain quota, which I bought back." After speaking, he placed the grain book and household registration book on the table. Everyone picked one up, and Song Yuro held the grain book and muttered, "Grain book." Shu Tianyou glanced at it and read, "City and town residents grain and oil supply certificate." After reading it, he looked at Shu Tianci and asked, "Is this the grain book?" "Yes." Shu Tianci smiled and then explained the city and town household registration book and work certificate in the hands of his younger siblings. Although second sister had never been to school, she had participated in literacy classes and could read. Although she didn't have much education, she recognized quite a few characters. Shu Tianyou had studied for 2 years in childhood before suffering from drowning and fever. After becoming foolish, he never went back to school, and the hopes of the entire family rested on Shu Tianci. Thus, Shu Tianci had a junior high school education, while his younger siblings had no education at all. Even Shu Tianci had only completed 2nd grade. After recognizing all the documents, Shu Xianglian looked at Shu Tianci with great relief and said, "That's great, our family can be considered to have produced a city person. In the future, Tianci will be the pride of our family. If our parents were aware from their resting place, they would surely feel proud." Hearing this, Shu Tianyou and Song Yuro both nodded in agreement with smiles. "Second sister, our family has more than one city person." Shu Tianci smiled and looked at Shu Xianglian. Everyone was taken aback, and Shu Xianglian suddenly said, "Third brother, are you talking about aunt and second aunt?" "Of course not." Shu Tianci shook his head and explained, "I am talking about second sister." "Me, your second sister?" Everyone exclaimed. "Yes, it's the second sister." Seeing the entire family staring at him, Shu Tianci smiled and nodded. "But why am I considered a city person?" Shu Xianglian was a bit confused, pointing at herself. However, Song Yuro suddenly had a bright idea and guessed, "Third brother, you didn't find a job for Xianglian, did you?" Upon hearing this, the whole family brightened up and looked expectantly at Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci chuckled awkwardly, saying, "Not yet." The expressions of the crowd dimmed, and they lowered their heads again. Shu Xianglian, however, smiled nonchalantly, saying, "It's not easy to find a job. The second sister can understand." "It's okay, Tianci, having a job is already great." After saying this, she picked up the dough and asked, "Aren't you all hungry? We'll go make dinner." "Second sister, I'll help you." Shu Xianglian picked up 2 ribs and ran after her, asking, "Can I eat ribs?" Sure, eat ribs." Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian brightened up at once and immediately chased after her. At that moment, Song Yuro suddenly shouted, "Xianglian, third brother, hasn't finished speaking yet." "That's right, I haven't finished speaking." Seeing the expectant yet disappointed gazes of the family, Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled bitterly. Shu Xianglian paused, turned around, and smiled, "Let's make dinner first, and we can talk at the dinner table. Then I'll help you." Song Yuro did not object and bent down to pick up the sweet potatoes. Shu Tianyou immediately reached out, concerned, "Wife, let me." Watching their backs, Shu Tianci stood up and took out a cigarette without a filter. Casually pinching the cigarette with his mouth, he took out a match and lit it. Although he now had Class A and Class B cigarette coupons, he still didn't want to waste cigarettes. After all, cigarette coupons are hard to come by. Oh, it's not like you can just buy as many as you want like in the future. Shu Tianci walked out of the room looking at the extra yard at home and taking a deep drag on the cigarette. Hiss. Who? When it rains and the lake and river have water, we can plant vegetables here. Half an hour later, a rich aroma of meat began to waft around. Shu Tianci turned to the kitchen and sniffed hard, feeling a bit worried, yet indifferent. He was worried that the villagers might complain about the smell or come knocking at their door. But thinking about it, his family wasn't the first to eat meat. The villagers might have gotten used to it. Another half an hour passed, and Song Yuru emerged from the kitchen holding a bowl of steaming ribs. Third brother, it's time to eat. Behind her followed Shu Xianglian and the 3 younger siblings. On the table were rice braised ribs, a mixed dumpling soup of tuinon batter and wild vegetables, and sweet potatoes. Shu Xianglian ladled a bowl of dumpling soup and handed it to Shu Tianci, saying, "Tianci, eat quickly. You work the hardest at home, so you should eat the ribs first." Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci was taken aback and frowned. "We're all family, why say that?" He placed the ribs on the table, counted, and began to distribute them to everyone. There were a total of 7 people in the family, each getting 5 ribs. "All right, hurry up and eat." "Thank you, third brother." Shu Xianglian was the first to shout, then began to eat sweet potatoes. After finishing them, he picked up the dumpling soup and took a sip. The taste was simply delightful. Seeing this, Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian also shouted, "Thank you, third brother." "Eat, eat." Song Yuru glanced at Shu Xianglian and smiled. The family was eating heartily, but Shu Tianci suddenly looked up at Song Yuru. "Sister-in-law, where did these wild vegetables come from?" The grass at the foot of the mountain, near Shu family village and the outskirts of the mountain, had long turned brown. There were no wild vegetables at all. The food at home had also run out, so where did these wild vegetables come from? Although there weren't many, they couldn't just be found at will. The most outrageous thing was that these wild vegetables were completely different from the varieties they had eaten before. "I saw the ants in the village picking them, saying they were edible, so I just picked some." Song Yuru suddenly explained. Then, under Shu Tianci's gaze, she asked somewhat nervously, "What's wrong? Is it not tasty?" "No." Shu Tianci shook his head and looked at Shu Tianyou, asking, "Did you go up the mountain with sister-in-law?" The village chief gathered the villagers to go hunting in the mountains today, and there wasn't much firewood left at home. The weather is getting colder, and if it suddenly snows heavily, we won't be able to get firewood. Shu Tianyou responded, explaining, "So I followed the group up the mountain. Your sister-in-law was worried about me." Hearing this, Shu Tianci suddenly realized. Winter is almost here, and it might snow heavily, blocking the mountain. Cooking and keeping warm require dry firewood. But when it reaches that point, it won't be easy to get it anymore. Understanding this, Shu Tianci nodded and said, "I'll ask around during this time to see if I can buy a coal ticket. If I can get a few tons of coal, we won't need so much firewood this winter." "Really? It won't be too much trouble, will it?" Song Yuru asked excitedly. "It's about luck. If I can't find it, I won't force it." Shu Tianci shook his head and raised the dumpling soup bowl, saying, "But sister-in-law, don't go picking wild vegetables anymore." "Why?" the others asked in confusion. "Because they might be poisonous." "What?" everyone exclaimed, and Shu Xianglian quickly stood up and snatched the bowl from Shu Tianci's hand. Shu Xianglian also dared not drink anymore and snatched the little sister's bowl. Looking at his wife with a pale face, Shu Tianyou said solemnly, "Third brother, don't scare your sister-in-law. I'm just speaking the truth." Shu Tianci took a sip of soup and slowly said, "The villagers are starving now and will eat anything. But most villagers are uneducated and don't know many herbal plants. They also don't realize which wild vegetables are poisonous and which are not. So for sister-in-law to pick wild vegetables with them is like seeking luck, but if they aren't careful. This is no joke. Many people have died from eating the wrong things. There are also many who have died from eating tree bark and wild vegetables. There are so many unknown herbal plants, and it's normal for a few to be toxic. Not everyone in the village has medical knowledge or education. In the future, the number of people dying from eating these herbs will only increase. Third brother, what about this?" Song Yuru turned pale, tremblingly pointing at the dumpling soup on the table. "I drank this and am fine." Shu Tianci raised his bowl with a smile, reminding her, "Just don't go in the future. I will take responsibility for the food at home, and I won't let our family go hungry." "Okay, sister-in-law won't go anymore." Song Yuru breathed a sigh of relief and nodded quickly in assurance. "Don't just stand there, hurry up and eat." Knowing the dumpling soup wasn't poisonous, the family continued to eat and drink. However, both Song Yuru and Shu Xianglian were sweating profusely, seemingly still frightened from earlier. "Second sister, tomorrow I will take you to the city." Looking at Shu Xianglian, who seemed to have survived a disaster, Shu Tianci changed the subject. Shu Xianglian looked puzzled, and raised her head, asking what are we going to the city for. Song Yuro speculated, did you really get a job allocation for Xianglian? Not yet. Shu Tianci shook his head and smiled, saying, but it should be soon. With that leader's help, finding a job allocation shouldn't be difficult. Really? Everyone's eyes lit up, and Shu Xianglian clapped her hands, laughing. Great, second sister is going to be a city person too. Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian immediately joined in teasing, saying, oh, second sister is also a city person now. Stop it, stop it. Shu Xianglian quickly stopped the teasing and reminded it's not finalized yet. Everyone immediately fell silent. She then looked at Shu Tianci and asked, if it's not finalized, why are you taking me to the city? I want to buy you a new outfit, second sister. Shu Tianci confessed. Buy a new outfit. Everyone was taken aback again, and Shu Xianglian shook her head repeatedly, saying, why buy a new outfit? I don't need it. And you just started working, you should save your money for yourself. You'll need to marry a wife in the future, don't waste money. This outfit must be bought. Shu Tianci was adamant and explained the weather is getting colder and winter is coming soon. If you don't have a winter coat, how cold will this winter be? Then just buy for Xianglian and the others, I can just wear mom's clothes. The two suddenly argued, one insisting on buying while the other was reluctant to spend money. Shu Tianyou glanced at Song Yuro and chose to remain silent. Shu Xianglian exchanged glances with her younger siblings, and none of them spoke up about wanting new clothes. After arguing for a while, Shu Tianci finally insisted, second sister, whether you want it or not, you must have this outfit. Winter is coming soon, and this outfit will keep you warm. You don't need to worry about Xianglian's clothes. Oh, as your third brother, I will make sure they don't get cold. But, there's no but. Shu Tianci waved his hand decisively, continuing, moreover, I will soon find you a job, and then you will also be a city person. You're just a 20-year-old girl, shouldn't you dress beautifully for work in the city? Shu Tianci's attitude made everyone see his determination. This outfit had to be bought. So Song Yuro looked at Shu Xianglian and advised, Xianglian the third is also caring for you, second sister. What he said is right. After you start working in the city, you will also be a city person. You will need to find a city partner, and you can't keep dressing like a village girl. Sister-in-law, what nonsense are you talking about? Shu Xianglian's cheeks turned red, feeling a bit shy. I'm just a village girl, there's nothing to compare. Second sister, what you said is not right. Shu Tianci laughed heartily, stepping back 2 steps to gesture, look at your current appearance, tall and elegant with skin as smooth as jade. You look just like a college student. When you wear the new outfit and stand at work, you will definitely captivate a lot of men of all ages. Finding a city partner or even the son of a leader would be easy. You brat. Even you are laughing at second sister. Shu Xianglian was both shy and angry, picking up a bamboo basket as if to hit someone. No, really not. Shu Tianci laughed, pointing at his younger siblings. If you don't believe me, ask Xianglian and the others. Xianglian is our second sister. Pretty. Second sister is the most beautiful. Then will second sister find us a brother-in-law? Would you support that? Support. Second sister will find us a brother-in-law. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyou and Song Yuro couldn't help but join in the teasing. Shu Xianglian chased after her younger siblings for a while, feeling too embarrassed to face anyone. In the end, it was still Shu Tianci who admitted his mistake and begged for forgiveness, and only then did everyone sit down again. Buying new clothes is fine, but they can't be ready-made. Shu Xianglian glanced at the third brother eating sweet potatoes and said, you buy the fabric back, and I'll make it myself. After saying this, she took out some tickets from her pocket and handed them all to Shu Tianci. These are the fabric tickets found in mom and dad's room. Now you are the one responsible for all the expenses at home, so these tickets should naturally be given to you. In those days, most ordinary people bought fabric and then made their own clothes. Since there were no sewing machines, they could only sew by hand, which not only saved money on hiring a tailor, but also saved a lot of fabric. All right, Shu Tianci agreed, and then looked at Shu Xianglian and the others, saying, I will first buy the fabric for second sister's new clothes. After second sister starts working, I will buy you all fabric to make new clothes, okay? Hearing that new clothes were on the way, the three of them happily agreed. As for Shu Tianyou and Song Yuro, they had already bought new clothes before and after their marriage, so they weren't envious. Meanwhile, at the house of Erguazi, whose family is frying meat again, didn't they finish the meat from the last distribution? Lu Yunying cast a resentful glance outside, and then slapped the child in front of her. Crying, did someone in your family die? After that slap, the child cried even harder. A few people stood nearby, but didn't dare to speak. There was no other choice, who let them have nothing to eat at home while the younger brother was crying for meat. Erguazi didn't care, just frowned, and said that smell seems to be coming from a wealthy family. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying immediately became displeased. She suspiciously said, no way, how could they have so much meat? Didn't you say? Their family has no grains, right? Their family indeed has no grains. We went to their kitchen this afternoon. Erguazi nodded, looking serious. After having a full meal at Shu Tianci's house at noon, someone started to borrow grain. Shu Xianglian didn't mention it, but the villagers who went to help didn't believe it and wanted to search. However, they all went to the kitchen to check and indeed found not a single grain. Could that brat Shu Tianci have secretly gone up the mountain and exchanged the game for grain? Lu Yunying speculated with a dark face, gritting her teeth. Mom. A boy of about 14 or 15 spoke up. I heard he got a job at the machinery factory. Now he is a city person. Nonsense. Lu Yunying glared suspiciously, saying how could an orphan like him who lost his parents get a job at the machinery factory? Erguazi also doubted, asking Yunying, do you think his job was exchanged for something from the mountain? The things from the mountain belong to the collective. Does he dare to do that? Lu Yunying instinctively felt that Shu Tianci would not dare to engage in the trade of collective assets. Yet upon further reflection, she wondered why this lazy brat was living so comfortably. The whole village was short on water and food, yet Shu Tianci's family was well-fed and plump. Now it was even more outrageous. Not only had they built a house, but they also had jobs and had become city folks. Thinking carefully, there was indeed a possibility they were involved in illicit trading. She glanced at Erguazi and said, Erguazi, why don't we go to the commune and report him? This. Erguazi, you can't possibly be afraid to go, can you? Seeing Erguazi hesitate, Lu Yunying immediately shouted. No, how could I possibly be afraid? Erguazi replied defiantly, it's just that I don't have any confidence is all. If Shu Tianci didn't engage in illicit trading, wouldn't that mean we would offend the commune? That's impossible. If she hadn't done this, where would the food in their home come from? Lu Yunying grew increasingly convinced that Shu Tianci had violated the rules and thus spoke with certainty. He takes care of his siblings, all of whom are big and round. Their skin has become so fair. If they hadn't secretly hunted and exchanged the game for food, their entire family would have starved long ago. Look at me and your children. We are all on the brink of illness. Upon hearing this, Erguazi immediately turned to glance at the children. Some were emaciated while others were bloated, their faces as large as millstones. Erguazi. The game on the mountain is collective property, which means we have a share. Shu Tianci took our share and exchanged it for food, feeding his entire family. Now they hide the little food they have from us, which is akin to taking our lives. If you're a man, you should come with me to the commune tomorrow to report him. Lu Yunying rambled on, her fierce expression growing more intense with every word. She had long been displeased with Shu Tianci's family, especially after they failed to share pork with her last time. In the fields, Shu Xianglian's little brats had even talked back to her. Lu Yunying wished nothing more than for that family to perish, yet they lived comfortably every day. She was filled with hatred. Erguazi was not a good person either. His initial concern was merely about offending the people from the commune. Now, hearing his wife's incessant chatter, a hint of resentment appeared on his face. Together with a few children, they attributed their hunger to Shu Tianci. Ultimately, the entire family unanimously decided to report Shu Tianci to the commune early the next morning. The next morning, Shu Tianci took the opportunity of going to the toilet to enter the jade pendant space. Looking at the 3 expanded breeding circles, he could only shake his head and smile wryly. The number of wild chickens and rabbits was increasing exponentially every day, and he was now able to collect hundreds of eggs daily. Moreover, the wild boars were also reproducing rapidly, especially since he had brought in over a dozen sows. Shu Tianci glanced at the jade pendant, which had consumed quite a bit of energy, and understood that he couldn't delay any further. He collected the hundreds of eggs from the wild chicken coop and stored them in the warehouse. He did not plan to let the wild chickens continue to hatch for now. He would wait until he had enough energy. Then he went to the planting area and paused for a moment as he looked at the 5th piece of black soil. He planted sweet potatoes and pumpkins in 1 mu using the first piece of black soil, planted 2 mu of rice using the second piece of black soil, and planted nearly 4 mu of corn, occupying the 3rd and 4th pieces of black soil. Now that he had an extra 5th piece of black soil, what should he plant there? Shu Tianci first harvested some potatoes from the 3rd piece of black soil, then planted some soybeans. He could use the soybeans to extract oil, so he did not need to plant them extensively. After that, he planted 1 mu of wheat on the 5th piece of black soil, leaving 1 mu of land empty. If he planted something on the other half, the 6th piece of black soil would have to appear. The energy consumption of the jade pendant was too high. Shu Tianci decided to take it slow for now. After dealing with the breeding and planting matters, he turned and exited the jade pendant space. He relieved himself, causing hundreds of moving creatures to be washed into the cesspool. Stepping out of the latrine, Shu Tianci noticed some villagers hurriedly running towards the east end of the village. They wore expressions of impatience, panic, and disbelief. Shu Tianci furrowed his brow and quickly approached an older woman, saying, Annie, what happened? Seeing you all running towards the east end instead of going to work, is something wrong? Tianci. The aunt looked at Shu Tianci, her expression softening slightly. She explained, I just heard that the Shi Mao family at the east end of the village has died. More deaths. Shu Tianci was taken aback, and it seemed he sensed something was off. He hastily asked again, "What did you say? The entire Shimao family has died? That can't be possible. I don't know him, just going to see what's going on." "Don't delay, hurry, and go pay your respects." "All right." Shu Tianci nodded in agreement and followed along. When someone in the village passed away, most villagers would choose to pay their respects. When Shu Tianci's parents passed away, it was the same. Now that someone else had died, it was no different. What weighed on Shu Tianci's mind was that the Shimao family had 7 members. To have all died in one night wasn't that a bit absurd? Soon Shu Tianci arrived at the home of Uncle Shimao at the east end of the village. At this point, it was already crowded with people. He even saw his older brother and sister-in-law along with Shu Xianglian, brother's second sister. Hearing the call, the two turned around immediately. "Tianci, you came too?" Shu Tianci nodded and inquired what happened. "I don't know. Uncle Shimao's entire family of 7 died overnight." Shu Tianyou shook his head and explained, "Dr. Jiang is checking the cause of death." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately stood on tiptoe to look into the yellow mud house. Indeed, he saw Jiang Li dressed in a white coat examining several corpses lying on the ground. Moments later, she raised her head with a grave expression. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing looked anxious and inquired, "Dr. Jiang, what happened?" "I'm afraid it's too late for those who died last night." "What was the cause of death?" Shu Daqiang pressed urgently. "It can't be that they all died for no reason, right?" "Poisoning, they ate toxic plants." Jiang Li blurted out, speculating, "Did they go up the mountain and pick some unknown plants to eat as wild vegetables?" Hiss. Upon hearing this, everyone present gasped in shock. Some even bent over, clutching their throats and retching. Song Yuru, standing next to Shu Tianyou, turned pale and felt dizzy. She quickly turned around, touching Shu Tianyou's body and looking at Shu Tianci. "Are you guys feeling unwell?" "It's fine, our family is all safe." Seeing Song Yuru's eyes welling up with tears, Shu Tianyou quickly reassured her. Shu Xianglian also hurriedly checked on her younger siblings to confirm that everyone was all right. "Sister-in-law, I told you the wild vegetables we eat are not poisonous." Shu Tianci also offered some comfort and reminded her, "Just be sure not to pick wild vegetables carelessly in the future. It won't happen again, it won't happen again." Song Yuru nodded repeatedly, her face filled with determination. It seemed she was not the only one thinking this way. After witnessing the deaths caused by eating grass, who would dare to pick wild vegetables again? After explaining the cause of death, Jiang Li also glanced at Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing, reminding them, "You two are village leaders. You must set an example. Not everything from the mountains is edible, and you need to warn the villagers." With Shu Daqiang and the others nodding in agreement, Jiang Li stepped out the door. Under the gaze of the villagers, she rode away on her red 26 bicycle. As she passed by Shu Tianci, she didn't even pause. It was clear that in a crowd she still cared about her image. The family of 7 from the Shimao family had all passed away, and no one had notified their relatives. Shu Daqiang, the village chief, decided to have the entire village send them off one last time. However, with so many deaths, even Shu Qingshan, the carpenter, couldn't gather enough wood to make coffins. In the end, he decided to take out the bedding and mats from the Shimao family. They wrapped the family of 7 up, and with the help of the 8 immortals, some villagers carried them up the mountain. The other villagers, citing hunger as an excuse, refused to go up the mountain. However, Shu Tianci's entire family of 7 holding bamboo flowers followed behind. "Tianci." Shu Daqiang approached at some point and called out, "Village chief, is there something you need?" Shu Tianci asked curiously, "I heard you've started working at the machinery factory and even got yourself a bicycle." Shu Daqiang coughed softly and said, "That's right." Seeing Shu Tianci nod in acknowledgement, Shu Daqiang's eyes lit up. "What about the matter we discussed earlier?" Shu Tianci hesitated for a moment and nodded, saying, "Sure, you can gather the villagers later." Upon hearing this, Shu Daqiang was instantly overjoyed. Soon the Shimao family was taken up the mountain, but the task of digging a grave posed a challenge. There was no choice, they were too hungry. The 8 immortals carrying the bodies had already expended a lot of energy. If there was no meal afterward, who would still be able to dig a grave? "Well, do it." Shu Daqiang sighed, greeted Shu Xiaoqing, and stepped forward to grab a shovel. As village leaders, they ought to take the lead. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianci looked at Shu Tianyou and said, "Big brother, let's lend a hand." Shu Tianyou did not object, and the 2 brothers stepped forward to grab a hoe. At that moment, they were both incredibly strong, and digging the earth felt as easy as play. They didn't draw too much attention to themselves, but they worked slightly faster than the village chief. The grave for the family of 7 needed to be large, and with the help of Shu Tianci and his brother, it quickly took shape. However, looking at the Shimao family lying on the bedding and mat, the surrounding villagers couldn't help but feel emotional. Suddenly, sobs erupted from the crowd. Everyone turned to see a few women. Seeing everyone looking at her, one woman could no longer hold back. She let out a wail and began to cry uncontrollably. Oh, this life is unbearable. The damned commune has taken away our food and left us with nothing to eat. Now, even if we want to gather wild vegetables, we can only end up with poisonous ones. If this continues, we will all follow the Shimao family. Sob sob. The other women who had been holding back their tears could no longer contain themselves upon hearing this. Oh, how can we go on living like this? I don't mind dying, but what will happen to my 2 children? They're only 4 or 5 years old this year. Sob sob sob. Village chief, please think of a way. Oh, I don't want to die. Sob sob sob. After a few women led the crying with their heart-wrenching reasons, everyone else immediately broke down. Damn it, let's hold the commune accountable. Which grains were ours and how dare they take them away? Right, if they won't let me live, I won't let them have a good time either. The villagers had long harbored resentment, which they had been able to suppress until now. Now, seeing a family of 7 perish due to starvation coupled with the emotional outbursts of a few women, all the villagers present seemed unable to hold back. They began to cry out loudly, their faces contorted with anger. Seeing this scene, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian paused, and a hint of sorrow appeared on their faces. These villagers had grown up watching them, just as they had watched these villagers grow up. Seeing them suffer so much and knowing they could be in danger at any moment made Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian feel truly pained. They looked at Shu Tianci, who was still focused on digging the grave. It seemed that everything happening in front of him was irrelevant. Moreover, their speed was astonishing. One person digging could match the work of 3 immortals. Shu Tianyou cleared his throat a couple of times and walked up to Shu Tianci, nudging him. In response to the puzzled look from Shu Tianci, he reminded him, Tianci, why don't you say a few words? Say what? Shu Tianci played dumb while internally complaining. You're the village chief. Ooh, I'm just an ordinary villager. Is it appropriate for me to soothe the crowd? Shu Tianyou was exasperated, but truly had no way to deal with Shu Tianci. So he could only cough a couple of times and shout to the villagers, Folks, don't panic. I have already thought of a way for you to fill your bellies. The moment these words were spoken, everyone's eyes lit up. Even the woman sitting on the ground crying loudly wiped her tears and stood up. Village chief, is what you said true? Yes, village chief, can you really make sure we won't go hungry? Village chief, hurry up and tell us I'm about to die of anxiety. Don't rush, don't rush. Shu Tianyou waved his hands repeatedly, shouting, I'll announce this through the loudspeaker later and gather all the villagers together. Then I'll explain the plan to you all, alright? The villagers exchanged glances and found some reason in his words. So they stopped crying and shouting, their hearts filled with anticipation for Shu Tianyou's plan. Shu Tianyou breathed a sigh of relief and said, the current task is to bury the Shimao family of 7 peacefully. No sooner had he finished speaking than a man rolled up his sleeves and stepped forward. Okay, I'm here to help. Me too am coming to help. Knowing that after burying the Shimao family, they would receive a way to fill their stomachs, everyone became restless. The villagers who had just complained of being too weak from hunger rushed forward to offer their help. At the same time, Lu Yunying and her husband, along with a group of people from the commune, marched towards Shujia village. Among them were the commune secretary Zhao Zhengran, commune director Qian Dehai, and several armed militia members. The sight startled passers-by. Your family is well fed while ours suffers from hunger. You don't share the meat or lend us grain. If that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Yunying and Air Guazi had pondered over this for half the night and ultimately decided to report Shu Tianci. Previously, they had sympathy for that family as they had something to eat, but what had they done? Did they not just take 1 egg from Shu Tianyou? Shu Tianci, the ingrate, distributed meat to every villager except their family. The smell of meat wafting through the village filled her with resentment. However, at that moment, she did not dwell on it much, only feeling that Shu Tianci's ingratitude was unworthy. Now her own family had nothing to eat, and they were beginning to starve. But what about Shu Tianci's family? Not only did they eat meat daily to fill their bellies, but they also married off their eldest son and built a house. Now Shu Tianci had even inexplicably secured a job at a machinery factory. Soon they would be city dwellers enjoying a fixed ration of grain. Their family had gone days without a full meal, and they couldn't even borrow grain from him. Did he want to see her family starve? Lu Yunying felt envy, jealousy, and hatred. The militia commander's son Erden glanced at Lu Yunying and confirmed, Comrade Yunying, is it true that this Shu Tianci did as you say? If he were to subsidize the entire village, I wouldn't have a word to say, but if he only subsidizes his own family, that indeed violates the rules and warrants arrest. Lu Yunying coldly snorted, I can guarantee that the brat must have engaged in some illicit trade. He used to be lazy and gluttonous, causing his parents to starve while relying on the whole village for support. Now such a person eats rice and meat every day at home. If he hasn't violated any rules, where did this grain come from? Hearing Lu Yunying's account, the commune officials felt there was some truth to it. All the grain from the surrounding villages had been turned over to them and distributed to the soldiers at the front lines. They could barely fill their own bellies, so why should a slothful fellow like him have any right? Tianyou nodded and said solemnly, if that's the case, then Shu Tianci has indeed violated the law regarding the appropriation of collective assets. If the amount involved is significant, a peanut is inevitable. Exactly. Son Erden nodded in agreement. Erguazi and the others suddenly turned pale, and his already limp leg seemed to lower even further. Zhao Zhengran coughed and reminded comrades Tianyou and Son Erden, let's not jump to conclusions too early. We must avoid alarming our good comrades with such heavy-handedness. Hearing this, the two immediately lowered their heads in acknowledgement. Comrade Zhao Haoran is right. We will not act so rashly in the future. Zhao Zhengran smiled and looked at Lu Yunying and the others, saying, Comrade Lu Yunying, please tell us more. What unusual behaviors has Shu Tianci exhibited in the village aside from the grain? Do I still need to talk? Lu Yunying felt a bit flustered and lost the momentum she had earlier. Mainly she wanted to give Shu Tianci a little hardship, but she never intended for him to face severe consequences. Now hearing how serious the officials were, she didn't know how to begin. So she could only look towards Erguazi. After all, he was the head of the family and should take on the responsibility at such a time. Erguazi paused and suddenly gritted his teeth, saying, Secretary, you don't know. This Shu Tianci is not only lazy and gluttonous, but also engages in petty theft. He is a thorough ingrate. When meat was distributed to the village, he didn't give any to our family. Then Erguazi recounted how Shu Fuguwei and his wife had passed away. He spoke about how they had provided food for the 6 orphan children. In the end, he portrayed Shu Tianci as worthless while claiming their own integrity was high. Zhao Zhengran and the others listened with dark expressions while Son Erden's grip on his gun creaked ominously. Tianyou questioned, Comrade Erguazi, did you speak the truth? Your family has hundreds of people. How could Shu Tianci distribute meat to the whole village? Director, what I said is absolutely true. Erguazi grimaced indignantly, exclaiming, I will never forget that day, even if it kills me. On that day, the village was filled with the aroma of meat. Only our family was gnawing on tree bark while the children cried for meat. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengran and the others looked at Lu Yunying's frail and sickly children. At that moment, a glimmer of sympathy and anger appeared in their eyes. Tianyou nodded and gritted his teeth, saying, Comrade Erguazi, please continue. Moreover, this Shu Tianci helped his elder brother and sister-in-law build a house feeding dozens of villagers daily. That's a lot of grain for several days, easily amounting to hundreds of pounds. As parents, we can't even ensure our children are fed. Why should they, being orphans, be able to feast daily on meat and fish? Erguazi raised his voice and continued, just yesterday their family cooked meat again. It's said that Shu Tianci obtained a job through some dubious means. Where do you think all he has comes from? Seeing her husband speak so reasonably, Lu Yunying immediately became invigorated. Comrades, I suspect that this Shu Tianci is a traitor and agent sent by the enemy. Hiss. Hearing this, the expressions of the commune members turned serious. The Dragon Country had just been established for over a decade, and spies were everywhere causing chaos. This matter was significant, and Zhao Zhengran and the others had to take it seriously. Who exactly was this Shu Tianci? Where did these grains come from? And could they be funds sponsored by their contact? If that were true, what was his purpose? All right, we have noted everything you said. Now we need to go to the village and talk to your village chief to get more information. Zhao Zhengran was very angry, but did not act impulsively. However, Lu Yunying was unhappy and retorted, Secretary, what is there to investigate? Isn't this a matter set in stone? You should directly go to Shu Tianci's house and arrest the whole family. Comrade Lu Yunying, are you teaching us how to do our jobs? Zhao Zhengran frowned and reprimanded. No, how could we dare? Erguazi quickly pulled Lu Yunying back, chuckling. Comrades Erguazi and Lu Yunying, we have our own procedures for handling matters at the commune. Regardless of the issue, we must first understand it clearly. If Shu Tianci truly did, as you said, we certainly won't let him off. Soon Lu Yunying led Zhao Zhengran and others to find Shu Daqiang's house. However, there was still a way to go, and ahead seemed to be crowded with people. Lu Yunying was taken aback. He had not heard that there was a meeting in the village today. Erguai suddenly realized and chuckled, saying, Secretary, the village chief and others must know that you have arrived. So they gathered the villagers to welcome you, right? Let's hurry over. Zhao Zhengran looked at him as if he were foolish and waved his hand, saying, Wait a minute, let's listen to what kind of meeting they are having. Hearing this, everyone could only stay in place to see what was happening ahead. They saw Shu Daqiang standing in front of everyone shouting, Dear villagers, the reason for gathering you all today is to tell you something important. This year has been the most difficult year for our villagers. Due to food and nutrition shortages, many villagers have already died. Our Shu family village has a history of over 100 years on this land. Even if we break our bones, the tendons are still connected, right? Village chief. Stop talking nonsense, just tell us what we should do now. Yes, village chief, if there's nothing left to eat, we will all starve to death. Quiet. Quiet. Village chief, I can't be quiet, I just want to eat. If there is no rice cornmeal will do. Exactly 2 meals a day is not enough, 1 meal is fine, at least we won't starve. It's all the fault of those leaders in the commune. Shu Xianglian and the others were taken aback, not expecting that they would have their part in this. That's right. If it weren't for those people taking away our food, our village wouldn't have to suffer losses. We need to settle accounts with them. They must give us an explanation. Yes. We must get an outcome. Seeing that the emotions seemed to be getting out of control, Sun Erden immediately pulled the safety on his rifle. With a click, Lu Yunying was so startled that his face turned pale. What are you doing? Put the gun away. Zhao Zhengran looked at Sun Erden and scolded. We have a responsibility in this matter. It's normal for the public to complain. Are we just going to let them criticize you like this? Sun Erden said indignantly. Zhao Zhengran shook his head and calmly said, Don't worry, let's see how their village chief handles it first. Quiet. Everyone be quiet. Shu Tianci took the microphone handed to him by his son and shouted loudly. Is what I as the village chief say no longer effective, eh? Under the soothing of Shu Xiaoqing and other leaders, the crowd gradually quieted down. I know everyone is having a hard time, but the more difficult it is, the more we need to unite. We can only overcome this difficulty by working together as one. Shu Tianci scanned the villagers present with his gaze and spoke into the microphone. My idea, along with Tianci from our village, might help everyone get through this tough time. Now let him say a few words to you all. Seeing Shu Tianci hand him the microphone, Shu Tianci was taken aback. Since things had come to this, he no longer pushed it away. He took the microphone and slowly began to speak under the puzzled gazes of the villagers. Dear elders, uncles, and aunts, as a younger generation, I won't say any nonsense. The main problem in our village right now is the need for food to fill our stomachs. The village chief and several leaders have discussed this issue with me and come up with a solution, that is to rely on the mountains for food. When we can, while winter is approaching and before the snow blocks the mountains, we should go hunting. Hearing this, Lu Yunying in the distance suddenly became excited. She looked at Zhao Zhengran and pointed at Shu Tianci, saying, Secretary, did you see that? This little brat not only makes mistakes himself, but also encourages the whole village to make mistakes with him. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengran and Qian Dehai showed looks of disbelief. Lu Yunying, do you know why the things on the mountain are called collective property? I know. Lu Yunying nodded and waved her hand, saying, Every plant and tree on the mountain belongs to the collective, to everyone. Then what do you see them doing? Zhao Zhengran continued to ask. They are being encouraged by Shu Tianci to invade collective assets. Lu Yunying said seriously when suddenly Air Gui tugged at her clothes. She immediately shook off and impatiently shouted, Hey, why are you pulling me? At this time her son, who was only in his teens, reminded her, Mom, the villagers are collective. Lu Yunying's mouth twitched suddenly and she awkwardly slapped her son's head. What are you saying, trying to show off your cleverness? Have you grown wings and started educating your mother? Looking at Lu Yunying's appearance, Zhao Zhengran and the others all frowned, feeling a bit disgusted. Enough, Zhao Zhengran scolded and said, the behavior of the Shu family village chief is to encourage the collective to be self-sufficient and fill their stomachs. This is commendable, however we will discuss this later. We came here today to address the personal issue of Shu Tianci. Let's go. After saying this, the group continued toward the place where the collective meeting of Shu family village was held. At this time, Shu Tianci had already expressed his idea, which was to have everyone go hunting in the mountains. There are dozens of militia in the village, and each is equipped with a rifle. By organizing them into groups to lead the way up the mountain to hunt, it can greatly reduce the casualty rate among villagers. All the game caught will be handed over to Shu Tianci, who will exchange it for food to bring back. Hearing this, a companion, who usually has fun, stood up. Tianci, don't be overconfident. I heard you just found a job and your life is about to get better. If you get dragged into this, our whole village will be restless. Yes, I have heard if you take things from the mountains to sell, that's speculative trading. No way, speculative trading can lead to prison time. How can that be? At the very least, you might be charged with the crime of buying and selling illegally. Hearing the discussions, Shu Dashan also stepped forward. Tianci, why not just forget it? We, the whole village, need to find a way. We can't let you get taken away by the police. As soon as the words fell, Zhao Zhengran walked over with several militia. Shu Daqiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to greet him, saying, Secretary, why are you here? I came to understand some things. Zhao Zhengran replied indifferently, and then looked at Shu Tianci. Sun Erden and the other militia immediately stepped forward, staring at Shu Tianci, saying, You are Shu Tianci? Yes. Just as Shu Tianci nodded, several gun muzzles were aimed at him. Tianci, third brother. Everyone's expressions changed, and Shu Tianyou, and others hurriedly stepped forward. Don't come over. Shu Tianci hurriedly scolded, showing a relaxed and comforting expression, saying, "It's okay." However, the faces of the villagers turned pale, and everyone quickly backed away. What's going on? Why are these people pointing guns at Tianci? That person is Secretary Zhao Xianglian from our commune, and the other is Director Qian Dehai. This group seems to have come specifically to capture Tianci. Could it be that Tianci is being captured because the commune found out he was helping us exchange grain? A crowd of villagers murmured among themselves, many wearing worried expressions. At this moment, someone noticed Guizi's family. Wait, isn't that Guizi and his wife Lu Yunying? Why are they standing next to Secretary Zhao Xianglian? Could it be that this group was brought by them? Hearing this, some immediately displayed angry and hateful expressions. With several gun barrels aimed at him, Shu Tianci raised his hands, glancing at Lu Yunying before looking towards Sun Dan and the others. Comrades, could you please lower the guns? Shut up. This isn't a place for a mere spy to speak. Hey, a spy. Shu Tianci felt a mix of anger and amusement, but truly didn't dare to contradict this group of militiamen. Without thinking, he knew this was definitely the doing of Lu Yunying's family. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing were also startled by this sudden situation. After regaining their composure, they immediately looked at Zhao Xianglian and the others. Secretary Director, what are you doing? Tianci is a benefactor of our Shu family village. How can you point guns at him? Benefactor? You consider this kind of spy a benefactor? Qian Dehai glared, scolding, spy. What nonsense are you talking about? Shu Xiaoqing was also taken aback, laughing. Tianci grew up under our watch. How could he possibly be a spy? If he's a spy, then wouldn't that mean everyone in our Shu family village is a spy? Comrade Shu Xiaoqing, watch your tone. This is my tone. Shu Xiaoqing glared back defiantly. If you want to arrest someone, there should at least be a reason, and a conviction should have evidence. You point guns at the common people without discerning right from wrong. Is this how you lead? Since you want a reason, I'll give you one. Zhao Xianglian coughed and said to Sun Dan, Comrade Sun, lower the guns for now. We're all here, he can't run away. Upon hearing this, Sun Dan finally ordered his men to lower their guns. The oppressive threat of death dissipated, and Shu Tianci immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Shu Tianyou and the others gathered around, inquiring with concern, Tianci, are you okay? Is there anywhere you feel unwell? Do you need a drink of water? I'm fine. Shu Tianci waved his hand, and then looked towards Zhao Xianglian and the others. Zhao Xianglian withdrew his gaze and scanned Lu Yunying's family. Comrades Shu Guai and Lu Yunying, please repeat the situation you just reported. Guizi, what nonsense are you and your family up to? Seeing that this matter was actually instigated by his own villagers, Shu Daqiang was instantly furious. Upon hearing this, Lu Yunying immediately stepped forward with righteous indignation, shouting, What do you mean, we're up to nonsense? We merely found a few leaders and spoke some truths. Is it wrong to report hidden spies and traitors among the common people? You? Shu Daqiang laughed in anger, pointing at Shu Tianci. Are you saying Tianci is a spy? What else? Village chief, can you explain why the wealthy couple just died and Shu Tianci suddenly changed? Can you deny that he went up the mountain to seize collective assets and brought the wild boar home to eat? Nonsense. Shu Daqiang's face turned red with anger, wishing he could kill this woman. He glanced at the expressionless Shu Tianci, worried that things had gone awry. How many times had he and Shu Xiaoqing sought him out? This was what made him agree to help the villagers. Now, with Lu Yunying stirring up trouble, Shu Tianci might be disappointed in the villagers. Where would the food to fill their bellies come from then? The whole village would be implicated by Lu Yunying. Secretary, look at our village chief getting angry out of embarrassment. Guizi was also pushing forward, helping Lu Yunying criticize Shu Daqiang. Comrade Shu Daqiang, watch your attitude. Zhao Xianglian reprimanded, then allowed Lu Yunying to continue speaking. Shu Daqiang gritted his teeth, his eyes filled with fury as he stared at Guizi. Meanwhile, Shu Xiaoqing and the others frowned, wishing they could kill this guy. The villagers below, hearing Lu Yunying's accusations, began to understand what was going on. This is outrageous. Tianci caught a wild boar and didn't keep it for himself. He shared the pork with everyone, and he's actually being reported to the commune. Is this even human? It must be that Lu Yunying didn't get any pork, so she's seeking revenge on Tianci. Damn, isn't that her stealing Tianyou's eggs? How could Tianci not share the meat with him? The crowd began to condemn Lu Yunying, with hardly anyone speaking in her favor. Guizi and Lu Yunying started to sense that something was off and turned their gazes towards the villagers. What are you babbling about? I'm here to save you, do you understand? Shu Tianci's actions were wrong and against discipline. Accepting his kindness makes you complicit with him. Hearing her shameless rant, all the villagers looked at her with disdain. Shu Daqiang also understood and looked at Zhao Zhengran saying, "Secretary, I think I understand why you are here. It's merely because Shu Tianci went up the mountain to catch a wild boar and seized collective assets. However, he shared that boar with all the villagers. If this counts as seizing collective assets, then wouldn't we villagers have to worry even about eating wild vegetables?" "That's true, we certainly are worried now. It's toxic, 7 people just died who would dare to eat. That's not what we meant, we just want to clarify." Zhao Zhengran waved his hand and said, "Why did all the villagers share the meat, but only comrade Shu Erguai's family did not?" As soon as these words were spoken, the villagers below immediately shouted, "That's because they deserved it. Yes, they deserve it for stealing Tianyou's eggs." This. Seeing Zhao Zhengran and the others looking doubtful, Shu Daqiang quickly explained the whole story. Hearing Shu Daqiang's explanation, Zhao Zhengran's expressions grew even more unsightly. However, before Shu Daqiang could finish explaining, Lu Yunying suddenly shouted again, "Nonsense! He clearly took away most of the pork himself." She frantically looked at Zhao Zhengran, pointing at Shu Tianci and shouting, "Secretary, he took away dozens of pounds of meat by himself. It's because he wanted to take more meat that he didn't share with our family." Lu Yunying, "Shut up!" Shu Daqiang scolded loudly, wanting Lu Yunying to see reason. But Lu Yunying remained unrepentant, still shouting, "No, why can't I speak?" Seeing her frenzied appearance, Shu Tianci felt indifferent. After all, he had never taken it to heart from the beginning. "Erguazi, manage your wife." Seeing that Lu Yunying could not be persuaded, Shu Daqiang could only shift his gaze to Erguazi. He intended to help them, but unexpectedly Erguazi was sharp and stood up directly. "Manage what? What did my wife say that was wrong? You as the village chief, what use are you if you can't even balance a bowl of water?" Seeing this, the eyes of the group fell once again on Shu Daqiang. Realizing that this family was hopeless, Shu Daqiang decided not to intervene any further. He smiled with annoyance and looked at Zhao Zhengran, saying, "Secretary, this incident is truly not Tianci's fault." "Indeed, leader." The villagers below also began to shout loudly, "What did Tianci distribute? Pig entrails. That wild boar was killed solely by him, and he even risked his life to save several comrades. How is it wrong for such a person to receive a larger share of pig entrails?" Several leaders. "If you had hunted a wild boar, would you be willing to share it with the villagers? Would you distribute it to the villagers and also take a share of pig entrails for yourselves?" This. Zhao Zhengran and the others exchanged glances, not expecting this angle. As commune leaders, their hearts were actually more selfish than that of these villagers, otherwise they wouldn't have reported more harvests for some verbal rewards while letting the villagers go hungry. So if they managed to get a wild boar, they would definitely secretly take it to give gifts or hide it for their own consumption. Although such words couldn't be spoken, they also knew that Shu Tianci didn't distribute much, so they shifted their attention back to Erguazi and Lu Yunying. They also took 10 pounds of meat. Lu Yunying immediately shouted, "I can explain this." Before Lu Yunying could finish her words, Shu Xiaoqing suddenly stood up. He looked at Zhao Zhengran and Qian Dahi, saying, "I am the production team leader of Shujia village. The production team has regulations regarding the hunters in the village. Anything under 10 pounds belongs to private ownership, and anything over 10 pounds belongs to the collective. Tianci killed that wild boar weighing over 300 pounds and only distributed 10 pounds of meat, which is within the regulations. As for distributing meat to the entire village, Tianci only shared a portion of pig entrails. Is this considered being a spy? If this is how it is determined, doesn't that mean our entire village is made up of spies?" "Huh?" The crowd laughed. Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing's explanations were logical, while the claims of Erguazi's family were vague. Zhao Zhengran and the others had already understood that this matter was indeed the fault of Erguazi and his family. But Erguazi and Lu Yunying were still unaware, thinking that they had gone too far. After all, regardless of the outcome, they had to push Shu Tianci under the bus. So Lu Yunying shouted, "Secretary, this person still has issues with his conduct. He is a lazy glutton and his parents just died. Tell me, how does a family of 7 have enough grain to eat, and yet they look so fat and healthy?" Fat and healthy. Shu Tianci and the others were momentarily stunned, and then instinctively touched their roots. Zhao Zhengran and the others glanced at them, their brows furrowing slightly. Erguazi continued shouting, and his job must have been obtained through improper means. Which city unit would employ a lazy, talentless rural person? Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing, questioning, "Are the claims made by comrades Lu Yunying and Erguazi factual? How could comrade Shu Tianci's family have so much grain, and how did he get his job?" Not only that, leader. Lu Yunying seemed to have more to say, jumping out to continue shouting, "Their family even built a house. Their family provided meals for dozens of people for 10 days. Our village can't even produce that much grain. Where did their grain come from? Shu Tianci is definitely a spy. This grain was given to him by his contact. Such a person should be punished severely. Lu Yunying grew fiercer in her accusations, entirely unconcerned by the hungry gazes of the villagers below. They had eaten all of Shu Tianci's family's grain without caring where it came from. After all, as long as they could fill their stomachs, who cared where the grain came from? But Lu Yunying's words implied that they had all eaten the grain of a spy, making them also spies. Next, let me speak. Seeing that Lu Yunying's family was entangled with no end in sight, and the village chief and team leader had explained enough, Shu Tianci opened his mouth. Everyone turned their attention to him, and Zhao Zhengran and the others also avoided the entanglement of Shu Daqiang and others. You are Shu Tianci, right? Yes, I am Shu Tianci. Shu Tianci looked directly at Zhao Zhengran, speaking without changing his expression. I grew up in Shujia village, a native rural person. The claims of being a spy made by Lu Yunying's family are purely slander born out of their jealousy. Oh, I reserve the right to sue them and hope that after verifying my identity the leaders will support me. With neither arrogance nor submission clearly articulated, even in the face of a gunpoint, the young man showed no sign of fear. Zhao Zengran's expression tightened. This was his first impression of Shu Tianci. He nodded and said, please explain where your family's grain came from and how you got your job. Just because you are a native of Shujia doesn't mean you can't be a spy, or it is also possible that you were recruited by enemy agents and placed among the people as a saboteur. Wow, you really dare to speak up, huh? If this were confirmed, even a peanut would be considered a small punishment. But it does fit the current national situation, as indeed there are many enemy agents throughout the country. Before Shu Tianci could explain, Zhao Zhengran continued, of course. As long as you can prove your innocence, I will support you in this matter. Good. Shu Tianci nodded and slowly said, the matter of distributing pork has already been mentioned, so I won't repeat it. Next, I will explain how my family's grain came about. Hearing this, everyone's attention became serious. They were also curious about where Shu Tianci's family grain came from. A portion was left by my 3 aunts. Although it's not much, it can last a few days, or as for the other part, I bought it. Before Shu Tianci could finish his sentence, Lu Yunying shouted, bullshit, where does your family have any money? If I had no money, would I not know how to earn it? Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and looked at Zhao Zhengran, saying, secretary, could you let her be quiet? Zhao Zhengran shot a glance at Sun Erden, and several militia members immediately restrained Lu Yunying's family. Then Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Tianci. You may continue. The incident of distributing meat had been widely circulated, and the procurement officer from the mechanical factory came to the countryside and learned about it. They then approached me, hoping I could provide some unexpected supplies. Shu Tianci said casually, then took out the procurement certificate. Zhao Zhengran took the certificate and frowned upon seeing it. Shu Tianci, while you have the procurement proof, private dealings with public assets are still wrong. Zhao Zhengran pondered for a moment while holding the procurement certificate, then rebuked, the resources on the mountain belong to the collective, not just to you. You trade the mountain's resources with state-owned enterprises, although it doesn't fall under speculation or illegal trading. However, this still constitutes an act of encroaching on collective assets. As soon as these words were uttered, Lu Yunying's family, who were a bit anxious, suddenly perked up. She laughed heartily and shouted, see, I told you he's not a good person. He has encroached on collective assets and taken our things to sell for money. Fellow villagers, listen, the grain and meat they consume are our assets. Such a person should be dragged out and shot. Upon hearing this, a group of villagers began to waver. Indeed, every blade of grass and tree on the mountain belongs to their collective assets. If Shu Tianci caught a wild boar, he had to share the meat with them, and they hadn't had their fill yet. They had been eagerly waiting for him to catch a few more wild boars to share the meat. Now they heard that the prey he hunted was sold to the machinery factory. He used the money to buy grain for himself. Who could tolerate that? Ordinary people couldn't stand it, especially those who had eaten the pork shared by Shu Tianci. They just hadn't stepped up to take the lead. Shu Tianyou and his wife with their younger siblings glared angrily at Lu Yunying's family. This family was too despicable, trying to force their 3rd child to death. If it weren't for the elder brother and sister-in-law and the 2nd sister holding them back, Shu Tianci and Shu Xianglian would have lunged at them. What kind of crow is this making such a racket? Why hasn't anyone shut her up? Shu Tianci glanced dissatisfied at Sun Erden, indicating that those with guns should manage a few mouths. Then, without waiting for their response, he leisurely said, and who said I encroached on collective assets? After I established a relationship with the purchaser from the machinery factory, I immediately informed my village chief and team leader. Moreover, I handed over the entire share from 3 wild boars to the village collective. What? 3 wild boars? Hiss. Such a quantity made the crowd gasp in surprise. 1 wild boar could provide nearly a pound of pork. 3 boars would be over 2 pounds. Everyone seemed to visualize a large chunk of pork before their eyes, unable to resist swallowing. However, these wild boars had all been sold by Shu Tianci. At this moment, Shu Daqiang and Shu Xiaoqing stood up again. Shu Daqiang said, "Secretary, everything Tianci said is true. Since he expressed his willingness to submit the wild boar shares to the village collective, I even lent him a hunting rifle." Zhao Zhengran looked at Shu Tianci in surprise and then asked Shu Daqiang, "How much did comrade Shu Tianci contribute?" 70%. A total of 1,325 yuan, which I have accounted for completely. Shu Xiaoqing stepped forward and explained, to support Shu Tianci's actions, the production team leader expressed his willingness to exchange it for work points at a 1:1 ratio. The leaders should all be aware of this. Hiss. Over 1,300 yuan, how thick is that stack of big bills? The villagers below gasped again, imagining the big bills floating before them. They earned work points in the fields, and even after a year, they only made a few dozen yuan. Over 1,300, they would never earn that much in their lifetime. But Shu Tianci, he just handed it over. At this moment, the villagers looked at Shu Tianci with a bit more respect. Zhao Zhengran also learned from Qian Dehai that someone had indeed reported this matter earlier. Hearing this, Zhao Zhengran's expression suddenly softened a lot. He looked at Shu Tianci and asked, "So you received 30% from the 3 wild boars?" "No," Shu Tianci decisively shook his head, explaining, "The wild boars were hunted by me and Su Jun from the Su family together. Therefore I shared that 30% with him. Given the circumstances, is it strange for my family to have grain?" This, everyone suddenly understood and realized why Shu Tianci's family had grain. Moreover, it was indeed earned with their lives. Moreover, most of the money from selling the pigs was handed over to the village collective, which couldn't be considered as encroaching on collective assets. Lu Yuning's family was dumbfounded, having never expected Shu Tianci to handle things so perfectly. Doesn't that mean their family would be held accountable? No. Gizi suddenly widened his eyes and shouted, "What about his job? How could a good-for-nothing like him get a work quota from the machinery factory?" Upon hearing this, everyone in the audience looked at him as if he were an idiot. Everyone understood him. He was merely grasping at straws in a desperate attempt. Shu Tianci rolled his eyes and took out his work permit, saying, "Because the machinery factory lacks unplanned resources. And I have the ability to go up the mountain and hunt the resources they need, so does it make sense that they hired me as a purchaser?" Zhao Zhengran took the work permit from his hand, and Qian Dehai, beside him, also took a look. Upon seeing the rank on the work permit, their pupils suddenly constricted. Level 6 clerk. When this was said, the surrounding leaders and villagers were also taken aback. What? Tianci is actually a level 6 clerk. What does that mean? What is so special about a level 6 clerk? Of course it's special. My uncle's son graduated from a secondary vocational school and only got a level 7 clerk's treatment after being confirmed. A level 6 clerk is even higher than that, making over 40 yuan a month. What? Does that mean Tianci is even better than a secondary vocational student? Over 40 yuan a month, we can't earn that much in a year. The crowd was abuzz with discussions, looking at Shu Tianci on stage with shock and envy. An ordinary purchaser, yet enjoying the treatment of a level 6 clerk. If it weren't for the clearly visible words and seal on the work permit, they might have doubted its authenticity. This also indicates how much the machinery factory values Shu Tianci and recognizes his abilities. Now Shu Tianci presented all evidence to prove his capability, identity, and source of funds. The facts prove that he is not only not a spy, but also a good comrade who has been contributing to the village collective. Zhao Zhengran no longer held back and bent down to Shu Tianci, saying, "Comrade Shu Tianci, we misunderstood you. Here we sincerely apologize to you." Upon seeing this, Qian Dehai and Sun Erden also bowed in unison. Apologies are unnecessary. Shu Tianci waved his hand and fixed a sharp gaze on Lu Yuning's family. "I just want to seek justice and ensure that those who framed and slandered me receive their due punishment. I also hope the secretary won't forget what you just promised me." "Shu Tianci, you little rascal, what do you want?" Upon hearing Shu Tianci's intent to settle accounts later, Lu Yuning immediately panicked. "Shut up." Sun Erden seemed to feel indebted to Shu Tianci and resented Lu Yuning for making them misunderstand a good comrade. Thus he shouted and slapped Lu Yuning. With a loud smack, Lu Yuning was completely dazed. The bystanders Guai and his children wanted to curse, but several militia members had their guns pointed at them. Guai and his group were certainly not Shu Tianci. They were so frightened by the guns that they wet their pants. Zhao Zhengran glanced over, furrowing his brows without intervening. He turned his gaze towards Shu Tianci, speaking softly, "Comrade Shu Tianci, what do you want?" "Secretary, I actually don't care." Shu Tianci shrugged and said indifferently, "But these guys are not good people. They are selfish, taking sesame seeds while discarding watermelons, and blame others for uneven distribution of meat. Seeing that we have food and drink, they become envious and plot against us. Today, They can see our family as a thorn in their side tomorrow. It could be someone else. If other villagers live a bit better, do they have to worry about them reporting us? If this continues, how can others live peacefully? As soon as these words were spoken, the personal grudge instantly escalated to the level of collective interest. People are selfish, who under the premise of not involving their own interests, no one wants to wade into murky waters. Lu Yuning's big mouth was well known in the village, and no one wanted to provoke her. However, upon hearing Shu Tianci's words, the hearts of the crowd immediately began to calculate. But that was still not enough. No one would stand up at this moment. Zhao Zhengran, who understood Shu Tianci's implication, glanced at him, wanting to see what action he would take next. Originally, Shu Tianci immediately intended to comply with Zhao Zhengran's wishes, suddenly shouting and pulling out a certificate. With a righteous expression, he declared, "I know the villagers are lacking food and clothing, struggling to survive this winter. So I specifically discussed with our director and took days to obtain this certificate. As long as we have this certificate, any game the villagers hunt can be exchanged for food in the future." What? Is there such a thing? Does that mean they can openly hunt in the mountains in the future? As long as they catch game, their village will no longer starve to death. Upon hearing this news, all the villagers suddenly became excited. Although Shu Tianci didn't hand it over, Zhao Zhengran still glanced at the certificate, and even though he couldn't clearly see the characters, he did notice the stamp of the machinery factory. This meant that Shu Tianci really found a way to help the villagers. What Tianci said is right. Shu Daqiang also felt a bit excited and stepped forward with a beaming face. The original purpose of gathering everyone today was to share this good news. Tianci is a contributor to our Shujia village, yet he encountered the bad seeds of Lu Yuning's family. If everyone acted like them, who would be willing to work for the collective in the future? At this moment, Shu Daqiang also no longer intended to protect Guai's family. During this time, he didn't know how many times he had shouted to stop it, but it was all in vain. To prevent Shu Tianci from being disappointed in the villagers, he could only step forward to lend a hand. Good job, Tianci. I have seen this child has a bright future since he was young. Tianci was very well behaved when he was little. I even carried him to bed. That's right. I said Tianci is not that kind of person. It's all Lu Yuning's family's fault. Yes, Lu Yuning's family doesn't seem like good people at all. A group of villagers began to speak their minds, some flattering, others cursing Guai's family. Shu Tianci waved his hand and continued to shout, "As a native of Shujia, I was raised by all of you. Seeing you struggle to fill your stomach, how can I as a junior eat in peace? So yesterday, I took all the food in my house to ensure that my uncles and aunts working for my family were well fed. The purpose was to give them the strength to go up the mountain and hunt more game. But today, after what Guai's family did, I am heartbroken, so I decided that I will no longer help." After saying this, he stuffed the certificate into his pocket and turned to leave. "Tianci, you can't do this." Shu Daqiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. Shu Xiaoqing and others also rushed forward, shouting, "Tianci, hundreds of people in Shujia village are waiting for you to save them. You can't refuse to help, the uncle begs you." A group of village leaders rushed forward to plead with Shu Tianci, leaving Zhao Zhengran and others dumbfounded. This group of people ran over not only failed to capture the enemy spies, but seemed to have harmed a villager. Thinking of this, they suddenly looked angrily at Guai's family. As for Shu Tianci facing the village leaders, please, he also showed a heartbroken expression. "Village chief. Captain, it's not that I don't want to help. I am also part of the village and want the villagers to be well fed and no longer starve to death. But what's the result? What I received in return was slander, entrapment, and I almost got shot. A very few people in the village spoke for me. So what's the meaning of my help? I, Shu Tianci, am not that cheap to take the warm face to stick to someone's cold, but anyway, I have a job in the city, and if worst comes to worst, I can just take my whole family to live in the city." Upon hearing this, the villagers below immediately became unhappy. They were already starving, and now they were about to be starved to death. They finally received some good news, but it was messed up by Guai's family. At this moment, the hatred of everyone towards Guai's family instantly reached its peak. One person suddenly shouted, "Secretary, take Guai's family to the farm for re-education. People who maliciously destroy collective unity are the enemy spies and must be thoroughly investigated. Even if they are not enemy spies, they are still bad seeds causing destruction. People like this cannot be kept. They must be dragged away to face the consequences." As the villagers began to overwhelmingly support Shu Tianci, Zhao Zhengran and others were astonished as they looked at that seemingly refined figure. This kid is ruthless. He retaliates at every turn. Meanwhile, Guai's family turned pale upon hearing this, collapsing to the ground. They hurriedly looked at Shu Daqiang and let out a howl before running over. "Village chief, don't move." Sun Erden and the other militia members changed their expressions and directly pulled the trigger. Tat tat tat. Looking at the row of bullet holes in the yellow mud, Guai's family suddenly trembled. The pungent liquid soaked their pants, and the acrid smell began to spread. Looking at the dazed expressions of Guai's family, Shu Tianci could only shake his head and sigh. Shu Xianglian and the others exchanged glances and said, "I think Comrade Shu Tianci is right. We are in a special period now, and we cannot let certain ill-intentioned people destroy collective unity. Therefore, I suggest sending the entire family of Guazi to the farm for reformation. Once the reformation is successful, we can consider whether to release them. Take them away." With a wave of the highest leader's hand, Sun Erden and others immediately grabbed Guazi's family. "Let go of me. I don't want to go to the farm. It's unjust, Secretary. I'm truly wronged. Village Chief, please save me. I grew up with you. Help us." He directly took off his sock and stuffed it into Guazi's mouth. Ugh! Guazi's pupils contracted as the stench of a dead snake made him feel nauseous and faint. "Village Chief, you are turning a blind eye to our suffering. We are your villagers. Shu Tianci, you are inhumane. You will face retribution. Who has a sock? Lend me one." Shu Tianci shouted loudly. Swish! Hundreds of people in the audience began taking off their socks. The pungent smell seemed to materialize, green smoke swirling above their heads. Zhao Zhengran frowned and quickly waved his hand, saying, "Hurry, take them away." Subsequently, Guazi and Lu Yuning's family were taken away by the militia. "Comrades, the weather is getting cold. Put on your socks. Be careful not to catch a cold." Zhao Zhengran pressed down his hand and said loudly, "Comrades, the commune has zero tolerance for such destructive elements. If you encounter such people in the future, report them to us in a timely manner. Slandering, defaming, and causing trouble will not be tolerated." Of course, Shu Tianci is also a good comrade. He should be praised and supported for maintaining the collective and creating value for it. Therefore, I have decided to award Comrade Shu Tianci with a model member medal and banner. I hope everyone will learn from him and contribute more to the collective in the future. Well said, this is our good leader. Applause erupted. The atmosphere in the venue peaked once again. Zhao Zhengran and others enjoyed a wave of villagers' adoration before proposing to take their leave. Before departing, he even shook hands with Shu Tianci and asked a few sensitive questions. After perfunctorily answering, Shu Tianci shook hands with each of them, then watched them leave. He rubbed his chin, not expecting such good fortune to fall upon him. Although the banner is not something remarkable in this era, it serves as a facade. Having a facade allows one to be respected and treated warmly wherever they go. Tianci, let this matter pass. Let's continue our previous topic. The villagers are still waiting for you to save them. Shu Tianci adjusted his emotions and looked at Shu Tianci. At this moment, he was very worried, fearing that the Guazi incident would anger Shu Tianci. In that case, he might just wave his hand and wash his hands of it. If that happened, the villagers of their entire village would have to sit at home and wait for death. Of course, right now, he also hated Guazi's family. Shu Tianci glanced at Shu Tianci and sighed, "Village Chief, I think I still need to be more low-key. Look, just because I make sure my family has enough to eat, I've been reported to the commune. If I were to ensure everyone in the village was fed, how many people would report me? In this year, there are too many envious people. I'm a bit scared. In this year, everyone is struggling for food. It's natural to feel envious when they see you well-fed. If they see everyone in the village wealth, then the envy will not be limited to just one person. But does Shu Tianci have a way? He has no way either. He cannot just watch all the villagers starve to death. Shu Tianci is his only hope." He looked at Shu Tianci with eyes full of apology, saying, "Tianci, I know you have been wronged. If uncle needs to apologize to you, or even kneel down, I can do that." Shu Tianci quickly raised both hands to stop the other from kneeling. If he kneels, the reputation he has just built in the village will be gone. "Tianci, you really cannot ignore the villagers. To make it up to you, whatever conditions you have, you can bring them up." "Yes, Tianci." Shu Xiaoqing stepped forward as well, advising, "Whether the villagers can survive this winter depends on you. After all, you are part of the village. Can you just stand by and watch them starve to death or die from illness? The captain also knows you have been wronged. This is indeed the fault of us leaders. I can guarantee that such people will never appear in our village again." Upon hearing this, Shu Tianci chuckled. He shook his head and scoffed, "It's more than just being wronged. I have already taken care of my urban household registration. I can have a place to live in the city anytime. I can bring my whole family to live in the city and eat rations, avoiding being envied and falsely accused. Why haven't I moved? It's not because I'm still thinking about this bond of living in the same village. But what is the result?" As he spoke, Shu Tianzi's eyes seemed to redden. He covered his face, pretending not to let the tears fall. Seeing this, Shu Tianci hurriedly supported him, shouting to all the villagers, "What are you all doing? What kind of behavior is this? Tianci is working hard for our welfare, but has been reported to the commune. If this continues, who will be willing to contribute to the collective in the future? Have you all considered the problems on yourselves? Tianci is now a working person. He can move to the city at any time. If he leaves with his family, who will care about your lives? The villagers began to step forward, starting to apologize to Shu Tianci. Tianci, this time it's my fault. I didn't stand by you right away. Oh, please forgive uncle this once. Help us one more time. Oh, uncle has an 80-year-old mother and 7 children at home. Yes, Tianci, just take it as uncle begging you. I promise that if anyone speaks ill of you in the future, I will not let them go. That's right, whether they are from outside the village or from our village. Oh, as long as they dare to say one bad word about Tianci, I will pour filth on their whole family. Agreed. I agree too. Me too. So Tianci, you must not move to the city. Our Shu family village is your route. Shu Tianci covered his face and glanced at this group of people, thinking how foolish he was to move to the city. In a few years, when the winds of calamity arise, city dwellers would wish to flee to the countryside. To rush into the city now isn't that seeking death. At the village meeting in Shujia village, Shu Tianci stood before hundreds of people alongside the village chief and the captain. These were faces that were thin and dark, mingled with some swollen faces and emaciated figures. The villagers who had already fallen ill with the 60th disease were unaware that their time was running short, yet they still cried out and pleaded with Shu Tianci. They promised to ensure that no one would bully Shu Tianci's family again, and even vowed to elevate Shu Tianci's status above that of the village chief. Shu Tianci had no interest in such matters, so he quickly raised his hand to interrupt the villagers' cries. Fellow villagers, elders. It seemed ineffective, so he took the microphone from Shu Tianyou. Silence. Shut up. With his reprimand, hundreds of villagers began to close their mouths, yet they still gazed at Shu Tianci with hope and pleading in their eyes. Shu Tianci nodded and said, I see the determination of my fellow villagers. Thank you. When my parents passed away, my 6 siblings and I were also hanging by a thread. It was the villagers and the elders who donated their remaining food to help us survive. Oh, I remember this kindness, and my siblings remember it too. I initially planned to use my position to help you all through this harsh winter. Even if it meant losing my job and facing criticism, I would not hesitate. Hearing this, Shu Tianyou and others grasped each other's hands, their faces showing gratitude. The villagers below were even moved to tears, feeling deeply gratified. Whether they had donated food or not, they were all touched by Shu Tianci's words. And Shu Tianci wanted to win people's hearts so that his family could drink and eat without being criticized. He could not let the villagers kneel indefinitely. He needed to give them a sweet taste. So just as the villagers were about to speak, he waved his hand again. Although the Uruguay family almost cost me my life, but I know this has nothing to do with you all. Therefore, I have decided to continue helping everyone work together to get through this tough time. Upon hearing this, Shu Tianyou and Shu Xiaoqing let out a sigh of relief first. They wiped the virtual sweat from their brows, and a smile of relief gradually appeared on their faces. Shu Tianyou stepped forward and shouted, Fellow villagers, I have said this before. Tianci is a good child and a hero of Shujia village. Today, despite suffering such great injustice, he is still willing to help us through difficult times. You must remember his contributions to our village. Remember everything he has done. If any villager dares to pull any tricks behind his back in the future, don't blame me for being rude. Once this was said, hundreds of villagers immediately responded. They looked determined and shouted loudly that they would definitely remember Shu Tianci's goodness. In the future, if anyone speaks ill of Tianci, they will not let the other party go. At that moment, the sun broke through the clouds. The dazzling light shone down, illuminating Shu Tianci. Shu Tianyou and the others standing beside him quickly raised their hands, looking at the third brother in front of them. After their parents passed away, the previously despondent third brother suddenly rallied. He not only took on the role of the head of the family, shouldering the responsibility of caring for everyone. Now he was also to take on the responsibility of helping the entire village endure the winter. Gratitude, heartache, admiration, respect. Various emotions surged in the hearts of these siblings. At this moment, someone shouted out of fatigue and asked, Chief, what exactly is your plan? Yeah, it's almost mealtime, and we still don't know what the plan is. Chief Tianci, hurry and tell us. Shu Tianyou glanced at Shu Tianci, who nodded. Thus, Shu Tianyou took a few steps back, allowing Shu Tianci to begin his speech. Shu Tianci scanned the villagers below, among whom were quite a few who had targeted him. At this moment, he couldn't be bothered to hold grudges and said slowly, As everyone knows, I am an employee of the mechanical factory. My position is that of a purchasing officer responsible for procuring all unplanned materials from the countryside. The resources on the mountain at the end of our village are exactly what they need. Therefore, after discussing with the village chief, we decided to have the village militia organize a hunting team with the young and strong villagers. You will be responsible for hunting on the mountain, and I will help you transport the game to the mechanical factory in exchange for money. This way you can safely endure this harsh winter. Although most of the villagers are uneducated, there are still quite a few clever ones among them. Hearing Shu Tianci's words, someone immediately shouted a question. Tianci, Even if we give you all our game, it will only be exchanged for money. We don't have enough food vouchers to exchange for food. Yes, money without vouchers won't buy us food, and we'll just be waiting to die. Well said. Shu Tianci shouted, then took out the food exchange voucher. Do you know what this is? This is a food exchange voucher, a proof that allows us to exchange unplanned materials for food. The mechanical factory has grain, but no meat, while we have countless game on the mountain, but no grain. Therefore, the mechanical factory is willing to offer food in exchange for our unplanned materials. What you need to do is go hunting on the mountain and catch enough game before the heavy snow seals the mountain. Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. Wonderful, we have hope now. Yes, we can finally survive. Woo woo woo, I finally don't have to die. The villagers cried, tears of joy, embracing their loved ones. In the village, people died every few days, and that shadow of death loomed over every villager. They might say they weren't afraid of death, but when the day truly came, who didn't want to live? Now that they finally saw hope, they truly couldn't hold back their cries. Tianci. At this moment, a woman stepped forward and called out. Shu Tianci recognized her as the wife of one of his playmates. He smiled and nodded, asking, "Sister-in-law, what's wrong?" The woman hesitated slightly and shouted, "My family on my mother's side." Upon hearing this, the wives who had married into the Shu family all looked at her with hopeful eyes. However, the expressions of Shu Tianyou and the others darkened, and they stepped forward to reprimand her. Fong Fong, don't put Tianci in a difficult position. He must have put in a lot of effort to help our village. Exactly, the path for our village has just opened up. Isn't saying this at this time, putting Tianci in a tough spot. The woman ignored the surrounding reproaches and simply gazed at Shu Tianci with hopeful eyes. Shu Tianci, however, did not soften his stance and simply shook his head apologetically. "Sister-in-law, I'm sorry. The mechanical factory is not that large, and how much food they can provide is uncertain. Therefore, I will prioritize our Shujia village and cannot afford to consider other villages. Furthermore, I hope all villagers keep quiet about my ability to help with food exchanges. If it causes dissatisfaction at the mechanical factory, we will all be waiting to starve." Upon hearing this, the woman immediately covered her face and began to cry. Aside from her husband, no one sympathized with her. Shu Tianyou shouted, "Everyone is clear on the specifics. Now anyone who wants to join the militia to go hunting can come to me to sign up." Shu Tianci finished giving all the instructions without paying attention to the militia recruiting members to go up the mountain. He turned to find Shu Tianyou and said, "Village chief, I need a letter of introduction." Shu Tianyou was taken aback and asked, "Are you going on a business trip? At this critical time, you actually want to leave our county?" "Village chief, I am also thinking about our village." Shu Tianci furrowed his brows and explained, "After all, our village has several hundred people, and there are over 100 mouths waiting for food. Although the machinery factory is a state-owned unit, it is only a small unit in our county. If one day they can't provide food, wouldn't our villagers be waiting to die?" Shu Tianyou was once again shocked and speculated, "So you are planning to?" "Exactly." Shu Tianci nodded and said, "Not to mention other provinces, at least I must go to the city. I need to find a couple of backup routes. It's better to be prepared." "Tianci," Shu Tianyou nodded vigorously and patted Shu Tianci's shoulder. "You are thinking of the villagers, and Uncle Village Chief feels very comforted. He really cannot offer you anything in return, so he can only thank you from now on. As long as you are willing, I will let you take this position of Village Chief." Shu Tianci was startled and rolled his eyes, saying, "Village Chief, don't put me in such a position. This position of Village Chief is just a mess. Oh, wouldn't I be better off living freely? Once my brothers and sisters have settled down, I'll go have fun in the outside world. Don't even think about tying me down with this useless title of Village Chief." Shu Tianyou was taken aback, then burst into laughter. "Well, you have your own ideas. Uncle Village Chief won't stop you. I'll write you a letter of introduction right now. If you need anything in the future, just let me know." "All right." Shu Tianci nodded and received the letter of introduction from the village in about 10 minutes. Just as he walked out of the village chief's house, Shu Tianyou and the others surrounded him. "Tianci the Third, are you all right?" Shu Tianci glanced at them and smiled. "I'm fine. How could anything happen to me? I'm hungry. Shall we go home now?" Upon hearing this, Song Yuru immediately smiled and said, "Okay, my sister-in-law will cook for you." On the way home, Shu Xianglian kept blaming Shu Tianci for taking on this mess. How much pressure must it bear to provide for the whole village's food? Regarding his second sister's lack of understanding, Shu Tianci shook his head without explaining much. He only expressed that they still had to live in the village and couldn't watch the villagers die out. If only their family survived, wouldn't that turn into a ghost village? And wouldn't the authorities come down to investigate if they heard that only their family was alive? At that time, their whole family would be taken to the horse farm for reformation. Tianci, why not live in the city? At this moment, the eldest brother Shu Tianyou suddenly used his cleverness for the first time. He looked at Shu Tianci in confusion and said, "You already have a job, you can live in the city." As long as you live in the city, you won't have to bear the responsibility of saving the villagers. Eldest brother, you've become much smarter. Shu Tianci smiled slightly, feeling quite happy. He asked, if I go to the city, what about you guys? Didn't you find a job for your second sister? Then she can also be a city person. You can take Shu Tianyou and Shu Xianglian to the city and live well. I and your sister-in-law will stay in the village to give the villagers an explanation. Shu Tianyou spoke incessantly, completely different from his previous naive demeanor. Yet he still wholeheartedly wished for the well-being of his younger siblings, even knowing he would be scolded by the villagers for a lifetime. Song Yuru did not oppose this after hearing his words. She nodded and smiled. Yes, Tianci. The burden of saving all the villagers is too great. You shouldn't bear it alone. The eldest brother is like a father, the eldest sister-in-law like a mother, your eldest brother, and I should also do something for you. So listen to your elder brother, and take your second sister and the younger siblings into the city. I refuse. Shu Xianglian shook her head and decisively rejected the goodwill of her elder brother and sister-in-law. If we leave, we will leave together. I won't let you stay in the village. The three of them started to argue directly, and seeing this scene, Shu Tianci shook his head with a bitter smile. In the end, he still shook his head, letting down his elder brother's good intentions. Enough, he shouted and explained. There are too many people in the city. The common folks want to find a good job in the city, but the food in the city is limited, and there's no way to accommodate so many people. The leaders above are issuing policies to send educated youth to the countryside for development. The purpose is to relieve the pressure in urban areas. Therefore, there are many disputes in towns, and it's not a good idea for me to go to the city alone. The main thing is Shu Tianci is afraid that the uproar in a few years will affect him, and the best way to avoid the turmoil is to stay away from the cities and counties. Of course, he wouldn't tell his family about this. After listening to Shu Tianci's words, Shu Tianyou and the others also pondered for a while. Shu Tianyou looked up and said, Tianci, even if what you said is true, can you really manage to get food for the villagers? Don't worry, I wouldn't speak if I wasn't confident. Shu Tianci waved his hand to reassure them. Hearing him say this, Shu Tianyou and the others could only temporarily put their hearts at ease. As they talked, the family returned home. I'm so hungry, I'll go start the fire. Shu Xianglian shouted and ran to the kitchen. I'll wash the sweet potatoes. Shu Tianyou also shouted and chased after her. Hearing this, Shu Tianci immediately looked at Song Yuru and smiled. Sister-in-law, I want to eat rice.